If your mother finds out you gave me face wash water, she'll definitely scold me harshly tomorrow. Although she said this, Xiaozhen chuckled and took the towel to wipe her face carefully. She wouldn't interfere in the inner room's affairs. Besides, my father always did the same. Han Ziren washed the towel and put it away. Regarding Han's man, Xiao Zhenxin felt quite appreciative. Seeing Han Ziren looking at her with a somewhat embarrassing gaze, Xiaozhen cleared her throat and pointed to the ledger in her hand. I have some things to do. Maybe you should go to sleep first? Do I need to finish reading it today? Not exactly, just. Then you should rest early. Saying this, Han Ziren took her by the hand and led her to the bed. Just as Xiaozhen was wondering why Han Ziren was acting strange tonight, a sudden pull caused her body to fall into his arms. Husband? Xiaozhen looked up. He was also looking at her, with something flickering in his dark eyes. Xiaozhen was momentarily stunned, and suddenly felt a little shy. Han Ziren's dark eyes were clear and light, but up close, they seemed deep and intense. His eyes held a smile and a warm heat, as if he wanted to melt her. Tonight is our wedding night. Han Ziren's voice was soft and hoarse. Tonight? Xiaozhen suddenly felt nervous. It all came so quickly. You said you were still young? That was just an excuse for us to be unfamiliar with each other. I'm not young anymore. Since they were so close enough to feel each other's breath, Xiaozhen found herself more nervous. Meanwhile, Han Ziren looked at her with a calm smile. There was no sign of nervousness on him. This was strange, wasn't it? After all, she had lived through a whole life. Are you nervous? Han Ziren asked softly. Feeling the tremor from his chest, Xiaozhen realized he was smiling. She looked up and saw the smile on his face, hearing him say, I am too. You don't look it. Han Ziren smiled slightly and slowly lowered his head, gently locking lips with her. In that sweet moment, Xiaozhen secretly thought to herself, in her previous life, she had longed for this man for a very long time. In the end, she didn't get him. Tonight, she finally could. Why was she so nervous? Could it be because she had suppressed her feelings for too long? Next, Han Ziren picked her up and carried her to the bed. Xiaozhen hurriedly hugged him and blurted out, You can actually carry me? Han Ziren looked down at her. Have I ever carried you before? One time, when you saw me sleeping outside, you wanted to carry me back inside, but you couldn't lift me. Xiaozhen glanced at him secretly, only to see Han Ziren's face darken. Xiaozhen quickly said, That was when I was 16, still young, still young. Unexpectedly, Han Ziren's face darkened even more. Gently, he placed her on the bed, supported himself with one hand, leaned over to look at her, and softly said, Close your eyes. As soon as she closed her eyes, Xiaozhen opened them again and said, Ziren, I promised Aunt Han that I wouldn't touch you before you turned 20. Han Ziren. 3 more years. I allow you to touch me, but that's not possible. Since I made that promise, I must keep it.
Han Ziren.
Xiaozhen moved out of his arms and lay down on the bed, patting the spot beside her gently.
Sleep now.
Don't worry about my mother. Han Ziren's voice became hoarser from holding back emotion. His natural coolness mixed with his hoarseness, making her feel strangely dry-throated. Actually, there's another reason. Seeing Han Ziren try to kiss her again, Xiaozhen quickly dodged. I heard from the doctors that young boys having intimate relations too early can harm their health and be bad for the future. Agreeing to Aunt Han was one reason. In her previous life, she served as a shadow guard beside the young emperor for several years. The imperial doctors also warned the 9th prince about this. The 9th prince wasn't interested in women, so he listened. But his mother, Consort Mu, wanted him to have children early. As a result, most of the children born then didn't survive, and the young concubines were often sick. Han Ziren was unhappy. I'm already 17. In the village, kids my age already have 2 or 3 siblings. Am I still too young? Xiaozhen pushed him gently, whispering, 3 years will pass quickly. Besides, do you really want me and your mother to have a strained relationship again after we've finally eased it? Han Ziren. Xiaozhen quickly turned over and rolled to the inside of the bed to sleep. Honestly, After sharing their feelings, they now belonged to each other. She felt very content. Long, slender hands pulled her into a hug, and a muffled, slightly resentful voice came from above her head. I'm only 18. I have to wait until I turn 18. Xiao Zhen. 10 days later, Han Ziren's eldest brother, Han Zilei, handed over the finished carriage to Xiao Zhen. She was amazed. She hadn't expected Han Zilei's woodworking skills to be so excellent. Even the small details she hadn't thought of were handled perfectly. The carvings looked so lifelike. She had only hoped it wouldn't disappoint her, but the carriage was twice as good as she expected. Brother really has great craftsmanship, Xiao Zhen sincerely exclaimed. Unexpectedly, Han Zilei's face turned red. Actually, I should thank my little sister. If it weren't for her, my skills might never have recovered. The Liu family and the Han family members looked at the finely crafted carriage in front of them, all surprised. It was just as exquisite as those belonging to nobles. At this moment, Zhang Lu's voice came from outside the Han house. Young master, I've brought the horse. As he spoke, Zhang Lu led in a reddish-brown horse. Seeing the horse, the Han family members were delighted. Even Han's mother was surprised. In this era, a single horse could be the entire year's livelihood for a family. I'll put the saddle on, said Han's eldest brother excitedly, his voice trembling slightly. He had worked hard to prepare this carriage, so his feelings were complicated. Young master, the cushions are ready according to your design, said Zhang Lu, instructing a few young servants behind him to place the items. Only then did the Han family notice these young helpers. Zhang's wife asked curiously, who are these people? Since they were the family's helpers, Zhang Lu was very polite. These are the young servants Han's second brother hired this month to handle some chores. Han's second brother added nearby, they are quite capable. I've learned a lot from brother Zhang. Zhang's wife frowned, watching Xiao Zhen giving instructions to the helpers on how to set up the carriage. She felt a bit uncomfortable inside. Wow, this carriage is so beautiful. Brother Lei, I think it's even more delicate than Lady Qi's carriage, Lu said excitedly as she looked at the finished carriage. Old Han nodded in agreement. With the craftsmanship of the eldest son and these beautiful cushions, it looks wonderful. Han's mother had a faint smile in her eyes. Seeing her eldest son's obvious happiness, she knew his worries had eased. She looked again at Xiao Zhen, who was smiling brightly as he admired the carriage, full of satisfaction. Her feelings were complicated once more. Young master, here is the silver. Zhang Lu handed a bag of money to Xiao Zhen. Xiao Zhen approached Han's eldest brother and said with a smile, Big brother, this is your reward. Seeing that Han's eldest brother felt a bit shy, he pressed the silver into his hand. As soon as Han's brother received the money, he exclaimed, Wow, so much? And looked inside. 10 taels?
Third sister-in-law, this.
Hearing it was 10 taels, the Han family members all looked at Xiao Zhen in surprise. Xiao Zhen simply smiled calmly. Since I'm doing business, even if you're family, I need to be clear. This money is not only for the carriage's payment, but also the deposit for the next 3 carriages. Are you planning to make 3 more carriages? The eldest brother of the Han family was momentarily stunned. Xiao Zhen nodded and smiled, saying, Big brother, your skills are truly excellent. From now on, all the carriages of the Xiao family will be managed by you. Also, whether it's repairing carriages or ox carts, you'll be in charge from now on. Seeing Han's eldest brother and Lu Shi both looking at him excitedly, Xiao Zhen asked, Would you be willing to come work for me? Lu Shi asked, Does that mean Brother Lei will also get paid? Of course. Yes, I would love to, Han's eldest brother said happily, nodding vigorously. The Han family was very excited. This solved the problem of Han Zilei and Han Zai, giving them a future plan. How could they not be happy? Only Zhang Shi, standing nearby with a cold face, saw her husband happy for Han Zilei. She harshly twisted his arm and then went back to their house. At this moment, Zhang Lu called Xiao Zhen aside to talk. Seeing Zhang Lu's serious expression, Xiao Zhen understood. They're starting to act again? Yes, The drivers from several southern villages have been bought off by the county lady and refuse to work as drivers anymore. These drivers still have some popularity in their villages. If they stop working, no one will take over, and even if someone does, few are willing to sit in those positions. Have they found out what benefits Lady Qi gave them? I heard she called her children to work for wealthy families and paid them well. Naturally, they are willing to serve Lady Qi. Xiao frowned. Young master, this is the third time this month. If it continues, she probably bought more than just these people, right? Among our workers, how many do you think would still follow me? Zhang Lu thought for a moment. Young master, you are kind and fair in your dealings. Most people are willing to follow you. Even among those bought by Lady Qi, a few are actually on your side. It's just that Lady Qi's methods can sometimes be too ruthless, making people have no choice but to comply. Ruthless? How so? That driver from Meijia village, his son is a heavy gambler. Not only did he gamble away the family fortune, but he even tried to sell his own sister to a gambling house to pay off debts. The driver had already paid back the money, but Lady Qi set a trap for him. To save his daughter, he had no choice but to obey her. Xiao narrowed her eyes. In recent days, you've recruited many people. Do you have anyone capable of being useful? Zhang Lu took out a small book from his chest. Young master, the names and origins of those people are all in here. I checked it myself, and it's reliable. Xiao didn't look at it or take it. He simply said, call a trustworthy person to come find me. All right. Within 3 days, I will handle it. You can go back to the county town now. Yes. Xiao took the carriage to the village entrance. Watching the disappearing carriage, he thought about a permanent solution. Madame Qi clearly wouldn't give up. She kept causing trouble for her. Does she think that if she causes trouble, Xiao will change his mind? That's too funny. She's jealous of her husband, and she has no good reason for it. He said everything he needed to say. Xiao didn't like to waste words, and preferred to solve problems with strength. But how can a person live if everything is solved by force? Xiao smiled faintly. He decided to use her own methods against her. He's never been a kind-hearted person. The next day, Xiao got up early. After washing up, he was about to go to the firewood shed to pick some grass with a basket when he saw Old Han already carrying 2 big baskets of grass back. When he saw Xiao, Old Han smiled and said, You're already up. Father, what are you doing? How did you go to cut grass? Anyway, I have nothing to do. From now on, I'll do this work, Old Han said happily. That's not right. You're already tired from working in the fields during the day. I feel embarrassed to let you do this too. It's fine. Just take care of your ox cart, Old Han replied happily. Actually, he also wanted to thank his third daughter-in-law for giving his older son's work. But he couldn't say such sweet words, so he just showed his gratitude through actions. This isn't right. If Mother Han finds out, she'll scold me. Don't worry. It's what your wife said. Xiao was momentarily stunned, but then smiled happily. Old Han put down the grass baskets and said apologetically, Xiao, your mother may not say it openly, but she knows you're good. It's just that in the past, she couldn't bring herself to accept it. Please be more understanding, all right? Xiao smiled. Father, I've never taken it to heart. That's good. Old Han was a straightforward man. Hearing Xiao say this, he believed Xiao really thought that way. He picked up the grass baskets and went to feed the pigs. At this moment, Lu Shi came back from outside, holding a knife and some pork. Seeing Xiao, she happily said, Third sister-in-law, you're up? Big sister-in-law, you went to buy vegetables so early? No. Uncle Wan's pig from the village was slaughtered. I bought some pork from him. Hurry inside and have breakfast. Mother should already be cooking. Liu Xi said. Sister-in-law, I need to go out for a while. I won't eat breakfast at home. If I don't come back by lunchtime, you don't need to wait for me. Liu Xi nodded, understanding she was busy. All right. Be careful on the way. Just then, Granny Lei, who was always close to her family, hurried into the Han house. Asian, something's wrong. Your grandma is causing trouble again at your house. Your mother can't handle her. She's upset now. Go back and check on her. There aren't many people in the village who are close to her mother, but Granny Lei is one of them. Her mother has offended many people with her words. Every time she offends someone, Granny Lei goes to report it and asks her to go find her mother quickly. When she saw Granny Lei just now, she knew something was wrong, and she was right. I'm about to go back now. I'll leave right away. When Han Ziren came out of the kitchen, he heard Granny Lei's words and saw Xiao Zhen hurriedly leave. While walking home, Xiao Zhen listened to Granny Lei explain the reason. Halfway through, her brows furrowed more and more. Before reaching the door, her grandmother's sharp voice rang out. Chen Bao, you must give an explanation. Such a good kid, just because he was helping with the ox cart, he ended up like this. He's your nephew, after all. And you want to settle it with just 100 taels? Do you have such an aunt? I feel sad about Chen Bao's situation, but he brought it on himself, Aunt Xiao said, trembling with anger. If it weren't for you looking for a cashier to help, Bauer wouldn't have used that as an excuse to look at that widow, Granny Fong scolded harshly. Exactly, said Aunt Fong. This time, Bauer wants to buy a wife with 20 taels of silver. You have to pay for it, along with the wedding expenses. In the future, Bauer's life is your responsibility, even as his aunt. When Xiao Zhen pushed open the door, she saw Granny Fong and Aunt Fong glaring sharply at her mother. Her mother looked furious, her face pale. She couldn't say anything to these two relatives who, despite being close family, had never treated her well or thought of her even once.
Azen?
Seeing her daughter, Aunt Xiao felt relieved. Granny Fong and Aunt Fong's faces turned pale when they saw Xiao Zhen. However, when they saw the men following her, they exchanged suspicious glances. Xiao Zhen smiled at her mother and then pointed to the two women behind the Fong family grandmother, saying, "It's them." Xiao Zhen, I am your grandmother. What are you doing? The Fong grandmother pretended to be strong. Xiao Zhen didn't bother to look at them and didn't want to talk to them. Instead, she called some people over. These men were family members of the coachman, so as soon as she called, they came quickly to help. Kick these two people out, Xiao Zhen ordered. The men stepped forward, grabbed their arms, and dragged them outside. The two from the Fong family were stunned. In just a moment, they were pulled out of the door. Soon, loud curses and harsh words came from outside.
Zhen?
If others see this. Her mother's behavior had already made Xiao Zhen feel cold. Her daughter doing this, she couldn't say much, but if others saw it, it would look bad for Xiao Zhen. It would be a serious problem for her. Xiao Zhen smiled calmly. Mom, don't worry. It will be fine soon. Sure enough, after a short while, the voices of the Fong family too stopped.
How?
How did you do that, Zhen? Xiao Zhen asked in surprise. Her mother was not usually easy to talk to. I just told them that if they kept causing trouble, not only would Chen Bao and never find a wife, but even the job that Ziren found for uncle at Dong Yuanwai's house would be lost. Grandma and second aunt are smart people. They understand the situation. Xiao Zhen was stunned for a moment and suddenly felt that her daughter had become very clever. Whether it was hunting, running a cart business, or handling matters, Xiao Zhen was very good at it. When did her daughter become so capable? But no matter what, this was really good. The second in command and the official are here to see you, someone said as they entered. Xiao Zhen turned around and saw Han Ziren walking in. Why are you here? Shouldn't you be going to the county town at this hour? Han Ziren took a steamed bun from his sleeve and said softly, no matter how big the matter is, we still need to eat breakfast. Xiao Zhen took the bun, feeling warm inside. Her Aunt Xiao, who was nearby, saw this and relaxed her mind. She quickly said, when your father comes back from the fields, he can use our ox cart to take Ziren to the county town. Xiao Zhen nodded. Come inside and sit for a while. Regarding the son-in-law, Aunt Xiao is becoming more and more pleased. Although he has no children, her daughter married a very outstanding man, and he treats her daughter so well. As a mother, she is naturally very happy. Soon, Uncle Xiao returned from the fields. Hearing that the couple from Fongjia had come to cause trouble again, his face turned very serious. Seeing that the son-in-law was about to leave for the government office, he didn't hesitate and brought out the ox cart to send him off. After they left, Aunt Xiao said to Xiaozhen, "Ah Zhen, when Xiren came to find you that day, I was quite worried. Now I can finally relax." Xiaozhen smiled and nodded. After watching her father and Xiren's figures disappear, she went inside to tidy up her things. There were some small items to pack for the shop in the county town. At this moment, a man entered the Xiao family. "You are?" Aunt Xiao asked, looking at the unfamiliar man. The man bowed to Xiaozhen and said, "My name is Yuxing. Manager Zhang told me that the young master has some instructions for me."
I've come here as asked.
Aunt Xiao knew that recently, someone named Zhang Lu had recruited more people. She looked at Yuxing, who looked clean and decent, definitely a good family boy, and felt reassured. She said, "I'll go to the vegetable garden at the back to tidy up. You all can talk." Then she left. "May I ask what the young master has instructed?" Yuxing asked respectfully. Xiaozhen looked at Yuxing carefully. He was fair and neat, very cultured, clearly someone educated. She asked, "Have you read books?" "I used to be a teacher," Yuxing replied. "But then my family suffered a drought, so I came here." "A teacher? That's quite a coincidence. We really need someone who knows a bit of writing and reading to help with this matter," Xiaozhen said. She then called him inside and explained her plan in detail. Yuxing listened seriously, looking surprised. When Xiaozhen returned to the Han family, it was already afternoon. She went straight to the backyard to wash clothes. As soon as she entered, she saw Lu Shi with her big belly, washing clothes one by one for the family, while Zhang Shi sat nearby chatting and eating sunflower seeds. "Big sister-in-law," Xiaozhen hurried over, "You're pregnant. Bending over like that isn't good for your health or the baby. Let me do these chores from now on." Seeing Xiaozhen come back, Lu Shi smiled and said, "Third sister-in-law, you're now the one working. Our family's livelihood depends on you. You don't need to do these chores anymore. I can do them slowly." Zhang Shi, hearing this, was not happy and said, "Big sister-in-law, what do you mean by saying that the family's livelihood depends on her? I only use things brought from my family. I haven't used anything from her." Xiaozhen didn't want to talk to Zhang, but hearing her words, she said, "Since second sister-in-law wants to be so clear, you should wash your own clothes and those of second brother." "What? That's funny. So, the things my husband did for the Han family don't need to be repaid? These days, my elder brother's matters have all been handled by my husband's family. We haven't asked for money, and that's already being kind. Second sister-in-law, why don't you mention that since you married into the Han family, the household chores you should have done were all taken over by the eldest sister-in-law?"
"You? Xiaozhen, how dare you talk to me like that?"
Xiaozhen wanted to reply, but Lu Shi quickly pulled her sleeve and whispered, "Don't say anything. Otherwise, she'll cause trouble again. I'm feeling better now. Besides, Mother has also helped a lot. It's fine." Reluctantly, Xiaozhen nodded. Everyone has their own motives, but people like Zhang really are annoying. Still, she couldn't just leave all household matters to the eldest sister-in-law because she was busy or thought it was natural. At this moment, she heard someone shout from the front yard, "Is Zhen at home?" That voice made Xiaozhen happy. She quickly went outside and saw Lu Li leaning on a cane in the yard.
"Li?
Your leg still isn't healed. Why did you come out?" Xiaozhen hurried over to help her sit on a bench. Seeing Lu Li's legs still bandaged with bamboo strips, it was clear she hadn't recovered. "Anyway, my leg is like this now. Whether I rest or not doesn't matter. It hasn't hurt these days, so I thought I'd come see you," Lu Li said happily, holding Xiaozhen's hand. "I was supposed to come to your house a few days ago, but I got busy and forgot. How is your family treating you?" Xiaozhen asked softly. When she mentioned her family, Lu Li gave a sad smile and shook her head. "Zhen, you've helped me so much. I feel grateful, but don't know how to say it. Actually, today I came to ask you for a favor. We've grown up together. Just tell me what's on your mind. I heard your ox cart business is doing well. Can you help me find a job there? No matter how hard or tiring, I don't mind. I just need a place to shelter from the wind and rain." Xiaozhen thought carefully. There really wasn't a suitable position for Lu Li, but she still smiled and said, "Yes, Once your leg heals, come find me. Really? Luli asked excitedly. Xiao nodded. In the backyard, Zhang looked coldly at the two people talking on the bench. She said sharply, "Who is this?" He seems to have a good relationship with Xiao. That appears to be Lu's daughter. Her man was the one who died on the small hill a few days ago. Is he the Green Forest man who fought in the martial contest and ended up dead? Zhang patted her chest nervously. Seeing Lu's wife nod, she said fearfully, "How does Xiao know such a woman? Is it bad luck? Are they leaving?" Lu's wife looked over and saw Lu's daughter getting up to leave, her face full of gratitude. She didn't know that the daughter and her third sister-in-law knew each other, but it seemed they had a good relationship. Night fell gradually. Han Ziren sent a message saying he couldn't come back to approve official documents. When the message arrived, the Han family was just waiting for Han Ziren to have dinner. Hearing he wouldn't return, they all started eating. At this moment, Lu's wife said, "Today, a villager returning from the county town said that Miss Qi ran away with a servant and was hit by someone. Now, this story is spreading all over the city."
What?
Zhang was surprised. Is the Qi girl, Qi Yelian, the niece of Madame Qi? Lu's wife nodded. "We only know one girl named Qi. Looking at her pretty face, I never thought she would do something so rebellious. I think this Qi girl is a bit proud and arrogant. How could she run away with a servant?" Zhang said in shock. "I only heard a few words from those women. It seems she liked a scholar and met him in the backyard garden. Somehow, she ran away with him." Madame Han let out a quiet sigh. If she ran, she ran. She didn't expect Qi Yelian to be such a scandalous woman. Seeing Xiao seriously eating, she suddenly felt relieved that she had kept her ground when Madame Qi tried to force Qi Yelian on Ziren. How is that possible? Doesn't the Qi girl like third brother? How could she run away with a servant? Zhang muttered. Old Mr. Han and Han Ziren, sitting beside Zhang, heard her quiet words. Old Mr. Han asked curiously, second daughter-in-law, "What are you talking about? How could the Qi girl like third brother?"
He's already married.
Zhang looked embarrassed. Xiao Zhen continued to eat calmly. Qi Yelian running away was just a small incident. But the word scholar, back garden, sounds so overly dramatic. When she asked Yu Sheng to do this, it sounded like something copied straight from a play. The next noon, Xiao Zhen had some free time and stayed inside all day, helping Lu Shi with chores. Recently, Lu Shi increasingly felt that her third younger sister-in-law was a good person. Not only did she help her husband, but she also took care of her when busy. She thought Xiao Zhen was very kind. Sisters-in-law worked together and talked happily, which was very rare and peaceful. While they were chatting and laughing, Zhang Shi happily came in. "Mother, where are you?" "Probably in the backyard," Lu Shi replied.
Why?
"You look so happy." Zhang Shi waved the note in her hand. Madame Qi sent another note, inviting Mother and us to enjoy the peach blossoms at the county official's house. Xiao Zhen paused her work and heard Zhang Shi look at her with disdain. But the madam didn't invite the third younger sister-in-law. "Why did you accept this note?" Mother Han's voice appeared at the door. Zhang Shi turned around. "Mother? Since it's Madame Qi's invitation, of course I have to go. Go tell the maid in the yard that, since it's spring busy season, we won't go to enjoy the peach blossoms. When we're free later, we'll visit and apologize." Mother Han's face was slightly serious.
How can that be?
To enjoy the peach blossoms with the county official's wife, that's such an honor. "Mother, how can you say we won't go?" Zhang Shi was unhappy. "This family is now under my control," Mother Han said sternly. Zhang Shi could only stomp her foot in frustration. All along, Mother Han's attitude toward her work was sometimes frustrating for Xiao Zhen, but she didn't take it to heart much. Recently, even if Mother Han's face didn't show much favor, her actions were actually to protect her. Xiao Zhen wondered whether she should find a good time to make peace. That night, Han Ziren still hadn't returned. It seemed he was quite busy. Since starting her business, Xiao Zhen had been sleeping later every night, but after Zhang Lu came, she felt more relaxed and didn't stay up as late. Night was quiet. Suddenly, Xiao Zhen woke up sharply. got up, and cautiously moved to the window. She gently opened the window slit and looked outside. In the yard, there were 4 masked men, each holding a shiny knife. Xiao felt her hearing might be getting worse. She only noticed the men after they entered the yard. It seemed she needed more practice to stay alert. At this moment, the masked leader took out a piece of paper and looked at it. After a while, he pointed to the house where Xiao was. "It's this house. Just strangle the woman inside directly. Remember not to leave any traces." Xiao frowned and stood behind the door. The door was gently pushed open. Soon, a masked man tiptoed inside. Xiao curled his finger and sharply pointed at the man's neck. The man's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed. Xiao caught him, gently closed the door, and placed him aside on the ground. He waited quietly for the second person. Soon, the second person entered. Xiao used the same method to knock him out and lay him on the ground. He waited again for the third person. Perhaps the people outside became suspicious. They no longer entered. Through the door, Xiao saw the remaining 2 nervously whispering outside his door. Quickly, one of them, carrying a knife, suddenly headed toward the house of Zhao's older brother. Xiao frowned and directly opened the door. When he saw Xiao, one of them suddenly said, "It's her." After speaking, he immediately raised his knife and tried to attack her. Using the same method, Xiao easily knocked these 2 down. However, she did not knock them out completely. Her eyes grew colder. "Tell me, who sent you?" "We won't say anything even if you kill us," one of them replied. "You're not very skilled, but your mouth is quite brave. Madame Qi sent you here?" "She underestimates me too much," Xiao said calmly. "How do you know it was Madame Qi?" The masked man suddenly stopped speaking, looking annoyed. Had she already figured it out? Clearly, these people were not professionally trained. Given her background from her previous life, fighting them was embarrassing. But she still needed to ask clearly, "Did she want you to kill me?" The man in black kept silent. Xiao sneered coldly. "If I wanted you to speak, I have hundreds of ways. I just don't bother. Now that I know who sent you, your silence is pointless. Better to tell me early, so I can let you go. You want to let us go? What else? Handing the little thief over to the villagers? That's too much trouble. But if I handed you over to the villagers, you'd probably be beaten and then handed over to the authorities. If that's what you want, I can make it happen." The man considered the pros and cons and the truth for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "All right, I'll tell you. Madame Qi said you planned for Miss Qi to be taken, and then we should just kill you directly, making it look like she was killed by bandits." Xiao untied their restraints. "You can go now. Take the 2 inside with you." Once their bodies were free, the 2 quickly stood up and carried out the unconscious people from inside. After walking a few steps and seeing that Xiao really intended to let them go, they felt relieved and left. Until the black-clad men disappeared, Xiao's gaze grew darker. Kill her? At first, she thought Madame Qi was just a bit more ruthless, but she didn't realize she was so bold, doing such a thing as murder. Ziran hadn't returned for 2 days. Could something have happened? Xiao thought it was unlikely. After all, he was an official appointed by the court and a top scholar. Madame Qi wouldn't dare do anything to him. Besides, she was determined to have Ziran become her nephew-in-law. After some thought, Xiao decided to head straight to her family home. When Aunt Xiao heard her daughter's cry and opened the door, she saw her daughter running straight toward the backyard where the ox cart was. Soon, she pulled the cart out. Curious, she asked, "Jean, it's late at night. Why are you pulling the ox cart?" "To pick up your son-in-law in the county town." On the way to the county town, Xiao drove very fast. Usually it would take about an hour or so, but now she arrived in just half an hour. The city gate was already closed. As Xiao was thinking about how to wake the guards at the city gate, it slowly opened. The gatekeeper came out and said, "Isn't this Xiao family's ox cart? Come in quickly." Xiao was surprised but quickly understood. It must be that Zhonglu had arranged everything well. She thanked him politely. "Sure enough," the gatekeeper said, "no need to thank me. Our chief steward Zhang is a good friend of yours. Xiao smiled and headed straight to Han Ziren's official residence. But halfway there, she saw countless soldiers suddenly rushing out from both sides, heading south. Imperial Guard? Xiao was surprised. These soldiers were well-trained and had a yellow stripe embroidered on their collars. If not the Imperial Guard, then who? But why were so many Imperial Guards here? Thinking this, Xiao left her ox cart and followed them. After about half an incense stick of time, over 100 Imperial Guards arrived at an elegant pavilion. Actually, it was Pinxiang Tower. At the same time, Xiao saw 3 people surrounded by the guards. Clearly, Carfaming, the 9th Prince CMO, and Han Ziren, whom she hadn't seen in 2 days. Seeing Prince Qi, Simo, Xiao immediately understood what was happening. A month had passed, and this time, the prince probably brought the Imperial Guard to seek revenge. The Pinxiang building was in danger. However, since she saw Han Ziren safe and sound, she relaxed. From now on, she would just watch the show quietly. She also looked at the shiny armor and brave Imperial Guard soldiers. Her whole body was excited. In her past life, to protect the emperor, she dressed as a or was always protected by the guards. Seeing them now, she felt a strong desire to wear armor again. At this moment, the Imperial Guard kicked open the door of the Pinxiang building. Chaos broke out. From the backyard, women and clients' frightened voices filled Xiao ears. She knocked out a guard in a corner, then took off his armor and put it on herself. She chuckled happily, feeling excited. "What are you doing here? Hurry up and follow me." A guard ran past her. Xiao clasped her hands in front of her chest and said proudly, "Yes," then quickly followed. Over 100 guards swept through the hall and rushed toward the back garden. Prince Han, with a cold face, was already in the garden. He gave an order, and all the guards rushed into various rooms. Soon, dozens of twin children and their clients were found. Xiao naturally rushed to a small room on the 2nd floor. She was familiar with the place. When guards came to attack, she quickly and bravely dealt with them. A few guards behind her looked at each other in surprise. "Why is he so excited?" "I don't know. By the way, this person looks unfamiliar. Maybe he just arrived this year." Xiao rushed into the room where Prince Qi was held earlier. When she saw the man holding the twin children on the bed, she shouted inwardly, "What the heck?" It was actually the current county magistrate, Lord Qi. "Traitor,
Who let you in?"
As she looked at the guards' uniforms, her eyes widened in disbelief. You are Imperial Guards?" At this moment, Xiao quickly blended into the guards without letting Lord Qi notice her. When Lord Qi was tied in front of Prince Qi Simo and told which room the owner was in, Simo's face showed a mix of surprise and then darkened with suspicion.
"Master Qi?
"Young master? Ziren, what are you doing?" Lord Qi only felt his eyes twitching constantly. He looked around at the many Imperial Guards and finally focused on Reaffirmation. "Master Zhua, why did you bring so many guards?" At this moment, several thugs from the garden were captured. "Sir, what's going on?"
"Sir."
His voice suddenly stopped when he saw the 9th Prince, CMO, standing in the middle. He exclaimed, "Sir, isn't this the young master you asked us to tie up that day, but he got away?"
"What?
"Did you deliberately let them tie him up?" Simo's expression turned dark and almost twisted. Next to him, Xiao said nothing. She already knew that Lord Qi was interested in CMO and took the opportunity to kidnap him while the 9th Prince was out playing. She never expected Lord Qi to have such a hobby. Even if she didn't know the young master's true identity, he was still someone close to Master Zhuofei. "No, that's not true," Lord Qi said, kicking the hard. "Don't talk nonsense and slander me." Zhuofei looked at the 9th Prince with confusion. "Emoer, what exactly happened that day? Why did you ask the Emperor for 500 guards and head straight to Shun County?"
"Simo stiffened."
Zhuofei then looked at Lord Qi. "Lord Qi, tell the truth quickly." But before he finished speaking, CMO suddenly drew a sword from the guard's waist and stabbed it into Lord Qi's chest.
"Mondhacker," Zhuofei exclaimed in shock.
Han Ziren's expression remained cold and calm, with no surprise at all, as if he had already expected CMO to act this way. Hiding in the dark, Xiao saw the ninth prince and knew he would do something, but she didn't expect him to kill a court official directly. If the emperor found out, he probably wouldn't forgive him. Hearing CMO gnash his teeth, he said, "He deserves to die." There was no more excitement. After a quick show of force, Xiao slowly retreated, slipping into a nearby shaded path. She casually threw off her armor and rushed out of Pinxiang Tower. It was truly unexpected. She never thought the ninth prince was targeted by the county magistrate. Thinking of this, Xiao felt a chill. But since the county magistrate was already dead, Lady Qi naturally fell from power. She didn't need to do anything more. Xiao looked up at the sky. The late-night stars were dense and bright, decorating the sky with a mysterious and captivating glow. Xiao was yawning while looking at the stars, thinking about whether to go back now or find an inn to wait until dawn. She casually touched her chest and realized she had come so suddenly that she hadn't brought any money. Maybe she should find Han Ziren? But if Han Ziren asked, she wouldn't know what to say. Besides, there are some things she didn't want Han Ziren to know. As Xiao walked with her head down, she suddenly saw a pair of black boots. She looked up sharply, and Han Ziren's cold, handsome face appeared before her.
Ziran?
Maybe she was so focused on her thoughts earlier that she didn't notice someone approaching. This person was Han Ziren. Han Ziren silently looked at her, then took her hand and led her toward his official residence. She was just bumped into? Xiao scalp prickled, especially since Han Ziren didn't say anything. What a coincidence. How did you come to the county town? Han Ziren asked gently. This question. Xiao hurriedly replied, I thought of you and couldn't sleep, so I came to find you. Really? A faint, almost hidden smile flickered in Han Ziren's cold eyes. Xiao quickly said, Of course it's true.
Since I saw you, I should go back now.
She turned to leave. Don't go back yet. Stay at the official residence tonight. I don't feel comfortable if you go alone. Han Ziren held her back. Xiao blinked and, mustering her courage, said, That's fine then. The street was so quiet that not even a sound could be heard. The surrounding houses had long fallen asleep, and the moonlight stretched their shadows long on the ground, occasionally intertwining. Master Qi is dead.
Xiao nodded, noticing Han Ziren raising an eyebrow at her.
She quickly put on a surprised look. Master Qi is dead? How did that happen? He previously liked the young master mower, so he kidnapped him and tried to do something inappropriate at the brothel. That was the day you brought a message to the master. Unfortunately, Master Qi didn't know that Mower was the current ninth prince, CMO Dian. After returning to the capital, the prince ordered the imperial guard to close the brothel. Oh my, the young master is actually the ninth prince? Master Qi really misjudged him. Xiao felt this surprise was almost painfully exaggerated. Are you not curious about what the inappropriate act was? Xiao. Did she misunderstand? Could it be that this inappropriate act was even more shocking than the ninth prince's identity? Fortunately, Han Ziren didn't plan to say more about that. Instead, he said, From the first time I saw Mower, I guessed his identity. Did you know right away when you first met him?
Exactly.
So, every time the young master went out to play, I would secretly follow him. Xiao nodded. Since Han Ziren had already figured out the ninth prince's identity, this was the right thing to do. Then she paused and asked, Every time? That day when the young master was taken to a brothel, did your people see it?
Yes.
I also know that the person behind the brothel is Lord Qi. I initially planned for the ninth prince to see Lord Qi before going to rescue him. But I didn't expect the ninth prince to be rescued before Lord Qi appeared. Xiao was silent. In other words, everything was part of Han Ziren's plan. She then thought of a serious problem. Did you see the face of the person who took the ninth prince away? The person I sent to follow him drew his appearance. At first glance, he somewhat resembles my wife. Han Ziren looked down at Xiao. Under the night, his cold black eyes were as deep as the night sky. Really? Haha, that's impossible. My wife is a woman, but that person is a man. Naturally, they can't be the same. Xiao Zhen felt relieved inside, but she secretly cursed herself. If he knew everything that happened tonight, it was clear he knew her story about spending the night with the 9th prince was false. Yet, he didn't argue or deny her words. Just now at the brothel, I also saw a side profile of a guard from the Imperial Guard who somewhat resembled my wife. Xiao Zhen's heart, which had been lifted, was raised even higher. Really? Such a thing? Why do his eyes look so bright? Almost. I thought it was my wife disguised as a man.
No.
I just entered the city.
Haha.
Xiao Zhen quickly changed the subject. What a coincidence that the 9th prince went to raid the brothel and just happened to run into Lord Qi. I knew Lord Qi was sleeping at the brothel at this time, which is why the 9th prince went now. Xiao Zhen looked at him in surprise. Why did you do that? I am protective of my people. If someone dares to hurt them, Han Ziren said lightly, but deep in his cold black eyes, there was a hint of icy resolve. I won't let him get away with it. His voice was very cold, but when he looked down at her, his dark eyes, as cold as the night, revealed a touch of tenderness. Xiao Zhen felt a strange emotion in her heart. Han Ziren was protecting her in his own way. She felt very warm inside, but at the same time, she realized she didn't really understand him at all. She always thought that Han Ziren had just taken the position of Tongji. Even if he was capable, he was only a weak scholar who lacked strength. To gain power and influence, he would need to enter the Hanlin Academy, then rise steadily to become a prime minister. But she never expected that he already possessed such skills and schemes. Behind her back, he worked very hard. Jinjin, I will tell you everything. I hope you can also tell me anything, don't hide things from me. Okay? Han Ziren held Xiao Zhen's hand gently and spoke softly. Of course, Xiao Zhen replied. But what could she hide from him? Even the incident on the small hill that day was seen by him. Aside from her being reborn, who would believe such a story? It's already impressive that she isn't considered superstitious. Is there anything you're hiding from me? Under the night sky, the shadows cast on his handsome face made him look cold and serious. But his voice was gentle, and his cold eyes showed tenderness only for her. For a moment, Xiao Zhen wanted to tell him everything about her thoughts, but she couldn't take the risk. She softly said no. He didn't mention the lies she told earlier. He deliberately avoided bringing up everything she had done before. She didn't want to stir trouble now. Even if she wanted to talk, she felt it wasn't the right time. Although Han Ziren expected her answer, he still felt a little disappointed. She hadn't told him about her rebirth, nor about Lu Li or Lady Qi's daughter, Xinger. She always thought she could handle these issues alone. Was he really so useless in her heart? Or... Han Ziren thought about the day he found the letter and went to find Xiao Zhen. She had vented her feelings while working in the fields. Did she love her current self or her past self? Sir, you're back. The master, the 9th prince, and General Situ are waiting inside for you. A guard from the Imperial Forest Army hurriedly said at the county gate, bowing with clasped fists. General Situ? Xiao Zhen asked curiously. That's General Situ Zhan's son, General Situ Cheng. Han Ziren saw Xiao Zhen's eyes brighten and said, from her look, it seems she recognizes this young General Situ. I don't really know him. After my husband took the top scholar exam, this General Situ sent a letter home. We only met once, Xiao Zhen quickly explained. Han Ziren nodded and took her hand as they entered the county office. The guards were everywhere in the government compound, standing 2 steps apart. Xiao Zhen discovered that even in the dark corners, there were shadow guards. These shadow guards were trained by her former mentor, General Situ Zhan, for the 9th prince. Although the battle for the throne had not yet become clear, her mentor had always supported the 9th prince, CMO, from the beginning. This was a key reason why the 9th prince was able to ascend to the throne. Jinglai, you leave so quickly. At least, you should have arranged things for later. When Situ Cheng heard that Han Ziren had returned, he stepped out of the inner room. Seeing Xiao Zhen beside Han Ziren, he was momentarily stunned. You? Have I seen you somewhere before? When she met her old friend from the past life, Xiao Zhen forced herself to hide her happiness and spoke like a normal girl. Little General Situ, don't you remember? When Xiren took the top scholar exam, he came to the Han family to deliver a message. If she remembered correctly, Jinglai was Han Xiren's courtesy name. When did their relationship become so close? She is my wife. Her name is Xiao Zhen, Han Xiren introduced. Situ rubbed his forehead. I remember now. But why is my sister-in-law here at this time? He missed me and came to see me, Han Xiren said, then pulled the awkward Xiao Zhen into the house. Situ Cheng looked at the night sky and muttered, my sister-in-law is quite special. Coming to the county town late at night just because she misses her husband? Both Che Feiming and the ninth prince, Si Huang, were surprised to see Xiao Zhen. Especially the ninth prince, whose face kept changing from pale to red. It was unclear what he was thinking inside. Now that they knew the ninth prince's identity, they naturally bowed to him. Xiao Zhen understood why the ninth prince's expression changed, so she kept her gaze lowered like a gentle woman, avoiding awkwardness. I'll take my wife to rest first, Han Xiren said, then led Xiao Zhen to a side room in the backyard. The room was very clean and had Han Xiren's coat hanging inside. It seemed to be a temporary resting place in the government office. Sure enough, he said, this is a small room I use when I'm tired from official duties. It's temporary but fully equipped. It's not yet dawn. Sleep for a while, and I will come to wake you. Xiao Zhen nodded. You don't need to worry about me. Go ahead and do your work. Remember, I miss you. Xiao Zhen was silent. Seeing that Han Xiren didn't leave but kept looking at her, was he waiting for her answer? She quickly nodded. Until Han Xiren left, Xiao Zhen felt a bit amused and helpless. Since Han Xiren confessed her feelings to him, he still looked cold towards her, yet his actions and words often showed a hint of closeness, sometimes so much that she felt a bit uncomfortable. But thinking about it, there was still a touch of sweetness in her heart. Just recalling what happened earlier, Xiao Zhen felt that one day they would have to talk openly about everything. Otherwise, Han Xiren might feel there was a gap between them, and he was just holding back for now. Xiao Zhen truly believed that Han Xiren liked her. Otherwise, how could he tolerate so much and still be so patient with her? She needed to think carefully about how to explain everything to him. Just as Xiao Zhen took off her coat, intending to sleep in her clothes, the door suddenly opened. The ninth prince, CMO, walked in with a stern face. He looked around, then quietly closed the door behind him. Xiao Zhen quickly put her coat back on. Ninth prince, why are you here? I should be asking you the same thing. Why did you come? CMO, looking young, had a slightly angry expression caused by embarrassment, but it wasn't real anger. His bright eyes looked at Xiao Zhen. I came to see my husband. From now on, you are not allowed to appear where I am, CMO said.
Why?
You know very well, CMO blushed and said angrily. Xiao Zhen sighed inwardly. Can't the ninth prince forget about this? I already have. Shameless. How can you forget such a thing? Does the ninth prince want to remember this for a lifetime? Xiao Zhen wondered. Shut up. Anyway, you absolutely cannot be within a mile of me. Otherwise. For a moment, CMO couldn't think of what else to say. Seeing Xiao Zhen's calm and gentle expression, he remembered how disgraceful he had been that day, how he had shown his ugly side in front of her, and how she had seen everything. He blurted out, otherwise, I will make Lord Han regret it. Xiao Zhen. She cleared her throat. I thought the ninth prince and Xiren were good friends. Even if we are friends, I will make him regret it, CMO replied. Xiao Zhen chuckled softly. If I remember correctly, that day, the ninth prince promised me a lifetime of wealth and honor. Have you forgotten? While the two were chatting happily, Sita-chung, upon hearing the message from the shadow guards, was surprised and widened his eyes. What did you say? The ninth prince entered the room where the Tongji lady was and even argued with her? Yes, this. How does the ninth prince know the Tongji lady? I do not know. What expression did the ninth prince have before entering the side room? He looked angry and embarrassed, but also somewhat happy. What does that mean? I can't quite describe it, but I was worried something might happen, so I came to report to the young general. Sitting there, Si Tu Cheng's first thought was, Could it be that the ninth prince likes this woman? No, although the ninth prince is only 15, he is very strict about choosing women. Madame Qi, from any perspective, could not have been chosen by the ninth prince. So, why would he be involved with her? Anyway, a man and woman alone together, if others found out, it wouldn't be good for the ninth prince. Thinking this, Situ-Ching quickly headed toward the small side room. When he reached the door, he saw it was brightly lit, and Han Ziren was inside. The two looked at each other, and it seemed the ninth prince had just come out of the room and was met by Han Ziren and the others.
Ha ha ha.
What are you all doing here? Situ-Ching hurried forward to smooth things over. Jing Xian was his friend and also someone his father trusted to assist the ninth prince in the future. Nothing should go wrong here. Fei Mingliang only glanced at him, and Han Ziren didn't look at him at all, just coldly stared at the ninth prince and bowed. I don't know what the ninth prince was doing inside the room.
The
ninth prince couldn't say anything after that. Seeing things might go badly, Situ-Ching was thinking of how to fix it when Xiao came out of the house, smiling softly. Mo said she misses me very much and came to see me. She also said she wants me to visit often and chat. Isn't that right, Mo? Simo's face darkened, but she had to reply yes. Mo has accepted Xiao as her older sister. She stole a glance at Han Ziren's expression. Why was it even darker? Thinking of what General C2 had told her before, to treat Han Ziren kindly, she quickly added, she also agreed that in the future, she can call the emperor by his name directly and no longer needs to bow. Fei Mingliang's gentle eyebrows moved slightly in surprise. The ninth prince's character was not well known to outsiders, but he knew it very well. He looked young but was very cunning. He seemed simple but was actually ruthless. He wondered how Madame Qi caught his eye and received such favor. I see. Situ-Ching saw that Madame Qi, who had come out, was dressed properly and felt relieved. He quickly stepped forward and smiled at Han Ziren. Jing Xian, it's rare for the ninth prince to like an elder sister so much. Look at this favor. It's truly great. He deliberately emphasized the words elderly person. Han Ziren didn't say a word, just bowed and said, Your Highness, the prince is still young, but there are differences between men and women. You should be more careful in the future. I am a bit tired, so please, Your Highness and others who are not involved, leave now. All right, you all rest. Hearing Han Ziren's words, Situ-Ching quickly pulled the visibly uncomfortable ninth prince away. Fei Ming looked at Han Ziren's calm face and thought, this Xiao family looks ordinary, but I didn't expect them to make Ziren care so much. They really have some skill. Ziren? Seeing Han Ziren silent, though his face didn't show what he was thinking, Xiao guessed what was going on and said, the ninth prince is only 15. He doesn't have many worries. Since you know he's a prince, you should avoid causing trouble. You shouldn't let him come into the room. I understand, I won't do it next time. She had planned to leave the room when the ninth prince came in, but didn't expect him to speak so suddenly. She was momentarily stunned and forgot about avoiding trouble. It was indeed her oversight. There's only an hour until dawn. Sleep a bit. With that, Han Ziren began to take off his outer coat. Xiao nodded, also took off her coat, and got into bed. When Han Ziren came over, he covered both of them with blankets. Inside, he held Xiao hand, their fingers intertwined. Although emotionally, Xiao leaned toward Han Ziren, and their time together had been quite happy since he found her. Until that night when Han Ziren suddenly moved into her room to sleep with her, Xiao started feeling uncomfortable. Tears fell as she realized that chasing after Han Ziren had become a habit. One day, she chased him to the point of exhaustion, but then she didn't know how to get along with this man who looked cold on the outside but was actually very aloof inside. She had become used to his distance, yet when he suddenly became so intimate, she found herself unaccustomed. Xiao felt a bit defeated by herself.
Han sier suddenly whispered softly.
Xiao was about to ask what was wrong, but Han Ziren had already rolled over and faced her. Their eyes met, and Xiao looked a little embarrassed. Han Ziren lowered his head, affectionately stroking Xiao's smooth black hair. Ajin, I don't know what I was like before I lost my memory, but since I now recognize my feelings for you, I want to grow old with you and never hurt you again. When did this man start saying such sweet words? Xiao looked into his serious eyes and gently replied, me too. Her only wish in life was to live until her natural end. Han Ziren gently embraced her. Sleep a little. The next morning, when Xiao woke up, Han Ziren had already left. After washing up and stepping outside, she saw someone standing at the door. Seeing her come out, he quickly bowed and said, Madam, the master said breakfast is ready. No need to go out to buy anything. Xiao nodded and asked, where is the master now? He left early this morning to handle some issues after the steward of the Qi family brought people over to cause trouble. She nodded again. Madam, the small kitchen is over here. Please follow me. The servant led Xiao to the small kitchen for her meal. At this moment, faint crying and shouting from the women in the front hall could be heard, but it soon stopped. She had thought she and Madame Qi would clash for a while, but unexpectedly, it turned out like this, saving her a lot of trouble. Has Madame Qi come? I don't know, the servant replied. I haven't heard her mentioned. The breakfast at the government office was simple, just a few plain steamed buns and a bowl of pickled vegetables. Does the chief clerk eat only these two things for breakfast every day? Yes, the servant answered. I've brought him other food before, but he said his wife eats this every day, and he wants to eat the same. Same as her? Xiao felt a warm feeling inside. The master is busy with official duties. Next time, I'll add some fresh side dishes. If he asks, just say I suggested it. Yes, madam. While they were eating, someone came in and said, Madam, a man named Zhang Lu wants to see you. Quickly, bring him in. She didn't expect Zhang Lu to come so quickly after she entered the city and looked for her. Soon, Zhang Lu was called in. Seeing Xiao, he happily bowed and said, Young master, the friend guarding the city gate told me a carriage was coming in, so I guessed it was you. I came to take you to the shop, to take a look. I was just about to go see it, Xiao said, then turned to the servant nearby. If the master asks, just say I went to the shop. Yes. Xiao didn't expect Zhang Lu to come by carriage to pick her up. Seeing the young master keep looking at the carriage, Zhang Lu said, Brother Han's craftsmanship is truly impressive. Many people have asked me who made this carriage. Oh? And what did you say? I told them it's our Xiao family's ancestral craft for ox carts. Xiao smiled as she got into the carriage. This was the first time she rode in one since Brother Han finished making it. The carriage was mainly used for wealthier families who didn't like sharing a crowded ox cart with others. Sitting in it now, she felt quite comfortable. At this moment, Zhang Lu, who was driving the carriage, also talked to Xiao about the business situation over the past few days. After about half an incense stick of time, the two arrived at the shop at the south gate of the county town. As soon as Xiao got off the carriage, she saw a long line outside the shop, with everyone rushing to buy tickets. Since the shop opened, more and more people have been coming back to the county and villages. Zhang Lu led Xiao inside from behind the shop. Here, 6 workers were carefully stamping cow tickets. When Zhang Lu introduced Xiao to everyone, the 6 quickly stood up and bowed, each calling out, Madame Tongji. Xiao. Indeed, being called Madame Tongji sounds more impressive than being called young mistress. I have seen the young mistress. Yusheng came over. Xiao smiled and looked at the pen in Yusheng's hand. She said, I thought Yusheng only taught school, but I didn't expect him to handle these matters so skillfully. She was referring to the situation with Miss Qi. At the time, she was quite worried, as it was a case of a secret escape. Yusheng smiled a little embarrassedly. I usually listen to many plays at the theater, so I just referenced a very common script. Young mistress, since that incident, Lady Qi has had no time to attend to us. The drivers from those villages have resumed normal travel, Zhang Lu said. Xiao nodded. Since we rented this shop, has anyone come to cause trouble? There were some before, but after hearing that the young mistress is Madame Tongji, they stopped and even became quite polite. It's naturally difficult for a commoner to break into the county and carve out a share, but with the identity of Madame Tongji, she was given many conveniences. At least in Sheng County, she had a solid footing. Where money is needed, don't hold back. Understood, Zhang Lu said with a smooth expression. Next, Xiao Zhen spent time reviewing the ledgers from these days. When she finished, it was already noon. Seeing Xiao Zhen stand up, Zhang Lu hurried over and asked, "Young mistress, I've arranged for food and drinks." Xiao Zhen nodded. "Young mistress, do you want to visit the shop at the North Gate this afternoon? Second brother Han is working there." Xiao Zhen nodded, just about to ask about Han Zining's recent situation, when a servant came in and said, "Young mistress, someone from your village is here to see you." They look in a hurry, as if something has happened. Did he say his name? The servant thought for a moment. It seems to be Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng? Isn't that the old village chief's son? He used to take good care of the Xiao family before. Why is he coming to find her now? When Xiao Zhen walked out, she saw Lu Cheng pacing anxiously. As soon as he saw her, he hurried over and said, "Xiao Zhen, the Han family is in trouble."
What?
Xiao Zhen exclaimed in surprise. "Earlier, I went to the government office to find Xiren, but he wasn't there. I told the guards about the situation and hurried here to find you." "Go pour a glass of water for Brother Lu," Xiao Zhen said, noticing Lu Cheng was gasping for breath. After giving Lu Cheng the water, Xiao Zhen said, "Brother Lu, take your time." Lu Cheng drank the water in one gulp. "In broad daylight, I can't believe it. A group of people broke into your house, smashing things and grabbing people. Now your mother-in-law and your eldest sister-in-law have been taken away. Your second sister-in-law probably went into town with Brother Han and wasn't captured. The villagers tried to stop them but were hurt." Xiao Zhen's face darkened. "Did Brother Lu see where they went?" "They went behind the small creek at the edge of our village. It looked like they headed toward the back cliff of Jinwan Mountain."
Zhen?
Han Xiren's voice suddenly sounded. Xiao Zhen looked up and saw Xiren and Situ Cheng approaching with a few imperial guards. "It was our mistake. We didn't expect Lord Qi to be secretly working with the Green Forest people," Situ Cheng said. "Madam, don't worry. Jing Xian and I will go rescue Madame Han right away." "I'll go too," Xiao Zhen said. She had known about the Qi family's secret dealings with the Green Forest people for a while, but she didn't expect them to target the Han family. She felt partly responsible. "What are you going to do?" "If there are many enemies, we need to protect you too," Situ Cheng said. But he also saw Han Xiren reaching out his hand to Xiao Zhen. "Let's go." Situ Cheng thought, protecting Han Xiren alone was already tough. Protecting two people? Well, he would be careful. At this moment, a guardsman brought a horse for Xiao Zhen. Situ Cheng was about to say she probably couldn't ride, but to his surprise, Xiao Zhen smoothly mounted the horse with quick, elegant movements, like a seasoned rider. She looked very confident. Xiao Zhen also looked at Han Xiren, noticing he was holding a warhorse too. She asked Xiren, "Do you know how to ride?" Before Han Xiren could answer, Situ Cheng said, "He can ride. I taught him in the capital." "Does your sister also know how to ride?" "She looks pretty skilled. I've been riding cattle since I was young. I think riding a horse is the same as riding cattle. I didn't expect that going up would make horseback riding seem much easier than riding a cow," Xiao Zhen said honestly, though she was lying. Situ Cheng. He thought, maybe I should try riding a cow next time. A single trip by ox cart to the county took about an hour. The warhorse was well-trained and arrived in just the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. They didn't return to the village, but headed straight toward the back cliff of Jinwan Mountain, as Lu Cheng had described. This back cliff was actually the Iron Ridge, where Xiao Zhen often set traps. It was mostly cliffs, and she knew it very well because she used it to set traps without being noticed, earning some money. While Situ Cheng and Han Xiren looked at the mountain trail, Xiao Zhen said, "Just leave the horses here. Follow me." "Little sister-in-law, do you know this place?" Situ Cheng asked curiously. "I'm very familiar with it," Xiao Zhen replied, observing the slightly changed trees around them. Although the changes were subtle, she was sure that the group had come up this way. "It's not." Before Situ Cheng could finish joking, Han Xiren said, "Let's go." Situ Cheng thought, why does Jingxian listen so obediently to my wife? They quickly reached the halfway up the mountain. The iron ridge grew steeper as they went higher, and looking up, it was a sheer cliff, dangerous and intimidating. How could anyone be here? Situ Chung panted. Little sister-in-law, are you sure you took the wrong path?
No, Xiao thendi blei.
Look around, there are thickets everywhere, no hiding spots. How could those people come here? Xiaozhen didn't expect that she had only met Situ Ching a few years earlier, yet their personalities were completely different now. At that time, Situ Ching didn't talk so much and was more steady. Now, he only seemed to focus on what was right in front of him. Are they over there? Xiaozhen pointed at the cliff higher up. Han Ziren looked up and saw several figures. Those people had also seen them, or perhaps had been watching them all along, and they seemed to be waiting for them. Just as Xiaozhen was about to go forward, Situ Ching said, Jingxian, you and little sister-in-law don't have martial arts skills. Stay here and wait for us. Then he turned to the Imperial Guards behind him and said, Let's go. We're going too. They are my family, Han Ziren said, and followed them. Tealing's steepness is mainly because of many cliffs, but these cliffs are only about 10 meters or even just a few meters high. No one dares to come here because the bottom of the cliff is full of sharp, towering rocks. If someone falls, their life would be in danger. When a group of people appeared on the mountaintop, they saw Madame Qi surrounded by a group of forest fighters, coldly watching them. Ziren? Third sister-in-law? Mother Han, Lu, called out in alarm. Xiaozhen looked over and saw that Mother Han and Lu were left aside. Seeing they had no injuries and weren't, Xiaozhen felt relieved. Xiaozhen, anyone who harms me will not end well. You won't be an exception, Madame Qi said when she saw Xiaozhen. Her usual elegance was gone, and her face was almost twisted as she spoke. She then looked at Han Ziren. Lord Han, you really don't know how to appreciate kindness. Let the people go, Han Ziren said coldly. Let them go? Since they've already been caught, how can we release them? This will be your graveyard, Xiaozhen, Han Ziren. I want you to watch how I push your loved ones off the cliff. As soon as Madame Qi finished speaking, the Imperial Guards and a few shadow guards who had broken through from the cliff edge immediately took control of the forest fighters guarding Mother Han and the others. Madame Qi's face turned pale. You? Xiaozhen was already impatient with her. Even the shadow guards following secretly could handle her easily, and the Imperial Guards alone would be enough. If it weren't for worrying about so many people, she would have dealt with her long ago. Suddenly, Madame Qi sneered and shouted into the air, Release the arrows. Instantly, dozens of arrows shot out from the woods about 10 meters away. Xiaozhen wanted to block, but Han Ziren pulled her behind him. At the same time, several shadow guards who had been hiding quietly rushed into the woods and silently took down the archers. Xiaozhen stared at Han Ziren in shock. This man actually used his body to protect her. Although the arrows wouldn't hurt her, they could harm him. Fortunately, Situ Ching stepped in front of him. At this moment, Situ Ching asked, Woman, what are you trying to do? Xiaozhen looked over and saw that Lu was somehow brought to the edge of the cliff by Madame Qi, while Mother Han was rescued by the Imperial Guards. What are you doing? Mrs. Qi sneered as she looked at everyone. You killed my husband and ruined my plans. Of course, I have to find someone to take the blame. Oh, no, 2 people. This woman is also pregnant. Please don't. Please, spare me, Lu pleaded, covering her belly and looking at Mrs. Qi with fear. Mrs. Qi, we have no grudges. Lu Ruhui, I have no grudge against you, but I do against Xiaozhen. Since you sisters-in-law like to pretend to be so close, I'll just let you have your way. Lu trembled as she looked at Xiaozhen and then at Mrs. Qi. Your belly is at least 5 months along, right? I don't know if it's a boy or a girl. If it's a boy, that would be a shame, Mrs. Qi sneered coldly, grabbing Lu's hand and shaking her on purpose. Behind them was a cliff. Lu's face had turned pale from fear, and she had no strength left to fight. Seeing everyone's gaze on her and realizing her loyal helpers were useless, and with her husband dead, she felt she had lost everything. A cruel look flashed in her eyes. She grabbed Lu and jumped off the most dangerous and highest cliff in the Iron Ridge. Situ Chung and Han Ziren ran over, But someone was even faster, almost in the blink of an eye, who jumped down the cliff directly. "Ah Jun!" Han Ziren shouted in terror. Situ Chung was stunned that his sister-in-law was so foolish as to jump. His heart missed a beat, but seeing Han Ziren run toward her desperately, he quickly held him back.
Calm down.
"Ah Jun," Han Ziren whispered, pushing Situ Chung aside and walking toward the cliff, but he couldn't bring himself to step forward. He closed his eyes, and just as he was about to reach the edge, Xiaozhen's voice came from the other side. "I'm here." Everyone turned around quickly and saw Xiaozhen walking out from a small path on the other side, all stunned. "Didn't you jump off the cliff?" Situ Chung asked in surprise. "I used to hunt here often," Xiaozhen explained. "There's a vine at the bottom of this cliff. It's where Mrs. Qi jumped. When I jumped, I grabbed my sister-in-law and the vine. There's also a small path at the bottom of the cliff that leads back here." Xiaozhen was about to leave the mountain when suddenly Han Ziren grabbed her hand, causing her to fall into his arms. She heard his trembling voice say, "Are you crazy?" He seemed scared about what just happened. Xiaozhen quickly reassured him, "I was confident when I did it."
I'm fine.
"Never do such dangerous things again, understand?" She obediently nodded. Meanwhile, Situ Chung ordered his men to go down the mountain and bring Lu Shi back. He also looked at Xiaozhen with curiosity. He thought she was very brave, so much so that even with a vine nearby, few people would dare jump down like that. If she had been hurt or worse, it would be a big loss. He also noticed her strength was greater than that of a man. Plus, her speed was impressive, faster than even him, as if she had trained in martial arts. Han Ziren let go of Xiaozhen and said to his close friend, "You don't know. Ah Zhen has been living in these mountains since she was young, so her speed isn't normal. But still, enough talking. Xiaozhen needs rest," Han Ziren said. Then he helped his mother and Lu Shi, who was still shaken, down the mountain. Xiaozhen watched Han Ziren's back with a complicated look. She hadn't expected him to cover for her. The real person who should be surprised or questioning was himself. Whether it was this time or the incident on the small hill, he had silently endured it all. How did he really feel about her? Thinking about the night County Magistrate Qi died, he had said he didn't want her to hide anything from him. Xiaozhen wondered if he had been waiting for her to tell the truth. But how could she confess? That she was reborn? At that moment, the Imperial Guards who had gone to bring Lu Shi suddenly rushed over and said, "Sir, young general, Lady Han from the Han family has lost a lot of blood. It looks like she might have had a miscarriage." Back in Tongxia village, the villagers had already gathered around the Han family. Old Han and Han De Ge had returned from the fields, and Han Erge had come back from the shop in the county town. When Han Ziren returned with his mother and Lu Shi, the family finally relaxed. Han De Ge quickly carried his wife, who was covered in blood, into the house. Soon the doctor arrived. Old Han helped his wife into the room and brought her a cup of hot tea to calm her nerves. Her hands trembled constantly, showing she was still very upset. Mrs. Zhang from the courtyard was holding Han's second brother's hand tightly, repeatedly whispering "thank goodness" in her heart. If she hadn't gone to the county town with her husband today, she might have been taken away by Madame Qi. She never expected Madame Qi to be so ruthless. She cursed Madame Qi silently, feeling angry. After the villagers who came to check on her left, the Han family suddenly became quiet and cold. At this moment, Aunt Xiao and Uncle Xiao hurriedly entered. "Father, Mother," Xiaozhen called out. Seeing Xiaozhen, Aunt Xiao quickly looked her over and asked, "Are you okay?"
I'm fine.
What could possibly be wrong with her? Mrs. Zhang rolled her eyes at how much the Xiao family treasured Xiaozhen. "The one who's really in trouble is my mother-in-law and my sister-in-law, not her. We heard that our relatives had an accident, so we came quickly to see what happened," they asked. Xiaozhen briefly explained everything. Aunt Zhao's eyes widened in shock. What? Are there really such shameless people? And that person is even our county's official? Yes, that's right, Uncle Xiao said angrily. Mrs. Zhang wanted to say something, but was stopped by her husband's look. She could only snort reluctantly, feeling a bit scared of Madame Qi's extreme temper. At this time, the doctor and Han's eldest brother came out of the house. Xiao Zhen and Han Ziren hurried to meet them. "Doctor, is my sister-in-law okay?" The doctor sighed. Han's sister-in-law was too shocked. As for the baby in her belly, Han Ziren said seriously, "Doctor, no matter what, you must save my brother's child." Han's eldest brother, with red eyes and head bowed, said nothing. The doctor sighed again. "I will prepare some medicine first and do my best." "Ajin, what are you thinking?" Aunt Xiao saw her daughter's face looked a little strange and hurriedly asked, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?"
I'm fine.
Looking at Lu's house, Xiaozhen remembered that in her previous life, she stayed in Han's house for 3 years, but Lu never got pregnant. However, in this life, Lu is pregnant. The child she's carrying might not survive. Seeing Xiaozhen's pale face, even though she had remained calm when jumping off the cliff to save someone earlier, her current expression made Han Ziren feel worried. Could it be that sister-in-law's child? Thinking this, his heart sank. At this moment, Han's eldest brother asked, "Doctor, when will my wife wake up?" The doctor handed him the prepared medicine. "I don't know. You should give her the medicine quickly." Xiao Zhen did not want Lu's child to die. This was Han's eldest brother and Lu's first child. After so many years of marriage, their first natural child was very precious. Moreover, this matter was caused by her. Thinking this, she asked the doctor, "Doctor, even if I spend 10,000 taels, I want to save my sister-in-law's unborn baby. Is there any way?"
10,000 taels.
The doctor was stunned. Probably, besides the royal family, no one would spend such a large amount of money to save a fetus only 5 or 6 months old. After all, Lu was still young and had many chances to have children in the future. Hearing Xiaozhen's words, Han's mother, who was helped out by Han's father, was also stunned. Seeing Xiaozhen and Xiao Shizi, she didn't show any displeasure. Instead, she looked at the doctor with worry, as if afraid the doctor couldn't help. The doctor thought for a moment. There is a way, but it doesn't require 10,000 taels. Han's eldest brother, standing nearby, looked at the doctor excitedly and then at Xiaozhen. He never expected that his third sister-in-law would be willing to spend such a large sum to save her sister-in-law's fetus. This kind of love was probably hard for even biological parents to match. 10,000 taels? Is she crazy? The baby is only 5 months old. What's worth saving? Zhang Shi muttered. Then she thought, my goodness, the Xiao family is really wealthy now. The method the doctor mentioned involved expensive medicinal herbs. It would take some time to prepare these herbs, but luckily, Sidu Cheng's warhorse was available, and they gathered the herbs in less than 2 days. When Lu's fetus stabilized, 10 days had passed. Since that scare, Lu's health had not been good. But since the baby was safe, everyone in the Han family finally relaxed. Xiao Zhan was exhausted and lying in bed. When she heard the doctor say that the fetus was stable and there was no danger, she felt she could finally sleep peacefully tonight. Since the Qi family's incident, Han Ziren had been busy with his own matters and hadn't returned for several days. She had no time to worry about the Han family. During these days, Xiao Zhan kept returning to the county town to manage everything with the Han family. When Han Ziren returned, he saw Xiao Zhan sleeping, looking exhausted. He quietly stood by her bed, watching her sleep in the dim candlelight. His face showed deep concern. The more he understood her, the more he felt she was a woman worth liking. She was so kind and caring that it made him feel even more distressed. Whether it was how she treated his mother, risking her life to save his sister-in-law, or how she treated everyone in the Han family, she showed immense tolerance and kindness. Xiao Zhen on the bed moved slightly. Perhaps feeling watched, she slowly opened her eyes. When she saw Han Ziren standing by the bed, she quickly sat up. You're back? I thought you wouldn't come home tonight. She had been sleeping so deeply that she didn't notice anyone entering. Everything is almost settled, so I came back for a quick visit. Xiao Zhen nodded. Seeing Han Ziren start to undress, she lay back down in bed, making space for him. After lying down, Han Ziren pulled Xiao Zhen into his arms. What's wrong? Xiao asked softly, sensing that Han Ziren seemed a bit different tonight. People in the countryside often have children every few years. Some children don't survive, but we didn't pay much attention. I didn't expect you to spend so much money to protect the unborn child of the eldest sister-in-law. This matter started because of us. Since it involves us, we must do everything we can to save the baby in the eldest sister-in-law's belly. You're spending too much. It's not a waste. You will pay me back later. Han Ziren chuckled softly and held her tighter. All right, wife, whatever you want me to do, I will do it. Xiao smiled. Actually, she wanted to save Lu Shi because, as she said earlier, this was caused by them. Also, in her previous life, Lu Shi hadn't had any children in these 3 years. If this baby could be born smoothly now, she felt it would be different. Ultimately, she was still worried about repeating the same outcome as her past life. So, she thought that if there was someone who didn't appear in her previous life, she would feel a bit more secure. The next morning, Xiao got out of bed early. Now, the Han family didn't need her to do much. Mother Han had taken on almost all the chores, and she only needed to focus on her own tasks. Sometimes, Xiao felt a little guilty. Lu Shi could only lie in bed. Zhang Shi did nothing, and she had no time to do anything either. All the work was left to Mother Han. It didn't feel right, either emotionally or logically. The breakfast at the Han family was the same as usual, except now Lu Shi's portion was to be brought into the house. Strangely, this morning Lu Shi actually got out of bed. Second sister-in-law, are you feeling okay? Xiao asked happily. Lu Shi had long expressed her gratitude to Xiao. Despite that, her feelings of thankfulness still couldn't be fully expressed. She didn't know what else to do, only nodded and said, Third sister-in-law, thank you so much. It's nothing. Seeing the close relationship between Lu Shi and Xiao, Zhang Shi felt angry but couldn't do anything. She could only bite into her steamed bun to vent her frustration. When Mother Han brought out all the steamed buns, she looked at everyone and said, Everyone sit down. I have something to say. Since the incident with Lu, Xiao thought that Aunt Han would feel uncomfortable seeing her, but she didn't. She remained as cold as before, which made her feel relieved. She and Aunt Han got along quite well. Mother, what's the matter? Asked second brother Han. Mother Han looked at her 3 sons and their wives, then glanced at old Han. After he nodded, she took out 3 small booklets. These 3 booklets contain the family's expenses, social obligations, and the money earned by De Wang, Wang, and Sanwang. She handed the booklets to the 3 daughters-in-law. Zheng's face lit up with joy as she opened hers to look. At this moment, Mother Han also took out 2 small bags of money and placed them in front of eldest brother Han and second brother. This money is what you usually earned and contributed to the family. Before we divided the household, these funds didn't belong to you. They were meant to support the entire Han family. However, only a small part of this money was used by Mother and me, and even that part was mainly for you. The rest is returned to you. Mother? Eldest brother Han asked anxiously. Our family has so many people, and we need money for everything. Why are you giving this back to us? Yes, Mother, added Lu, also anxious. She had never managed a household before and didn't understand how hard it was to keep everything in order. She used to complain that her mother-in-law was too strict and even didn't allow them to hide private savings. But she didn't expect that her mother-in-law hadn't used any of it, and all social exchanges were recorded so carefully. Mother Han smiled calmly. Listen to me. The parts that have been used are written in this booklet. You can check it later. As for Sanling's family, she looked at Xiao and said, when Sanling passes the imperial exam and becomes a top scholar, the court will give him many rewards. Later, you can go with me to collect them. Xiao nodded, understanding a little what Mother Han was planning. Seeing her 3rd son's expression, Mother Han knew they probably guessed what she was about to say. She sighed inwardly and said, From today, we will divide the household. This one sentence made Lu and Zhang both open their eyes wide. Naturally, Lu was surprised, and Zhang was excited. The 2 older brothers looked at their mother in disbelief. This kitchen, your father and I have used it all our lives, and we will continue to do so. Your kitchen will be built behind the room where you sleep. We will contribute half of the money, and the rest you will have to pay yourself. After finishing speaking, Han's mother looked a little tired and sat down to eat slowly. Mother, why do you suddenly want to split the family? Han's second brother asked confusedly. As soon as he finished speaking, Mrs. Zhang sharply pinched his left leg under the table. Han's second brother winced in pain. Mrs. Zhang's little trick was clearly seen by Han's mother, who said, "Isn't it true that your wife has been insisting on splitting the family? Now your eldest sister-in-law is pregnant and can't work. Xiao Zhan is busy with her own affairs, and the whole family depends on me. Naturally, I can't handle it all. Splitting the family is good. From now on, each family should take care of their own matters." As soon as Han's mother finished speaking, an old voice came from outside the door. Han, are you home? Yes, old village chief. Han's father replied and hurried outside to meet him. Splitting the family is not easy. Even small things like pots, bowls, and chopsticks need to be divided clearly. Therefore, the village chief and respected elders must come to witness. Han's mother had clearly prepared well and called the most respected elders in the village. Seeing Han's mother talking with these elders, Mrs. Zhang excitedly tugged on her husband's sleeve. Finally, the family is split. We don't have to suffer your mother's anger anymore. How can my mother make you suffer? You just refuse to let her suffer. And why are you so happy about this? Han's second brother was increasingly dissatisfied with his wife. Of course, I'm happy about the split. Didn't you see how your eldest brother said nothing when mother brought it up? Clearly, they were also looking forward to splitting the family, Mrs. Zhang said to Han's eldest brother and Liu. Han Zihen looked at his older brother. Although he didn't say anything, he occasionally exchanged glances with his sister-in-law. Their eyes seemed a bit excited, just as Mrs. Zhang said. Meanwhile, the third brother-in-law looked very serious. Xiao Zhen felt very heavy-hearted. Whether she was unworthy or mean, splitting from Han's mother meant she would no longer often enjoy the dishes cooked by her. Thinking about how she was not good at kitchen work and that Han Ziren couldn't even do rough chores, she felt increasingly sad. In this small village, if she found a maid, not only would there be gossip from outsiders, but even her relationship with the Han family might be a big challenge, let alone dealing with Mrs. Zhang's sharp tongue. Oh well, what's wrong with enduring some hardship? What's wrong with giving her the cold shoulder? Not having enough to eat is the real problem. The result of dividing the family property was that everything was split into 4 parts. Even the chopsticks and bowls were fairly divided without favoritism. Finally, they discussed how to care for the elderly parents. Each year, the 3 sons had to give their parents a bag of grain and a few silver coins. Just as the old village chief was about to ask everyone to sign their names, Zhang Shi expressed her dissatisfaction, saying, "Why do we need 3 or 4 silver coins? Our income for the year is only that much." As for the third brother, not just 3, even 10 silver coins would be fine, right? He should be more respectful to his parents. The elders had long known Zhang Shi's temper, but they didn't expect her to refuse even 3 silver coins. However, since this was a family matter of the Han family, they didn't want to interfere and instead looked at Han Ziren. Han's mother was so angry, she could hardly speak. "Just 3 silver coins, that's nothing to us. Besides, Han's second brother wanted to say that he earned over 5 silver coins a month from his work, but seeing Zhang Shi's angry glare, he held back. It wasn't that he was afraid of his wife, but he thought if Zhang Shi caused trouble in front of so many outsiders, it would embarrass the Han family. Later, he could secretly give the money to his parents. Thinking about how his parents had worked hard to raise him, and now he wanted to show filial piety but had to consider his wife's feelings, Han's second brother felt uncomfortable. Han Ziren bowed to the elders and said, "My affairs are always managed by a Zhen. If the elders ask her, she will tell you what to do. Whatever she says, we follow." Xiao Zhan was silent. She thought, "My parents' matters are my own decision," but seeing everyone looking at her, she hesitated and then said, "I don't really understand household expenses. Let the old village chief decide. As long as he makes the decision, I will follow. The old village chief didn't expect Xiao Zhen, the daughter raised by the Han family, to be so polite. He nodded in approval and said, all right then. Han Dali and Early will each give their parents 2 bags of grain every year, with 2 silver coins for expenses. Third brother will give 1 bag of grain, with 4 silver coins for expenses. How does that sound? Everyone agreed. Although it was 2 silver coins more, the total grain was reduced by 1 bag, so Zhang Shi was still unhappy, but it was better than before. She happily took the items and returned to her room. Lu Shi and Han's eldest brother waited until the elders left before returning to their house. At that moment, only Han's father, Han's mother, Xiao Zhen, and Han Ziren were in the yard. Looking at the bowls and chopsticks on the table, Xiao Zhen felt a headache coming on. She then heard Han's mother say, come with me. I've carefully packed the things the court sent for Ziren into the box. Just as Han's mother finished speaking, Zhang stepped out of the house. Mother, since the court sent things to third brother, shouldn't we get some too? Zhang said confidently.
What?
Han's mother frowned. Zhang replied coldly, our whole family has only supported third brother to study all these years. With his achievements, he has put in effort, so naturally, he should share some of the rewards. Nonsense. I just said that the money earned by big brother and second brother over the years was mainly used for themselves. The records clearly show that the silver for Ziren studies came from me and your father, Han's eldest aunt said angrily, her face turning pale. What are you talking about? Second brother Han, hearing his wife speak, also turned pale with anger. Don't forget, I also paid the bride price to marry you, which was paid by third brother. Hearing her husband shout, Zhang immediately looked upset and blushed. She stomped into the house and slammed the door shut. Second brother Han quickly apologized to Ziren, saying, Father, mother, third brother, third sister, please don't take it to heart. Heart Moon is just like that. Seeing his parents' faces turn pale from anger at his wife, second brother Han, frustrated and unsure what to do, had no choice but to go inside. As soon as second brother Han left, Xiao Zhen said to Han's mother, Aunt Han, just leave Ziren's things with you. We took them back, but we have nowhere to put them. Since the family is divided, I no longer have a reason to manage these things, Han's mother replied coldly. I still need to talk to you about this. Xiao Zhen looked at Ziren, who seemed to understand what she wanted to say, with a smile in his eyes. Han's mother asked, What is it? Well, I can't cook, and I'm not good at house chores. Aunt Han, I can go hungry, but if Ziren goes hungry, you'll be heartbroken, right? Old Han, standing nearby, suddenly understood. Oh, right. How did I not think of that? Xiao Zhen can't do these things. Han's mother still looked coldly at Xiao Zhen, who then said, So, I think I should eat 3 meals a day with Aunt Han. I can pay for the food. 5 coins a month, Han's mother said coldly, then turned and left. Han's mother was a bit surprised but also relieved that the meal issue was finally settled, so she could focus on her own affairs again. Because Han's older brother's kitchens were still being built, the family ate together for the next few days. Although Xiao Zhen told Han Mu that they would eat 3 meals a day together, in fact, Han Mu had been washing the clothes of Han Ziren and her herself. In other words, her current life was just like living in the Xiao family, no need to interfere in household matters, just manage the cart well. Days passed by slowly. Han's second brother was becoming more skilled at managing the shop. Xiao Zhen finally decided to let him take charge of the shop at the South Gate. The cattle cart business in Sheng County was almost taking shape. Xiao Zhen wondered if she should develop her influence toward the capital city. Thinking of the capital, Xiao Zhen suddenly remembered something. Now it was June. Looking back, around this time in her previous life, the current emperor was preparing to crown a crown prince. However, the chosen prince was not the 9th prince, but the 3rd prince. At first, there was nothing special about this. But after the 3rd prince was made crown prince, the fight for the throne began. The 9th prince was also involved and suffered a lot. In her previous life, when she became a shadow guard for the 9th prince, he was already emperor, so she didn't get involved in these struggles. Now, if she went to develop in the capital, She might get caught up in this messy fight. After thinking carefully, Xiao decided it was better not to go to the capital first. She would focus on stabilizing the most prosperous counties in the Tianqiao first. After all, the chaos and bloodshed could be avoided as much as possible. The next day, she went to the county town with Han Ziren and Han's second brother, planning to gather the managers to discuss this matter. But when their cart arrived at the station in the county town, they saw teacher Car Fei and the ninth prince, CMO, waiting for them. Judging by their appearance, they seemed to be waiting for them. You said teacher Car Fei and the others had already returned to the capital? Xiao Zhen asked softly. They left here 10 days ago, Han Ziren replied. 10 days ago? In other words, they turned back halfway? Why did they suddenly come back? Xiao Zhen felt a faint suspicion in her heart. Teacher, MOer, since they were outside and to avoid attracting attention, Han Ziren only bowed slightly. Seeing the ninth prince, CMO, looking stiffly at them, Xiao Zhen knew that the events of that day still weighed heavily on him. She stood behind Han Ziren to avoid making the prince feel more awkward. But if she left without saying anything, she should at least greet them. She said, "I'll take my leave now." Unexpectedly, teacher Car Fei called out to her, "Madam, please stay. On the way back to Sheng County, there's something I need your help with." "Help?" Xiao Zhen looked at him in surprise. Han Ziren's gaze grew colder as he stepped between the scholar and Xiao Zhen. "Master, whatever you need to say, just tell me directly." Zhe Fei, the scholar, wondered why he suddenly felt a chill all over. He said, "Ziren should be here too. Moer has already booked a private room at the restaurant. Let's go together." The private room was reserved by the ninth prince? So, does that mean the ninth prince has something to discuss with her? Xiao Zhen looked at the ninth prince, not wanting to meet his cold stare, but when their eyes briefly met, he quickly looked away. "Second brother, you go to the shop first." "Oh, and tell Zhang Lu what I just said, so he can prepare a few plans," Xiao Zhen told Han Urge behind him. "All right," Han Ziren nodded and turned to leave. There are many restaurants in Xing County, but the most famous is Fu Yuan Lu. Xiao Zhen had been to Fu Yuan Lu once before, invited by Madame Qi. Now, returning again, the ninth prince's reserved room was no longer on the third floor, but a quiet room on the second floor. It was still morning, and besides the busy waiters, there were almost no customers inside. The waiter poured a pot of water and then left. Xiao Zhen sipped his tea, which was a fine green tea. Suddenly, Han Ziren asked, "Do you know what the ninth prince wants with Ajin?" Zhe Fei's face was not as relaxed as usual. On our way back to the capital, the shadow guard reported that the emperor plans to crown the third prince as heir. In a few days, this will be announced to the world. "How does this concern my wife?" Han Ziren asked curiously. "Ziren, since you and I have known each other, I haven't hidden much from you. You know that both I and General Situ support the ninth prince. It's not that we necessarily want him to become emperor, but if the third prince ascends the throne, the ninth prince will be one of the princes he aims to eliminate," Zhe Fei explained clearly. "The ninth prince lacks capable allies." "Lacks people?" "Sorry, I don't understand what you mean, Master," Han Ziren said coldly, looking at him. "Is Ziren angry?" "He hasn't said anything yet." "What is he angry about?" Zhe Fei was a bit confused. Honestly, when the ninth prince told him that Xiao Zhen was useful, he found it hard to believe. But after hearing the plan, though it seemed a bit risky, he thought it was worth a try. "Your wife is running a cart business, right?" The ninth prince means he can make her cart business spread across the entire empire, but at the same time, the Xiao family's cart business will also serve as interests. Seeing Han Ziren and Xiao Zhen both look at him strangely, Che Faming explained, "Don't get the wrong idea. The ninth prince isn't interested in that small income. He just wants his wife to help build an intelligence network for him." Xiao Zhen. The ninth prince and the teacher loved joking around. "My sister, Ajun, isn't that capable. She's just busy with a few ox carts and a little clumsy. As for an intelligence network, that's too much to ask. Besides, she's just a woman, and the ninth prince overestimates her." He thought the same, Che Faming mused, but for some reason, the ninth prince looked at Xiao Zhen very differently. His expression was interesting, full of hatred, annoyance, and a bit of admiration. She can do it. Sister Zhen, can you help me? CMO stood up, this time not looking cold but sincere, calling her sister Zhen with genuine affection. Pretending to be innocent. Xiao Zhen thought about how to refuse. She didn't want to get involved again after what she had been through. Besides, the ninth prince was destined to be emperor. In her previous life, she met him after he had already ascended the throne, so even without her, it wouldn't matter. Hearing Han Ziren say, the ninth prince is just thinking about these trivial things. He should focus on how to deal with the third prince in the future. I'll take my leave. He pulled Xiao Zhen away. Xiao Zhen. So arrogant. Not caring about the ninth prince's face at all. Truly acting like a future powerful official. Suddenly, the ninth prince blocked the door. Fine, I won't ask Sister Zhen for help. Then how about you, Tongji? Are you on my side? Xiao Zhen looked at Han Ziren, who then said, if I say I stand with the ninth prince, will he believe me? CMO paused, his eyes darkening instantly. Xiao Zhen remembered her former mentor, General Situ, talking about the hardships before the ninth prince ascended the throne. He often showed pity, saying that the ninth prince was isolated and had to live 2 years in hiding, enduring humiliation before gradually turning things around. The ninth prince was forced to seize the throne, but before he succeeded, the crown prince's foolish mistakes caused trouble. No matter how much suffering he endured, Xiao Zhen felt helpless. After leaving Fuyuan Tower, Han Ziren held her hand tightly. He stopped after a few steps and looked at her. Jinjin, that night the ninth prince disappeared, you said you took him out to play. I haven't exposed that lie yet. I just want you to tell me what really happened that night. Why does the ninth prince trust you so much? This isn't the first time Han Ziren has asked her, but how could she explain? She had been thinking for days about how to give a reasonable excuse for what was happening to her now, but no matter what she said, it still didn't make sense. No matter what you say, I believe you, Han Ziren suddenly said. You believe whatever I say?
Han sier han nog det.
Xiao Zhen took a deep breath and wanted to say something, but she opened her mouth and didn't say a word. They looked into each other's eyes, and Han Ziren softly asked Zhen, do you like me? Why did he suddenly ask that? Xiao Zhen nodded. Yes, I like you. She had followed him through 2 generations, so how could she not like him? Seeing that Han Ziren didn't speak again, Xiao Zhen quickly changed the subject. Ziren, would you help the ninth prince? Do you want me to help? Han Ziren looked at her so seriously that Xiao Zhen didn't know how to answer. That's your choice. I can't influence you. Even if I don't help the ninth prince, with my current relationship with the master, the other princes will think I am on his side. Isn't that right? That's true. Why didn't we think of this before? Suddenly, Che Fei's bright voice sounded behind them. Xiao Zhen turned around and saw Che Fei and the ninth prince happily walking over. Simo, at this moment, looked excited like a child, believing that Xiao Zhen would definitely help her. Xiao Zhen just smiled and didn't answer. The weather turned gloomy as Xiao Zhen entered the shop. It looked like it would rain a little in the afternoon. Since Xiao Zhen hired Zhang Lu as the manager, he had gradually brought in more than 20 other managers. Each had different responsibilities, working together well and caring for each other. When Xiao Zhen entered the shop, she saw the scene. She had initially thought Zhang Lu was just someone she liked, but she didn't expect him to have such ability. In just a few months, he had greatly expanded the ox cart business. Zhang Lu led Xiao Zhen into the shop and said, the young master asked Brother Han to lead, but I actually thought about this a few days ago. Tell me, Xiao Zhen said excitedly. All day, Xiao Zhen had been discussing with these managers about the future development of the ox cart business until it got dark, and they had a preliminary plan. When the other managers left, Xiao Zhen turned to Zhang Lu and said, Brother Zhang, I have something to discuss with you. Zhang Lu quickly stood up and bowed, saying, Young master, just call me Zhang Lu. Xiao Zhen smiled and said, Officially, you can call me young master, but since you're older than me, privately I will call you big brother. Don't be shy, I've entrusted the whole business to you, so we are like family. Hearing Xiao Zhen say this, Zhang Lu felt grateful and no longer hesitated. Young master, please speak. Xiao shared what the ninth prince had just said, then finished with, prepare yourself. Zhang Lu was surprised. Are you saying we might team up with the current ninth prince? Not just possible, but certain, Xiao replied calmly. Although Ziran hadn't said anything clearly, she knew he was on the ninth prince's side. Since that's the case, she needed to prepare early. What should I do to prepare? Stay calm and steady. No matter what happens, proceed carefully. The ninth prince became emperor at 19, only 4 years ago. It seemed a long time, but building an intelligence network is not easy. She hadn't promised anything, but she knew she had to do something to secure her and Ziran's future. Zhang Lu was a bit excited, even trembling slightly with his hands. Young master, thank you for trusting me. Xiao Zhen smiled faintly. She trusted him, but she had already checked his background. He was an honest and straightforward person. His current cleverness came from his humble beginnings, having worked since he was young. By the way, see if you can find a light task to do. Tomorrow, go to Tongxia village and find a woman named Luli. Assign her this task, but make sure she heals her foot injury first.
Yes.
And so, the day passed. The next morning, Xiao woke up to find Han Ziran already up. Just as she finished dressing, Han's mother knocked and entered. She looked at Xiao and said, "Why did you wake so late today? Hurry up and get ready to eat." Then she left. Xiao wondered, is Han's mother calling her for breakfast? Since moving into this house, Han's family had fewer issues. She rarely heard Mrs. Zhang's voice anymore. Xiao and Han's mother hadn't talked much. Besides preparing 3 meals a day and doing household chores, Mrs. Zhang also washed their clothes. Of course, whenever Xiao had free time, she was happy to help. But today was the first time Mrs. Zhang came in specifically to call her for breakfast. She dressed neatly and stepped outside, only to see Lu Shi drying clothes in the yard. Seeing Xiao come out, she smiled and said, "Third sister-in-law, why did you wake so late today?" "I overslept a bit." Xiao smiled and saw that Lu's belly had grown again, so she said, "Big sister-in-law, is the baby doing well lately?" "Yes, everything is fine. Yesterday, I was talking with your eldest brother. When the baby is born, you and Ziran can choose a name for him," Lu replied. "All right, let Ziran pick the name." Lu touched her rounded belly happily and said, "Maybe because of him, I've been craving rabbit meat these days. But Guga said that if I eat anything now, the baby might not be as active." "People say that?" As they talked, they suddenly heard a loud thud as Zhang stepped out of the house, placing a rice sieve heavily on the ground, then sitting on a small stool to pick vegetables. Seeing Zhang, Lu sighed softly. From Zhang's appearance, Xiao knew she had probably argued again with second brother Han. They argued before the family split, and even after, they still argued. Haha. Though busy outside, Xiao understood why Zhang was fighting. Living day by day, Lu keeps her home tidy like Mother Han, but Zhang isn't the same. After the split, she was excited at first, keeping the house clean, but over time, her laziness took over. Second brother Han has been used to Mother Han's cleanliness since childhood, so he naturally comments on his wife. How could Zhang let second brother Han speak like that? Of course, they argued fiercely. Xiao went into the kitchen and saw that Mother Han had already brought out breakfast and placed it on the table. "Thank you, Aunt Han," Xiao quickly said. Mother Han looked at her for a moment and suddenly asked, "Your belly, why hasn't it moved yet?" Xiao almost choked on the bun she was biting. "You've been sharing a room for a while now, and you're not young anymore." Mother Han looked at Xiao coldly. Xiao was surprised that Mother Han would ask her this and replied, "Although Ziran and I live in the same room, we are still pure." "What?" Xiao swallowed the bun completely and said, "I promised Aunt Han that I wouldn't share a bed with Ziran before he turned 20. Thinking of this, Mother Han felt upset. At first, she was angry because she disliked what Xiao had said, but now, seeing Xiao eating bread one bite at a time, Mother Han fell silent and said, "Just pretend I never said that." "Xiao, you're not young anymore. It would be good if you could have a son soon, to give our Han family an explanation." After saying this, Mother Han stiffened and left. Mother Han actually hopes she will have a child with Han Ziren. Xiao Zhen isn't a fool. She can clearly feel Mother Han's change in attitude. It's obvious that Aunt Han has started to accept her in her heart. Xiao Zhen smiled happily. After finishing breakfast and going out, she saw her eldest sister-in-law, Lu, helping Zhang wash vegetables. They were chatting casually. Xiao Zhen approached and asked sister-in-law, "Why didn't I see Dad?" "Father went hunting in the mountains with the villagers. It's been 2 days now." "Did he go alone?" "Yes, your elder brother and second brother are busy too. Seeing how busy you are, Mother said there's no need to call you. Just focus on managing the business." Xiao Zhen felt a little disappointed. Going into the mountains to hunt was a rare way to relax, but she understood. If she went, no one would handle the business. "Do you know when he'll be back?" "I heard they plan to go deep into the mountains, at least 4 or 5 days. Suddenly, Zhang stood up and vigorously shook the vegetables in her basket, water splashing everywhere, right at Xiao Zhen. "Second sister-in-law, what are you doing?" Lu exclaimed. "Didn't you see I was shaking water off the vegetables?" Zhang said, then stood up to go back to her room. "There are still some vegetable leaves in the basin," Lu quickly said. "No need. We can afford to waste a little," Zhang replied, shutting the door with a bang. Lu sighed helplessly and said to Xiao Zhen, "Go change your clothes quickly. You're all wet." "It's okay." Xiao Zhen held back her urge to roll her eyes. She could easily avoid Zhang's water splashing, but a few drops didn't matter, so she didn't dodge. "Don't argue with her. That's just her personality," Lu advised gently. Xiao Zhen smiled softly and said, "Sister-in-law, I'll go to the county town first. I have some important things to do today." Tongxia village is a big village, which means there are many things and lots of gossip. The Han family was already somewhat famous in Tongxia village. After Han Ziren became a top scholar, they became almost the role models for the entire village. Plus, Xiao's cart business was growing bigger and bigger. For a time, the Xiao and Han families were very well regarded by the villagers. Before going to the county town, Xiao Zhen first visited her mother's home. On the way, villagers greeted her with big smiles and warm welcomes, their greetings full of enthusiasm like fire. At this time, the ox carts of the Xiao family were mostly managed by Xiao Zhen herself, while Aunt Xiao and Uncle Xiao had returned to their usual lives. Naturally, life was getting better and better. When Xiao Zhen returned to her yard and thought about not seeing her parents for several days, she felt happy. Suddenly, her father hurried out of the yard, looking anxious and worried, making Xiao Zhen think something serious had happened. "Dad, what's wrong?"
Zhen?
"Quickly call the doctor. Your mother has fainted." Old Dad Han finished speaking just as a familiar female voice came from the yard. "What should we do?" "Everything was fine. I didn't say anything strange, so why did she faint?" "It's true. Help her up first." "Big aunt, little aunt?" Xiao Zhen exclaimed happily, then looked at her father. "Dad, did Mother argue with the 2 aunts again?" Old Dad Han nodded. "Let's not talk about it now. I'll go call the doctor." When they entered the yard, they saw Big Aunt and Little Aunt had arrived. Since Xiao Zhen saw her big aunt in town a few months ago, they hadn't kept in touch. Both aunts had married far away, and traveling back and forth took several days. So, they rarely saw each other. Despite less contact, whenever they came, they brought large bags of homegrown food to help. Big Aunt, Little Aunt Xiao Zhen called happily.
Azen?
Seeing their niece, the 2 aunts were overjoyed. But when they saw Aunt Xiao, who had fainted on the chair and looked angry, they felt a bit awkward. Xiao Zhen went forward to check on her mother. Although her mother's eyes were closed, her eyeballs were moving faintly. Xiao Zhen couldn't help but find it amusing. She suspected her mother was just pretending. Zhen, is your mother all right?" Little Aunt asked worriedly. Little Aunt looked somewhat like her father. She was the youngest, but her face was weathered and full of lines. Xiao Zhen felt a bit sad and said, "She's fine. Mother will wake up soon." Then she secretly kicked her mother's foot. Aunt Xiao had no choice but to pretend she had just woken up. "Good, she's awake." "That's good." Big Aunt sighed in relief when she saw her sister awake. Her voice softened considerably. We only said a few words and didn't blame you for not telling us about your marriage. But you fainted just like that? Aunt Xiao didn't speak, but her face looked unhappy. Since she married into the family, she had endured quite a bit of hardship from these two aunts. Now, she only tolerated it for Xiaozhen's sake. Xiaozhen gently tugged at her mother's sleeve. Only then did Aunt Xiao reluctantly say, "You married so far away. Even if I wanted to visit, I couldn't get anyone to take me." The two older sisters-in-law looked at each other with some anger. No matter how far the journey, if they truly wanted to ask for help, they could have. But since Zhan was here, they didn't want to say much, to avoid arguments. At this moment, Uncle Xiao had already called a doctor. Seeing that his wife was awake, he relaxed. "Do you still want to check her?" The doctor noticed that Mrs. Xiao looked healthy, unlike Uncle Xiao's pale appearance, and asked. Seeing Xiaozhen also present, he quickly greeted, "Madame Tongji has returned to her parents' house?" Xiaozhen smiled in response. The doctor said, "Since I am here, I might as well check Madame Zhao's pulse." Aunt Xiao had never seen a doctor before. In the past, they were poor, and she just endured small illnesses and pains. Now, her health was quite good, so she didn't bother with doctors. "No need, I feel fine." "Since the doctor is here, just check her pulse," Uncle Xiao also said. "Mother, just check your pulse," her daughter added. Hearing her daughter say so, Aunt Xiao took out her hand. The family members and the older sisters-in-law looked at each other with smiles in their eyes. Although they were dissatisfied with their sister-in-law, as long as the family was doing well, what could they say? They only had this one younger brother and hoped he would be fine. "What's wrong, doctor?" Seeing the doctor suddenly frown, Uncle Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Everyone watched the doctor. He didn't speak, but checked her pulse again. Amid everyone's nervousness, he suddenly smiled and said, "Congratulations, Uncle Xiao. This is a lucky pulse." Everyone was stunned. "Lucky, a lucky pulse?" Uncle Xiao couldn't believe it. The doctor nodded. "I wouldn't make a mistake. Based on the strength, I estimate it's a twin pregnancy." "Twins?" The eldest sister-in-law exclaimed happily. "Does that mean my sister-in-law is pregnant with 2 children?" The doctor nodded. "That's likely." "How is that possible?" Uncle Xiao muttered. They were all over 30, and he had long given up hope of having children. But now it was 2 at once. Unlike the excited Xiao family members, this news almost made Xiaozhen burst into tears. In her previous life, her aunt had died in her early 30s due to depression caused by her affairs. She had never been able to have children. But in this life, she was pregnant. Aunt Xiao's eyes widened, and she truly fainted this time. Suddenly, the Xiao family was thrown into chaos. The next day, news spread throughout Tongxia village that Aunt Xiao was pregnant with twins. The Xiao family's door was busy with visitors offering congratulations. After several days of gloomy weather, the sun finally appeared on this morning. Early in the morning, Mother Han started tidying the yard. Xiaozhen didn't go to town, helping Mother Han instead, because today was the day old Han returned from hunting. Every year at this time, villagers would bring back some good game, kept alive in pens, and the dead ones were prepared in the yard. "I made some pastries. Later, you can take them to your mother," Mother Han said while sweeping the ground and watching Xiaozhen work diligently. Suddenly, she added, "Thank you, Aunt Han." Mother Han looked a bit uncomfortable. Knowing that Mother Han was also showing concern for her mother, Xiaozhen felt very happy. Just then, her eldest sister-in-law Lu Shi came in from outside, holding a big fish. "Big sister-in-law, what a large fish." "Yes," Lu Shi said happily. "Today, father is back, so I bought a big fish for him to make fish soup." "Mother, third sister-in-law, let's all eat together tonight." "Sounds good. If you need help, just say so," Xiaozhen replied. "Okay," Lu Shi said, and went into the kitchen to prepare the fish. Mother Han watched Xiaozhen and Lu Shi interact, a faint smile appearing in her eyes. Then she lowered her head to continue her work. By evening, as the village was filled with smoke from cooking, old Han still hadn't returned. Not only old Han, but everyone who went into the mountains for hunting hadn't come back. Although the Han family was a bit worried, it wasn't unusual for some to be delayed by a day or 2. The next morning, the village elder and other elders came to the Han family to discuss the situation, seeking advice from Xiao Ziren, showing that the elder was quite concerned. As a woman, Xiaozhen couldn't go inside to join the discussion, so she sat on the steps in front of the stove, thinking, for hundreds of years, the people of Tongxia village have lived at the foot of Jinwan Mountain, relying on the mountain for food. Hunting is risky, but nothing serious has happened before. They know these mountains well, and only the best hunters go there. They are quick to adapt to changes. Maybe something delayed them. Even if there are fierce animals in the mountain, it's unlikely all of them failed to return. Just as Xiaozhen was thinking this, Lu Shi sighed and came out of Mother Han's house. Seeing her, Xiaozhen hurriedly asked, "Third sister-in-law, what did they say inside?" Xiaozhen shook her head. At this moment, the door of the house opened, and Han Ziren and the elders came out. The decision was, if the people going up the mountain didn't return by tomorrow morning, they would go into the mountain to look for them. After seeing everyone off, Xiaozhen hurriedly said to Han Ziren, "I will go too. Maybe when we enter the mountain, we'll run into Dad and the others coming back. Maybe it will take a day or two to find them. If you leave now, what about your ox cart business?"
Han sier replied.
"Compared to the business, my father's safety is the most important." "Mother?" Lu Shi suddenly called out. Xiaozhen turned around and saw Han's mother, pale-faced, standing at the door, with her eyes slightly moist as she looked at him. Lu Shi quickly stepped forward to support her mother-in-law. "Madam Han, don't worry. Dad will be fine." Xiaozhen also moved closer. Han's mother looked at Xiaozhen for a long time, full of guilt, and said, "Xiaozhen, I treated you so badly before, but you not only didn't hold a grudge, you even want to go into the mountain to find your father. I really feel very guilty." Faced with Madame Han's sudden weakness, Xiaozhen found himself at a loss for words and could only smile. "Why say those things? Actually, I've accepted you in my heart long ago. But I just can't bring myself to say it." Han's mother felt even more ashamed. Xiaozhen smiled again. "Madam Han, don't say that. It's really nothing." Seeing the sincerity and calmness in Xiaozhen's eyes, Han's mother choked and couldn't speak. Seeing her like this, Han Ziren stepped over and softly said, "Mother, Zhen won't take it to heart." "I know." Han's mother nodded sadly. "She treats our Han family with such care. I just think about what I did before, and I feel regretful." Lu Shi hurriedly said from beside them, "Third sister-in-law, you should call her mom now." For a moment, Han's mother looked at Xiaozhen with hope. "Mother, don't worry. As long as Dad is still in the mountain, I will bring him back," Xiaozhen said confidently, without a hint of hesitation. The things from before, she had already let go at the moment of her rebirth. This life, she focused more on doing her work. Those complicated, brain-burning, heart-wrenching matters, she let go of easily. Plus, Han's mother was treating her very well now, so she naturally wouldn't pursue old grievances. That night, the old village chief came to the Han family again, informing them of the group that would set out early the next morning. There were 5 guards from the government office and about 8 or 9 hunters from the village. Just as everyone was ready and waiting for dawn to go into the mountain, in the middle of the night, Situching suddenly appeared at the Han house. He arrived in a hurry, panting heavily, with several imperial guards behind him. Xiaozhen didn't know what he said to Han Ziren. When they set out the next day, only Han Ziren, Xi Xingqing, and a group of imperial guards went up the mountain. Situching was puzzled that Xiaozhen also went into the mountains. He didn't understand why a woman would go there. Wasn't she a burden? He asked her bluntly in front of Xiaozhen, and Han Ziren simply said, "Zhen knows the way in the mountains." She looked at Xiaozhen, who was dressed as a man, with gentle eyes. Xiaozhen's appearance was fresh and ordinary. Her features, when looked at separately, were very delicate. She was slim, and since the weather was getting warmer, she wore only a thin robe, with a plain belt around her waist. Under the bright stars and moon, with the mountain breeze and hazy night, her simple outfit gave off a feeling that made people want to look at her more. Situching felt this way now. He always felt that in this younger sister-in-law, He saw a mysterious aura he couldn't quite understand. She was so ordinary, yet when she frowned and looked around, he asked, "What are you looking at, younger sister-in-law?" "Let's go this way," Xiao said, heading toward a mountain path no one had walked before. Han Ziren quickly followed. Situ Ching had no choice but to follow, feeling a bit annoyed. "How do you know they are going this way?" he asked, not very happy about trusting a woman's words. He also wondered what Han Ziren was thinking. The people in our village always leave special marks when they go hunting in the mountains. But a few days ago it rained here, so the marks are faint, Xiao explained. "Is that so?" Situ Ching wondered silently. The mountain gradually grew steeper, but the path became flatter. Surrounding them were tall ancient trees and thorns. The smell of decaying leaves and pure nature filled the air. "This mountain is really big," Situ Ching said. "I heard that the third prince secretly trains his soldiers here. It's a good place. I wonder if the missing hunters are related to this." "It's hard to say," Xiao replied. Situ Ching nodded. "If the third prince is training soldiers here and the hunters happen to see them, it would be trouble." He suddenly remembered Han Ziren's father was also inside, so he changed his words. "Jing Xian, if the emperor finds out about this, will he immediately give up the throne?" Xiao Zhen, walking ahead, narrowed her eyes slightly. She finally understood why Situ Ching was here. He suspected the third prince was hiding soldiers in this place. Thinking back to her previous life, she wondered why the third prince was dethroned. Thinking about the reason, Xiao Zhen felt embarrassed. It was because the third prince was caught secretly consorting with the current emperor's consort in the royal pond. The emperor, furious, destroyed the entire family of that consort. Naturally, the third prince's crown prince position was lost. She wasn't sure if the third prince had secretly kept soldiers in a certain mountain in her past life. She never paid attention to it. But no matter what, the removal of the third prince wouldn't be about secretly training troops. Hearing Han Ziren say, "Even if we see soldiers here, it doesn't mean they belong to the third prince. He might even turn around and accuse us," Situ Ching nodded and said, "That makes sense. First, we need to gather evidence. If we find a military camp, there must be letters or contact with the third prince." They had been walking all day, but found nothing. No signs of hunting or anything unusual. Now they had entered the deep mountains, the start of the hunting grounds. Strangely, there were no signs of hunting around, or perhaps someone had deliberately erased them. Although Xiao Zhen doubted that the place where Situ Ching said the third prince kept soldiers was true, she was starting to believe it now. A few imperial guards caught some wild animals and started roasting them. The smell was enticing. Soon, they presented the food. Han Ziren handed a large thigh to Xiao Zhen. As she took it, Han Ziren was pulled aside by Situ Ching to talk. "Jing Xian, you treat your wife too well," Situ Ching said with some disapproval. "If I don't treat my wife well, who should I treat well? That's not quite right. Look at you, walking all this way in front of her. You don't seem like a real man. You'll spoil her, and one day she'll ride all over you," Situ Ching said quietly. Xiao Zhen, eating her leg, twitched her mouth. Did Situ Ching think lowering his voice meant she couldn't hear? His personality was exactly the same as in her past life. Should she just punch him first like before? Hearing Han Ziren say coldly but tenderly, "This life, I just want one person for life. So what if I spoil her?" That one sentence left Situ Ching speechless. Xiao Zhen's eyes were full of smiles, impossible to hide. From that night on, Situ Ching suddenly noticed that his sister-in-law kept giving him side glances. He couldn't understand what he had done to offend her. The next morning, they started searching again early. The smell of the forest is getting stronger, and the trees are becoming larger. The surrounding thorns are fewer than before. A few guards ahead ran over and said, "Sir, little general, we found arrow marks on some big trees up ahead. The hunters probably passed through here." Situ Cheng's face showed surprise. "Looks like we're close to finding them. They've come so deep into the mountains. If they encounter wild animals, not only will they have trouble, but even we might not make it out alive." Soon, they saw the arrow marks. Just as they were about to move forward again, Xiao suddenly stopped and looked at the thorn bushes on the left, which were as tall as a person. What's wrong? Seeing Xiao strange expression, Han Ziren also looked at the thorn bushes. After a moment, he said to the guards, "Cut down that thorn bush."
Yes.
As soon as the guards started cutting, the bushes suddenly fell apart, revealing that it was just a fake thorn bush. When it collapsed, a clear small path was exposed. Situ Chung let out a small sound of surprise. This illusion technique looks familiar. Of course, it was familiar. Xiao coldly glanced at Situ Chung. When they were trained as shadows, learning such illusion techniques was basic. Even if Situ Chung hadn't yet reported to the secret guard, his master should have taught him a few tricks. Clearly, he was not very skilled. Compared to the Situ Chung who fought alongside her before, he's far behind. Just as the guards were about to enter, Situ Chung stopped them. There might be traps inside, possibly deadly ones. You don't know how to handle them. I'll go in first, then you follow, especially Jing Xian and his sister-in-law, at the end. With that, Situ Chung quickly slipped inside. Finally, Situ Chung seemed to realize something. When Xiao looked away from him, she saw Han Ziren watching her. Be careful. Xiao nodded. You too. Actually, this small path probably didn't have many traps. Usually, only those who discovered the path would trigger them. The real traps were further inside. Sure enough, the way was smooth and unobstructed all the way. At the end, Situ Chung became serious, probably thinking of something. He said, "There are no traps along this route. Maybe it's just to lull us into a false sense of security. The real traps are ahead." He then took out a map of the forest from his pocket. Han Ziren looked at the terrain around them. We've been walking on flat ground for so long. If what you say is true, perhaps we should go up the hill first and look down to see if there's anything hidden here. Situ Chung nodded and said, looking at the map, the nearest hill is still half an hour away. But this hill is too low, and given how dense the forest is here, we probably can't see much from it. Sir, Major General, since that's the case, let's go straight in. We're not afraid of death, someone from the Imperial Guard said. Yes, we're not afraid of death. Han Ziren looked at everyone and said, you may not fear death, but you should also die for a good cause. Besides, rushing forward like this, if we're discovered, it will be a big loss.
What should we do then?
Situ Chung also looked troubled. At this moment, Han Ziren turned to Xiao and asked, Zhen, do you have any ideas? I say, Jingxian, why are you asking a woman about this kind of thing? Situ Chung was surprised, noticing so many men present. It's simple. Just catch some small animals and place them here. If the traps are triggered and they see only animals, they won't suspect anything. Xiao looked at the terrain. Han Ziren didn't even think before agreeing. Situ Chung clapped his hands happily and said, this is a good idea. Sister-in-law, how did you think of this? Xiao held back a roll of her eyes. As a hunter, she knew this well even if she hadn't learned it. For us hunters, traps are just for catching prey. Situ Chung. Han Ziren chuckled quietly beside them. For the Imperial Guard, hunting was relatively easy. In less than half an hour, they caught many animals, including some wild boar piglets. Xiao looked at the meat, feeling distressed. These piglets were worth a lot of money, but now they were being used as live targets. When the prey was released into the forest, within a short time, countless arrows flew in, quickly killing a few rabbits. Such treachery, Situ Chung said grimly, looking at the ground full of arrows. Soon, 2 men dressed in black appeared at the trap site. They checked the surroundings, found nothing unusual, exchanged glances, nodded, and then disappeared. They came silently and left without a trace, making no sound. Hidden in the shadows, Situ Chung muttered, these two are more skilled than I am. Xiao and Han Ziren exchanged glances. Xiao hadn't expected that there would be shadows lurking in this forest. The guards who protect the emperor are called shadows. These shadow guards are unknown to most people, hidden among the imperial guards or inside the palace. They are called bright shadows. There is also a different kind called dark shadows, who come and go silently, almost like the emperor's own shadow, staying within 3 steps of him. These individuals are carefully chosen and possess rare, high-level skills. Among these dark shadows, there is a special group called Top Shadows. They can fight 1,000 soldiers alone. The two dark shadows just now were careless. They probably thought no one would come here, so they were so sloppy. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult to handle. Young General, one of the Imperial Guards said, "The little pig running south has gone about 50 meters, and I don't see any traps.
It should be safe to follow that way."
As soon as the guard spoke, a sharp small knife suddenly shot through the air and pierced his chest. Xiao immediately realized it was dangerous. Just as he was about to react, the knife struck him. Seeing this, Situ Cheng quickly protected Han Ziren and Xiao behind him. The remaining guards charged forward, but they didn't even get a chance to breathe. Two dark shadows moved quickly and took their lives in an instant. Situ Cheng drew his sword and fought back. In just 2 moves, he was already in a difficult position. Xiao sighed. Although Situ Cheng had fought in many battles and had experience, dark shadows were trained in a hellish way, training far beyond ordinary combat.
Xiao Shen looked at Han Ziren.
She saw that he was unaffected by the sudden appearance of the dark shadows. His expression remained cold and calm, his handsome face as usual, but his black eyes were deeper than before. Was he afraid? Xiao wondered. But she couldn't think too much now. If she didn't act soon, the fight might attract attention. If more dark shadows were nearby, it would be even worse. Situ Cheng was secretly cursing himself. How unlucky could he be? He was just here to investigate something and ended up facing dark shadows. His father had only introduced him to the Shadow Guard Corps half a year ago. Judging by the skills of these two, they were definitely dark shadows. Just as he was thinking he might be doomed, a figure suddenly appeared behind the dark shadow in front of him. Before he could see who it was, that dark shadow slowly collapsed to the ground. A very thin branch had been driven into his neck and spine, killing him instantly. Seeing the situation, another shadow revealed only his wide, frightened eyes. In the next moment, he felt a quick flash of movement in front of him, and rough, cold hands were already on his neck. "Who are you?" he asked with trembling lips, eyes wide with fear. Xiao eyes showed no mercy. He lowered his head slightly and whispered 2 words into his ear, "Shadow Master." As the shadow's eyes widened in shock, Xiao pressed harder, and the shadow slowly collapsed to the ground. Silence filled the air. At this point, all the Imperial Guards had been killed. Only Situ Cheng, Xiao and Han Ziren remained. Situ Cheng's mouth was agape, his jaw nearly falling off, and his gaze at Xiao was filled with more than just fear. Xiao was removing the black clothes from the shadow's body, glancing sideways at Situ Cheng and Han Ziren. She had guessed how Situ Cheng would react when she made her move. As for Han Ziren, after so many events, even if she killed a few more people, he probably wouldn't be scared. After a while, Situ Cheng mechanically turned to Han Ziren and stammered, Jing Xian, she.
She.
Han Ziren nodded calmly and said, "Get used to it. Let's go." Get used to it? Such a simple phrase, but Xiao didn't know how to express her complicated feelings. Whether it was the small hill last time or this incident with the shadow, Han Ziren said nothing and didn't ask questions. What did his confident expression towards her mean? She thought he should be the one asking her questions, but instead, she was eager to know what he really thought of her. On the way, Situ Cheng kept holding Han Ziren's arm tightly, his frightened gaze fixed on Xiao. Clearly, he hadn't yet recovered from what had just happened. Finally, he asked Han Ziren, "Jingxian, aren't you afraid?" "Afraid of what?" "She just killed 2 shadows. Shadows are the most skilled fighters. My wife's skills are better than the shadows. I feel safe."
What?
"What did you say? A grown man like you actually said that? Don't you have any backbone?" Han Ziren glanced at Situ Cheng, who was still clutching his arm tightly. "Better than you, at least." Hearing this, Situ Cheng immediately let go, though he still walked very close to Han Ziren. Walking ahead, Xiao naturally overheard what Situ Cheng and Han Ziren were saying. She thought they might say something interesting, but instead, Hearing their words made her feel a bit embarrassed. Did Han Ziren really think that way? But anyway, just those few words made Xiao feel much more at ease. There were no more traps around this path, and after walking about a mile, they saw several military tents ahead. The tents were covered with leaves, making them very hidden. Even from a high place, it was hard to see them clearly. Xiao threw 2 pieces of black clothing she had taken from the shadows to Situ-chung and Han Ziren.
Put these on.
If anything happens, you can use them to deal with the situation. Yes, those shadows usually wear masks, so few people have seen their faces. These clothes will help, Situ-chung said excitedly. Aren't you afraid? Xiao raised an eyebrow. Situ-chung shyly scratched his head. Jing Xian isn't afraid of you, so what should I be afraid of? Han Ziren walked over to Xiao and asked softly, Zhen, what do you want to do? Let's sneak in and take a look. I suspect the hunters might have been captured after discovering this place. I don't know how they are now. Later, you and Situ will go left to search and I will go right.
Han Ziren nodded.
Be careful. Seeing the trust in Han Ziren's eyes, Xiao felt strange. Where did this trust come from? I will, Xiao said to Situ-chung. Brother Situ, take care of Ziren for me. Calling him Brother Situ so smoothly sounded like he was used to it for years. Situ-chung was stunned for a moment before saying no problem. Seeing Xiao leave, Situ-chung said, I feel like my sister-in-law trusts you so much. She knows you well. Whether she knows me or not, I don't know. But compared to that, I trust her more to do things, Han Ziren said calmly. You're saying that really hurts brotherly feelings. Also, how is your sister-in-law so skilled? Her fighting skills are enough to be a shadow. Who trained her? Shadow?
Han Ziren mumbled.
I'm asking you, Xiao said. As long as you know she's my wife, that's enough. Let's go, Han Ziren said, heading toward a tent. Left behind, Situ-chung looked confused. Could it be that he doesn't know either? On the other side, Xiao had only taken a few steps when she saw a soldier standing guard. Without hesitation, she knocked him out, took off his uniform, and put it on. She then confidently walked into the middle of the camp. This is a semi-cave valley surrounded by towering trees over 100 years old. The thick branches and leaves block the tents from view, making this place darker than outside. Occasionally, soldiers pass by her without greeting, their faces cold. Some look at her more carefully, but Xiao simply gives them a cold stare and they walk away. The darkness, the secrecy of the tents, and the way soldiers interact suggest this is not a training ground for soldiers, but a place to train shadow guards. Xiao quickly stops a hurried soldier who seems to have urgent business and asks in a rough voice, Brother, what happened to the people who were brought in a few days ago? The soldier replies, What else? I just delivered the medicine. After they drink it, just throw them out. Stop holding me. I need to go. He then hurriedly leaves. Xiao frowns and quickly heads toward the tent where the prisoners are held. Since this is a training ground for shadow guards, she can figure out where the prisoners are kept. As she rushes forward, she hears fighting sounds nearby. She quickly realizes something is wrong. She sees Situ-chung fighting with the shadow guards, with hunters from Tongxia village, including Old Han, supporting him. Han Ziren is helping him now. It seems Situ-chung was rescued. Making such a big fuss just to save someone, Xiao mutters. How did he finally become a top shadow? The shadow guards around have come out to see what's happening. Situ-chung is outnumbered and starting to fall behind. Xiao cannot intervene now because there are so many people from Tongxia village. If she acts, it might cause more trouble. She looks around and notices a tent with a blue flag nearby. She smiles faintly and slips inside while chaos is happening. Can't fight anymore.
Where is my sister-in-law?
Situ-chung, wounded in the arm from a sword, asks. Hold on. Han Ziren responds calmly, searching the bushes for Xiao, showing some worry. Suddenly, a smoke bomb lands, filling the air with smoke. Follow me. Xiao voice appears through the smoke. The smoke bombs keep coming, and soon, the small valley for training shadow guards is filled with fog. After Situ-chung and others leave, The fog is even thicker from a distance. Third brother, has Ajin come too? I think I heard her voice just now, old Han, catching his breath, asks Han Ziren. Where is my sister-in-law? Si Tu-cheng looked around, and everyone had come out, but Xiaozhen was nowhere to be seen. Seeing that Xiaozhen was not behind him, Han Ziren's eyes darkened. He said to Si Tu-cheng, lead everyone down the mountain first. I will go look for her. Then he quickly turned back. Third brother? Old Han looked worriedly at his son's distant figure. It's okay, old Han, Si Tu-cheng said confidently. My sister-in-law will protect her. Does Ajin protect third brother? Old Han was confused, thinking he might have heard wrong. He didn't ask further, just watched anxiously as Han Ziren disappeared into the distance. It only took about a cup of tea time to run out here, but going back made Han Ziren feel like the road was too long, making him anxious. Ajin didn't come out with them. She must have found something. He didn't want her to take risks. By now, the fog in the valley had completely cleared. Han Ziren suddenly stopped walking. He looked wide-eyed at Xiaozhen, who was surrounded by a group of shadow guards nearby. His legs went weak, and he quickly supported himself against a tree to avoid showing too much panic and helplessness. Xiaozhen didn't know Han Ziren had come back again. She was holding her sword and looking at the many shadow guards surrounding her, estimating there were about 100 or 200. Haha, who are you? You have quite a bold spirit. A man about 40 years old stepped out. He had a fierce scar across his left eye. Xiaozhen remained silent, feeling the sword in her hand. She hadn't held a sword in a long time, and the feeling was really good. 2 shadow guards a mile away. Did you kill them? As in shadow guard. You should know that there's no need to say much. Xiaozhen spoke softly. Are you also a shadow guard? Whose subordinate are you? Xiaozhen snorted coldly, obviously. You're not very qualified. You talk too much. The man frowned.
Attack.
Immediately, dozens of shadow guards rushed toward Xiaozhen. What is violence? Before joining the army, Xiaozhen only hunted animals. Later, on the battlefield, fighting for survival against barbarians, she realized it was simply life or death. In such moments, her instincts easily erased the guilt caused by killing. In her previous life, she wanted to find Han Ziren to ask why he abandoned her, so she had to survive. She showed no mercy on the battlefield. This life, she would also show no mercy because Han Ziren was waiting for her outside. Xiaozhen's sword, under the sunlight, occasionally reflects a cold, icy aura. She moves swiftly, striking with each. Her face shows a look of ruthless killing and cruelty, as if without any mercy for her kind. Her gaze is cold, and her entire body exudes chill. Becoming an elite shadow, killing and fighting others is part of the path. Her mentor is kind, training them not to kill each other, but to fight enemies on the battlefield and determine victory by missions. She always ranks first. Her mentor once said she was born to be an elite shadow. Blood flows like rivers and corpses are everywhere. This is normal. Her mentor also said she is broad-minded but shows little mercy to the world, making her naturally suited to be a shadow guard. 169 people, only 30 remain. Xiaozhen stands on the corpses, her eyes cold as she stares at the shadow man and the few remaining shadow guards. Blood slowly drips from her sword. Despite the bloody scene, she remains cold and calm. Her killing makes her plain face look especially sinister and chilling. The man trembles. You are an elite shadow. This is not a question but a statement of certainty. He hurriedly steps back and shouts, "Retreat." All the shadow guards immediately retreat. However, blood splashes again, and every escape route is blocked by Xiaozhen. Her speed is so fast that it's beyond what the eyes can see. Please, spare us, they beg in fear of Xiaozhen's strength, kneeling one after another to plead for mercy. Xiaozhen coldly surveys them, her eyes without mercy. She doesn't know who the master of this camp is, but as long as it's not the 9th prince, she will eliminate them. If it is, it could pose a danger to Han Ziren in the future. Attack, and I will make sure you feel no pain, she says grimly, raising her sword and striking. Killing is ruthless. Nothing but bloodshed and more bloodshed. Within less than an hour, all the shadow guards are dead, leaving only the shadow man, trembling with fear as he watches Xiao approach. Step by step into chaos. As fellow shadow guards, "You're so cruel?" The man is shocked, unable to believe it. Usually, he kills without mercy, but in front of this figure, everything seems insignificant. "Just serving my master."
Who is your master?
Xiao smiles faintly, without any emotion. "You talk too much." The man grits his teeth, raises his sword, and attacks with all his might, using fierce and sharp sword moves. Xiao was very tired. Her skills had not fully recovered. After all, her body was only a result of hunting, and her training was not enough. The 100 or so shadow guards she faced were mostly untrained, so she could handle them easily, but it still drained most of her strength and stamina. The person in front of her was an experienced shadow guard. Although she couldn't defeat him with one strike, she didn't want to waste many moves. Xiao closed her eyes briefly. Blood suddenly appeared in her eyes as she launched a strike. The man looked at her in disbelief as the sword pierced his chest. He thought he had dodged it, but when he looked at the sword in Xiao hand, it was still intact. He let go of her sword, but he didn't see her other hand draw another sword. The sunlight was still bright, unaffected by the bloodshed on this hilltop. Xiao stood with her sword, the mountain breeze gently blowing, lifting a strand of her hair. She didn't turn to look at the silent scene behind her. Instead, she took off her armor and gasped heavily, exhausted. A pair of black boots appeared in front of her. Xiao slowly looked up and saw Han Ziren looking at her with concern. She was stunned.
Did he see?
How much did he see? It seemed he had seen every kill she made. "I'll carry you," Han Ziren said, turning his back to her and bending down. "The road is so long. I don't think I can carry you, so I'll carry you on my back." His voice was still cold, but Xiao could hear a tremor in it, not from fear, but from worry. Xiao didn't know what to say. Her body was truly exhausted, so she climbed onto his back. Han Ziren's back was broad but a little thin. He was only 17, caught between a boy and a man. His body was slim, but Xiao felt very safe. She quietly felt the warmth from his back and hugged his neck a little tighter. Han Ziren's lips curled slightly, but his thoughts were racing. Whether in his past life or this one, he was just a scholar. He couldn't help her in such dangerous moments. All he could do was trust her completely. Even if he wanted to become a powerful prime minister someday, that was still years away. He didn't want her to suffer as she did in his past life, but somehow he had unknowingly pushed her to this point. In this life, he was determined to protect her well. But how could he do that? Xiao slept deeply, not knowing how long she had been asleep. She was awakened by hunger, and as soon as she woke up, her stomach was growling loudly. When she opened her eyes, she saw a playful beam of sunlight sneaking in through the window. Soon, there were 2, then 3 beams, bouncing happily on the floor. How long had she been asleep? Xiao quickly got out of bed. As soon as she stood, she felt her whole body ache, clearly from overexertion. The door was pushed open, and Han's mother came in carrying a basin of water. Seeing Xiao awake, she happily said, "Zhen, you're awake? Mother, what time is it now?" Calling her mother so naturally showed there was no barrier between them. Han's mother relaxed her tense heart and replied, "It's noon." Xiao nodded. "Ziren has gone to the county town, right? He just left a moment ago. Will you be going to the county town later?" Xiao took Han's mother's towel to wipe her face. "Yes, to check on the business. Steamed buns are still warm. Go eat quickly," Han's mother said, holding a basin and about to leave, but Xiao stopped her. "Mother," Xiao said with a gentle smile, "from now on, I can do these things myself. You don't need to bring me water." Han's mother asked, "You're at your mother's house, and your mother has been doing these for you?" Xiao nodded. At her mother's house, the only thing she needed to do was hunt in the mountains. When she returned from hunting, her mother would bring her meals to her bed. "Since you married into the Han family and said you wouldn't do these things, I already expected it. Han's mother looked at Xiaozhen. Her eyes were no longer cold, but carried a faint smile. You are kind and loyal to the Han family, and I have always been unkind to you. Now I feel grateful and truly accept you. From now on, you can live like you do at your mother's house. Thank you, mother, Xiaozhen quickly said. But I have hands and feet, and I can work.
I can handle these small chores myself.
I meant that I want you to live at your mother's house, as if you were responsible for supporting the family with your father and brothers. I will take care of other things. Of course, you and Xiren still need to pay your monthly expenses. Don't think I will serve you water every day like today. Today was just to see if you're tired. All right, Xiaozhen happily replied. Han's mother also smiled and left. Xiaozhen lay back on the bed, stretching out in a big X shape, looking at the mosquito net and the ceiling. She took a deep breath. It's so good. Although the missing hunter in the village had returned, when asked, they said they didn't know anything. They only said that after waking up, they found themselves locked in a room. Xiaozhen was initially worried, but hearing the villagers talk like this, she felt relieved. Ah, Zhen, Lu Li's voice came. Xiaozhen turned around and saw Lu Lizhu, leaning on her crutch, walking towards her with slow steps. Since they last met, her face had regained some of its vitality and a smile appeared. Seeing her, her face looked as bright as a flower. Li Hua, are your feet feeling better? Lu Li nodded, her eyes turning red again. A couple of days ago, your housekeeper came to tell me that you arranged a job for me. Ah, Zhen, how can I thank you? There's no need to thank me. It's just a small matter. I'll start working tomorrow. That won't do. You hurt your muscles and bones. You're supposed to rest for 100 days, not go back to work after just a month, Xiaozhen said with a pretend angry tone, then asked, Did your family bully you again?
No.
My mother knows you arranged the job for me, and she is very kind to me. My younger siblings also treat me warmly when they see me, Lu Li quickly replied. I just want to repay you sooner. Don't talk about repaying or not. That position will be kept for you, so you just need to rest your foot properly. If you leave a lingering injury or catch a cold, it won't be good. Understand? Hearing this, Lu Li could only nod. Well, I'll go to the county town now. You should go back quickly, Xiaozhen said, and hurriedly left. Watching Xiaozhen's figure disappear into the distance, Lu Li felt both grateful and envious. She mumbled, People have different fates, but I am so lucky to have a friend like Ah Zhen. When Xiaozhen reached the station, she just caught a bullock cart heading to the county town. Young master, you're just in time. Manager Zhang asked me to deliver a message to you, said the driver after Xiaozhen got on the cart. What message? He told you not to go to the shop anymore. Just go directly outside the north gate to the small apricot forest. He has arranged everything you need.
Got it.
The small apricot forest outside the city? Xiaozhen thought about what it might be. Her face brightened with joy. Manager Zhang, also known as Zhang Lu, was involved in buying horses. The horses Xiaozhen bought weren't from the imperial capital but from the frontier. The land was rich and fertile, but the horses bred there weren't very strong. So, they had long relied on buying horses from nomads outside the frontier, especially war horses, which were expensive. Xiaozhen's horses needed to make several trips each day, so she had to choose high-quality ones, which cost more. When Xiaozhen entered the small apricot forest and saw over a dozen fine horses, she couldn't help but praise them. Having fought on many battlefields, she knew well the difference between good and bad horses. These horses looked excellent. Young mistress, this is the investigation I did on the ox carts in the surrounding counties of the capital. Zhang Lu handed over a notebook to Xiaozhen and said, There are 10 businesses in the capital doing similar work. 5 of them are supported by officials from the court, and their businesses are almost monopolized by them. The remaining 5 face closure, with only 2 barely surviving. Xiaozhen nodded, knowing this situation well. She also knew who supported these 5 businesses from behind the scenes. In a few days, I will send you a letter. Take it to Carriage Master Fei's house in the city. He will tell you what to do. Understood. Also, when you arrive in the city, bring the best midwife to take care of my mother.
Got it.
How is my elder brother's carriage coming along? In about half a month, he should be able to deliver 6 carriages. Recently, Han's eldest brother has been talking about recruiting some apprentices to help, or else they might not keep up in the future, Zhang Lu said with a smile. Since that day, when Xiao Zhen told Han's eldest brother to make carriages, she rented a large yard in an inconspicuous part of the county, so he could focus on making them. That's good.
Han skjer nå det.
My elder brother's craftsmanship is truly excellent. It would be a pity if no one inherits it. The county remained lively, with people coming and going, carts and horses bustling, as if the whole world was full of prosperity. Xiao Zhen walked alone on the street, thinking about everything that had happened since her rebirth. For some reason, she always felt like there was something off. She had a feeling Han Ziren knew something. But what could he possibly know? He saw her kill someone but acted as if he hadn't noticed, always supporting her. This support was even more obvious when they were in the mountains yesterday. That night, she entered the county late at night, and he didn't show any suspicion. She always felt like Han Ziren knew all her secrets, but she was sure she hadn't said anything. Xiao Zhen sighed softly. When she looked up, she realized she had entered a small alley without noticing. Just as she was about to leave, a sack suddenly covered her head. Xiao Zhen struggled briefly, then let them do as they pleased. When the sack was thrown to the ground, her body hit the ground painfully. Kidnapping someone in broad daylight, she wondered who was so bold. She heard the door open and footsteps approaching. From the sound, she judged that one of the people was a young man. Sure enough, she heard an uneasy female voice say, "Did we kidnap the right person?" "You're not wrong. She looks exactly like the person in the portrait." The woman's voice sounds familiar, but Xiao Zhen can't remember who she is at first. He only hears the man's voice ask, "Miss, what do you plan to do with her?" "Sell her to a brothel. I want her to be unable to lift her head and live normally in this life." The woman replies harshly. "Sell her to a brothel?" The man's voice suddenly becomes lecherous. "In that case, miss, wouldn't you mind letting us brothers have some fun first?" "Fine. Just don't kill her in the process," the woman says, then her footsteps leave the room. Xiao Zhen sighs inwardly. Why do women always use such cruel methods? It's truly vicious, but hearing it repeatedly becomes tiresome. Which woman would be so ruthless to her? Or perhaps her husband has caused some trouble with other women. The sack is quickly untied. 4 or 5 dirty-looking men stare greedily at Xiao Zhen. "Baby, come serve the master well," they say eagerly. "Are you sure you want me to serve you?" Xiao Zhen stands up, brushes off the dust from her clothes, and smiles. "Of course, baby." "Look, I can't hold back anymore," one man says, rushing toward Xiao Zhen. Soon, loud shouts of pain and struggle fill the air. At this moment, the woman who had left the room stops in her tracks, turns around, and looks at the small house nearby. She frowns and asks, "What's happening?" Then she walks back, intending to see for herself. When she reaches the door, she is stunned to see 4 men lying on the ground, groaning in pain. When Xiao Zhen sees the woman at the door, she gives a cold smile. "Isn't that Miss Qi Yelian?" Qi Yelian quickly takes a step back, her face pale. You. Miss Qi, if I remember correctly, you're only 16, right? And you already have such cruel thoughts?" Xiao Zhen quickly moves to block her from leaving the door. "You?" Qi Yelian hurriedly steps back, looking at her in disbelief at her speed. "Should I return the favor, or just let it go?" Xiao Zhen says with a smile, but her eyes are cold and merciless, slowly approaching. "Don't come any closer. What do you want to do?" Qi Yelian backs away, glancing nervously at the men beaten on the ground inside the house, and looks at Xiao Zhen with disbelief. Suddenly, Xiao Zhen grabs her shoulder firmly and pulls her inside. In an instant, Qi Yelian falls onto the pile of men. "What are you doing?" Qi Yelian panics and crawls into a corner, shouting bravely but trembling. Xiao Zhen did not look at her again. Instead, she leisurely said to the 5 men on the ground, "Haven't you already lost your patience? Miss Qi is quite attractive. You could let her serve you." The men looked at each other, somewhat afraid of Xiao, but when they saw how beautiful Qi Yelian was, their desires grew stronger. They swallowed hard and said, "We dare not." "Why not?" "Her support is only Lord Qi. But Lord Qi has long lost his power after his death. What are you afraid of?" After Xiao said this, the men started to feel tempted.
What are you talking about?
Don't talk nonsense. You can't do this to me.
No.
Qi Yelian looked at Xiao in fear, tears falling down her face. Xiao sneered coldly. "Isn't this what you asked for?" After speaking, she turned and left, even kindly closing the door behind her. If she hadn't appeared today, she would have forgotten who Qi Yelian was, even though she knew earlier that Qi Yelian was eyeing Han Ziren. But since she hadn't crossed her bottom line, she wouldn't get angry. Whether cruel or cold-blooded, if she hadn't been reborn today, she might have endured this insult.
Ha!
She walked back to the lively street, slowly strolling and quietly observing the shops on both sides. She was not just admiring but also thinking about her future livelihood. "Madam, would you like to come in for a meal? Our shop has new dishes today. I guarantee you'll love them." A shop assistant was busy inviting customers. When he saw Xiao, he hurried over to speak enthusiastically. Xiao didn't interrupt him but listened quietly, thinking of Zhang Lu. She remembered when she saw Zhang Lu in the jewelry shop, he was also introducing the shop's items, just like the shop assistant. His manner caught her eye, which led her to decide to make Zhang Lu the manager. But this shop assistant, although energetic, didn't appeal to her at all. "Madam, would you like to come in for a meal? It's already noon." "No, thank you," Xiao replied simply and left. The shop assistant's face immediately turned unpleasant. Passing through various shops, Xiao stopped in front of an embroidery shop. She looked inside. Several embroidery women were working, and some customers were browsing. She couldn't do needlework at all, so Xiao left again. Thus, she spent the whole afternoon wandering through every shop in the county town. But really, she was mostly thinking about Han Ziren. But she couldn't think of anything until the afternoon. She felt that it would be better to ask Han Ziren directly rather than keep thinking about it. "I heard the imperial decree was issued just now, and the official is being transferred to the capital," a passing friend said as they walked. "I heard that too. It's a pity. The official is a rare, honest man. He's only been in office for a short time before they transferred him to deal with the corrupt official Qi. That's really satisfying."
Exactly.
"Now that he's transferred away, we don't know if there will be another honest official in Qing County." Xiao, who was buying pancakes and fried dough for lunch, was surprised. Han Ziren is going to the capital? How could it happen so quickly? Could it be the 9th prince? No, that's impossible. Although the 9th prince hoped his carriage business could help him, it would take some time, probably after Xiao settled in the capital, not now. Thinking this, Xiao hurried to the government office. Not far from the office, she saw several palace officials in official robes saying goodbye to Han Ziren at the door. Xiao didn't like these eunuchs. In the harem, they often caused trouble more than the consorts. In her past life, she watched palace schemes and rivalries, many of which involved palace officials or maids fighting behind the scenes. After seeing this many times, she understood the ways of court intrigue. Sometimes, when a concubine was bullied and helpless, she would secretly help her.
TSK.
For a noble lady like her to do such things was quite remarkable. She was lost in thought when she saw Han Ziren walking toward her. He asked, "Why are you staring so intently? Didn't even notice me?" He was walking directly in front of her, yet she kept staring at the departing carriage. "Just lost in thought. I heard the imperial decree was issued, and you're being transferred to the capital?" Xiao said as she followed Han Ziren into the government office. "Did you hear that from someone? People on the street are talking about it. They say your reputation as Han Qingtian is about to go to the capital," Xiao said with a smile. Han Ziren also smiled faintly. "Is it the 3rd prince who suggested your transfer to the emperor?" "The 3rd prince." Xiao looked at Han Ziren's calm face. "How does he know about you? Could it be that the incident in the mountains that day made the 3rd prince aware of something?" "No," Xiao Zhen quickly dismissed this idea. He probably knows that the ninth prince came here before. Maybe he thinks the ninth prince's visit was an attempt to win me over, so he transferred me to the capital. Xiao Zhen nodded. It is quite possible, after all, he is the youngest top scholar and the future pillar of the country. It's better to flatter him now than to ignore him. At this moment, Han Ziren chuckled softly. Looking at your deep thinking, it really makes people feel you are very familiar with court affairs. Really? Xiao Zhen realized he was too involved and quickly said, "No, I just heard the common people say that, so I came to see." Suddenly, drums sounded loudly. A guard hurried out from inside the government office. "Sir, the niece of Master Qi was kidnapped and nearly assaulted. Luckily, a man saved her, but Miss Qi is now accusing." The official glanced at Xiao Zhen, hesitating to speak. Was Qi Yalian rescued? Xiao Zhen sneered inwardly. That was quite a coincidence. Han Ziren frowned and asked, "Who is she accusing?" "She is accusing the lady of the office, claiming that the lady ordered the kidnapping and tried to ruin her reputation. The man who saved her can testify." Han Ziren looked at Xiao Zhen, who simply replied calmly, "It has nothing to do with me." Although Han Ziren held the position of a county official, he was not responsible for investigations beyond the court. Now that the county magistrate had died, this matter fell on him. When Xiao Zhen entered the government office, he saw Qi Yalian kneeling in front of the main hall, crying. A man in white robes stood beside her. Behind her, the men who had tried to do harm earlier were on the ground. Seeing Han Ziren, Qi's face turned even whiter, and she kept pleading for justice. Her pale face, disheveled clothes, and terrified expression seemed very fitting for the scene. After the procession, Han Ziren sat at the desk. Xiao Zhen, being the accused, naturally had to kneel on the ground. As she knelt, Qi Yalian choked with fear and said, "Lord Han, I know Xiao Zhen is your wife, but..." Before she finished, Han Ziren coldly said, "If Xiao Zhen truly committed a mistake, I will handle it fairly." Qi Yalian suddenly burst into tears and accused, "It's her, sir. It was Xiao Zhen who ordered those men to kidnap me and try to ruin my reputation. Please, sir, judge for me." "Yes, sir. I can testify," a man in white said, clasping his fists. "When I arrived at the small alley, I saw this woman leaving that house."
He pointed at Xiao Zhen.
Xiao Zhen looked at the man in white, who appeared to be about 20 years old. He was quite fair and clean-looking. At this moment, he was looking at Qi Yalian with a gentle expression, but when their eyes met, his face turned cold. This is just like in the stories, where a young hero saves a young lady in trouble. Maybe this man also has some feelings for the distressed lady, as the stories say? Xiao Zhen thought to himself. "Miss Qi, if what you said is true, why would I order someone to kidnap you?" Xiao Zhen asked back. "You..." Qi Yalian shivered at the thought that if it weren't for the man in white who saved her, the consequences would have been terrible. She grew more resentful toward Xiao Zhen. "Because my uncle and aunt hoped that Lord Han would marry me, and you held a grudge, so you ordered my kidnapping." "But Lord," she said to Han Ziren, "I know you are already married to Xiao Zhen. How can you be so shameless? I am only 17. How could I willingly become a concubine?" Hearing this, the man in white nodded repeatedly. Qi Yalian cried again, "I just didn't expect that your wife, Xiao Zhen, would really believe this and do such things." Xiao Zhen rolled his eyes and looked at the men who were. "Are you accusing me of ordering them? Do you have any proof? What proof do you need?" They all admitted it, "And this hero brother saw that you were the one who tied me up," Qi Yalian said as she wiped her tears with a silk handkerchief. "I never thought that the wife of the official would be so malicious." This hero also said earlier that he only saw how I left, but did not see how I entered that room. Xiao Zhen coldly looked at the man in white. The man in white thought for a moment. "That's true, I didn't see that. I was kidnapped by these men. They were also instructed by Miss Qi to ruin my reputation," Xiao Zhen said. Hearing this, the man in white was stunned for a moment, and Han Ziren's dark eyes immediately grew serious. "You're lying," Qi Yalian shouted sharply. "Lying?" If I'm lying, then Miss Qi's words are also false, Xiao replied. The man in white was surprised. If you really were caught by Miss Qi, how could you possibly fight these men? He pointed to the several scoundrels who were. Let them go, and I can show you right now, Xiao said as he walked toward them, his cold gaze full of a threatening aura. The several men trembled all over. They had thought that arriving at the government office would keep them safe, but as soon as they saw Xiao cold, sharp gaze, their bodies froze with fear. It was as if Xiao could kill them all, making their hair stand on end. Seeing how these men looked, Qi Yalian's face turned pale. But thinking that they had taken her money, she said, even so, what does that prove? Xiao didn't look at Qi Yalian or the men again. He only turned to Han Ziran and said, Sir Han, I believe these men are connected to the Green Forest bandits working for the Qi family. You might want to investigate. I'm already planning to do that, Han Ziran replied coldly. Hearing this, Qi Yalian's body went limp, and she collapsed to the ground. The man in white beside her looked confused. After leaving the main hall, Han Ziran took Xiao hand and led her to the backyard. Seeing Han Ziran's worried expression, Xiao asked, What's wrong? Is what you said in the hall true? Did she really send people to arrest you? They couldn't have caught me so easily. I wanted to find out who was trying to harm me, so I let them take me. Han Ziran frowned deeply, his face darkening. If you don't know martial arts. His eyes flashed with fear at the thought of what could happen, and he gently hugged Xiao. I'm fine, Xiao quickly reassured him. Han Ziran didn't reply. He just held her tightly. It was easy to find out the truth. As she suspected, the kidnappers were from the Green Forest and working with Madame Qi. The result was that they were sent to jail. Qi Yalian was pretty but also not very smart. Using the same people to kidnap her and paying them with money, how could they truly be loyal? They only revealed everything after a scare. To Xiao surprise, Han Ziran also sentenced Qi Yalian to 10 years in prison. 10 years for a young woman was almost worse than death. Being in prison, she would face all kinds of unknown hardships. Once released, she probably wouldn't be accepted back into society. Xiao wasn't very compassionate by nature, so she didn't feel sorry for Qi Yalian. But she was surprised by how ruthless Han Ziran's methods were. Still thinking about it, a prime minister who rules over thousands must have some tough skills to survive. Although the imperial decree had been issued, Han Ziran still needed to wait until the new county magistrate took office and was fully briefed before heading to the capital. So he had to wait another month. There was little work left in the shop, and Han Ziran was busy sorting official documents for the handover. Xiao had no tasks, so she decided to return to the Han family first. As soon as she entered the courtyard, she saw Lu Shi sweeping. She said, Big sister-in-law, I'm back. Where's mother? Coming back so early today? Lu Shi asked curiously. Since her third sister-in-law started the ox cart business, she had been working from dawn to dusk. It was rare to see her back so early. Mother went to the fields to work. Mother went to the fields? Xiao asked in surprise. What does she do there? In her memory, Han's mother never went to the fields. Her world was limited to the small land around the Han family. She never did rough outdoor work. What else? Of course, weeding and such. Mother is really capable. I've never farmed myself, but I went to see her last month, and she was doing it quite well. Even father praised her for her good work, Lu Shi said with a smile. After a pause, seeing Xiao silent face, she asked, What's wrong? Third sister-in-law, where are you going? Xiao had already hurried out of the Han house and was heading toward the fields. Summer was halfway through. A gentle breeze blew, carrying the heat and the scent of the grain fields. Walking along the main village road, she saw a vast stretch of farmland. Almost all the fields in the village were in this area. The lush green crops symbolized a bountiful harvest after autumn. Looking around, many villagers were working the land, some tired, resting on the side of the field, sipping tea and taking a break. Xiao arrived at her and Han Ziran's shared plot. She saw Han's mother and father bent over, pulling weeds. Han's father was quick and skillful, while Han's mother was a bit slower and less experienced. Still, wherever she pulled, the area was very clean. "Are you tired?" Old Han looked up at his wife, who was still weeding, and said with concern, "Let's take a break. You don't always worry about me. If we keep resting, these few acres won't be weeded before dark," Han's mother said, straightening up. She wiped sweat from her forehead with her sleeve. When she saw Xiao working in the field, she was surprised.
"Azen?"
"Why are you back so early?" "Nothing to do today, so I came back," Xiao replied, taking off her shoes and stepping into the field. "No need to come down here. Your father and I can handle it," Mother Han hurriedly said. "Anyway, there's nothing else to do now." As Xiao spoke, she started working. After Mother Han explained things clearly to her, she had nothing more to say. Originally, the two elders only had a few acres of land, which old Han could manage alone. But with a few more acres belonging to her and Han Ziren, old Han couldn't handle it all by himself. Mother Han also had to go to the fields. Xiao felt a bit guilty about this. She had thought about hiring someone to help, but when she remembered that Han Ziren was being transferred to the capital and that the Han family would all go there eventually, she decided against it. After sunset, the grass on these few acres was finally cleared, and the rice plants looked healthier and more spirited. Mother Han watched Xiao still working on clearing weeds along the embankment and sighed softly. She said to old Han, "No wonder our in-laws treat Ajun like a son." Before she came, even though we worked these few acres, it still looked untidy. But since Ajun arrived, even the edges of the fields are much cleaner. Old Han smiled and nodded. "It's good that you can let go of your prejudices. The burden in my heart has finally been lifted." Mother Han also smiled. "Yes, I admit I was too prejudiced before." At this moment, Xiao came over and said, "Father, Mother, I forgot to tell you something. Ziren is going to the capital for a new job." Both old Han and Mother Han were surprised. Mother Han exclaimed excitedly, "What did you say?" Xiao smiled. "Once Ziren finishes transferring everything here, he will go to the capital for his new position." "Ziren is really going to the capital for his job?" Xiao nodded and confirmed again. "Yes, he is." Mother Han was so happy, she didn't know what to do. "Then should we prepare to go to the capital with Ziren?" "Of course," Xiao said. Seeing how happy Mother Han and Father Han looked, she knew this was their long-standing hope.
She was also happy for them.
But amid her happiness, she also knew that this trip to the capital might not go smoothly. When the Han family learned that Ziren was going to the capital, their excitement was obvious. In the yard, Lu Shi was folding clothes while asking Mother Han, who was washing vegetables nearby, "Mother, after going to the capital, third brother will have an official residence. What about us? Where will we live?" "Of course, we will rent a house," Mother Han replied. "Renting a house in the capital must be expensive, right?" "I'm not sure about that." Just as Zhang Shi came out of the house and heard this, she hurried over and said, "We will naturally live with third brother in his official residence. Where would we get the money to rent a house in the capital?" Lu Shi said, "That's not right. Third sister-in-law. Don't forget, we've already divided the family. How can we rely on third brother?" Upon hearing Lu's words, Zhang couldn't say anything. "I will first find out the costs for the house in the capital, and then we can think about it," Han's mother said as she took the cleaned vegetables into the kitchen. At this moment, Xiao quietly listened from behind the study door, holding firewood. Zhang was the wealthiest in the Han family, but also the most stingy and loved to take advantage. Luckily, they had separated households, or else who knew what trouble might have happened. As for the house in the capital, she had already arranged everything, so there was no way the Han family would pay for it. In the evening, when Han Ziren returned, the family gathered as usual for dinner, chatting about life in the capital. The atmosphere was very peaceful. Even Zhang was smiling happily, a big change from her usual strange demeanor. Late at night, feeling alert, Xiao always thought someone was watching her. She opened her eyes and saw Han Ziren sitting up silently, watching her. "What's wrong?" Xiao Zhen asked softly, trying to sit up. But as she moved, Han Ziren suddenly rolled over and pressed down on her. You? Xiao Zhen wanted to say something but noticed the change in Han Ziren's body under the blanket. She blushed and finally understood why he had been watching her so quietly. Do we have to wait until 20? Han Ziren's voice was very deep, restrained by his feelings. Too early to be intimate. It's not good for your health. Xiao Zhen wanted to push him away, but her hands were held down on her head. This position was a bit too tempting. There are also those who marry at 15, and now their children are 7 or 8 years old, Han Ziren said as he kissed Xiao Zhen. In fact, he had been kissing her from time to time these days, but never with such intense longing. Xiao Zhen wondered if she couldn't resist anymore. By now, Han Ziren's kiss had moved to her neck, and his bound hands turned into one holding her, while the other tried to remove her clothes. Ziren, I want to be with you for a long time. Xiao Zhen felt her body heat up and struggled to hold back. Having too early isn't good for your health. She pushed his hands away, cupped his head with both hands, and looked into his beautiful, blushing black eyes. Let's wait another year. I can't wait any longer. I sleep with you every day, but I can't do anything. Isn't that harming my body even more? Then, should we sleep separately like before? Han Ziren buried his head in Xiao Zhen's shoulder and said sadly, no. Hearing the child's resentful voice, Xiao Zhen couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Do you want me? Yes, I have thought about it for 2 lifetimes. Han Ziren felt a bit better and said gloomily, let's go to sleep. Xiao Zhen closed her eyes but found she couldn't fall asleep. After Han Ziren said a few words, her body unexpectedly became very excited. She slowly turned her head to look at Han Ziren and saw that he had already fallen asleep. Sure enough, this man's self-control is not ordinary. She sighed softly and forced herself to sleep. But then Han Ziren suddenly spoke. Can't sleep? Aren't you already asleep? Xiao Zhen wondered, surprised. Apparently not. Just pretending, Han Ziren said, then suddenly took her hand and placed it on his body. Xiao Zhen's eyes widened sharply. If it weren't dark outside, her face would be completely red, so red it could rival a cooked lobster. This guy actually dared to put her hand on his. Xiao Zhen quickly withdrew her hand, trembling as she said, go to sleep. Han Ziren smiled faintly and gently embraced her. Now she realized he liked her very much. Maybe he couldn't quite say what he liked, but she was definitely on his mind. They thought they could get to the capital in a month, but unexpectedly, the political affairs in Sheng County became more complicated as they investigated further. The case of the late Lord Qi's corruption took a month to roughly trace the source and destination. So, Han Ziren submitted a memorial to the court, asking for a 1-month extension. Naturally, the court agreed. By the time Han Ziren had sorted out all the affairs in Sheng County, it was already the season of falling leaves. This time, Xiao Zhen and Han Ziren traveled back in a carriage because Si Tu-chung was with them. Such a big man. He even vomited in an ox cart. Knowing him, Xiao Zhen now realized that Si Tu-chung couldn't sit in an ox cart. Once he got on a carriage, his nausea suddenly disappeared. Finally survived, Si Tu-chung sat inside the carriage, feeling as if he had been reborn. This ox cart, I never want to see it again in my life. Han Ziren smiled faintly beside him. When Si Tu-chung looked up, he saw Xiao Zhen glaring at him with disdain. He quickly straightened his chest. Since the day he saw her martial skills, he had felt a mix of suspicion and respect for her, about 40% suspicion and 60% admiration. No matter how much he pressed Han Ziren, he refused to reveal where Xiao Zhen learned her skills. After returning to the capital, he secretly sent spies to investigate Xiao Zhen's background. The only answer was that she was just an ordinary farm girl. Why have you been staring at my wife for so long? Han Ziren asked coldly. Nothing. I wasn't doing anything. Si Tu-chung quickly looked away. By the way, you delayed going to the capital citing issues with Sheng County's government, but do you know you've already offended the third prince?
Xiao Zhen looked at Han Ziren.
Even if I offended him, he wouldn't openly do anything to me, Han Ziren said calmly. Of course, he wouldn't do it openly, but secretly he might try some tricks. Also, although the third prince is now the crown prince, many officials still don't support him. Some openly support the ninth prince. Sadly, those officials who supported him openly have been dismissed and sent back home. What about you? Did he do anything to you? Xiao Zhen asked. Does he dare? Do you think he can?
Han sier pleat confidently.
Seeing Situ Cheng acting so arrogant, Xiaozhen thought that the calm and composed man she knew from her past life probably wouldn't return to her mind anymore. The current Situ Cheng was just a somewhat spoiled young general. But Situ Cheng said mysteriously, I heard that recently the third prince has been trying to win over Grand Secretary Ren. Looks like he wants to sway him. Grand Secretary Ren?
Xiao Shen looked at han sier han.
When she saw Han Xiren's gaze also fall on her, she quickly looked away. Grand Secretary Ren is quite honest and doesn't show his stance openly. Trying to sway him will take some effort. The ninth prince is also trying all he can to win him over. But Master Carriage said you might have a way. What way do I have? Han Xiren asked curiously. I don't know, Sidicheng said, feeling puzzled too. Although you are Grand Secretary Ren's proud disciple, he has many disciples over the years, all with some reputation. Suddenly, Han Xiren reached out and took Xiao Zhen's hand gently. Don't worry. In my life, I will only have you, he said softly. Xiao Zhen was speechless. Why did he suddenly say such a thing? Situ Cheng was also stunned. Why did this man's thoughts always seem to drift toward women? Were they discussing serious matters? Trust me, Han Xiren said lightly. To prevent Han Xiren from continuing with his gentle affection, Xiao Zhen quickly nodded. Jing Xian, Sidicheng crossed his arms and looked coldly at the couple in front of him. What's wrong? Am I more important? Or is this woman more important? Situ Cheng pointed at Xiao Zhen with one finger. Xiao Zhen thought, this sounds like I want to shake myself. Not wanting Han Xiren to be overly gentle, Han Xiren smiled softly and said, You can't compare to my wife. She is the one I want to spend my life with. Because the carriage entered the village and stopped directly at the Han family's door, they attracted a lot of attention from the villagers along the way. As soon as they entered the village, children ran behind the carriage, looking at everything with curiosity. When they arrived home, Xiaozhen didn't expect to see Huang Yui and her mother, Liao Shi, who is the young aunt of the Han family. She hadn't seen them for a while and wondered what they came for this time. Han's mother, seeing her son return and noticing guests, quickly greeted warmly, I didn't expect the young general to come too. I'll go prepare some more dishes. Young general? Liao Shi saw Han Xiren bring a friend and knew that anyone who could be friends with Han Xiren was not an ordinary person. She didn't expect it to be a young general. She immediately made a meaningful gesture to Han Xiren's daughter, who was staring at him. Huang Yui knew what her mother was thinking and hurriedly walked over to Han Xiren, sweetly calling out, Third cousin, you're back. As soon as she finished speaking, she swayed and unexpectedly lost her balance, falling towards Sidicheng. Sidicheng reacted quickly and naturally couldn't watch a young girl fall in front of him. He hurried to catch her. Miss, are you all right? Huang Yui blushed and said, I'm fine. Thank you, young master. Xiao Zhen, standing nearby, understood the intentions of the mother and daughter instantly. The men of the Han family couldn't be obtained, so they could only choose some from among Han Xiren's friends. Third brother, third sister-in-law, you're back? Lu Shi, who was cooking and wanted to go for a walk, saw Situ Cheng beside Han Xiren and exclaimed happily, The benefactor? The benefactor is here too? I'm not really a benefactor, Situ Cheng hurriedly said. The benefactor of Han's eldest sister-in-law was Xiao Zhen. At this moment, Xiao Zhen smiled and said, Young general not only saved the eldest sister-in-law but also saved my father-in-law. Naturally, he is a benefactor of the Han family. That old Han father wasn't actually saved by him, but Sidicheng knew he couldn't say that, so he could only smile and accept it. However, he was even more curious about Xiao Zhen's identity. Could Xiao Zhen be a master from some noble sect? Situ Chung gently squeezed Han Ziren's arm and whispered, "If my teacher knew how talented you are, he definitely wouldn't have sent me to protect you to the capital." "Huang Yui, why are you here?" Zhang's voice suddenly appeared. Seeing Zhang, Huang Yue's face immediately turned unpleasant. She nervously glanced at Situ Chung and quickly pulled Zhang toward the backyard. "Second sister-in-law, I have something to tell you." Zhang naturally didn't want to talk to her. Thinking about how Huang Yui had previously wanted to marry her husband, she felt uncomfortable. But since she was weaker than Huang Yui, she could only be pulled along. Because Situ Chung was present, Mother Han prepared a very rich dinner that night. Huang Yui and her daughter naturally stayed to eat. During the meal, Huang Yui kept sneaking glances at Situ Chung, but he was not interested in her. He didn't even look her way, not even with his side eye. After dinner, Xiao Zhan went to the study to prepare the bedding. Since Situ Chung was staying, he had to sleep in the small study room. After making the bed, Xiao Zhan thought the firewood in the shed was almost gone and decided to chop some for the next few days. As he entered the backyard, he heard Mother Han and Mother Huang talking. "Older sister, you know Yui has always been proud and proud. She never looks up to the men from the countryside. Her lifelong happiness depends on Ziren. Little sister, it's not that I don't want to help, but that Major General is not someone Yui can easily marry. I think Ziren has a good relationship with that Major General. If Ziren talks to him, maybe he will marry Yui. Yui is only 16, she can wait a bit longer. I will also have Ziren pay more attention and see if there are other talented young men suitable for Yui." "Even this much, you won't tell me?" Liao's voice suddenly turned cold. "I'm not refusing to tell you, but Yui and that Major General really can't be together. Major General Situ is not someone with her status can hope for. I don't care about anything else. As long as Ziren is close to him and talks to him, what if the Major General agrees? What if he already likes Yui but can't say it?" Mother Han was silent. "Older sister, even if I had to become a concubine in a wealthy family, it would be better than marrying any man randomly in the countryside. This. Older sister, you must help me. Let's wait until sister goes to the capital and see how things go there. Maybe after she gets used to it, things will be better." Before Han's mother finished speaking, Liao's wife snorted coldly. Who knows if sister will still agree with what she said today? "What do you mean? It seems like sister keeps saying that and she doesn't want to help her sister anymore." "I'm not saying that. If you don't mean it, then go and tell her." Xiao Zhen looked out into the night. Han's mother stood there helplessly, while Liao's wife looked a bit aggressive. Xiao Zhen really didn't like Huang Yui and found her annoying, but her behavior reminded her of her own mother. Parents' hearts are kind, yes, but if you force those feelings onto others, what does that person deserve? Xiao Zhen turned and left. Under the cover of night, Xiao Zhen went back to her mother's house. Uncle Xiao and Aunt Xiao had just finished dinner. When they saw their daughter return, they looked happy. Aunt Xiao asked, "Zhen, are you going to the capital?" "Did my mother guess that?" "In 2 days, the Han family will leave for the capital. What about you two? What do you think?" Last time she told them about this, they insisted they needed to think carefully. Xiao Zhen gently touched her mother's noticeably swollen belly. Since she was expecting twins, even though she was only 2 months along, she looked like she was 5 or 6 months pregnant. If her parents stayed in the countryside, Xiao Zhen still felt uneasy. "Will your soon-to-be mother-in-law also go to the capital?" Aunt Xiao asked. Xiao Zhen nodded. They didn't say they wouldn't go. Going to the capital had always been the Han family's hope. Even though her sister-in-law was about to give birth, they didn't refuse to go. It shows how much they want to go. Since they didn't bring it up, she naturally didn't say anything. "Zhen, you know this is your mother's first pregnancy. After she has the baby, she always feels a bit unreal. She doesn't dare do any heavy work, afraid something might go wrong." "Yes," Uncle Xiao added. "It takes at least half a month to travel to the capital. The journey is tiring, and if something happens, it would be bad." "Zhen, we won't go." Xiao Zhen nodded. She already guessed what her parents were thinking. "I've asked Zhang Lu to hire a midwife from the capital to take care of my mother. It should arrive in the next couple of days." "A midwife? But there are still several months to go. Aunt Xiao said. It's better to prepare early, just in case, Xiaozhen replied. She was more nervous about her mother's pregnancy than her parents, so she naturally paid close attention. There were many preparations before going to the capital. The house needed cleaning, and the fields, which would soon have a harvest in just a few months, couldn't be left neglected. It would be a shame to leave the farmland untended. However, Xiao entrusted all these tasks to Han's mother, as she was not good at managing such things herself. On the day of departure, the weather was truly wonderful. The sky was so blue that not a single cloud was visible, making everyone feel relaxed and happy. Be careful, saw Lu holding a large bundle, and Han's older brother quickly went over to carry it. Didn't I tell you not to carry heavy things? It's fine, it's very light, Lu replied with a bright smile. While the Han family was busy packing, their young aunt, Liao, and Huang Yui also came in carrying bundles. As soon as they entered, Liao happily said, "Are you still packing? Let me help." "Auntie, why are you carrying a bundle?" Han's second brother, seeing Huang Yui, frowned. "I'm going to the capital with you," Liao said happily. Hearing this, everyone looked at Han's mother. Xiao glanced at her, realizing that last night, Han's mother must have been persuaded by Liao. "Mother, is Annie coming with us to the capital?" Han's eldest brother asked. "Since your aunt wants to go, and there's space in the carriage, I agreed," Han's mother replied. She wasn't sure if her decision was right or wrong, but since she only had the sister, she couldn't afford to cut off contact. She had to agree. "Where will Auntie stay in the capital?" Lu asked. "Wherever your grandmother lives, I will stay there," Liao said excitedly, then walked over to Xiao and said, "Ah Zhen, since Siren is going to be an official in the capital, you are now a lady of status. You need someone to serve you. I told your mother-in-law that from now on, Yui will serve you." She then pulled Huang Yui aside. "Yes, third cousin-in-law," Huang Yui said sweetly, trying to flatter her. "I used to be careless, but I've changed now. If there's anything I can do, just let me know." "No need," Xiao replied calmly. She understood what these two women were up to. They wanted Han Ziren to help find a suitable man. If that man couldn't be found, they also hoped that Han Ziren might develop feelings for Huang Yui and take her as a concubine. "Your mother-in-law has already agreed," Huang's mother quickly said. Han Ziren walked over and said, "Since Xinjin already said she doesn't need anything, then there's no need to give her anything." Han's mother, who was tidying up, heard her sister's words and frowned, saying, "When did I say that Yui should serve Ah Zhen? Ah Zhen will be living in the official residence with Ziren. You and Daoyang's family can live together with us." Mrs. Huang's smile froze on her face, but she knew it wasn't the right time to argue, so she gave up. "Everyone, pack up quickly and get on the carriage," Sidu Cheng's voice came from outside. The carriage at this moment was not from the Xiao family, but borrowed directly from a nearby military camp. Since that day he rode in a bullock cart and felt uncomfortable, he decided to use the military camp's carriage instead, which made him feel much better. The military horse was different from ordinary horses. It could carry more and was faster. In just half a day, they had already left Sheng County and were heading toward Yuezhou. "There's actually soldiers guarding us as we go to the capital," Zhang Shi said excitedly, looking at the proud soldiers riding tall horses ahead. Of course, Huang Yui sat close to Zhang Shi, holding her hand affectionately. "Second cousin, you come from a wealthy family, so you probably know more than I do. After we get to the capital, if there's anything I don't understand, you must teach me." Zhang Shi glanced at her, not very enthusiastic, but not cold either. "Don't worry, I will teach you." Lu Shi watched from the side, feeling puzzled. She wondered, isn't this second sister-in-law supposed to dislike Yui? Now it seems like they've become close again. "Hey, sister, you should also watch out for Xiaozhen." A girl riding a horse into the city. How unusual. Huang Shi lifted the curtain to look outside, unhappy. "You even agreed to it?" She's never ridden a horse before, so of course, she wants to try. "That's nothing special," Han's mother said calmly, glancing at Huang's mother. She wondered if letting her sister and niece come along was a mistake. Huang's mother kept a serious face and said nothing. In another carriage, Situ Chung saw Han Ziren staring outside and said softly, "It seems you've completely fallen for her. Don't you feel something's wrong? Something's wrong?" Han Ziren withdrew his gaze and looked at him. "Her martial arts are so strong, but you're helpless. Isn't that uncomfortable?" "Not at all," Han Ziren replied. Situ Chung hesitated but said nothing. "Being protected like this means she cares about me. Isn't that a good thing? This woman is too strong-willed. No man would like that, right?" Han Ziren smiled faintly and said, "I prefer women who are a bit strong." "You really have no hope," someone replied. Han Ziren chuckled quietly without replying. He looked toward Xiao, who was sitting on a horse. Her slender, yet straight back was turned toward the blue sky, lost in thought. The summer breeze gently lifted her black hair. Occasionally, she glanced casually at the several carriages behind, but soon her gaze returned to the front, settling on the soldiers ahead. A line from a letter floated through Han Ziren's mind. Her past life was wonderful, truly wonderful. It completely drew me in. If I only liked her a little before, after hearing about her past life, I've decided to marry her. Her past life was so amazing, but does she still cherish that life now? Stop sitting in the carriage. Come on, let's ride horses, Situ Chung said as he jumped down from the carriage. Xiao Zhan's eyes stayed on the soldiers ahead. In her previous life, she would have gone forward to chat with people from all over by now. But now, she was a woman. If she started talking to them, others might find it strange. While she was thinking, she saw Situ Chung and Han Ziren riding up on horses. "Little sister-in-law, I see your expression. Why do you look so envious?" "My soldiers aren't that impressive," Situ Chung said curiously, looking at Xiao Zhan.
Doi.
Xiao Zhan touched her face. She wasn't envious, just nostalgic. The hardships of being a soldier are hard to describe. She looked at Han Ziren again. He was smiling at her, so she asked, "Is it uncomfortable sitting in the carriage? Why are you out here?" "I want to ride horses with you," Han Ziren said, moving a little closer to Xiao Zhan. Situ Chung. Forget it. He'd better ride ahead and chat with his soldiers. Being with Han Ziren might be too much for him. The journey took half a month, and they arrived in 12 days, showing how strong these war horses were. Under the emperor's rule, the city was much more lively than elsewhere. Even before entering, a long line of people waited outside the city gates. On both sides outside the city, stalls were set up, packed with people. The scene outside was lively, so the city inside must be even more bustling. There are so many people. When will we get in? Lu Shi sat in the carriage, watching the long line of people, worried. Suddenly, a soldier in front dismounted, went to the city gate, and handed a token to the guard. The guard immediately bowed and went inside to report. "Do we not need to queue?" Zhang Shi said happily. Seeing Mother Han, Zhang and Lu both looked outside anxiously. Next to them, Mother Huang tugged at her daughter Huang Yue's sleeve and whispered, "See that? This is what it looks like when powerful people arrive. You need to make us proud." "Got it," Mother Huang Yue nodded. Since they had shamelessly followed the Han family into the city, she knew she had to behave well and make them proud. At this moment, several men came out of the city gate. The leader was about 40 years old, dressed properly, with sharp eyes and a friendly smile. He quickly approached Situ Chung and the others. Xiao Zhan, on horseback, recognized this man and was surprised. He was He Qing, an aide from the third prince's residence. In the past life, He Qing was highly valued by the third prince. Anything he said was usually listened to by the prince. Situ Chung also knew how important He Qing was. When he saw him coming, he immediately dismounted. Of course, everyone on horseback also got off. He Qing greets the young general and Lord Han. He Qing bowed with a smile, looking very warm and friendly. Situ Chung also laughed and helped him up when he bowed, saying, "What a coincidence. Brother He, are you just about to leave the city?" "Not at all. I am here to welcome the two of you on behalf of the third prince," He Qing replied. Xiao Zhan quietly listened from behind, then continued to hear polite praise about how well the third prince had heard of Han Ziren's virtues. After that, there was talk of hosting a banquet. Since it involved the third prince's reputation, Situ Chung and Han Ziren naturally couldn't refuse. Just when they felt they couldn't decline, a group of people also appeared coming out of the city. Lord Han, an elderly man over 60, dressed simply but neatly, happily approached. Lord Han, you're back.
Zhang Bo?
Seeing the old man, Han Ziren's eyes showed a faint smile. He seemed familiar. I've met the young General Situ. The old man, Zhang Bo, then bowed to He Qing, clearly recognizing everyone present. How should we handle this? Situ Cheng's eyes twitched, and he chuckled. The third prince invited us to the Ingman Pavilion for a meal. The old steward from the Ren family also came to greet us. It seems that Master Ren misses his students and wants to catch up. He Qing smiled and said, Master Ren is Lord Han's teacher, so this friendship is special. Our third prince admires Lord Han's talent and only wanted to share a meal and discuss poetry. That meal can be arranged another day. When the third prince is free, he will visit Lord Han's residence and hope Lord Han will kindly receive him. Seeing He Qing's attitude, Xiao thought that the third prince was also trying to win over Master Ren and naturally wouldn't mind the time for this meal. Han Ziren smiled politely and said, Since the third prince invites, how can I refuse? Everyone watched as He Qing left. The old butler, Zhang Bo, said, Master Ren has already prepared a banquet at his home to welcome and host the guests and has invited everyone from the Han family. What about me? Did Master Ren not invite me? Situ Chung asked, somewhat dissatisfied. Zhang Bo quickly smiled and said, How could we forget little General Situ? Master Ren said that little General Situ and Lord Han are inseparable, and as long as Lord Han is invited, little General Situ is also invited. Situ Chung chuckled and said, That makes sense. Zhang Bo hurriedly made a welcoming gesture, but his eyes subtly looked toward the carriage behind. As for Xiao Zhen, standing beside the horse, dressed plainly and seeming like a servant, he paid no attention. Outside the capital, the crowds could see the city's prosperity. When the carriage entered the city, the splendid scene amazed the Han family. Smoke and willow paintings, green curtains, luxury carriages, and fragrant roads. Xiao Zhen had long been accustomed to the city's splendor. To her, the true prosperity of the heavenly dynasty was after the ninth prince, CMO, became emperor. At that time, trade routes between countries opened up, and the bustling markets brought wealth far beyond borders. There was one similarity with Sheng County. Wealthy people's homes were all crowded on one street or alley. That street was Chang'an Road. Previously, a poet had said, I hear the sound of singing and playing, knowing it's Chang'an Road, describing the luxury of the residents around that street. Everyone stopped in front of a house with two guardian beasts, lions, at the door. As soon as the carriage arrived, the guards inside went to report. Madam, look at these two lions at the door. They're different from ours. Lu Shi, who had just stepped out of the carriage, pointed at the pair of lions, one male and one female, at the gate of the Ren residence. The male lion was stepping on an embroidered ball, and the female was lying beside a cub. The sculptures were vivid and exquisite, showing that the people inside the house paid great attention to detail. Mother Han nodded and said, People in the capital are very particular. You should watch and listen more, speak less, understand? Both Lu and Zhang nodded, and even Huang Yu's mother listened nervously. At this moment, Xiao Zhen approached behind Mother Han, not standing casually, as she was now the wife of Han Ziren, a member of the Han family. Soon, Scholar Ren and his family came out. Seeing his teacher, Han Ziren naturally knelt to pay his respects. Scholar Ren was in his early 40s, looking slim and handsome, with gentle manners but not weak or scholarly in appearance. His demeanor was somewhat similar to Han Ziren's, which is why Scholar Ren recognized him as his new student at first sight. Mrs. Ren, who was about the same age as Scholar Ren, looked less fancy than other noble ladies, more simple and kind in her expression. She took Mother Han's hand, smiling and chatting, her words simple and sincere. Xiao Zhen glanced at Mother Han. The usual coldness in her eyes had turned into rare warmth, showing her gratitude toward the Ren family. Next, she introduced 3 daughters-in-law. When she mentioned Xiao, old lady Ren smiled apologetically at her, which surprised Xiao. She then understood that old lady Ren's attitude was related to the past when Han Ziren had broken off their engagement. The Run residence was just an official house granted by the emperor. Although Lord Run was in the cabinet, his salary couldn't afford such a large house. Inside the hall, there was a corridor and within it a courtyard. Flowers bloomed brightly, and pavilions and towers surrounded the area. It wasn't as beautiful as rivers and mountains, but it showed a grand and noble style. Father, mother, as a group entered a pavilion in the courtyard, a pretty girl ran over. "You're so beautiful." Zhang always thought she was pretty, but seeing this girl, about 15 or 16, she suddenly felt her own looks were ordinary. The girl's face was as charming as a begonia, wearing a long dress with dark peony gold thread, radiating noble elegance. She was a bit proud, Xiaozhen thought to herself. But had she seen this girl somewhere before? Before Xiaozhen could think further, the girl, Ren Jinshi, walked up to her, raised her eyebrows confidently, and asked, "Is that you?" "Jinshi, don't be rude," Mother Ren gently scolded, then smiled and said to Mother Han, "Our daughter is the only child we have, born late, so we've raised her a bit spoiled. Please forgive us, madam." The Han family members were all curious as they looked at this young lady from the Ren family. After all, Han Ziren had once been divorced for her. This caused quite a stir in the Han household. Mother Han shifted her gaze away from the young lady and quickly smiled, saying at 15 or 16, she should be lively. But judging by Miss Ren's appearance, it seems she has met my third daughter-in-law before. Everyone's eyes turned to Xiaozhen, thinking that the two probably didn't know each other. The eldest daughter of the Ren family was truly a noble lady. Xiaozhen thought carefully. Although she felt some familiarity with this young girl, she simply couldn't remember where she had seen her before. Ren Jinshi looked at Xiaozhen with some displeasure, a hint of annoyance in her eyes. "Are you doing this on purpose?" "On purpose? What could she possibly do on purpose?" Xiaozhen responded gently, feeling a bit uncomfortable inside. After all, Mother Han had gone to great lengths to try to divorce her for this girl. She couldn't say she held no resentment, but she genuinely couldn't remember where she had seen her before. "I do feel familiar with Miss Ren, but I can't recall where." Jinshi was even more annoyed, her brows knitting together. "Am I that ordinary looking? Back then, we used to feed chickens and ducks together. Have you forgotten? Feeding chickens and ducks?" Xiaozhen was surprised and said, "It's you." She remembered that when the imperial decree was issued to appoint Han Ziren, she was in the backyard feeding chickens and ducks. A young girl dressed as a young official rushed in, took the small broom from her hands, and started feeding the birds. She accidentally pricked her hand on a grain of rice. Xiaozhen immediately saw that this young official was a girl and was curious about her identity, but she never expected it to be the daughter of Grand Secretary Ren. "Do you remember now?" Jinshi snorted coldly and looked Xiaozhen up and down. "So you're Ziren's wife? Not very pretty. I really doubt his head was kicked by a donkey to choose you over me, a delicate young lady." Xiaozhen was speechless. Was it really okay to say all this so bluntly? Sitting beside them, Situ Chung was surprised when he heard this. He looked at the couple with shock. Is this really happening? The embarrassed expressions on Lord Ren and Lady Ren's faces made them wish they could dig a hole and hide forever. They glared fiercely at their overly pampered daughter. Honestly, where could they put their faces after this? Especially Lord Ren, although he has many talented students, he has always been fair. The only regret in his life was trying to persuade his most beloved student to give up his wife for his daughter. Now that matter has been settled, he thinks it's best to forget the past. When he sees the people from the Han family, especially Xiaozhen, he pretends nothing has happened. He didn't expect that just one sentence from his daughter would easily bring up this old issue again. The Han family, except for Han's mother who remains somewhat calm, all look uneasy. That incident is definitely a stain on their lives. In contrast, Han Ziren still looks calm and cold, showing no sign of being affected. But after Ren Jinshi said that one sentence, his gaze flicked lightly away. Seeing Han Ziren's expression, Ren Jinshi's proud attitude immediately deflated. He looked up and down at Xiao Zhen, trying to flatter her. Although my sister-in-law doesn't have my beauty, she is dignified and kind. She and Ziren are truly a perfect match.
Ha ha ha.
Xiao Zhen.
What are you talking about?
Although her daughter made her lose face, old Ren didn't want to scold her. He only lightly said, "Come here and pay your respects." This Miss Ren clearly wasn't afraid of Lord Ren. "Haven't I already seen him? I want to go listen to a play," she said, then hopped away happily. You, this child, have been spoiled by you. Seeing his daughter disappear in an instant, Lord Ren's face was hard to bear. He had to softly scold the old lady sitting beside him. "It's okay. Miss Ren is straightforward and honest," Han's mother said with a gentle smile. She glanced at Xiao Zhen sitting quietly nearby, thinking how foolish she had been before. Although Xiao Zhen didn't come from a noble family, she knew proper manners and listened to her. This Miss Ren, no matter how high her status, probably would ride over Ziren, not to mention listening to her grandmother's words. Although Miss Ren's outburst caused her to leave suddenly, the atmosphere here became tense. The smiles that the two elders from the Ren family once had when they looked at Xiao Zhen now seemed lost. This matter had passed, and Xiao Zhen truly cared at that moment. But since Han Ziren treated her wholeheartedly, she wouldn't dwell on the Ren family anymore. Moreover, Lord Ren had helped Han Ziren before, and she didn't want the elders to feel awkward. Thinking this, Xiao Zhen stood up and said, "Lord Ren, Lady Ren, on your journey here, I saw the flowers blooming beautifully in the front yard and thought to take a look. Would that be all right?" Upon hearing Xiao Zhen speak like that, Lady Ren was naturally pleased. She quickly called her personal maid to lead Xiao Zhen to enjoy the sea of flowers. Xiao Zhen had only taken a few steps when Lu's voice came from behind. She turned around and saw Lu and Zhang, along with Huang Yui, walking quickly to catch up. Xiao Zhen initially wanted some peace, but seeing Zhang and Huang Yui, she just sighed inwardly. With these two present, true peace was unlikely. Before her thoughts could settle, Zhang said, "Miss Ren is truly beautiful. That matches well with third brother." Before Zhang finished, Lu interrupted, "Second sister-in-law. Look. No wonder this is the residence of Grand Scholar Ren. Just look at these flowers. I've never seen such before." Huang Yui, trying to flatter Xiao Zhen, seized the chance and asked, "Yes, they are so pretty. Sister, what are these flowers called?" The maid leading Xiao Zhen turned to look at Huang Yui, smiling as she explained the names and origins of the flowers along the way. Xiao Zhen wasn't surprised by the maid's knowledge. As Lady Ren's personal maid, she must be capable to hold such a position. Soon, Xiao Zhen saw Huang Yui step forward and walk beside the maid, calling her sister and asking about various things. Since she was from the Han family, the maid naturally answered politely, one question after another. Zhang's face darkened with anger, glaring at Huang Yui in frustration. Just as Xiao Zhen was falling behind, a stone suddenly hit her. She turned around and saw Situ Chung waving vigorously behind a rockery. Xiao Zhen ignored him and kept walking forward. Situ Chung looked around, then suddenly jumped out and pulled her into the rockery. "Why are you out here too?" he asked. "Shouldn't you be over there chatting?" Xiao Zhen wondered. "I just found out that the letter I sent to the Han family last year was to ask Jing Xian to stop you," Situ Chung said, looking at her with a gossiping expression. "Tell me what really happened." He jumped onto the rockery and sat down, acting like he wanted to hear a story. Xiao Zhen was speechless for a moment. "Your gossiping looks just like those village women cracking sunflower seeds."
"Stop talking or I won't say anything," she said.
"Then forget it," Xiao Zhen replied, and was about to leave. When she was about to leave, Situ Chung became anxious. He jumped down and blocked her way, scratching his head. "Just tell me no place to go?" Listening to the master talk with Jing Xian is less comfortable than hearing about your matters. "What's there to say?" "We just didn't get married," she replied boredly. "Anyway, now I understand why Master Che Feifu said Jing Xian has a way to get Lord Ren to support the ninth prince. Haha, a handsome scheme." Situ Chung pretended to look enlightened. That makes sense.
What?
Situ Chung was surprised. Are you willing to do that? If Master Che Feifu uses a handsome scheme, what do I have to hesitate about? Xiao Zhen glared at him and then walked out of the fake mountain. Situ Chung. He didn't mean for Master to use a handsome scheme. Jing Xian was the one who should do it. He quickly followed and asked, little sister-in-law, who did you learn your skills from? They look familiar. Of course, he was familiar. Her skills were taught by the mighty general and another shadow master. Later, she combined their techniques when she was free, creating a fierce fighting style that could cut through anything. If you weren't a girl, I would definitely recommend you join the Shadow Guard, he said. Xiao Zhen stopped and murmured, Shadow Guard? The Shadow Guard is the group that protects the emperor. They are all loyal soldiers of the current emperor, Situ Chung explained. Everyone in the empire knew about the Shadow Guard, so it wasn't a secret. Seeing Xiao Zhen listening seriously, Situ Chung thought for a moment and said, that's all I have to say. Xiao Zhen. Am I wrong? Why did her gaze make Situ Chung feel like he was a fool? Why didn't you go? Xiao Zhen asked. My father said, I'm not qualified yet, Situ Chung replied, looking a bit down. Then he quickly added, but within a year, I will definitely join the Shadow Guard. Hope it goes well for you, Xiao Zhen said with some pity in her eyes. If she remembered correctly, Situ Chung would join the Shadow Guard in 3 years, and she joined 2 years after him. But she only took a year to surpass him. What are you doing? Han Ziren's voice sounded from behind. Situ Chung turned around and, seeing Han Ziren, happily said, finally finished talking about those boring things? The old general is here, Han Ziren said, looking at Situ Chung. Why is the old man here? Situ Cheng's expression suddenly turned strange. Han Ziren's usually cold face suddenly showed a faint smile. I heard you ran away from your wedding? Situ Cheng's mouth twitched, and for once he blushed. He gruffly said, nonsense. I didn't run away from my wedding. I never agreed. Does Situ Chung have a marriage engagement? Xiao Zhen found this surprising. Usually, at his age, he should be married. But in the previous life, when she knew Situ Chung, he had no wife or even a girlfriend. Seeing his appearance now, Xiao Zhen smiled and asked, I'm curious. Which girl was chosen by the old general as a daughter-in-law? He wants to marry her, but I won't, Situ Chung said angrily when the topic came up. I heard it's the daughter of Lord Ouyang, the Grand Minister of Censors, Han Ziren said. Hearing this, Situ Chung snorted coldly. I've only seen that girl from afar. She's bossy and unreasonable. I would rather never marry than marry someone like her. The daughter of Lord Ouyang? That's quite a high status, Xiao Zhen said with a smile. The official rank of the Grand Minister isn't very high, but the special thing about his position is that he can openly accuse officials. Then her eyes darkened slightly. What's her name? Is the surname Ouyang just a coincidence? Her name might be Ouyang Xier, but I don't remember clearly, Situ Chung said indifferently. Anyway, I will never marry her. Ouyang Xier, Xiao Zhen's eyes darkened further, and her expression became a bit strange. She remembered this name because, in her previous life, on a certain day each year, Situ Chung would sit at a grave all night. The tombstone there read Ouyang Xier's grave. Every year on that day, Situ Chung would drink himself into a deep drunkenness, looking heartbroken, something she remembered vividly. Seeing Xiao Zhen's strange expression while looking at Situ Chung, Han Ziren's cold eyes flickered. Could it be that this Ouyang Xier had some connection with Situ Chung? Traitor son! Suddenly sounded a voice like a temple bell ringing. In the next moment, an imposing, tall, and upright elder appeared in front of them, striking Situ Chung with a fierce, traitor son, I will beat you to death, he said as he swung his fist mercilessly at Situ Chung. Situ Chung couldn't dodge because he couldn't. Not dodging wouldn't help either. He would still get beaten badly. In the end, he could only cover his face with his hands, hoping not to be hurt on the face. Watching the vigorous elder, who was over 60 but still strong and dressed in battle clothes, Xiao Zhen softly muttered, Master? Although the voice was very soft, Han Ziren still heard it. Han Ziren only knew about Xiaozhen's past from the letter, but did not realize that the current Grand General of the court, Marquis Weiyuan Sitaguang, was actually Xiaozhen's mentor. Soon, Xiaozhen concealed his turbulent feelings and watched coldly. This was always the way the father and son interacted. If they couldn't communicate, they would just fight first. At this moment, Han Ziren finally understood where Xiaozhen's habit of hitting people came from. A true disciple always follows the example of their teacher. After a quick scolding, the old general Sita caught his breath, looked down at his son who was curled up from the beating, and snorted coldly. Then he clasped his fists toward Han Ziren, saying, "Please forgive me for making Lord Han laugh." "Hello, old general." Seeing Han Ziren's polite manner, old General Sita looked a bit sentimental and said, "If only my son had half of Lord Han's manners, I would be happy." Hearing his father praise him in front of his close friend, Sita Ching looked displeased and said, "I didn't embarrass you, did I? Rebellious son, get up and go to Ouyang's house to propose marriage." The old general suddenly glared. Sita Chung. In the end, old General Situ dragged Situ Chung away. Facing his son's pleading look for help, Han Ziren felt helpless. Throughout, old General Situ never looked directly at Xiaozhen. With a sigh, Xiaozhen realized that in this life, when she met someone she knew, the feelings she wanted to vent had nowhere to go, which was quite painful. Turning her head, she saw Han Ziren looking at her gently. His deep black eyes, usually cool as the night, were now full of tenderness. For a moment, Xiaozhen felt a bit embarrassed. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Seeing Han Ziren slowly lower his head, his face getting closer and closer, Xiaozhen hurriedly took a step back. "What are you going to do?" She anxiously looked around and, seeing no one, finally relaxed. Turning back, she saw Han Ziren smiling at her. "I can't help my feelings." Actually, he just didn't want her to show such a distressed expression. Xiaozhen's face instantly turned red, feeling that this man's way of speaking sweet words was becoming more fluent. After leaving Ren's residence, everyone naturally went to Han Ziren's official residence. It was probably arranged by Lord Ren, as it was not far from his residence on Chang'an Road. The excitement of the Han family was obvious. Chang'an Road was for the wealthy and noble, and the gate of the residence had a pair of stone lions. The layout inside was naturally quite good. The carriage just stopped, and the door of the mansion opened. Zhang Lu came out first, followed by 3 or 4 young servants. "Greetings, Lord, Madam, Old Madam, young masters and ladies." Zhang Lu bowed to Xiaozhen and the Han family members. For a moment, the Han family looked at each other, familiar with Zhang Lu, especially Han's eldest and second brothers, who often worked together. Han's eldest brother smiled and asked, "Brother Zhang Lu, what are you doing?" Zhang Lu also smiled and replied, "Now that Lord Han has come to Beijing for work, we naturally rise in status. We can't use the same titles anymore." Then he looked at Han Ziren and said, "Sir, everything inside has been arranged by carriage master before your arrival." Han Ziren nodded and said, "Thank you." Zhang Lu stepped back and ordered the servants to start moving all the belongings into the mansion. "Brother Zhang Lu, are these servants from our family?" Mrs. Zhang asked excitedly as she saw some young servants carrying small bundles and 3 young girls helping them. Zhang Lu smiled and said, "These servants are from our lord's estate." The phrase "our family" naturally referred to Han Ziren and Xiaozhen. Lu Zhang looked respectful, without any sign of disrespect. He acted as if Mrs. Zhang was the mistress of the house. However, when he said this, Mrs. Zhang's face changed slightly, and she didn't know how to respond at first. "Mother, look. What a beautiful hall." As they entered the house, the first thing they saw was the main hall. Lu Shi held Hanmu's hand and looked at the luxurious furniture inside, exclaiming in surprise. Hanmu nodded, a smile she couldn't hide on her face. Her youngest son's future was promising. "Dad, Mom, come look." Such a beautiful garden. Han's eldest brother came out of the main hall excitedly. Everyone then went out to see the garden. At this moment, Han's second brother saw that his wife, Mrs. Zhang, looked upset compared to her earlier happiness. He asked curiously, "What's wrong? Weren't you happy just now? Where will we live in the future?" Mrs. Zhang held her husband's arm and asked coldly. "Third younger sister also has a shop for ox carts here. Naturally, we will live next to the shop," Han's second brother said confidently.
What?
The Xiao family also has a shop in Beijing? Since sister-in-law wants to develop in Beijing, she will rent a shop. What's there to be surprised about? Zhang never thought about developing or anything like that. She was just surprised that Xiaozhen had so much money, enough to rent shops in the capital. She felt a strange anger inside, thinking that originally, Xiaozhen was even less important than a piece of her clothing. Nearby, Huang Yui and her daughter looked at the official residence with envy, occasionally lowering their heads to exchange words. From time to time, Huang Yui would glance at Xiaozhen, her eyes full of complex emotions. This residence should now be called the Han family estate. Compared to the one in Sheng County, it was much larger with a big yard and 2 small gardens, not to mention the additional side rooms. Everyone looked around carefully for about half an hour. Mother Han took her younger son's hand and said sincerely, "Son, you've studied hard since you were young. Achieving this success now is not easy. You must cherish it and do your best as an official." "Understood, Mother," he replied. Mother Han nodded and said to Xiao, "Since Manager Zhang has already arrived, I suppose you should settle us somewhere to stay?" "Yes, not far from here," Xiao replied. "Let's go together." Zhang, standing nearby, looked unhappy and said, "Third brother, sister-in-law, with so many side rooms here, why not just let us stay in one? Why waste money renting outside?" Thinking about the servants who could be used, Zhang preferred to stay here. Renting out the rooms meant doing everything herself. How could it be as comfortable?
What are you talking about?
Second brother Han looked embarrassed when he heard his wife speak like that. Xiren is an official of the court now. If so many people live here and outsiders find out, what will they say? Who cares what others say? Third brother doesn't believe idle gossip easily, Zhang said disdainfully. Xiao listened coldly. At this moment, Han Xiren calmly said, "Second sister-in-law, since we've separated, why should we live together? Besides, you were the most eager about dividing the family." "Oh, third brother is clearly trying to chase us away." Zhang looked at Han Xiren in disbelief, her expression as if Han Xiren was ungrateful. "Mother, look at third brother. He's trying to drive you out." Mother Han closed her eyes, then opened them and said to Han Xiren and Xiao, "Let Zhonglu take us there. We've just moved in, and there are many things to do. You two shouldn't go." Han Xiren nodded. "Mother, if you and father want to come here to live, just come anytime." Mrs. Han smiled and said, "I understand third brother's feelings."
Mother?
Zhang's wife wanted to say more, but under Mrs. Han's cold glare, she stopped and looked sadly at her husband, not wanting to see second brother Han also giving her a cold look. Zhang's wife could only forcefully pull at her handkerchief in frustration. Mrs. Huang's second daughter naturally followed Mrs. Han as they left. Before leaving, Huang Yui obediently went to Xiao and said kindly, "Third sister-in-law, we're leaving now." Seeing Han Xiren watching the Han family leave, Xiao understood what he was thinking. "Are you reluctant to part with your parents?" Unexpectedly, Han Xiren shook his head. "The house you gave them isn't far from here. If you miss them, you can go visit any time." "Then what are you thinking about?" "Although we have divided the household before, we still live in the same courtyard. It's no different from not dividing. Now that only you and I are here, I feel that living like this until old age is a kind of happiness." As he spoke, Han Xiren took Xiaozhen's hand and looked at her sincerely and tenderly. Xiaozhen was silent, not thinking so deeply. At this moment, a servant came to report, "Master, Madam, the 9th prince sent a message, inviting you both to visit his residence tonight." In the afternoon, it started to drizzle lightly. The rain in the capital was fine and gentle, falling between the unique rooftops and terraces, creating a special scene. After Zhang Lu returned, he brought back a maid. Counting everyone, there should now be 5 servants and 3 maids in the Han household. Han Ziren only glanced at the three and washed up briefly before heading to the study to organize his work. Zhang Lu told the other servants to leave, leaving only 3 guards. He said, "Madam, these 3 are managers from our shop. This is Manager Lu. The other 2, both surnamed Fong, are called Senior Fong and Junior Fong. We haven't found reliable people yet, so for now, these 3 will serve in Madame's household." The 3 bowed quickly. Xiao looked at them with a smile, nodded, and asked Zhang Lu what each was responsible for before dismissing them. Then she said to Zhang Lu, "Thank you, Brother Zhang, for your trouble." Zhang Lu smiled and replied, "Madam, you have shown me kindness. This little bit is nothing, but I'm afraid the position of chief steward will still fall to me for the next half-year." Xiao nodded with a smile. "With Brother Zhang here, I feel at ease. However, madam, the people who serve you personally are not easy to find at the moment." Seeing Zhang Lu's cautious expression, Xiao chuckled and thought there was nothing difficult about it. "I don't need someone to serve me. I can handle small tasks myself." But Zhang Lu replied, "I'm not talking about ordinary maids, but about proper ladies' maids who understand etiquette." "Maids?" "Yes." Zhang Lu scratched his head. "Madam, I am a rough person. To speak frankly, your current attire isn't very proper. Your future is limitless, and I worry." Zhang Lu didn't finish, but Xiao could easily understand the implied meaning. Seeing that Xiao remained silent, Zhang Lu thought he had hurt her feelings and felt regretful. He didn't want to hear Xiao say, "Brother Zhang, don't worry. I have my own sense of measure." Hearing this, Zhang Lu still felt uneasy. Historically, many men were like Qin Shimi, and few could keep their original intentions. However, even if Lord Han changed his mind about the young master in the future, the young master's wealth was enough to be worry-free. Since the young master appointed him as the chief steward, Zhang Lu had already regarded Xiao as part of his family. Thinking this way, he felt he needed to work harder to earn more money. As long as the young master had money, even if Lord Han rose high in the future, he would still need to flatter him. He said, "It's getting late. I should go prepare the carriage to the 9th prince's residence." Then he stepped back. "Maids who understand etiquette?" Xiao murmured with a faint smile, thinking that the shadow guards only knew how to carry out their missions. Among shadow guards, there are quite a few women, and as a top shadow guard, regardless of gender, etiquette is essential. They often need to step out of the darkness, either as guards or as maids, protecting members of the royal family. She understood some of these things. Perhaps now is the time to try? In the evening, the drizzle grew heavier. Late summer weather, dampened, and a bit colder due to the light rain. Han Ziren looked at the sky, noting it was getting late, and was about to go inside to call Xiao. As he took a few steps, he saw a woman in a smoky blue dress come out of the house. She was simple and pure, with only dark embroidery of golden flowers on her cuffs and collar, adding a gentle softness to her appearance. Her understated elegance radiated a quiet, graceful dignity. A light makeup look, just a few strokes between her eyebrows and lips, highlighted the woman's gentle features. She lacked charm but radiated warmth. Her perfectly applied eyeliner and soft red lips added a touch of delicate beauty. She stood 2 steps away from Han Ziren, her back straight, with a faint smile. "Who is this young lady?" Zhang Lu looked at the beautiful woman approaching him with curiosity. He had been at the residence all day and hadn't seen any woman come in, yet this woman somehow gave him a familiar feeling. Han Ziren stared blankly at the woman in front of him. His originally cold, moon-like black eyes deepened further. He recognized her immediately, his wife. Her features looked ordinary at first glance, but upon closer inspection, they were uniquely delicate. Now, with a subtle, simple makeup, her appearance was pure and clear, full of grace. Xiao felt that the young man, only 17, looked at her with a strange intensity. His usual calmness seemed to deepen, even turning a bit passionate. Just as she was about to see clearly, he turned his face away. She wondered if her makeup was a bit too much or inappropriate, but it was just the basic makeup. She hadn't applied much. Having not worn makeup for a long time and with limited experience from her past life, she felt unfamiliar and had forgotten some techniques. Perhaps she really should find a proper etiquette lady to teach her.
Are you
The madam? Zhang Lu finally recognized her and quickly understood why Xiao Zhen had said she was confident earlier in the afternoon. Xiao Zhen gave Zhang Lu a faint smile and then looked at Han Ziren. Husband, does this outfit suit me for going to the 9th prince's residence? It suits, Han Ziren replied, taking Xiao Zhen's hand and leading her outside. In the carriage, Xiao Zhen sat upright, carefully inspecting her new outfit to avoid wrinkles. It was her first formal visit to the 9th prince's residence. She was about to ask Han Ziren how her attire looked when she suddenly caught sight of a passionate pair of black eyes. In the next moment, she felt a tight grip around her waist and was pulled into his embrace, sitting on his lap. Xiao Zhen was startled. What was he doing? Her lips were instantly taken by his. This intimacy was different from their usual gentle exchanges. Instead, it was wild and chaotic, like a storm sweeping through darkness, reckless and uncontrolled. It was too sudden and intense, and her lips ached. Xiao Zhen pushed Han Ziren away to catch her breath, but in that brief moment, he precisely locked her in again. One hand held her waist, while the other slipped inside her clothing. Xiao Zhen was stunned. Although they had shared a bed for several months, they had never crossed any boundaries. Even their kisses were only tender touches on the lips. She had always been afraid of causing trouble herself, but she never expected Han Ziren to be on the carriage now. Ziren, Xiao Zhen forcefully pushed her away, not wanting her voice to sound as sharp as usual, but instead it carried a heavy note of tenderness. Xiao Zhen felt that Han Ziren's attack was becoming more uncontrollable. She wondered if she should hit him to make him faint, but she suddenly realized she had no strength at all, her whole body feeling limp. Xiao Zhen finally understood what it meant to be at her wit's end. Just as she thought her innocence might be lost on the carriage, Han Ziren stopped his movements, gasping for breath, his wild eyes fixed on Xiao Zhen's lips, which were swollen and red, her clothes disheveled, and her body weakly collapsing into his arms. Xiao Zhen. In her past life, she had spent years among men and knew a lot about relationships, but she had never experienced it herself. When Han Ziren looked at her like that, she had sensed something was wrong, but now she fully understood what was happening. It seemed her outfit today had provoked Han Ziren. His wild behavior was completely beyond her expectations. Xiao Zhen felt her hands trembling slightly as she tried to straighten her clothes. Where was her proud self-control? Where was her cool, moon-like personality? Let me help you. Han Ziren's voice was hoarse, but still carried a hint of the passion from earlier. No need. Xiao Zhen almost jumped in alarm when she heard him. She worried that if he tried again like before, she wouldn't be able to face anyone afterward. I can do it myself. She was about to get up, but as soon as she moved, Han Ziren pressed her down again. In that moment of sitting and lying, Xiao Zhen asked, "What is that thing on your leg?" The words slipped out instinctively, and as soon as she said it, she realized what she had said and felt like a fool. She was annoyed and didn't know what to do. It will be fine soon. Just sit like this, Han Ziren said, burying his face in Xiao Zhen's neck, his tone muffled. He hadn't expected himself to behave this way just now. He was acting purely on instinct. Let me get up, Xiao Zhen said, blushing and gritting her teeth. Sitting like this couldn't be good for her. Just then, outside, a servant said, Master, Madam, we've arrived at the 9th prince's residence. Next, she heard the coachman respectfully say, Greetings, Master Fei, 9th prince, and General Situ. Xiao Zhen.
Han Ziren.
Jing Xian, why aren't you getting down yet? Situ Cheng's voice was heard outside the carriage curtain. Just as Situ Cheng was about to lift the curtain, Han Ziren's cold voice with a strange tone came through. Wait for me outside. Hearing this, Situ Cheng didn't lift the curtain and asked curiously, What's wrong with your voice? Chao Feimingliang and the 9th prince also looked on with confusion. Clearly, these two didn't understand what was happening. After a while, the curtain was lifted and Han Ziren stepped down, but he didn't see Xiao Zhen. Where is my sister-in-law? Situ Chung wanted to look inside, but Han Ziren had already sealed the carriage tightly. After bowing to the ninth prince, Han Ziren, as usual, remained cold and said, "My wife suddenly felt unwell. I hope the ninth prince understands." Then he ordered the carriage, "Take the lady back." The coachman was puzzled. When they left earlier, the lady was fine, so why did she suddenly feel unwell now? But since the master said so, he obeyed. After bowing to everyone, he drove the carriage back to the Han residence. The ninth prince, CMO, Chao Feimingliang, and Situ Chung were all confused. It was drizzling lightly. Back at the Han residence, Xiaozhen looked at her reflection in the mirror, sighing over her swollen lips and the small strawberry marks on her neck that hadn't gone down after an hour and a half. Thinking about the wild events inside the carriage and Xiaozhen's carefree attitude, her face turned red, feeling incredibly embarrassed. It was true that people look their best in fine clothes and makeup. She never imagined that just changing her outfit and applying a little rouge could make Han Ziren lose control. Her makeup was so light it was barely noticeable. She couldn't help but worry about tonight. Although she had now changed back to her simple, plain clothes, she wondered if Ziren still had the lingering heat from the afternoon. To her surprise, when Han Ziren returned, he was just as usual, occasionally talking to her. Even after they went to bed, he still covered her with a quilt and lay down himself, falling asleep quickly, as if what happened in the afternoon was just a hallucination. The next day, the drizzle continued. Under the persistent rain, Han Ziren received his appointment as Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Rights. This position was officially ranked fourth in the court and wasn't very high among officials in the capital, but it allowed him to participate in political discussions. Clearly, the current emperor had high hopes for Han Ziren. On the first day after the imperial decree, Han Ziren had to wear his court robes and go to the palace to thank the emperor. Xiaozhen was not the first time she saw Han Ziren wearing formal court robes. When Han Ziren took the top scholar exam and returned home to visit his family, he also wore the same robes. At that time, Han Ziren still looked quite young and inexperienced. Now, almost a year later, the line between youth and maturity has blurred. He has become more composed and dignified, showing the calmness of an adult. When he wore the court robes, his appearance and demeanor were impressive and commanding. Seeing this, Xiaozhen wondered if there was still an unmarried princess in the palace. If she also liked Han Ziren, she might have to work hard again. But honestly, after doing this many times, it's just part of the routine. Thinking about it, the old emperor still had a few daughters, but they were kept for marriage alliances and probably wouldn't be interested in Han Ziren. Xiaozhen felt a little relieved. Just as she was about to send Han Ziren out, a cheerful who announced imperial edicts approached her and said, "Is this Madame Han?" "Yes." Xiaozhen nodded and lowered her eyes. Since yesterday, after Zhang Lu told her about the etiquette maid, Xiaozhen had put away her rustic manners and started acting more like a noble lady. She spent the whole night trying to recall what she had learned in her previous life, knowing she couldn't afford to embarrass herself. Thu was surprised. He had heard that the newly successful scholar's wife was a peasant girl who couldn't read or write. Although she didn't wear makeup, her demeanor showed she was not a simple, uneducated woman. "Your Highness the consort invites Madame to the palace for a chat." The words shocked him. He looked at Han Ziren, who also frowned slightly. Seeing that he was waiting for her reply, Xiaozhen said, "Yes, please wait a moment. I'll freshen up and then go to the palace." The old emperor had two consorts, the noble consort, who was the mother of the ninth prince, and the deconsort, who was the mother of the current crown prince, the third prince. Although the emperor liked Han Ziren quite a bit, he was still just a middle-ranking official. As a lady of the court, Xiaozhen was unlikely to catch the eye of the noble consort. Although she was curious, Xiaozhen went back to her room to dress up. When she came out, the eyes lit up. Xiaozhen secretly smiled. It wasn't that she had become particularly beautiful, but people tend to compare. Her simple appearance before was plain. Now, with a little makeup, her look was noticeably different. She glanced at Han Ziren and saw that his black eyes had darkened slightly. Thinking about what happened this afternoon, she decided that during the carriage ride, he was not allowed to touch her at all. To Xiaozhen's surprise, Han Ziren did not do anything out of line along the way and was unusually quiet. Just before entering the palace, he held her hand and said, "Be careful. I will wait for you at the palace gate." Xiaozhen nodded and watched Han Ziren leave. She was heading to the concubine's residence. After getting off the carriage, someone was already there to receive her. In the palace, she felt very familiar with everything. But before, she only stayed in the shadows. Now, she could walk openly through these familiar corridors. The palace was grand and majestic. Its long, nearly 1,000-mile-long halls, under the light rain, no longer looked shiny gold but a dull gray. Still, it did not lessen the impressive sight it gave. Xiaozhen stopped walking. The palace maid holding an umbrella also paused and looked at her in surprise. Xiaozhen gently adjusted the umbrella in her hand and smiled softly, saying, "Just half is enough. Don't let yourself get soaked." Although it was just light rain, most of the umbrella was covering her, and her clothes were already wet. The palace maid looked grateful. "It's fine, madam. Your health is precious. You must not catch a cold." She still covered most of Xiaozhen with the umbrella. "This rain isn't enough to make me sick. Madam is so kind. But if you get wet and the people upstairs find out, I will be punished." Xiaozhen hadn't thought of that. The rules for palace maids were very strict. Life was not easy. She asked, "What is your name?" "Servant girl Chunhua." "Chunhua, do you know what the concubine mother has asked me to do?" Chunhua shook her head, honestly. "I am not a close servant of the concubine mother." As they approached a round door, a palace maid waiting outside came out, bowed to Xiaozhen and smiled, saying, "Servant girl Yinxing is a close maid of the concubine mother. Please follow me, madam." Chunhua handed over the umbrella to Yinxing, bowed, and stepped back. The concubine's palace was indeed in that direction. But if Xiaozhen remembered correctly, she didn't think she was walking this way. She looked at Yinxing leading the way and was sure that the person who invited her into the palace was not the concubine. Who could it be? In the palace, who would dare to falsely claim the concubine's order and call her in? The answer was obvious. Therefore, when Xiaozhen saw the 9th Princimo in a small side hall, she showed no sign of panic. Instead, she politely bowed and said, "Xiaozhen greets the 9th Prince." It had been a long time since the 9th Prince spoke. Xiaozhen looked up slightly and saw him staring at her with a surprised expression, which looked a bit amusing. When their eyes met with his clear black and white eyes, the 9th Princimo finally regained his composure. He blushed slightly and looked a little uncomfortable. "I didn't expect a simple farmer girl to look so pretty when dressed up. This woman, indeed, needs just the right amount of decoration to look refined." Xiaozhen, tired of pretending to be respectful, lowered her head to hide her calm and cold expression. She said simply, "9th Prince, we are no longer outside the palace. If people see you calling a common wife into the palace, it might cause trouble." "I understand," the 9th Prince replied after clearing his throat. His expression returned to normal, and his gaze at Xiaozhen became more scrutinizing. "Xiaozhen, what is your relationship with the shadow guards?" This sharp question made Xiaozhen realize that the future emperor was testing her. If she didn't give a satisfactory answer, she might not leave this place today. "Shadow guards? I heard about them from General Situ Xiao, but I have no connection with them," Xiaozhen replied calmly, still lowering her head. "No connection? Do you think I am a fool? With your skills, if you say you are with the shadow guards, no one would believe otherwise. Tell me, who are you really?" The 9th Prince's gaze darkened, and his lips pressed tightly, giving him a sharper look despite his youthful features. This must be the true appearance of the 9th Prince. Xiaozhen thought to herself, reminiscing about the young emperor from her past life. She then said, "My name is Xiaozhen. I am the wife of Han Ziren, the minister of the Central Secretariat. Where did you learn your skills?" "When I was young, I saved a man in black. Every summer, he would come to our village to teach me martial arts as a thank you. He stopped coming 3 years ago," Xiaozhen answered calmly. "A man in black? The ninth prince frowned. Xiao nodded. What does he look like? I have never seen his face. He said anyone who saw his face would die, and he didn't allow me to call him master. This was a rule of the shadow guards. Once someone became a true shadow guard, their face was not allowed to be shown to outsiders. Xiao said this to let the ninth prince know that she was connected to the shadow guards, but it had nothing to do with her personally. She believed the ninth prince would trust her, since he had no way to find out the truth. She had never left Xing County since she was young. Besides her training with the shadow guards, she couldn't think of any other information to provide. The ninth prince's body was tense, and his dark eyes kept shifting, showing his inner feelings. After a moment, he said, I want to test your skills. Xiao hesitated and looked up. Test my skills?
Yes.
I want to see what that man in black has taught you, the ninth prince said, making a gesture. Almost at the same time, 5 shadow guards surrounded Xiao in the middle. Xiao. Before she could say anything, the 5 shadow guards rushed toward her. From their moves, Xiao judged that the attacker was new to being a shadow guard. Although their fighting was fierce, it had many flaws. She couldn't show her true skills, so she pretended to be overwhelmed. After a few moves, she was at a disadvantage. On the 3rd move, the shadow guard stopped attacking and reported, Your Highness, I think that man in black only taught this lady some basic skills. The ninth prince nodded, his sharp eyes still fixed on Xiao confused face, and said, Compared to the thugs in Xing County, can these basic skills beat them? The 5 shadow guards looked at each other. One of them said, Even basic skills from a shadow guard are considered expert level among martial artists. Hearing this, the ninth prince's doubts eased a little, and his tense expression relaxed. Everyone leave now.
Yes.
Instantly, the shadow guards disappeared as if they had never been there. Xiao pretended to breathe a sigh of relief and looked up. She saw the ninth prince looking at her with a complicated expression. You really can keep secrets? Xiao only then remembered what the secret was about. She looked at the ninth prince and asked, Does the ninth prince want me not to keep secrets? The ninth prince's face darkened. He cleared his throat and said, Since your mother asked you to come chat, you should go. Xiao was surprised. The noble consort really asked me to come into the palace to chat? Otherwise? The ninth prince looked impatient, then seemed to remember something and said, Do you really think I called you into the palace myself? Xiao hurriedly replied, trembling, I dare not. What do I want with you in the palace? You're already married, and I wouldn't be interested in you. Xiao. She hadn't said that. Seeing Xiao looking at her with a blank expression, the ninth prince felt a wave of irritation in his heart. Come here. The palace maid named Yinxing, who had just led her here, entered and said, Your Highness, take Lady Han to dine with Mother Consort. After saying this in an annoyed tone, the ninth prince waved his sleeve and left. The palace maid who called Yinxing saw the ninth prince leave angrily and looked at Xiao. Madam, please. After leaving this small side hall, she headed towards the noble consort's palace. A palace maid who is not honest or responsible enough can be seen from how she holds the umbrella. When the maid Manhwa held the umbrella earlier, most of it was on her. But Yinxing, who was beside her, shared the umbrella equally, sometimes even pushing more towards herself. There was a small wet patch on Xiao's shoulder. She hadn't paid much attention to Yinxing's attire earlier, but now she saw that although she was dressed as a palace maid, her clothes were clearly much finer than Manhwa's, even more luxurious than most palace maids. Her headpiece was also stylish and new, indicating she was a favored personal maid of the noble consort. While observing her, Xiao also noticed Yinxing glancing at her secretly from time to time, with a strange, indescribable look in her eyes. Xiao is quite familiar with the current noble consort. In her previous life, as the shadow of the young emperor, she often sneaked into the noble consort's palace. Although the emperor only appointed 2 consorts, being granted the title noble shows her high status. Her background and identity are certainly fitting for the title. The noble consort is quite good-looking, but not a beauty. She was born a marquis's daughter, making her extremely noble. She is truly a noble lady, and her every word and action are exemplary. Inside the noble consort's palace. After Xiao Zhen finished kowtowing, the noble consort gently raised her hand to signal Yin Xing to help her up. She then looked at Xiao Zhen with a somewhat satisfied expression, her eyes already showing a smile. Take a seat. Thank you, Your Grace. According to Mo Air, you saved him? The noble consort's voice was slightly elongated, sounding a bit coquettish, yet also carrying a distant air of superiority. Xiao Zhen replied vaguely, Prince Ninth is blessed. I didn't do much. She thought that such matters would never be told to the noble consort by Prince Ninth. The noble consort nodded. Mo Air said that Minister Han, the Chancellor, is talented. He values talent, and also mentioned that his wife has helped him. This palace thought to see you today, when Minister Han came to the palace. What would you like me to reward you with? Xiao Zhen hurriedly knelt and said, Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness. I dare not ask for any reward. I believe it is my duty. You're quite sensible. Ginkgo, go and bring the fruit the Emperor gifted to me so Lady Han can taste it.
Yes.
Xiao Zhen quickly bowed and said, Thank you for the reward, Your Majesty. When Ginkgo handed Xiao Zhen a basket of fruit, she heard the noble consort softly say, I'm tired now, you may go back. So, was the conversation finished? Xiao Zhen felt a bit awkward but nodded in thanks, and then left. On the way out, Ginkgo held the umbrella, while Xiao Zhen carried the light basket of fruit. If she had been more polite, perhaps Ginkgo or another maid would have carried it. Was the noble consort being unfriendly to her, or was Ginkgo pretending not to see, or looking down on her? Xiao Zhen couldn't tell. She only knew that her shoulder was wet again. After a long silence, Ginkgo suddenly spoke. Madam, a few days ago, the noble consort already sent the servant to the ninth prince. Xiao Zhen nodded with a smile, not understanding what she meant. Ginkgo continued, the lady also promised that when the ninth prince becomes a prince, he will take me as his wife. Xiao Zhen responded softly with an thinking this was normal. As a senior maid close to the noble consort, Ginkgo was capable. It was not unusual for her to become a wife or even a concubine. Seeing Xiao Zhen was unaffected and only smiled faintly, Ginkgo looked somewhat displeased. Madam, although you saved the ninth prince's life, there is a difference between men and women. If such a situation happens again, I think it's better to avoid it. Xiao Zhen suddenly understood why Ginkgo had looked at her with such admiration earlier. It was because of this. Miss Ginkgo, you worry too much. When the ninth prince saw me just now, he only expressed thanks. Naturally, such things won't happen again. Ginkgo nodded in satisfaction with her reply, her proud demeanor resembling a bit of the noble consort style. When they left the inner palace, they saw Manhwa, who had brought her in earlier, waiting nearby. She bowed to Ginkgo and took the umbrella. Madam, I will you out of the palace. Xiao Zhen thanked her, and Ginkgo turned without saying a word and left. Thinking about what Ginkgo had said, that she was close to the ninth prince, Xiao Zhen shook her head inwardly. The ninth prince didn't seem to like someone with her personality. She remembered her past life, when the ninth prince chose his consorts. Except for her own daughter, who was forced into the palace by powerful officials, all the others he selected were gentle and kind. She didn't know why that was the case. Madam, give the basket to Manhwa, said Manhwa, reaching to take the fruit basket from Xiao Zhen. No need, it's light, Xiao Zhen replied, taking 2 fruits from the basket and placing them in Manhwa's arms. This is for you to eat. Manhwa was surprised at first, then nervously said, I dare not. These are tribute fruits. I can't eat them with my humble mouth. These fruits are ripe and meant for people to eat. Take them, Xiao Zhen said kindly to the palace maid named Manhwa. Seeing her nervousness, she took another fruit from the basket, wiped it on her clothes, and took a bite. No wonder they are tribute, juicy, and sweet. Seeing the generous attitude of the noble lady, Manhwa opened her mouth in amazement and couldn't close it for a long time. Only when she saw Xiao Zhen smiling at her did she smile shyly and say, Thank you, madam, for your kindness. I will see you out of the palace." At the palace gate, Han Ziren had not arrived yet. Xiao Zhen looked around at the grand palace under the gray drizzle. Though impressive, it felt gloomy like the weather. When she was a bodyguard before, she didn't feel this way. She was free to fly around. She withdrew her gaze as Chunhua hesitated and said, "There's nothing more for you to do here. You can go back. You don't need to stay with an umbrella. The rain won't reach here." Chunhua hesitated for a moment, then said, "I'd rather stay here with Madame. The two of us. Madame won't feel lonely."
All right.
"How long have you been in the palace?" Xiao Zhan asked. 10 years. "I am 14 now," Chunhua replied respectfully. Xiao Zhan nodded. "Are you working under Miss Inxiang? Otherwise, she wouldn't be the one guiding the way." Chunhua nodded. "I used to work in the laundry yard. Later, Miss Inxiang saw I was honest and brought me to the noble consort's palace." As they spoke, a palace maid hurried over and bowed to Xiao Zhen. "Is this Lady Han?" "Yes, I am. I am Xiao, a maidservant beside the crown princess. I heard Lady Han entered the palace today. She is also here to pay respects to Lady Da. I thought I could get to know Lady Han. Would you do me the honor?" Xiao Zhen. Even a crown princess consort has said this. How could I not give her face? She then said to Chunhua, "Miss Chunhua, can you stay here a little longer? When my husband comes out, tell him that the crown princess consort wants to speak with me and ask him to wait for a moment. Also, give him this fruit basket, which was a gift from the noble consort." Chunhua quickly nodded in agreement. "Thank you." Xiao Zhen gratefully glanced at the young palace maid, then said to Xiao, "Please, Miss Xiao, lead the way." Why is Han Ziren just a mid-level secretary, yet he has become such a favorite? If the 9th prince values Han Ziren because of the car accident, then the 3rd prince, who is the crown prince, also seems to be involved. Doesn't it seem a bit obvious? The palace visit didn't go as planned, so they entered again. The 3rd prince is the son of Virtue Consort. So naturally, the crown princess consort is in Virtue Consort's palace, which is just separated from the noble consorts by the Imperial Garden, a good location indeed. Passing through the Imperial Garden in light rain, the scenery was quite beautiful in its own way. When Xiao Zhen saw the crown princess consort, she was sitting in a pavilion in a small courtyard, chatting and laughing with a woman. As she approached, Xiao Zhen recognized the woman talking with the crown princess consort. She was Ren Jinshi, the daughter of Grand Secretary Ren. Seeing how happily Miss Ren was smiling, she seemed quite close to the crown princess consort. "Crown princess consort, Lady Han has arrived," a palace maid reported. The crown princess consort was very beautiful, especially her pair of phoenix-shaped eyes, flirtatious with every blink, and her delicate face and cherry lips matched the current men's aesthetic perfectly. "So this is Lady Han? Just now, she was talking about you with Sister Jinshi," the crown princess consort said with a smile. Ren Jinshi was cracking sunflower seeds, but she was watching Xiao Zhen with a slightly displeased expression. When Xiao Zhen entered the pavilion, she pouted and said somewhat annoyed, "Looking at how you're dressed, you actually look quite pretty." Xiao Zhen smiled. "Please sit down," the crown princess consort said as she invited Xiao Zhen to sit. Immediately, a palace maid brought tea. "Thank you, crown princess consort." "You're welcome. My lord is very impressed with Lady Han's talent." Lady Han was the top scorer at just 17, and in only a few months, she was promoted to mid-level secretary. That's truly remarkable in history. You are quite fortunate. Thank you for your praise, crown princess consort. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Miss Jinshi let out a light snort, her expression turning more displeased. "Miss Jinshi, what's wrong?" the crown princess consort asked, her eyes flickering between Miss Jinshi and Xiao Zhen. "It's nothing. I just think Lady Han is quite fortunate." Ren Jinshi supported his chin with one hand and tapped on the table, speaking casually. The two women in front of him were both beautiful, but since Ren Jinshi was only 15, her beauty still carried a bit of baby fat. Xiao Zhen didn't see any romantic feelings for Han Ziren in Ren Jinshi's eyes, but She could tell that Ren Jinshi didn't like her and even looked down on her, especially since the crown princess was deliberately close to her. Xiao Zhen sipped her tea slowly. Living was tiring, especially for women in the deep palace. They looked down on her, who came from a peasant background, yet they had to get close to her to help their men, which was even more exhausting. If Madame Han has any issues in life, she can send someone to the Eastern Palace to speak, the Crown Princess said with a smile. Yes, I thank the Crown Princess in advance, Xiao Zhen replied politely. The Crown Princess kept trying to find something to talk about, while Ren Jinshi responded casually, and Xiao Zhen just nodded or smiled. After a while, the atmosphere suddenly cooled. The Crown Princess looked embarrassed and had to lower her head, pretending to drink tea. Silence fell, broken only by the faint rain. The Crown Princess didn't speak, so Xiao Zhen naturally didn't start a conversation either. Ren Jinshi also didn't want to talk. She didn't want to speak either. At this moment, Xiao Zhen heard the Crown Princess sigh softly, so softly that only someone with sharp ears might catch it. She glanced at the Crown Princess, who was twisting her handkerchief under the table. Although her face showed no emotion, it was clear she was trying hard to think of something to say. Xiao Zhen suddenly thought of Madame Qi from Shen County, who was very clever and adaptable. The current Crown Princess, though beautiful, lacked that kind of skill. Ren Jinshi yawned and said, Crown Princess, this is too boring. I'll go first. She bowed slightly toward the Crown Princess. Taking advantage of Ren Jinshi's departure, Xiao Zhen also decided not to stay. She stood up and bowed, saying, We've talked for a while. The Crown Princess must be tired. I will take my leave now. All right, then. The Crown Princess seemed relieved and said to the palace maids, Quickly get umbrellas for Lady Han and Miss Ren. The maids hurried to open umbrellas and come over. Ren Jinshi left a little faster, clearly unwilling to walk with Xiao Zhen. Xiao Zhen smiled faintly, walking neither too fast nor too slow, but keeping a few steps apart from Ren Jinshi. Suddenly, Ren Jinshi stopped and turned to look at Xiao Zhen. Xiao Zhen also stopped and looked back at her, smiling faintly. Miss Ren, is there something you want to say? Xiao Zhen asked calmly. Ren Jinshi looked at the two palace maids holding umbrellas. She took one umbrella for herself and handed the other to Xiao Zhen, then said to the maids, You don't need to stay here anymore. Go down now. Yes. After the maids left, Ren Jinshi gave Xiao Zhen a look of disdain. I didn't expect you to be Brother Xiren's wife. What do I lack compared to you? Feeling her hostility, Xiao Zhen only smiled faintly. Miss Ren, you are naturally better than me in every way. Ren Jinshi was surprised by Xiao Zhen's words. She paused, then sneered. Then you should leave Brother Xiren, so you won't hinder his future. Xiao Zhen smiled gently. Miss Ren, you are so eager for me to leave Xiren. Are you trying to marry him yourself? Reddening her face, Ren Jinshi said, You're talking nonsense. I only see Brother Xiren as family. Don't spread false rumors. If that's the case, then it's better not to interfere in others' affairs. Otherwise, outsiders might think you're jealous, because you can't have him and pressure the original wife to leave. After all, you're not truly siblings. Therefore, it's best not to meddle, Xiao Zhen said calmly. She then opened her umbrella and walked away. Ren Jinshi quickly followed. What's so good about you? You only stayed in the cave for a while and then forced Brother Xiren to marry you? Xiao Zhen didn't reply. She walked forward at a steady pace. Don't you know what shame is? Someone like you clinging to Brother Xiren, what will others think? Ren Jinshi's voice suddenly stopped because Xiao Zhen paused. She saw Han Xiren approaching them. Han Xiren's handsome face was a bit grim at the moment. Seeing her brother looking at her, Ren Jinshi shrank her neck and lowered her head silently. But when Han Xiren looked at Xiao Zhen, his gloom was replaced by tenderness. Husband, am I okay? Xiao Zhen asked softly. Yes. Where am I okay? Everywhere is good. Han Xiren folded his umbrella, took the one Xiao Zhen was holding, and held both of them up. Let's go, wife. Left behind, Ren Jinshi was speechless. Spring flowers still waited at the palace gate. When she saw Han Ziren and his wife returning together, she hurriedly bowed and said, "Madam, the fruit basket servant has already put it in the carriage." Xiao Zhen nodded. "Thank you. Get in the carriage." Han Ziren helped Xiao Zhen onto the carriage. Seeing him also get in, Xiao Zhen asked, "Aren't you waiting for Miss Rin?" "There's no need to wait. Giving her a lesson might be better," said Han Ziren, pursing her lips as she watched Xiao Zhen look outside through the gap in the curtain. Xiao Zhen slightly lifted the curtain and looked at Rin Qianjin stomping nearby. She calmly lowered the curtain again and said to the carriage, "Let's go." After 3 whole days, they finally cleaned the large Han residence thoroughly. At the same time, Zhang Lu brought in a group of servants. These servants were responsible not only for managing the household affairs, but also for transporting the new carriage purchased by the Xiao family. Currently, all the servants at the Han residence were from Xiao Zhen's shop. Early in the morning, Han Ziren left for court. Zhang Lu reported the latest news from the capital to Xiao Zhen. "Madam, since the young master came to the capital, he has been discussing business alliances with Master Che, but it's been difficult," said Zhang Lu, handing over all the accounts to his subordinates. These estates are said to be under the 9th prince, but in fact, they are mainly the 9th prince's maternal family's businesses. Although under the 9th prince's name, the managers are trusted officials from the Empress Consort's family Mu. I think the 9th prince's talks about business exchanges are just an excuse for the adults and Madame to come to the capital and help him. Xiao Zhen nodded. "We don't need to worry about these. Whatever the husband asks you to do, just do it. What does it mean to do what he asks? He'll do it himself," Zhang Lu muttered inwardly. But he heard Xiao Zhen say, "As for our own business, with the 9th prince as our backing, we also have the support of the 9th prince's maternal family, right?" Zhang Lu suddenly understood. In other words, he should listen to what the 9th prince's side says, and his own business shouldn't fall behind. Instead, he should leverage this power to make his business even more successful. "I understand. I will take my leave now." Xiao Zhen smiled as she sipped her tea, which had grown cold. Since she had chosen Han Ziren again, her future support in the emperor's throne naturally depended on him. Not only support, but she also wanted to help the 9th prince ascend to the throne, because Han Ziren was destined to become a prime minister. At this moment, a maid hurried in to report, "Madam, the Huang family girl has arrived. She insists on fighting with the servants to do chores." The Huang family girl? Xiao Zhen was momentarily surprised, realizing she remembered a girl from the Huang family. "Yes, Huang Yuga girl," the maid said with a troubled look. Xiao Zhen asked curiously, "What do you mean by fighting to do chores?" "She means she wants to do her share of the work," the maid explained. "Her share of work is cleaning." Xiao Zhen found her situation even more strange. She stood up and walked outside. Sure enough, in front of the hall, she saw Huang Yui busy doing various things, acting quite confidently. "Madam," another maid, who was unsure of what to do, quickly bowed when she saw Xiao Zhen. Hearing the word "Madam," Huang Yui stiffened. She turned around and saw Xiao Zhen looking at her coldly. Her hands, holding a cloth, froze awkwardly, unsure where to put them. She was dressed plainly in simple cotton clothes, with no decorations. Even her hair accessories were very simple. The usual disdain on her face was replaced by stiffness. Her outfit made her look somewhat like a maid. Third cousin-in-law, Huang Yui tried to flatter her, but her expression looked very unnatural. "Huang Yui, I know what you're thinking, but this place doesn't welcome you. I believe you know why I don't like you," Xiao Zhen said bluntly. "Stop your little schemes. Even if you have them, don't bring them to me." Huang Yui bit her lip and suddenly knelt in front of Xiao Zhen. "Third cousin-in-law, no, madam. I was young and naive before. It was my mistake. Please consider that I am related to the master as cousins. He is generous, so don't take this too seriously." Xiao Zhen was surprised by her kneeling. Was this the Huang Yui who used to dislike her so much? Not only did she kneel, but she also called her madam. Since she was Han Ziren's cousin, Xiao Zhen didn't want to be too harsh. She waved the maid away to avoid making things more awkward. But she didn't help Huang Yui up. Instead, She sat in her seat, looking down at her. You just want a good marriage, and there's no need to be so obvious about it. Just have your mother say a few words to my mother-in-law, and Xiren will naturally help you pay attention, Xiaozhen thought. She wondered who Huang Yui married in her previous life. She had no clear memory, only the impression of her being mean. But in this life, Xiren treated her very well, so her dislike for Huang Yui had lessened. Huang Yui's lips pressed tightly, as if she had made a firm decision, and said, I want to serve you, madam. Please give me this chance. Serve me? Xiaozhen asked.
Huang Yui nodded.
Yui just wants to learn some manners from you. Xiaozhen raised an eyebrow, curious about what Huang Yui was really thinking. You're Xiren's cousin, and this relationship is close. How could the Han family allow you to be a servant here? Go back. Madam, Huang Yui hurriedly said, just like you mentioned earlier. All I want is a good marriage. But even if a cousin helps with the match in the capital, as a simple country girl who doesn't know proper manners, being married in would only mean I get bullied. When did Huang Yui start to realize this so clearly? However, Xiaozhen also found it amusing. Even if you want to learn manners, what does it have to do with me? If you really want to learn, just ask a strict maid to teach you. Huang Yui felt her face flush with embarrassment, but thinking about her future path, she knew she had to endure silently for now. Her intentions were obvious, so she hardened her heart and said, Since you think your cousin can introduce a good match, I will stay close to him. That way, I can learn manners and also see talented young men. That's a good plan, Xiaozhen thought. She couldn't be too tolerant of Huang Yui. If she let her in, she might end up resenting herself every day. I already told my aunt about this. Huang Yui looked at Xiaozhen. Seeing her still coldly watching her with no sign of softening, Huang Yui felt very annoyed. But for her future, she had to grit her teeth and say, as long as the third cousin's wife agrees. I don't agree, Xiaozhen replied coldly. It's easy to ask for God's help but hard to send one away. With Huang Yui's personality, who knows what obstacles she might cause after coming here? She continued without emotion, Huang Yui, you've always disliked me, and I don't like you either. Why come here just to humiliate yourself? Huang Yui's face turned pale, and her eyes showed resentment. She didn't throw a tantrum like before, only saying, if the third cousin's wife doesn't agree, I will come here every day to kneel. Kneeling won't help. Xiaozhen ignored her and left the main hall, heading back to her small courtyard. Just as she sat down, Zhang Lu came over and said, Madam, the Huang girl is kneeling at the door of the hall now. She says if you don't agree today, she will kneel every day. Really? Xiaozhen's eyes showed some impatience. Tie her up and send her to the firewood room. Tell her if she's so sincere, she can kneel there. Wouldn't the old madam think it's bad if she finds out? If she thinks it's bad, she will come to take her back, Xiaozhen replied. Mother Han was kind to her now, but she still had a certain distance from Huang Yui and the other girl. If Mother Han really couldn't bear it, she would say so later. For someone like Huang Yui, was there a need to accommodate her? At this moment, Huang Yui, kneeling in front of the hall, saw two guards suddenly come and drag her toward the backyard. She was a bit stunned and nervously asked, What are you trying to do? The guards replied, Madam said, Since you're so sincere, go kneel in the woodpile room. It's better than being a distraction. No, you can't move me. If you do, I'll shout, she said. Before she finished, her mouth was stuffed with a white cloth, and she struggled as they dragged her into the woodpile room and locked her inside. Han Xiren was busy every day. The current emperor clearly valued Han Xiren a lot. Every morning after court, he kept Han Xiren in the palace to help the crown prince handle government affairs. This shows the emperor's trust in the crown prince and his intention to make Han Xiren his close aide. In the previous life, at this time, Xiaozhen was still struggling in Tangxia village. Because of that, she didn't know exactly how Han Xiren was spending his days. It seemed he was so focused on politics that, despite his young age, he was already a trusted official above others. Recently, the only thing bothering her was that the 9th prince had gone missing. Yes, he was missing. When teacher Che Fei suddenly came to the Han residence and asked anxiously if the ninth prince had been there, Xiaozhen couldn't help but laugh when she heard the reason. The current noble consort had chosen her niece, the ninth prince's cousin, as the candidate for the ninth princess. But the ninth prince was unhappy and ran away from home in anger. Where had the strict, disciplined emperor gone? Why was he now acting like a child and running off? Xiaozhen smiled faintly. Teacher, this is Beijing, not Shengxian County. The ninth prince knows many people and can go many places. How could he come here? Teacher Che Fei looked at her with a complicated expression, which made Xiaozhen feel confused. We've looked everywhere, the teacher sighed. But we don't know where he went. The ninth prince has bodyguards following him, so it shouldn't be a big problem, she added. Teacher Che Fei asked curiously, how do you know the ninth prince's bodyguards? Because he told me himself, Xiaozhen replied. She even had his bodyguard fight her once. She sat down to drink some tea, looked outside at the night and said, Teacher Che Fei, keep looking. It'll be harder to find him once it's completely dark. Teacher Che Fei nodded and took his leave. Xiaozhen continued drinking her tea. She thought of Teacher Che Fei's gentle, refined face and couldn't help but smile slightly. He's really good-looking. Am I more handsome than him? Suddenly, a loud noise almost made Xiaozhen choke. She looked up and saw Han Ziren walking in with a stern face. Ziren, you're back? Xiaozhen couldn't hide her happiness. Why did you come back so early today? In the past few days, he had been leaving early and returning late. When he came back late, she was already asleep. When he left early, she was still sleeping. You seem to like Teacher Che Feifu, Han Ziren said softly, leaning in close so she could see the jealousy in his eyes. This man's handsome face looked like a painting from afar, but up close, he seemed cold and proud, especially his cold black eyes. When he looked at her, even though they shared the bed, Xiaozhen felt a bit uncomfortable and took a step back.
Where?
Where is that? She asked nervously. You're not answering my question, he said, moving closer as she took a step back. His eyes, full of tenderness, made her feel helpless. She realized that, even in front of him, she could feel nervous. What question? She asked. His gaze was too gentle. Facing her awkwardness, Xiaozhen felt overwhelmed. After she expressed her feelings, Han Ziren seemed like a different person. The restraint from their past life was gone. Where did it go? Does Teacher Che Feifu look better than me? Xiaozhen was speechless. As he moved closer, Xiaozhen hurriedly pushed him away. She didn't want to be pushed back and caught in his tight grip. His voice grew softer.
Tell me.
Of course not. No one is more handsome than my husband. Xiaozhen quickly replied, afraid she might tremble all over if he kept talking. This time, Han Ziren quickly let go and looked at her with a gentle but slightly embarrassed expression. Xiaozhen felt a little shy under his gaze. She cleared her throat to hide her embarrassment. Last year, when I first came to your house for dinner, you weren't taller than me. First time? Han Ziren thought for a moment, but couldn't remember. Xiaozhen then remembered that Han Ziren had lost his memory. She nodded. You also drank a bowl of wine I offered, she added. I don't remember. Those memories belong to you and him, Han Ziren said softly, his face cold again, pursing his lips with a look of displeasure. Xiaozhen found this amusing. Could it be that you're jealous of your own past feelings? I don't like you having too many memories of other men, Han Ziren said seriously, even about his past self or his previous life. Xiaozhen couldn't help but laugh and cry. Then you should find a way to recover those memories. Suddenly, Xiaozhen realized something and looked at Han Ziren with a strange expression. He asked, if we recover our memories from before, will our current memories disappear? Han Ziren scoffed at this idea. Just finding them back, how could they disappear? He said dismissively. Xiaozhen nodded, thinking that it was unlikely for someone to keep losing and regaining their memory repeatedly. Maybe he was overthinking it. There are 4 months left, Han Ziren suddenly whispered. 4 months for what? Xiaozhen asked. For our time sharing a room, Han Ziren replied quietly. Xiaozhen was speechless. At that moment, A young girl anxiously called from outside the door. Sir, Madam, the old lady sent word. Mrs. Han is about to give birth. That night was very bright, with stars twinkling all over the sky, indicating good weather for the next day. The baby in Lu's belly was the first grandchild of the Han family, so everyone was very excited. When Xiao Zhen and Han Ziren arrived, all the members of the Han family were already waiting in the yard. They could hear Lu's painful screams from inside the house. Han's mother was pacing anxiously outside. When Xiao Zhen arrived, the midwife had just come. Seeing the worried expressions on everyone's faces, she smiled and said, "What are you all so worried about? Women always go through this when giving birth." "Oh, madam, you've been through this before, you should know." Hearing the midwife's words, Aunt Han awkwardly smiled. She had given birth to 3 children herself, so she knew how difficult childbirth was. But the screams of the new daughter-in-law still made her feel uneasy. Although the family had separated, Xiao Zhen still arranged for some women from the shop to come and help with the Han family. They were busy bringing in hot water. Xiao Zhen was calmer than the Han family members. She hadn't experienced childbirth herself, but she had seen it many times, especially in the palace, where the consorts gave birth, and their screams were even worse than the daughter-in-law's. After hearing so much, she didn't find it strange. When she looked up, she saw Zhang's face pale, clutching Han Jiji's arm, eyes wide as she stared at Lu's room. Xiao Zhen didn't expect that Zhang, usually so composed, would be so timid. Just then, the women who had been helping came out carrying used water. The buckets they poured out were all red. "How is it?" Han Jiji asked one of the women as he approached. The woman looked a bit unwell and hesitated before she could speak, unsure of what to say. At this moment, the midwife who had entered hurriedly came out quickly and said to Mrs. Han, "The opening hasn't begun, but a lot of amniotic fluid has already flowed out. Madam, I can't handle this alone. Please quickly go and invite the midwife Cui from the end of the street." Then she went back inside. Second brother Han hesitated for a moment and immediately said, "I'll go call her." He then hurried out. Hearing what the midwife said, the Han family members became even more anxious, all turning restless. Even Han Ziren, standing nearby, frowned tightly. Soon, the midwife Cui was hurriedly brought in by second brother Han. She kept muttering complaints, mainly about how anxious second brother Han was, but seeing the worried expressions on the Han family, she didn't dare delay and quickly entered the delivery room. A few older women brought out basins of blood, which looked quite shocking. After what seemed like half an hour, Lu's weak cries gradually stopped, as if she had no strength left. The midwife Cui, who had gone inside, ran out with blood-stained hands, looking at the anxious faces of the Han family and speaking heavily. "Are you trying to save the mother or the baby?"
What? MS. Han staggered.
Han's eldest brother also looked at the midwife in disbelief. "What do you mean by saving the mother or the baby?" Midwife Cui sighed and said, "The mother is very weak. It seems she was jolted or frightened earlier, and her health wasn't good. This baby is difficult to deliver, and it will be hard to save both." The Han family members all looked at the midwife, unable to speak. Mrs. Han's lips moved, but no words came out. Han's eldest brother's face was unusually pale under the moonlight. "I don't want anything to happen to my sister-in-law," Zhang said urgently, holding her husband's hand. "Me too," second brother Han nodded, but the decision was up to their eldest brother and parents. Han Ziren looked at his parents and elder brother. His brows furrowed deeper and deeper as he looked at Xiao Zhen. In the large courtyard, there was no sign of Xiao Zhen. "Stop hesitating and choose quickly," the midwife Cui urged. "The longer you wait, the more dangerous it is for both of them." Seeing the stunned expressions of the Han family, she sighed softly and whispered, "Even if the mother survives, she may find it hard to conceive again in the future."
What?
Han's eldest brother's face turned completely pale.
Han tightly grasped Han Ziren's hand.
The midwife's words clearly told the Han family that they had to prioritize saving the baby over the mother. Mrs. Han looked at her eldest son's sad expression, but it seemed as if she already knew the answer. She nodded and said to the midwife, Save the master. Have you thought this through? The midwife, Cui, had been delivering babies for over 20 years, but she had never seen a family choose to save the older child over the younger, especially since this woman might not be able to have more children if she survived. For men, children are very important. For women, if they can't have more, they can marry again. Master Cui, this is my son's own choice of wife, Mrs. Han said with a pale but firm face. Zhang, standing nearby, stared at Mrs. Han for a while. She always thought Mrs. Han would choose the child, but she didn't expect this. Old Mr. Han, supporting his wife, felt a little sad about the newborn being separated so soon, but he approved of his wife choosing the eldest daughter-in-law. He gently patted her to show his support. Han Ziren, standing nearby, felt a stir inside. It seemed he had to go to the 9th prince's residence now, to ask the palace doctor to come out. He was about to tell Xiao, but he didn't see Xiao in the yard. He already knew what was happening. His uneasy heart calmed a bit, and he said to the midwife, "We want both the child and the mother." Everyone looked at Han Ziren. He, with a cold expression, asked the midwife, "Can you hold on for an hour?" Cui, the midwife, didn't understand what the handsome young man meant. 1 hour? That should be possible. If you can keep both the mother and the child safe for an hour, the reward will be generous. This young man was very handsome and carried an extraordinary aura. Cui, experienced in delivering babies for wealthy families, could tell he was not an ordinary person. She nodded quickly. "I will do my best." Then she hurried back inside.
Ziren?
Mrs. Han looked worriedly at her son. Did he have a plan? Han Ziren just patted his mother's hand gently. "Where is Xiao?" Zhang suddenly asked. "Yes, where did third sister-in-law go?" Second brother Han looked around. Suddenly, Zhang scolded loudly. "Big sister-in-law is in danger, and Xiao is missing? How heartless and unfaithful. It's a shame for her." "Enough!" Han Ziren's face darkened, and he coldly shouted. Mrs. Zhang was momentarily stunned. Since she married into the Han family, the third young master had always been polite to her. But tonight, he suddenly spoke harshly to her. She was too frightened to say anything and only grew more annoyed with Xiao in her heart. She looked at her husband with a sad feeling. She didn't want to see her husband also glaring at her angrily. "Zhen, didn't you go to call the doctor?" Mrs. Han asked nervously. After spending so many days together, she knew that this third daughter-in-law was not that kind of person.
Han sier nog det.
Time always flies quickly. In everyone's anxious waiting, an hour passed very fast. When the several aunts came out holding a large basin of shocking blood, their faces not looking good, Mrs. Han almost fainted. At this moment, Lu's shout had long since stopped. The dark night made the scene seem even more like death. Old Granny Cui staggered out, and just as the Han family members were about to speak, an old voice sounded from the yard. "Oh dear, young lady, slow down. My old body really can't handle much more." Everyone turned around and saw Xiao pushing an elderly man into the yard. The old man wore fine cotton clothes, had white hair and a youthful face, and looked very spirited. His face was full of anger, and he tightly held a medical box, refusing to move. Xiao pushed him forcefully into the room, step by step, looking a bit awkward. When the old man saw familiar people in the yard, he was stunned for a moment, but before he could speak, Xiao pulled him forcefully toward the delivery room. The old man's face turned purple with anger, but he stubbornly refused to go inside. "Are you going in or not?" Xiao asked impatiently. The old man clung tightly to his box, as if daring anyone to take it away. With a hard kick, Xiao pushed him into the delivery room and went in after him. This. Mrs. Han was surprised by her third daughter-in-law's roughness, but she couldn't care less at this moment. She looked at Han Ziren with a strange expression. "Ziren, that old man, is he a man? Whether he's a man or a woman, what does it matter? As long as he can save the older sister-in-law and the baby," Han Ziren said. Han's eldest brother also nodded. At this time, he wasn't thinking about gender differences anymore. Besides, since coming to the capital, He often heard about male doctors treating women's illnesses. At this moment, the several aunts and 2 midwives were driven out. As they left, the door suddenly closed again. Inside the room, the old man saw the woman wave her hand, and the door immediately closed. The woman's open mouth fell silent. It was a joke. After so many years as a royal doctor, he could tell at a glance that the woman who had been awakened from her sleep and brought here was no ordinary person. He had initially wanted to argue, but when he saw the woman lying on the bed, his heart sank. He quickly put down his medicine box. Seeing the old doctor behave honestly this time, Xiao sat nearby to watch. When her eyes fell on the unconscious Lady Lu, her expression darkened. Lady Lu's face was pale and bloodless. Her lower body was soaked in blood, almost covering the entire bed. Her belly was swollen high, looking as if she was not a living person. Xiao clenched her fists. Although she was used to life and death situations and felt indifferent, she cared deeply because the woman on the bed was not just anyone.
Her feelings were complicated.
The old doctor began to give acupuncture, his face very serious. "Miss, I'm afraid. This lady." Before he could finish, Xiao took a red cloth-wrapped item from her and threw it beside the doctor. "Here, take this." The old doctor opened it and gasped.
You
stole the treasured snow ginseng that the current emperor has kept for decades?" This was no ordinary ginseng. It was snow ginseng, which grew in extremely cold places, on snowy mountain peaks that had been covered for millions of years. It was said that when this ginseng was growing in the snow, it could even move. "Stop talking and savor," Xiao said. The old doctor's hands trembled as he held the ginseng. Such a precious root. Even the emperor was reluctant to eat it. He never expected it to be stolen by the woman in front of him. Well, saving a life is more important than anything else. The woman on the bed couldn't wait any longer. Xiao watched as the old doctor carefully peeled the ginseng and fed it into the woman's mouth with a strange technique. The ginseng seemed to dry out instantly after touching her lips, as if all its essence was absorbed by her. Suddenly, Lady Lu's eyes snapped open, and she cried out in pain. "Push harder," the old doctor urged, lifting Lady Lu's legs. "Use all your strength now, or your baby might die." Lady Lu's body was already exhausted, but now, with some strength left, she instinctively used all her energy below, like a mother protecting her child. Next, the old doctor exclaimed in surprise, "She's delivered.
She's born."
His voice suddenly stopped. Xiao gaze fell on the newborn, a boy. His whole body was purple, clearly indicating that he had suffered from oxygen deprivation for too long. The old doctor hesitated for a moment. Then, realizing what was happening, he had already inserted silver needles all over the child's body. He let out a gentle sigh. Whether this child lives or dies depends on. Before he could finish the words fate, the old doctor saw Xiao take out something wrapped in blue silk from his again. The red silk was 1,000-year-old blood ginseng, and the blue silk. The old doctor almost knew what it was. He looked at Xiao with eyes as wide as copper bells. You actually stole 1,000-year snow lotus seed?" This snow lotus seed was also a rare treasure from 1,000 years ago, grown in the cold pools of the highest mountains. It wasn't that it had special powers. If cooked in soup, it was ordinary. But if used correctly for treatment, it was a rare and valuable find. The child, who is suffering from suffocation right now, just happened to need this snow lotus seed. Xiao threw aside the cloth and placed the cold snow lotus seed in his hand. Using his inner strength, the seed instantly turned into powder. "What are you hesitating for? Hurry up and save the person." The old doctor didn't dare delay. He took the powder and began to administer the medicine. It took about 2 hours for everything to be done. The Han family members had been waiting in the yard. As time passed, they lost hope. Just as Han's mother was crying uncontrollably, suddenly they heard several loud crying sounds coming from inside the house. People in the yard exchanged glances, their faces full of excitement that words couldn't describe. At the same time, the door of Lu's room opened. Xiao carried a baby wrapped in cotton cloth and came out, handing the child to Han's mother. He smiled and said, "Mother, my sister-in-law gave birth to a boy. He's very adorable." Han's mother took the baby, looking at his sleeping, cute face, still stunned and excited. "Where is my wife? My sister-in-law? Where is my wife?" Han's eldest brother hesitated to enter the delivery room. "My sister-in-law is fine, just very tired and sleeping," Xiaojun reassured with a look of relief. Han's eldest brother quickly went into the room. Only then did Han's mother seem to feel real, holding the baby as she entered the delivery room. Xiaojun turned to send the old doctor back, but unexpectedly, Han's Xiren hugged him tightly. His cold voice rang in his ear. "Why didn't you tell me in advance that you were going to invite the old doctor?" Xiaojun was surprised. He knew Han Xiren knew the old doctor. Thinking about it, it made sense. Xiren had been moving around in the palace and must have met him before. There was no time to say. In fact, if Han Xiren wanted to invite the old doctor, he would need to go through the 9th prince. But since the 9th prince had run away from home, the only person he could ask was the 3rd prince. At that time, Han Xiren was afraid he would have to be sent away because he had shown gratitude to the 3rd prince. Naturally, Xiaojun was unhappy to see this. "Have you thought about what to do after sending him back?" The old imperial doctor, who served 3 generations of emperors, held an important position in the palace. If he revealed this matter, leave this to the person who sends the old doctor back. Che Fei and General Situ are both here. Han Xiren turned around and indeed saw Che Fei Mingliang and General Situ appear at Han's door. The old imperial doctor, who was coming out of the house, recognized them immediately and hurried over, looking quite angry. "Master and General, you're just in time. I was just about to say." The voice of the old imperial doctor was cut off by Situ Chung. "Haha, Old Kai. Thank you for coming out tonight to drink and chat with us." Old Kai immediately puffed up his cheeks and glared. "When did I say I was going to drink and chat with you? I invited you out to drink and chat together," Situ Chung replied. The old imperial doctor paused, looking annoyed at Situ Chung and then at Xiaojun. "Oh, so you two are together? What do you mean together?" "I just wanted to have a drink and chat with you," Xiaojun said with a smile. The old imperial doctor stopped in his tracks, fuming as he looked at Situ Chung and then at Xiaojun. "Old Kai, your grandson." Che Fei took the old imperial doctor by the arm and led him outside. Since he became the attendant of the 9th prince, his temper has softened quite a bit. Hearing Che Fei mention his most beloved grandson, Old Kai momentarily forgot what he wanted to say. "Thank you," Han Xiren said as he watched the departing trio. He looked at Xiaojun and said, "Although I thought about asking the 9th prince for help, I fear I would be too slow. I don't know if my sister-in-law can wait, but I never imagined that giving birth could be so dangerous." "Why thank me? Aren't we family?" Xiaojun smiled. Han Xiren nodded, looking at Xiaojun's calm and confident smile. He raised his hand and gently patted her head. His dark eyes held a deep seriousness. His steps were still too slow. He couldn't always let Ajun do everything for him. He needed to protect her. That was what a man should do. Xiaojun naturally sensed that Han Xiren seemed upset at this moment. But why did he pat her head? She was 2 years older than him. Even if he was much taller, this gesture made her quite embarrassed. Still, her long, beautiful hand and the gentle touch made Xiaojun reluctant to pull away. That night, the Han family was busy until dawn before everyone finally went to sleep. Early in the morning, Han Xiren had to go to court. Watching Han Xiren leave, Xiaojun naturally went back to her room to rest. "Madam," Zhonglu hurried over to Xiaojun. "I heard that the 9th prince has been found." Xiaojun nodded. Before going to see the old imperial doctor, she had already told Situ Chung what she planned to do. As for Fuzi Carriage, she asked Situ Chung to invite him to help. To show her gratitude, she told Situ Chung to inform Fuzi about the 9th prince's whereabouts. When Situ Chung asked her how she knew, she simply said that the 9th prince had mentioned it casually. Actually, she only knew the 9th prince's favorite places from her past life, when she was a shadow guard by his side. "Buy some tonic for the eldest sister-in-law, and also for the old madam. Tell the old madam I will visit her later.
Yes.
Before resting, Xiaozhen thought about one thing. She felt that everything in this life was gradually falling into place. She had started a business in the capital which was slow, but overall going well. With Zhang Lu's support and a group of people she recruited, she didn't have to do much herself. Han Ziren's career was also smooth sailing. Madam, the Huang family girl has come again, a maid reported hurriedly. Xiaozhen knew she meant Huang Yuge. She then heard the maid add, and she was very sensible. She knelt down in the woodshed herself. Xiaozhen. After thinking for a moment, she said if she wants to kneel, let her kneel.
Yes.
After an hour, if I am still not awake, wake me up.
Yes.
After the maid left, Xiaozhen went back to sleep. That day and night exhausted her greatly. Just as she was about to fall asleep, the maid hurried in to report, Madam, the 9th prince is here and wants to see you. Xiaozhen closed her eyes. Whether in her past or present life, she hated being woken up when she was about to sleep. But she couldn't refuse to see him. Bring me my clothes. Dressed neatly, Xiaozhen deliberately washed her face with cold water to look more awake, then went to the main hall. The 9th prince, CMO, was sitting there with a very gloomy face, clearly in a bad mood. Xiaozhen looked around at the entrance and noticed there were no guards, not even Fuzi carriage nearby. Could it be that this 9th prince had escaped again? If he escaped, why come to her place? She rubbed her forehead, feeling that this didn't seem like something Emperor Chengguang from her past life would do. Over there, the 9th prince spotted a moving shadow at the door. A young face with a calm expression stepped out. As soon as he crossed the threshold, he saw Xiaozhen looking conflicted.
It seems you don't welcome me, he said.
Although he was annoyed with the woman in front of him, strangely, just seeing her made his gloomy mood improve a lot after a few days. Of course, I welcome you very much, she replied. In other words, as a married woman at home, it was inconvenient for her to entertain male guests, especially since this person was the 9th prince. You're not sincere. It's good that you understand, Xiaozhen thought to herself, but she didn't say anything. She only asked right now, my master has just gone to court and isn't home. Do you need something urgent, your highness? I'm not here to see him. I'm here to see you, the 9th prince said bluntly. Xiaozhen's mouth twitched. His words were very straightforward, as if he was going to meet a brother. Even if the 9th prince secretly regarded her as a man, she was still a woman. I heard you told the teacher that I was in this small house at the south corner of the city tower? The 9th prince looked at Xiaozhen with curiosity. Whenever he felt uncomfortable, he would stay in that shabby house in the south of the city. It was his secret, known only to himself and his close guards. Yes, she replied. How did you know? Xiaozhen had an answer ready and said, when we were in Xing County, do you remember that you fainted because of the medicine's effect? Seeing the 9th prince's face change with suspicion and a hint of red flush, Xiaozhen thought it was better not to mention this. Still, she finished her point. At that time, you muttered about that small house, and I remembered it. Yesterday, I saw the coachman Fizi looking anxious, so I mentioned it. Turns out I was right. Did I say that back then? The 9th prince squinted at Xiaozhen, suspicion flickering in his eyes. Yes, she answered confidently. The 9th prince waved his sleeve and stopped discussing this. Instead, he said, do you know I am going to marry a wife? I've heard, Xiaozhen replied. The 9th prince left home because the noble consort wanted him to marry his cousin. Xiaozhen recalled the previous empress's appearance, beautiful and charming, even more graceful than the noble consort, with a noble lady's demeanor. She wondered why the 9th prince was so resistant. I don't like her, the 9th prince said gloomily. Xiaozhen could only chuckle quietly. It had nothing to do with her. What are you laughing at? Why don't you ask what kind of woman I like? Xiaozhen thought for a moment and said, no matter what kind of woman the 9th prince likes, I will accept her in the future. The 9th prince's dark eyes turned cold like ice, and he gritted his teeth as he said, that's true. Is it really? Xiaozhen didn't understand where the coldness in the 9th prince's eyes came from. She wasn't used to his unpredictable personality. In her previous life, when she met the 9th prince, He already had an empress and several consorts. His expression was so cold that people avoided him. Although Han Ziren's coldness was somewhat aloof, it was calm and elegant, like still water flowing deep, with a gentle warmth that made people feel close. The ninth prince's coldness at that time was like a deep icy abyss, unpredictable and intimidating. Xiao Zhan was more used to the latter. Seeing Xiao Zhan looking at him with an innocent face, the ninth prince felt annoyed, but he didn't know why he was annoyed. He just felt that her calm, almost indifferent expression was very irritating. Did Han Ziren really ask me to win the favor of the Rensher family's daughter? Do you know about this? Xiao Zhan was slightly surprised. I don't know, Your Majesty, she added, but since Ziren mentioned it, it probably benefits the ninth prince. The ninth prince snorted coldly. It was indeed advantageous. If he could win the heart of that Rensher family's daughter and marry her as a concubine, he wouldn't worry about losing the support of Grand Tutor Ren. But I don't bother using such methods to gain support, he said. After saying this, the ninth prince suddenly felt a wave of regret. Seeing Xiao Zhen's calm and indifferent expression, which showed no concern at all, made his frustration grow. Forget what I just said, he said, turning and leaving with a flick of his sleeve. Xiao Zhen was left speechless. So, what was the ninth prince here for? After the ninth prince left, Zhang Lu came in worriedly and asked, Madam, why did the ninth prince come here angrily? Xiao Zhen shook her head, also confused. In the future, if the master is not at home and such a situation occurs again, just say, I am not in the residence to avoid gossip.
Yes.
At this moment, the ninth prince, just out of Han's residence, saw the hurriedly approaching Che Feifu. His face was cold as he said, If I come to Han's residence again, you must stop me at all costs. Do you understand? Che Fei Mingliang had just received a report from a servant saying that the ninth prince had gone to Han's residence angrily early in the morning. He hurried over to stop him. Since Han Darren was in court, only Madame Han was at home. Why did the ninth prince go there? I didn't expect the ninth prince to say this upon seeing him, completely unaware of what had happened. However, since the ninth prince said so, he felt somewhat relieved. After all, over these days of observing, he had noticed that the ninth prince treated Xiao Zhen differently. Only the ninth prince himself hadn't realized it yet. Although he was eager to know if the ninth prince had met Xiao Zhen, seeing his gloomy face, he guessed it wasn't a pleasant matter, so he wisely didn't ask further. Instead, he said, in a few days it will be the Royal Hunting Festival. Your mother has invited many noble ladies to come and cheer for the prince. You should prepare to join in. The ninth prince clenched his fist and said, I understand my mother's intention. Remember to invite the miss from the Ren family as well. Car Faming blinked suddenly, feeling that this was a child he had raised himself and had grown quite a lot. By the way, didn't you say yesterday that Madame Han from the Han family had a baby? Don't forget to bring a gift today. Rest assured, Your Highness, I am ready, he replied. When mentioning last night, he hadn't expected Lord Han to invite the old divine doctor to deliver his sister-in-law's baby. He also didn't understand how it happened, but it seemed to have angered the old divine doctor. Lord Situ had to pull him along to soothe the doctor. Luckily, it was Lord Situ, or he wouldn't have been able to find the prince until now. The next day, the weather was clear and bright, with a gentle breeze and beautiful sunshine. Looking up at the blue sky and white clouds, Xiao Zhen took a deep breath. After practicing a few punches, he decided to visit his sister-in-law, who had just given birth. As he left the courtyard, a servant came over to report, Madam, the girl from the Huang family has come again. This time, she's behaving well and even knelt down in the firewood room. Xiao Zhen looked at the sky in speechless frustration. He really didn't understand what Huang Yuge was thinking. She came every day. Did she think this kind of sincerity could move her? Just thinking about it made him laugh. Let her be, ignore her. Yes. To ensure mutual care, the three households of the Han family, parents, eldest brother, and second brother, gathered together. In the capital, such a courtyard is called a Sihiyuan, and it was not far from Xiao Zhen's rented shop, making it convenient for the elder brothers to take care of the family. Some helpful aunties were cleaning the house when they saw Xiao Zhen arrive and cheerfully called out, "Madame Han." The eldest brother of the Han family, just coming out of his wife's room, saw Xiao Zhen and excitedly walked over. "Third sister-in-law, why did you come so early?" "Early birds catch the worms," Xiao Zhen smiled. "Has the eldest sister-in-law recovered well?" At this moment, the Han family's eldest brother's eyes reddened, and he looked grateful. "It's fine. Third younger sister-in-law, your eldest sister-in-law's life is thanks to you. I will always remember this in my heart. I really don't know how to repay you." "There's no need to talk about repayment. Aren't we all family?" Xiao Zhen couldn't stand this atmosphere and quickly said, "I'll go see the eldest sister-in-law and the children." Lu's room had already been cleaned, and the smell of blood from childbirth was gone. When Xiao Zhen entered, Lu was still asleep, and Zhang was holding the baby. The way she held the baby still looked somewhat proper. Seeing Zhang's maternal side, Xiao Zhen was a bit surprised. She didn't expect her to have this gentle side. When Zhang saw Xiao Zhen, her usually kind face turned cold. "You're here?" "The eldest sister-in-law is very weak. She has only just woken up for a little while since last night." Xiao Zhen nodded. "Where is mother?" "Mother hasn't slept all night. She just went to rest now." There was nothing much to say with Zhang. After glancing at the baby, Xiao Zhen left. On the busy streets of the capital, Xiao Zhen had never walked these streets properly before, but she was very familiar with every place and corner here. She felt quite nostalgic. Earlier, she took a shortcut to the Han family. Now that she's back home and there's nothing urgent, she strolled slowly, admiring the crowd, stalls, and shops as if they were scenery. Not far away, the sound of a gong rang out, drawing everyone's attention. There, guards were posting the royal proclamation. The royal proclamation usually announced something important to the world, or was about capturing someone. It was mainly related to court affairs or royal matters. Xiao Zhen didn't go to look. She was just an ordinary citizen now. Whatever the matter was, she would just focus on being Madame Han. On the other side, someone shouted, "That's the old general's sedan coming. Make way. Everyone make way. The old general's sedan is passing." Xiao Zhen looked over and saw a blue sedan slowly approaching. The crowd automatically made way. Xiao Zhen's expression was a bit moved. That was her former mentor, General Situ's sedan. Thinking of the day at the residence, where her mentor ignored her, she felt a little uncomfortable. In her past life, her mentor treated her like her own daughter, trusting her greatly, even thinking of arranging a good marriage for her. Thinking of that, Xiao Zhen chuckled softly. "Sister-in-law," a sweet voice called out nearby. Xiao Zhen turned around and saw Rinjin, the eldest daughter of the Rin family, followed by two maids. "Wait, what did she just call her? Sister-in-law? Sister-in-law, why are you looking at me like that?" Jinshi looked quite embarrassed, but soon she rolled up Xiao Zhen's sleeve and said, blinking her eyes, "It was my sister's fault for not understanding before. Please forgive me, okay?" Graceful and charming, with beautiful eyes, this probably describes Miss Xian's current mood. She lightly smiled and asked, "I don't know how my sister was so unaware before." Jinshi's face turned bright red. "Well, Jinshi said some inappropriate things before, but I didn't mean any harm. I just think Brother Xiren is so excellent. Anyway, I was just being naive."
"Why do you seem to understand now?"
Xiao Zhen didn't have any strong feelings about Miss Yin. She hadn't done anything wrong, and for a girl 3 years younger than her, if she argued, it would seem like she was narrow-minded. Jinshi blushed and took Xiao Zhen's arm as they walked toward a nearby tea house. "Sister-in-law, I want to talk to you seriously. We should get to know each other better." "Xiao Zhen." The waiter brought a pot of good tea, and then left. Xiao Zhen was cracking sunflower seeds while watching the pink flush in the young girl's eyes, feeling that something was a bit delicate. Suddenly, Jinshi's expression became serious. "Sister-in-law, I used to think you weren't suitable for Brother Xiren, so I felt a bit upset about you. She was being honest, so Xiao Zhen continued eating her sunflower seeds calmly. Then Yin Jinshi said, "Later, I realized that although you come from the countryside, your manners and behavior are respectful and not petty. I started to like you a little. After that, Brother Xiren scolded me again." That probably wasn't the main point, Xiao Zhen thought with a faint smile as she kept cracking seeds. Sure enough, Yin Jinshi cleared her throat and said, "Brother Xiren also promised me that the 9th prince would marry me." After saying this, Yin Jinshi's face turned bright red again. Xiao Zhen paused her seed cracking and asked, "You like the 9th prince?" Hearing this, Yin Jinshi's blush deepened, and she nodded. Xiao Zhen couldn't help but remember what the 9th prince said when he came early in the morning. At the time, she was suspicious. Brother Xiren asked the 9th prince to win Yin Jinshi's favor. Now it seemed that Yin Jinshi was the one pushing things with Brother Xiren. Since a young man has feelings and a girl is interested, if this works out, it would gain the support of Grand Tutor Yin for the 9th prince. Naturally, Brother Xiren wouldn't refuse. Her doubts only grew because she couldn't recall any mention of the 9th prince's consort or princess in her previous life, even with the name Yin Jinshi in the palace. "What's wrong, sister-in-law?" Seeing Xiao Zhen suddenly staring at her in silence, Yin Jinshi touched her face, wondering if she had something on it. "Do you know that the 9th prince's mother has already chosen a bride for him, who is the niece of a noble consort?" "Yes, I know," Rin Jinshi replied with a look that showed she had known for a long time. "Do you still want to marry him? With your status, becoming the main wife wouldn't be a problem," said the eldest daughter of the Rin family, a noble lady who often behaved quite casually even around the crown princess. She was willing to be a secondary consort. "I wanted to, but she's the niece of the noble consort. Even if my father has a higher rank than hers, I can't compare to her." But Rin Jinshi smiled confidently. "Once I enter the 9th prince's residence, the outcome will be clear." Actually, Xiao Zhen wanted to ask if the second lady's maid was also happy about this. But seeing how Rin Jinshi looked, it seemed she was already prepared for palace struggles. Her calm expression made Xiao Zhen feel both amused and a bit helpless, only able to admire how skilled these people from the capital are. "Sister-in-law, you must help me more in the future," Rin Jinshi said playfully. Xiao Zhen smiled and replied, "With Brother Xiren helping you, what are you worried about?" "That's true. By the way, sister-in-law, in a few days there's a royal hunting event. Are you going? Royal hunting?" "I haven't heard Xiren mention it," Xiao Zhen replied. Ren Jinshi looked excited. "It's a royal event. Officials can go, and even family members are allowed to bring their relatives. Brother Xiren, being a new top scholar and working in the secretariat, will definitely go. I will go too." "Miss, look quickly. That's Miss Ouyang," said the maid behind Rin Jinshi happily, pointing outside to the street. The window was next to Rin Jinshi, so Xiao Zhen couldn't see outside, but she listened as Rin Jinshi described Miss Ouyang's happy expression. "Why are you just standing there? Go and call Sister Xie," Rin Jinshi ordered.
Yes.
"Xie? Ouyang Xie?" Xiao Zhen's eyes moved. "Jinshi, are you talking about Ouyang Xie, the daughter of the Grand Minister Ouyang?" When Xiao Zhen called her Jinshi, Ren Jinshi smiled even more brightly. "Sister-in-law, you know her too? Xie is my good friend. I like to share many things with her." Miss Ouyang has arrived," said the maid, leading in a girl about 16 or 17 years old. The girl wore a green silk dress with a delicate face that looked gentle and refined. Her clear eyes held a warm, soft gaze. She had the elegant aura of a young lady from a noble family. Ren Jinshi happily pulled her to sit down and pointed at Xiao Zhen, saying, "Sister Xi, this is my sister-in-law." Then he whispered something into Ouyang Xie's ear. Ouyang Xie listened and quickly bowed to Xiao Zhen, saying, "Xie greets Madame Han." Before Xiao Zhen could speak, Ren Jinshi cheerfully said, "Xie sister, we are all family, no need to be so formal. Isn't that right, sister-in-law?" While calling her sister-in-law warmly, the other woman might have some connection with Sidu Cheng, so Xiao Zhen just nodded with a smile, but in her mind, she remembered Sidu Cheng's impression of Xie, domineering and rude. From her appearance, Xiao Zhen couldn't tell much. Instead, she thought the woman in front of her looked gentle and in need of protection. Ren Jinshi kept talking excitedly, like a sparrow, while Ouyang Xier just listened quietly with a smile. She also brought 2 maids, who seemed to enjoy listening to Ren Jinshi talk, occasionally covering their mouths to laugh. Xiao Zhen didn't have much to say. At her age, she no longer had the youthful feelings of a young girl. She just wanted to learn more about Ouyang Xier. If this Xier girl was indeed the same person from her past life, thinking of Situ Cheng's sadness and guilt at the cold tomb, she felt she should do something. By the way, Xier's sister, will you go to the royal hunting ground in a few days? Ren Jinshi asked with a smile. Ouyang Xier nodded, her eyes full of happiness. Yes, I will. That's wonderful. We can go catch rabbits again. Xier's sister, I heard that General Situ asked for his son's hand in marriage at your house? Faced with Ren Jinshi's curiosity, Ouyang Xier blushed and nodded lightly. Do you like Situ? Ouyang Xier looked a bit shy. It's arranged by our parents and matchmakers. As juniors, we just listen. Oh, I see. So, Xier's sister, you like Situ? Her feelings being exposed, Ouyang Xier's face turned as red as a cooked lobster. Seeing Xiao Zhen smiling at her, she felt shy and wanted to dig a hole and hide. Big sister, we're all women. Don't be shy, Ren Jinshi giggled. Does the Situ family say when they will marry you? Before Ouyang Xier could answer, her maid happily said, it's the 8th day of the 11th month. The old general already wrote the date on red paper and brought it over yesterday. Ouyang Xier looked at her maid with a playful scolding, but her face was full of happiness. Xiao Zhen's expression darkened. November 8th was the day her former brother, Situ Cheng, visited his ancestors' graves every year. She still remembered his despondent look, and in previous years, he almost took his own life in front of the tomb, out of grief. Since then, every year Xiao Zhen accompanied Situ Cheng to pay respects. Older sister-in-law, sister-in-law? Ren Jinshi waved a hand in front of Xiao Zhen. When Xiao Zhen snapped out of her thoughts, she saw Ouyang Xier clutching Ren Jinshi's hand tightly. Her clear eyes looked anxiously at her. Sister-in-law, why do you look at Sister Xier like that? Ren Jinshi asked curiously. Your gaze is so deep and heavy. Sister Xier is a bit scared now. Xiao Zhen quickly smiled. I was just distracted for a moment. Please don't mind, Miss Xier. I wasn't really looking at you. It's getting late, and I should head back now. You all can continue chatting. She then stood up and left immediately. After Xiao Zhen went downstairs, out onto the street, her distant figure disappeared. Only then did Ouyang Xier let out a small breath. Big sister, it's okay now. Sister-in-law just said she wasn't looking at you, just distracted, Ren Jinshi said while cracking sunflower seeds. Ouyang Xier nodded, but she couldn't shake the uneasy feeling from earlier. Although the way sister-in-law looked at her wasn't with suspicion, she felt a strange connection. That gaze was dark and frightening. As a young woman from a noble family, she wasn't experienced in reading people, and she had only met sister-in-law once. She shouldn't have felt this way. Yet, that look made her feel uneasy. The street was becoming more crowded. By noon, the market was busier than before. Xiao Zhen walked along, deep in thought about her past life. Although Situ Cheng was her sworn brother, their relationship was mostly based on missions or sharing drinks. She didn't know much about his private affairs. November 8th, Xiao Zhen murmured the date. It was the day Situ Cheng married Ouyang Xier. Married? A flash of memory crossed her mind, but it was too quick to grasp. Reluctantly, she continued to recall. Suddenly, a man bumped into her. When Xiao Zhen looked up, she saw the man about to curse. But when he saw her dark, intense gaze, he shivered in fear and quickly apologized, then ran away. This collision reminded Xiao Zhen that in her past life, Situ Cheng had indeed married on November 8th. But the woman he married wasn't Ouyang Xier. Once, she had gone to Situ Cheng's house on an urgent mission and saw his wife. Her appearance was now blurry in her memory. No matter what, Xiao Zhen feels she must find out the truth about this matter. She doesn't want Situ Cheng to suffer the same pain as in the past life. When she returned home and entered the door, the servant said, "Madam, the master has returned. He is in the study now. By the way, General Situ is also here." Xiao nodded. Since Situ Chung came, she thought they had something to discuss, so she didn't go to the study. However, when she entered the main hall, she saw Han Ziren and Situ Chung coming out of the study. "Isn't that my sister-in-law?" Seeing Xiao, Situ Chung grinned broadly. Xiao also smiled slightly. "Little General, will you stay for dinner today? I will ask the kitchen to make fish soup." "Not today. I have to hurry to report," he replied. "Report?" At this moment, Han Ziren smiled and said, "Old General told him to stay at the Shadow Guard camp for a while." Watching Xiao reaction, Han Ziren saw her eyes brighten suddenly. The happiness wasn't obvious, but it was noticeable. "When I return from the Shadow Guard camp, I will be completely different." "Hee," Situ Chung said proudly. "When you come back, it will be just in time for your wedding day. We will have a good drink then," Han Ziren added. When talking about his wedding, Situ Chung looked very unhappy, with the corners of his mouth drooping. "I won't marry that kind of woman. If the old master likes her, he can marry her himself." Xiao dark eyes deepened. "Why don't you like that woman?" "I heard your future wife is gentle and virtuous." "Gentle and virtuous?"
Ha!
"That's probably just for show," Situ Chung sneered. "Enough talk. I'm leaving now. Sister-in-law, when I come back from the Shadow Guard camp, shall we have a contest?" Seeing his challenging expression, Xiao smiled openly. "Sure." After watching Situ Chung leave, Han Ziren took Xiao hand and led her toward the main hall. "Did the 9th prince come yesterday?" Xiao nodded. "Why didn't you tell me?" "Nothing important. By the way, I met Miss Run today." Xiao recounted what happened that day. She thought Han Ziren would say something, but he only smiled faintly and pulled her into the backyard. In the yard, there were a few morning glories, simple little flowers that matched the plain courtyard quite well. Xiao was pulled to sit on a stone bench in the yard. "Is there something you want to tell me?" The stolen items in the palace were 1,000-year-old snow ginseng, or some ice lotus seeds. The emperor was very angry today and ordered General Situ to investigate the case. Han Ziren, with long, beautiful hands, gently held Xiao hand and placed it on the stone table. His smile was relaxed, but his words made Xiao's heart collapse. "Old Dr. Kai told me secretly that these 2 stolen sacred items saved my sister-in-law and nephew's lives. Asian, some things are finally the time to tell you." Xiao's body stiffened. Han Ziren didn't rush her, but looked at her kindly. "Is it finally time to reveal everything?" Xiao knew Han Ziren would ask sooner or later. She wondered when he would ask her. The things she had done before were enough to shock him, but he seemed unaffected and even holding back from asking. "When I was dealing with Lu Li's matter, why didn't you ask then? At that time, you still didn't trust me, did you? Now, step by step, we've come to this point. I think it's time." It wasn't that she didn't trust him, but if she told him her secret, would he believe her? Xiao felt nervous. If he thought she was a monster, what should she do? She could feint him and tell him it was just a dream when he woke up? Seeing Xiao silent, Han Ziren smiled. "No matter what you say, I will believe you." "Really?" Han Ziren nodded. "I am actually a fairy from the sky." Han Ziren. "Because I made a mistake in the heavens, I was banished to the mortal world. Although I lost my divine powers, I still have my martial skills." Xiao coughed softly. "So, do you believe me?"
No.
"You said I would believe whatever you say?" With a sigh, Han Ziren said, "I'll wait until you want to tell me." "What if I never tell you?" "Then it doesn't matter."
I would just be very sad.
"I'll go to the study to read," Han Ziren said, standing up to leave. "Ziren, the real me is already dead," Xiao suddenly said as she stood up, facing Han Ziren's back. Han Ziren stiffened, turned around, and looked at her. Step by step, she approached him. Xiao looked directly into Han Ziren's calm face. She saw no surprise or rejection on his face, only quiet observation. She wasn't sure what he was thinking at this moment. Was his calmness because he thought she was joking or something else? I'm not joking. The real me died in my previous life. At that time, I was 28 years old, but when I opened my eyes again, I was back to being 18. Xiao didn't dare look into Han Ziren's eyes. Sometimes, when she woke up in the middle of the night, she felt confused. Natural forces, ghosts and gods, she couldn't grasp or touch them, and she couldn't explain why, but she knew she had been reborn. How did you die in your previous life? Han Ziren's voice came through with a hint of restraint. Xiao Jin shook her head. I died suddenly while on a mission. She suspected that her superior had killed her, but he was her life and death brother, so he wouldn't betray her. On a mission? Xiao Jin softly nodded. In my previous life, I was a shadow guard. I protected the emperor at that time, who is now the 9th prince. After a long while, Han Ziren's voice was silent. Xiao Jin looked up and saw him smiling gently at her. Do you believe it? She asked, unable to believe it herself.
Yes. Why?
Let me show you something. Han Ziren said, pulling a letter from his pocket and placing it in Xiao Jin's hand.
They sat again on a stone bench.
Xiao Jin suspiciously opened the envelope. As she read the letter, familiar handwriting appeared before her eyes. Wasn't this Han Ziren's handwriting? It even had his name written at the top. She looked at Han Ziren in confusion. Keep reading, then you'll understand. Xiao Jin read carefully, her black eyes gradually widening with surprise. When she reached the middle, her hands trembled slightly. She bit her lip and continued reading, making sure not to miss a single word or symbol, until she read about her forcing herself on Han Ziren. Her face was shocked and embarrassed, as if she wanted to hide. She felt ashamed to face anyone. Only when she saw the last line, her name is Xiao Jin. She is yours and also mine, my wife, did her heart shake. If I feel attracted to her, I believe that, even after losing my memory, I would still be drawn to her. Whether before or after losing my memory, we are one. So, Han Ziren, don't be cold to her. Don't hurt her again. Even if you no longer like her, you can't abandon her because the former you and the current me both like her very much. Han Ziren, I want her to be happy. Her gaze fell on the last sentence. A drop, then 2 drops of tears fell onto the letter. Xiao Jin suddenly realized she was crying. She slightly raised her head and looked into Han Ziren's gentle, water-like black eyes. So, you knew from the beginning? He nodded. Han Ziren gently wiped away her tears. At first, I doubted this letter. Only after confirming it did I slowly believe. This explains well why he remains calm, no matter what she does. So, you didn't come to see me because you heard the villagers say you got married. Was it because of this letter?
Yes.
You're so silly to come find me. No, I'm actually glad I came. Otherwise, I might have lived my whole life lonely until the day I die. Xiao Jin paused for a moment. If no one in my life made my heart beat faster, I wouldn't want to settle. Although I hurt you in my past life, I believe that fool never remarried during her lifetime. Xiao Jin hurried to wipe away her falling tears and nodded. Yes, that fool really didn't remarry. She lived alone until she died. She lived alone in that world. My heart hurts so much, Xiao Jin said, clutching her chest tightly and choking on her tears.
Han Ziren gently embraced her.
The past is gone. Let's live well in this life, okay? Xiao Jin nodded, but her tears fell even harder. Han Ziren held her tighter, feeling a sudden regret about being so honest today. Zhan was different from him. He only had memories of one life, with no worries from the past. But Zhan's memories carried all her pain and suffering from the previous life. Han Ziren was worried that the influence of her past life might affect her in this one. Xiao Jin took a deep breath, pulled away from his embrace, and sniffed. Ziren, since we've talked openly, I'll tell you everything I know about the past life. Maybe it can help you avoid some mistakes. Han Ziren took her hand. I just hope you stop thinking about the past and can live more comfortably. What else matters? I can't think about the past. I live in the present, and only the present matters. No matter how much I care about Han Ziren from that life, let him live or die as he will. Han Ziren. She was surprisingly optimistic. He also hoped Zhen could think that way, but hearing her say it made his heart feel uncomfortable. At this moment, Zhen snorted coldly. When I die, I'll see if I can settle accounts with heaven. But Xiren, are you really not afraid of me? No, I'm not. I only know that you are my wife. Han Xiren in this life treated her very well. Zhen felt content and could let go of her past life even more. One day, the two of them spent the whole afternoon in the courtyard. Even lunch was brought in by Zhonglu, and they ate outside. Zhen recounted everything from her past life. By the time she finished, the sun was already leaning west. Han Xiren's tea in front of him remained untouched. He simply looked at Zhen's calm face, feeling moved. In his mind, he remembered Zhen's expression when she got married, her eyes filled with sadness, the uneasy happiness when she was forced to go to the capital to find her, the hardship of being forced to join the army because she had no money for travel, her strength after joining, and even the fierce and bloody scenes she described about the war. He finally understood why he, before losing his memory, told himself her past life was so wonderful, really amazing. It completely drew me in. If I only liked her a little before, after hearing about her past, I decided to marry her. Now, besides feeling excited, he also felt heartache, like his heart was being squeezed painfully. Talking about it feels so freeing. Zhen took a deep breath. That time I saved Lu Li and the time I saved the old man in the mountains, though you didn't say anything, I always felt uneasy, guessing. Turns out you knew all along. Zhen, let's have a few more children, Han Xiren suddenly said. Zhen was stunned. Wasn't she still talking about her rebirth? Why did he suddenly bring up having children? How many children do you want to have? Children? I haven't thought about that. 8, how about that?
Huh.
You said you had 3 big regrets, and many small regrets you haven't fulfilled. Let's finish those 3 big regrets first, then we can work on all the small ones. Okay? Zhen paused. 3 big regrets? Thinking about what was written in that letter about herself, she really wanted to cover her face and cry. She clearly didn't lose her memory, but she couldn't remember what happened in the mountain cave that day. According to the letter, it seemed she had done some embarrassing things to Han Xiren back then. That couldn't possibly be her, right? How about that? Still asking her what she thought? Thinking about what was written in the letter, Zhen really wanted to knock herself out. What does it mean to say she's never been intimate with Han Xiren? She looked at his beautiful, slender, and warm hands, so she kissed them all over. Did she really do such a foolish thing? She said her second regret was not having a proper marriage bed, and that he was so handsome she wanted to pounce on him. Maybe she should just be struck down by lightning. The third is having 7 or 8 children. Well, compared to the first 2, this is quite normal.
But now, Zhen?
What are you thinking about? Later, I'll tell you. I'm a bit thirsty. I'll go get some water. Saying this, Zhen hurriedly ran away. As soon as Zhen left, Han Xiren's expression became serious. He knew that in his past life, he had made Zhen suffer, but he never imagined it would be this bad. Hearing this still pains his heart. Right now, his strength is too weak, so weak that Zhen always has to protect him. Days passed, and Zhen found life in the capital quite relaxed. She would check the accounts daily, hold meetings with the managers to discuss important matters. As for other things, there were Zhonglu and the other managers. Because she had many capable people under her, sometimes the 9th prince would send someone over to ask them to do tasks. Over time, she learned quite a bit about the 9th prince's maternal family. Of course, she also kept busy with the 3rd prince's side. With her current ability, it was easy to arrange a few people in. Zhen realized that although big families controlled most of the business in the capital, it was difficult for outsiders to get in. But if she trained a few managers, it would be easy to slip into these big families. In other words, the business was monopolized by a few families, but they lacked enough managers. If they didn't, she could find ways to push them out. This back and forth made Zhen think that these tactics were quite interesting. Then, she remembered Huang Yui. Huang Yui came to kneel at her woodpile every day, as if she was addicted. Xiao Zhen hadn't expected her to be so stubborn. When she thought of how Huang Yui had always been unpleasant to her in her past life, she quickly pushed her name out of her mind. Moreover, everyone in the Han family knew about Huang Yui kneeling at the woodpile, but no one told her. It seemed they wanted her to handle it all herself. One day, Xiao Zhen thought about expanding her network and saw Zhang Lu rushing over hurriedly. "Madam, your second sister-in-law has left home." Xiao Zhen looked at the list and, hearing Zhang Lu, casually asked, "Did she have a fight with my second brother again?"
No.
"I heard that recently, the Han family's second brother and second sister-in-law have a good relationship. But today, she left a letter saying she doesn't want to be found." Xiao Zhen didn't mind much. She just said, with her personality, if she's hungry, cold, or has nowhere to sleep, she'll come back naturally. Zhang Shi was always a bit of a spoiled girl. Even if she ran away, she would come back when she couldn't bear the hardships. What surprised Xiao Zhen the most was that until night fell, Han's mother and second brother hurried in to ask for her help in finding someone, but Zhang's wife had not returned. After calming Han's mother's anxious expression, Xiao Zhen also frowned as she looked at Han Xin. "Second brother, you and second sister-in-law didn't argue, did you?" "No." Han's second brother shook his head. "Whenever Zhang's wife argues, she avoids it. They wouldn't have fought." "Ah Zhen, you should think of a way," Han's mother said anxiously as the sky darkened. "Second sister-in-law is unfamiliar with the city, so she can't go anywhere. Why would she suddenly leave home? You know her personality." Suddenly, Han's second brother said, "Could it be because of her family issues that she can't think clearly?" "Her family issues?" Han's mother thought for a moment. "Are you talking about her younger brother? Her brother?" Xiao Zhen was surprised. Second sister-in-law has a brother? She didn't know this. Zhang's wife was spoiled by everyone, and since the Zhang family had only one child, they pampered her excessively, which is why she has this kind of personality. Talking about her unexpected younger brother, Han's second brother sighed. "A few days ago, my mother-in-law sent a letter saying that her younger brother was born from her father with another woman outside the family. He was hidden away for 13 or 14 years. Recently, when her father was ill and thought he wouldn't live long, he brought the boy back and also called the boy's mother back to the Zhang family." After reading the letter, Yaya was so angry she couldn't even eat. "When did this happen?" "About a month after we arrived in the capital. We received a letter from the Zhang family then. But so many days have passed, and I thought her temper had calmed down." "Ah Zhen, you should send someone to look everywhere," Han's mother said with some exhaustion. "Our eldest daughter-in-law was injured giving birth, so I want her to rest more. The child she's been caring for is her own. Now, second daughter-in-law is causing trouble by leaving home. She doesn't know the city well. Where could she go?" Han's mother felt a headache coming on. "I understand. Mother, second brother, you should go back first. I will send people to find her immediately," Xiao Zhen said. Han's mother nodded. "Xiren? It's so late. Hasn't he come back yet?" "The emperor values Xiren. These days, he's been in the palace with the crown prince reading reports." Hearing what the second daughter-in-law said, and thinking about the excellence of her younger son, Mother Han felt all her fatigue suddenly disappear. She also remembered how much effort Xiao Zhen had put in when her eldest daughter-in-law had a baby, and how she had been sending gifts and help these days. Mother Han was very grateful to Xiao Zhen. "Ah Zhen, you also need to take good care of yourself. Don't overwork, understand?" Xiao Zhen nodded and smiled, saying, "I understand, Mother." After Mother Han and her second son left, Xiao Zhen ordered Zhang Lu to send someone to the capital to look for her. But searching like this was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Xiao Zhen truly didn't know where to start. "Madam, do you think second sister-in-law Han has gone back to Sheng County?" Sheng County was far away, mostly mountain roads, and right now Zhang was feeling angry. She might have been impulsive and gone back. "Do we have enough people?" "Our people are already searching inside the city. Outside the city, only the shop staff can stop working temporarily to help look for her. The shop can't stop running. Have the shop's family members also help look. First, ask around the horse carriages to see if Zhang might have taken one out of the city." "Understood." Zhang Lu hurried out. Xiao waited and thought while waiting for Zhang Lu's news. Half an hour later, Zhang Lu returned and reported, "Madam, Zhang did not leave the city by horse carriage." Seeing that night had fallen, Xiao frowned slightly. "The city is now under your watch. I'll go out and take a look." "That's not safe." "Madam, you're just a woman. It's dark now, and it's too risky to go out. Let's go to the palace and tell the Lord. Maybe he can think of a way," Zhang Lu suggested. "No need. This is the capital city. It's not that chaotic. The city gates are guarded by soldiers." "I won't go far," Xiao replied. "The palace isn't easy to enter. If the guards at the gate don't report, you just wait outside for the Lord to come out." Everyone else had been sent out to find Zhang. Now, the only one who could wait at the palace gate for her husband was herself. Zhang Lu was worried about Xiao going alone, so he said, "Madam, when you leave the city, have Zhang Yang from the shop come with you. I don't feel at ease otherwise."
All right.
Xiao felt warm inside and nodded. Her agreement was mainly to reassure Zhang Lu. With her skills, Zhang Yang might even be a hindrance. The capital city was still lively at night, even more bustling than during the day. Xiao looked around. Under the faint night sky, vendors had set up lanterns and were doing business. From afar, it looked like a long dragon of shining lights. Zhang had been missing for a day. Had she really left the city? Xiao Zhenxin didn't really like Zhang, but at this moment, she had to carefully look for her. After thinking, Xiao Zhen believed there was a good chance Zhang would return to Shen County. To protect her position at home, even to protect her mother, she would definitely go back. However, since she wasn't on a carriage, could she really walk back? The city gate was still open at this time, and night had fallen. The guards had increased. When Xiao Zhen left the city, she was questioned. During the questioning, she accidentally glanced at a soldier standing at the gate. She paused for a moment, which caught the soldier's attention. Xiao Zhen felt a bit excited, but also worried. She didn't expect to meet her close friend from her past life here. Now, Lan Jing was just an ordinary shadow guard, probably on a mission. Her moment of distraction must have alerted him. Sure enough, once outside the city, Xiao Zhen sensed she was being followed. Just as she was thinking about how to shake him off, Lan Jing suddenly appeared in front of her. Xiao Zhen pretended to be startled, and even fell to the ground to look more convincing. You? Hey, aren't you the guard at the gate?" Lan Jing looked at her coldly. "Do you know me?" Xiao Zhen slowly shook her head.
No.
"Then why did you act like you knew me just now?" She was indeed suspected. Such a sudden recognition caught her off guard. She couldn't control herself and was noticed. Haha, but Lan Jing's alertness was just like in her past life. Xiao Zhen got up and pretended to be shy, saying, "I just thought you looked nice. I just took a quick look." Besides this explanation, she couldn't think of anything else. Lan Jing's face stiffened. "You should go." Xiao Zhen nodded and hurried away. But just as she was about to leave, a palm strike came from behind. Xiao Zhen sighed softly, knowing she couldn't leave so easily today. She used her internal energy to dodge the strike and ran away. "There's definitely something suspicious," Lan Jing's angry voice sounded, and he quickly caught up. Xiao Zhen secretly cursed in her heart. Zhang usually didn't like her and often caused trouble. Now that she had run away from home, she brought such big trouble. If it were her past life, they would have been close friends, but in this life, they were fighting to the death. After all, shadow guards either kill or be killed. There wouldn't be any misunderstandings between them. At this moment, Blue Mirror was just an ordinary shadow guard and couldn't compare to Xiao Zhen's strength. Soon, she fell behind significantly. When Xiao Zhen hid behind a tree and watched Blue Mirror stand still, staring in the direction where she disappeared, she felt amused but also worried that Blue Mirror would keep searching for her from now on. Xiao Zhen looked toward the main road on the other side. If she continued walking, she would reach the mountain trail. She thought that even if she had 100 reasons to borrow from the Zhang family, she couldn't go into the mountains alone. Just as Xiao Zhen planned to leave quietly, another shadow guard suddenly appeared beside Blue Mirror. At this moment, Blue Mirror was dressed in soldier's clothes, while the female shadow guard was wearing a black outfit with her face and head covered. She took off the black cloth on her head, and her long hair fell freely. She had a beautiful but elegant face. However, when Xiao saw her face, she twitched her mouth. This person was not just anyone. It was Blue Mirror's sister, Manhwa, who in her previous life had insisted on marrying her and having children with her. Thinking about how Manhwa had flirted with her and even undressed in front of her in the past, Xiao shivered. Just as she was about to leave, she heard Manhwa say, "Brother, these noble daughters are really interesting."
What?
Blue Mirror was frustrated because he couldn't catch her. He thought the woman was mysterious and must have secrets she didn't want others to know. "I was passing by the Ouyang family's roof when I overheard one of Ouyang's daughters say she wanted her legitimate daughter to suffer for life. She even staged a good show to falsely accuse her." Blue Mirror frowned. "Aren't you supposed to hide your skills when you have no mission?"
Lan Hong pouted.
"It's been a long time since I went on a mission. If I don't go on one soon, I won't even be able to become a top shadow, let alone a dark shadow." Just as Xiao was about to leave after hearing Manhwa talk about the Ouyang family's daughter being falsely accused, she frowned and thought for a moment before departing. Back at the residence, Zhang Lu was waiting for her.
"Madam, you're back."
"Lord Han just came by and said that Lady Han has returned," Zhang Lu said. "She's back? She came back on her own?"
"Yes." Xiao was silent.
"Why was she so busy?" "Madam, do you want to go see her?" Zhang Lu asked. Xiao nodded. "Since this matter caused such a fuss, and she is my second sister-in-law, I should go see her." By then, night had fallen, and stars gradually lit up the sky, blinking peacefully. Xiao entered Brother Han's house and heard Mrs. Zhang crying. Xiao was used to this crying and sometimes found it a bit tiring. When he entered the room, he saw the Han family members there, including Lu's wife, who was holding the baby. The eldest sister-in-law was recovering well, and a few aunties who helped at Han's house often came to tell Xiao how Lu's wife was doing. Aside from being a bit thinner, she looked quite spirited. Third sister-in-law has arrived. Zhang is here. After greeting everyone, Xiao looked at Mrs. Zhang with a gentle smile. "I heard second sister-in-law has returned. I came to see if everything is okay." Mother Han also sighed in relief. "Yes, that's right. We should talk nicely. There's no need to run away from home." Mrs. Zhang's eyes were red and swollen like lanterns. "My father brought back his son with another woman. From now on, how can he still favor me? Since I married in, my father has been giving me money for food and clothes. Now, there's a brother who's here to take the family's money. What will I do in the future?" "You're overthinking. You're the daughter of your father-in-law. He wouldn't treat you badly," second brother Han said helplessly. "That's unlikely, and your father-in-law is still healthy. His previous illness was just a misunderstanding." Xiao just smiled politely, since they were all relatives of Han Ziren. It wouldn't be good if she showed impatience. But she didn't want to listen to Mrs. Zhang's complaints. "Second sister-in-law, what are you talking about? Since you married second uncle, he will naturally take care of you. We are family. If your family is really in trouble, just tell us. We can share the burden," Lu's wife said, sometimes confused by her sister-in-law's thoughts. Once married, she was part of her husband's family. Every man in Han's family was responsible for supporting his wife. How could they not take care of her? "Supporting me? That sounds nice," Mrs. Zhang said with a look of grievance. "I only bought some jewelry and hairpins, and I keep being scolded. How does that look like someone who can support me? Family?
Ha!
You all don't treat me like family. There are rules everywhere, and I suffer every day." Hearing her wife's words, Han's second brother's initial happiness turned into disappointment. Father Han and Mother Han remained silent. Lu's wife exchanged glances with Han's eldest brother, both sighing inwardly. Xiao said nothing. Mrs. Zhang was too selfish. She didn't want to earn money or work hard, but she still wanted a comfortable life and expected others to always accommodate her. Such good fortune doesn't exist in this world. From her perspective, having died once, Living this life is already a blessing. It should be cherished. Life is only a few decades long. Worries and happiness each last a day. To make both the people and the heart feel comfortable, one's mind should be broader. As for Zhang, it has nothing to do with her. Xiao Zhen then said to the Han family, "Father, mother, elder brother, sister-in-law, second sister-in-law. Since second sister-in-law is fine, I will go back first." Just as Xiao Zhen left the room, Lu Shi followed out. "Third sister-in-law. What's the matter, sister-in-law?" "Thank you." Lu Shi's eyes also turned red. "Thank you for saving us and our child." Lu Shi genuinely regarded Xiao Zhen as her closest person, even more than her own parents. She knew everything was thanks to Xiao Zhen. Without her, she and her child might have already lost their lives. If it weren't for elder brother and sister-in-law saving money and sharing all the work at home, Xiran wouldn't have been able to go to school comfortably from a young age, and he wouldn't have achieved today's success. What I did for sister-in-law is only right. Please don't take it to heart. What she did was just a small act, nothing compared to what her third sister-in-law did for her. Having known Xiao Zhen's character for a long time, Lu Shi understood that her words were sincere, even if she was just saying thank you. She didn't know what else to say. Suddenly, Han's mother's voice came heavily from inside the house. "Zine, what are you talking nonsense about?" Lu Shi and Xiao Zhen exchanged glances. Xiao Zhen thought for a moment, then went to the door and listened. She heard Han Zine sadly say, "Mother, since she has no intention of living a lifetime with me and feels wronged in our Han family every day, why should I keep her tied to me? If she wants to leave, let her leave." "Leave?" Lu Shi exclaimed in surprise. "This is good. Why suddenly want to leave?" "Han Zine, I was just saying." Well, I've wanted to leave for a long time," Zhang shouted. "The dowry my father gave me. You can't take a penny. All the silver in the house belongs to me. I want to leave. I also plan to do the same. Xi and you, after so many days of marriage, except for the first few days, we've been arguing almost every day."
"I'm tired."
"Are you tired? Am I not tired?" When Lu Shi heard this, she felt things had gotten serious and quickly went inside. Xiao Zhen didn't listen further and turned to leave. Zhang Shi's mind was clearly not in the right place. Even with her behavior, when she left home, the Han family still worried about her and tried to find her. But now, she just returned and asked for separation. Han's second brother treated Zhang Shi very kindly. Instead of a formal divorce, he offered her a peaceful separation, even giving her all the family's silver. His goal was just to help her have a better life. Zhang Shi really isn't satisfied. Not far from Han's house, Xiao Zhen saw Han Xiran rushing over. Under the night sky, he wore dark clothes, tall and upright, with a handsome face that looked even more cold and clear in the moonlight. When he saw her, he smiled slightly, softening his cold look a bit. "Second sister-in-law is back. Second sister-in-law is going to separate from second brother." Han Xiran took Xiao Zhen's hand and tidied her messy hair behind her ear. "Is that so? Since second sister-in-law is back, let's go home. Won't you go in and take a look?" "No need." Since second brother agreed to the separation, it wasn't a sudden impulse. "If I go in now, it might make him feel awkward." Xiao Zhen nodded. "Oh, the royal hunting ground is 2 days from now. If you want to go, I'll take you." "Hunting?" Xiao Zhen wasn't interested. She grew up hunting in the mountains for a living, not just for fun like the royal family. Then she remembered what Ren Jinshi said at the tea house that day, how the eldest daughter of the Ren family and Ouyang Xier would also attend the hunt. This could be a good chance to get close to Ouyang Xier, so she nodded. "Let's go. Recently, there's nothing much happening at home, but I might not be able to accompany you. The emperor asked me to go to the palace. I thought the 9th prince valued you very much, but I didn't expect the emperor also valued you so highly," Xiao Zhen sighed. "If I'm with you less, will you blame me?" "No, I won't. Just being with you makes me very happy. In my previous life, not to mention holding hands like this, even speaking a word was a luxury." Xiao Zhen felt quite content. "By the way, what are your plans for your cousin?" "It's been days, and if she keeps kneeling, her knees might be ruined. I chose someone, but her mother wasn't happy. Cousin Yui is proud and wants to marry someone high status, but she doesn't think about her own situation. Xiao left. She's comparing herself to me. Who would have thought that a simple peasant girl like me would marry the top scholar of the current dynasty? Don't worry, starting tomorrow, I won't let her come to the mansion anymore. The two of them talked as they returned to Han's residence. By the next day, Zhonglu came back to tell her that second brother and second sister-in-law from the Han family had divorced. Second brother gave all his belongings to Zhang and let her ride his carriage back to Xing County. Zhang looked very eager to go home, almost as if she couldn't wait, and she didn't even say goodbye to Han's parents before leaving. After hearing this, Xiao just gave a cold smile and said, she will regret it. But there is no regret medicine in this world. The royal hunting grounds are about half a day's journey from the capital, covering over 10,000 square miles. It is a lush grassland with plenty of water and animals, with some small forests inside, making hunting even more fun. Every autumn, the royal hunting event is a big event that people talk about happily. Such large hunts often lead to interesting stories. A few years ago, it is said that the emperor once hunted a young girl in the enclosure. She was shot in the chest with an arrow. Even when she fainted, she looked at the emperor with love in her eyes. The emperor was moved and took her into his harem, giving her favor for many years. Later, it is said that the emperor hunted many other girls in the enclosure, but most of them were not taken into the harem as concubines. Some were even executed. People talk a lot about these strange stories. Whether these stories are true or not, the annual hunting often led to marriages. Since many princes, princesses, and officials' family members participated, they often found someone they liked and got married through matchmaking. The wind was howling, and the Mulian hunting grounds was heavily guarded. Xiao left the tent and looked around. There were guards every 5 steps and patrols every 10. In an unexpected corner, there were shadow guards and hidden guards. The security was so tight that not even a fly could get in. Xiao felt quite nostalgic. Now, as a family member, she entered here just to have fun. What a dramatic change. She looked at her attire, dressed as a lady, then turned and entered the tent. When she came out, she was dressed in men's clothes, looking like a handsome young man. Xiao features are delicate when separated, but when viewed from a woman's perspective, they seem somewhat ordinary when combined. However, when she wears men's clothing, her features appear especially clear and even carry a hint of heroism. Seeing Xiao dressed as a woman earlier, I realize her female attire has also made her look a bit more beautiful. She wears a long blue robe. Wherever Xiao goes, people greet her with gentle smiles, thinking she might be a noble son. 1,000 taels, what do you think? Go away. I'm telling you, kid, with that 1,000 taels, you could even buy a fine horse from the frontier. Didn't I tell you to go away? Can't you hear me? From afar, Xiao sees 3 or 4 young boys arguing. As he gets closer, he realizes 3 of them are dressed in bright clothes, surrounding another boy also in bright clothes. The 3 seem to be a group, and they all look furious. The boy being surrounded has sharp features, looks delicate like a painting, and has a somewhat proud expression between his eyebrows. His black eyes show impatience, and he looks like a young, rebellious person. All of these boys are around 15 or 16 years old. Since they are causing trouble here, they are probably children of high officials. Hey, Kai Wanglin, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a penalty wine. Your grandpa and father are just imperial doctors, but my father is a high-ranking official. Buying your horse is your good luck. So, tell me, are you selling or not? Kai Wanglin only snorts coldly and pushes past the 2 boys, trying to leave. But the other person, seeing Kai Wanglin's attitude, becomes angry and ashamed. He shouts, I hate people who act so superior. Why are you just standing there? Fight! A few steps away, Xiao watches 4 boys fighting. Although 3 are beating 1, Kai Wanglin is not someone easily bullied. He still has some skill and hasn't suffered much, but his strength is limited. He takes several punches and even gets a bruise on his handsome face. At this moment, he sees Xiao Zhen leisurely watching the fight from a few steps away. His proud black eyes flash with a sharp glare and a lip movement that says, "Get lost." How dare he be so arrogant after being beaten? Xiao Zhen ignores him completely. Instead, he plucks a blade of grass from the ground, chews it in his mouth, and watches their fight with a relaxed attitude, hands behind his back. Both his grandfather and father are imperial doctors, and Kai Wanglin is known for his proud personality. Xiao Zhen guesses that Kai Wanglin's grandfather is the famous Dr. Kai, who was called in to deliver his sister-in-law's baby the other day. She owed a favor to the Kai family, but she didn't plan to repay it through such meaningless matters. Nonetheless, Xiao Zhen kindly responded with the same lip movements, "Take care," then turned and left. Inside the Mulan forest, the area is divided into 3 sections, one for the royal residence, one for the officials' private quarters, and a third for entertainment, not living. At this moment, Xiao Zhen was in the entertainment area. Palace servants were preparing a bonfire, and food was already laid out around it. In the evening, the emperor would enjoy festivities here with the ministers, discussing teams for the next day's hunt. Besides the palace staff, some maids and young noble children were playing. As Xiao Zhen was about to turn away, he heard a delicate voice from a young noble girl say, "You're a concubine's daughter, but you're still a young lady of the duke's household. Playing with mud should be done in your own yard. How can you behave so poorly outside?" Xiao Zhen looked over and saw a young girl helping another girl up from the ground, instructing a maid to clean her up. The young girl then said, "You're still young, but you should remember dignity. Do you understand?" "Yes, sister," the young lady obediently nodded. Hearing this mature scolding, Xiao Zhen couldn't help but smile. The young girl pretending to be an adult, though noble-looking, was only about 8 or 9 years old. The girl being scolded was dressed in fine silk and looked about 5 or 6, listening respectfully to her sister's advice. A daughter of the duke's household? Truly from a noble family. The noble girl also looked toward Xiao Zhen. He saw a young man about 18 or 19, with a relaxed expression, casually holding a blade of grass and giving her a half-smile. His skin was fair, his face handsome, and his eyes, which were more distinct in black and white than most, showed a hint of approval. Was he praising her? The noble girl blushed slightly and turned her face away. At this moment, the maid leading the noble girl noticed Xiao Zhen. Seeing him watching her young lady with interest, her expression darkened. Though her lady was still young, such direct attention from a man was not allowed. She didn't know the young man's identity, so she couldn't speak up rashly. Xiao Zhen didn't realize his male disguise was causing trouble. Just as he was about to leave, a gentle voice called out, Weren't you supposed to come back earlier? You're not listening to your mother again? Mother?" Perhaps this voice was just too gentle. Xiao Zhen looked up and, not expecting to see her mother, saw her mouth open and a piece of grass fall to the ground. The woman was about 25 or 26 years old, yet she had a rare and elegant appearance that made her seem beyond worldly concerns. Every smile and frown she made was as graceful as flowing clouds and stars. Of course, Xiao Zhen was not only surprised by her beauty. There were many women more beautiful than her. This woman was the wife of the duke's estate. In her past life, she was ordered by her master to disguise herself as a guard and enter the duke's residence for over a month to monitor whether the duke had any secret affairs. Xiao Zhen's gaze then shifted to the eldest daughter of the duke's family. At first, she thought this girl was interesting because of her mature demeanor. Now, after a closer look, she could see the future beauty and elegance hidden behind her childish features. Xiao Zhen didn't expect to see the future noble consort of the 9th prince at this moment. Yes, 6 years later, the daughter of the duke's family, Lu Qingyu, would enter the palace and become the noble consort, personally appointed by the 9th prince. But what does it matter if she becomes a noble consort? Xiao Zhen sighed inwardly as she thought about the girl's future fate. She had heard that Lu Qingyu died not long before her own death, overwhelmed by worries. She hadn't paid much attention at the time, only occasionally hearing common folk say that this stunningly beautiful noble consort died of heartbreak, and her lover was a guard from her previous engagement with the prime minister's family. Xiao made a dismissive face, treating it as just gossip. But whether it was gossip or not, the girl's early death was real. At this moment, Lu Qingyu, who was hugging her mother, looked up and saw Xiao looking at her. When she noticed the young man still watching her, she opened her eyes wide and looked back. When she saw that he was gazing at her with affection, her face turned red again. If Xiao knew what this young lady thought of her, she would definitely say, "Hey, what do you mean by looking at her with affection? Don't use words loosely." But she didn't know that. Xiao wandered around for quite some time. When she returned to her tent, the sun had already set. She took off her hairpin, and her long, waist-length black hair fell freely. It was smooth and soft, draping down her back. Xiao didn't bother to fix it. She just looked at the several sets of clothes she brought. Each one was suitable for her status as a third-rank lady. However, for tonight's banquet, she wasn't sure which outfit to wear. As the tent's curtain was pushed aside, Han Ziren entered. When he saw Xiao raise her head, he paused for a moment. Xiao smiled as she looked at him. Her long black hair was softly draped on both sides of her face. She was used to tying up her hair when working on farm chores, and her elegant, modest dress as a lady was only for special occasions. Maybe because of her past life as a shadow guard, she rarely let her hair down even when sleeping. Now, her appearance had a kind of gentle beauty that was hard to describe. Her beauty was not bright or dazzling, but peaceful and calm. Her warm smile and gentle demeanor made others want to get closer. "Do I look good in men's clothes?" Seeing Han Ziren look at her like that, Xiao thought she might look better in men's clothing than in women's. "Even I think so." "Nonsense. My face is just average. I'm not joking. If you stand next to me in this outfit, I think you'll look better than me." Her confidence wasn't just about her looks, but about something deep inside that she had cultivated over the years. It always gave people a sense of strength and elegance. "Really? Are you joking?" Xiao smiled, not really believing her. Still, it was rare to hear Han Ziren say such things about her. "Which outfit should I wear tonight?" Xiao pointed to a few dresses on the bed, feeling a bit worried. "All of them are beautiful." In her lady's attire, she looked just as good as the noble ladies. Since Han Ziren entered the tent, his eyes had been fixed on her. Now, every word he said brought him closer to her, and his gaze grew hotter. Xiao felt a little scared under his stare. "Ziren, you." Before she finished, his long, handsome hand wrapped around her waist. Han Ziren leaned down and kissed her lips. Xiao felt like crying but couldn't. She thought that lately, Han Ziren's self-control was getting worse. She didn't know what she had done to tease him, but he was becoming more and more natural in his actions. If she wasn't so determined, she might have already been overwhelmed. Sure enough, his hand reached inside her clothes again. Xiao pushed him away, but he didn't move. Instead, he became more daring, releasing her lips and moving to her neck. "Ziren, we're in the camp." Xiao was surprised at how soft and weak her voice sounded. "Yes, I know." Han Ziren's voice was a little hoarse. "It will be over soon." He always said soon, but it usually took a long time. "Where are your hands?" she asked. "Huh? You're not satisfied, are you?" "No." Xiao blushed. What does she mean by not satisfied? Then what is it? "Don't take off my clothes," Xiao said through clenched teeth. "I was just helping you change clothes." Han Ziren's voice grew more breathless. "No need." Xiao pushed him away, took her clothes, and went behind the screen to change. Luckily, there was a screen inside the tent. Otherwise, facing a hungry, impatient wolf, if he pounced and tried to persuade her repeatedly, she might not be able to hold back. Facing Han Ziren's handsome, almost divine face, she, who had been craving him for 2 lifetimes, truly couldn't control herself. After dressing, Xiao lingered a bit, allowing both of them to cool down slightly before stepping out from behind the screen. By then, Han Ziren was arranging his things under the candlelight. When he saw Xiao come out, his eyes brightened a little. She was dressed in a plain blue dress, which revealed her normally reserved, cheerful strength in a gentle and graceful way. Switching between her different expressions was easy for her, and her gaze and smile felt like spring breezes.
Does it fit?
Xiao Zhen asked. Yes, it fits. Let's go. Han Ziren took her hand. By then, night had fallen. A bonfire was lit, and countless lanterns illuminated the surroundings. Officials, family members, young nobles, and princesses had already arrived and, guided by palace servants, sat in their designated places. Han Ziren's seat was not very high in the central hall, but because he was a favored student of the Grand Scholar and highly appreciated by the Emperor and Crown Prince, his position was somewhat close to the Emperor. Just as Han Ziren was about to sit down with Xiao Zhen, a palace maid approached and bowed, saying, "Madam Han, our Crown Princess would like Madam Han to sit with her and chat." Xiao Zhen looked at Han Ziren, who nodded slightly. "Go ahead. If anything comes up, send someone to call me." More and more people arrived, and most of the officials in the court seemed to be here. Xiao Zhen noticed that many young women, full of youthful charm, were playing and chatting everywhere. "Kai Wanglin, what happened to the injury on your face? Look at how swollen it is. If your grandfather saw it, he'd be heartbroken." Recognizing the familiar name, Xiao Zhen looked over and saw Kai's young son, who had been fighting earlier that afternoon, being pulled aside by a young man asking about his injury. As the young man said, Kai had 2 blue marks on his cheek, quite noticeable, but now he was dressed in a moon-white long robe, which softened his once wild appearance. Because he was on the same path she was taking, they inevitably crossed paths. Xiao Zhen was worried he might recognize her, but surprisingly, the young man only glanced her way a few times. It's unclear whether it was because of the night or if he simply didn't recognize her, but he passed by without incident. "Older sister-in-law," a bell-like voice rang out. Turning, she saw Ren Jinshi running over, gently taking her arm and sweetly saying, "I've been waiting for you for a long time. Why are you only coming now?" The palace maid came to call her, but it was only the time it took to drink a cup of tea. Xiao Zhen smiled and said, "I'm here now, aren't I? Older sister-in-law, did you see the 9th prince?" Ren Jinshi looked around eagerly. "No," Xiao Zhen replied, knowing that Ren Jinshi liked the 9th prince. Seeing her eager expression, she asked, "Did you go look for him?" "As a girl, I should be shy," Ren Jinshi said. Xiao Zhen was speechless. Is this how someone who knows how to be shy usually acts? "Older sister-in-law, Sister Qi and I have known each other since we were young, and we are very close," Ren Jinshi said, waving her hand. "In the future, you will be one of us," she added happily. Xiao Zhen just smiled and bowed to the Crown Princess Lu, saying, "Xiao Zhen greets the Crown Princess." "Please, get up." The Crown Princess Lu quickly helped Xiao Zhen to her feet. Her smile was more natural and gentle than when she had seen her in the palace. "I've reserved a seat for you. Come, sit here." After thanking her, Xiao Zhen sat down. The Crown Princess sat in the middle, with Ouyang Xier and Ren Jinshi on her sides, and Xiao Zhen sat next to Ren Jinshi. Xiao Zhen noticed that although Ouyang Xier had bowed to her, she seemed somewhat afraid of her, which left her feeling confused. "Older sister-in-law, in the future, we should get closer," Ren Jinshi said happily, giggling. "I will become the person close to the 9th prince. Sierra will be the lady of the general's residence, and the Crown Princess is already so great. Brother Ziren is also on good terms with everyone. We will definitely become good sisters." When she said this, several people started to laugh, and Xiao Zhen naturally joined in with a smile. During these days of contact, she felt that Ren Jinshi, although proud as a noble daughter, had a kind heart and was sometimes quite adorable in her straightforwardness. However, the sudden change in court affairs was unpredictable, and the future was uncertain. She did not want to have emotional ties with them. She was a person who valued loyalty, and if her feelings deepened, she feared she wouldn't be able to stand by and watch if something happened to them. "Your Majesty has arrived," a slender voice suddenly sounded, and immediately, the lively banquet fell silent. "Long live the Emperor, long live Long live forever. After a long ceremony, the emperor and the consorts took their seats. Xiao Zhen looked up and saw the ninth prince and Situ Cheng accompanying the emperor. She also noticed, with a quick glance, that Ren Jinshi and Ouyang Sierra looked a bit shy, often glancing at the ninth prince and Situ Cheng. Older sister-in-law, is the ninth prince looking at me? Ren Jinshi suddenly asked excitedly. Xiao Zhen looked over and saw the ninth prince indeed looking in their direction. He only glanced a few times. Occasionally their eyes met, but he quickly looked away. It was hard to tell who he was really watching, but seeing her young girl's shy appearance, Xiao Zhen simply nodded. Ouyang Sierra seemed a bit disappointed, because not only did Situ Cheng not look at her, but he wasn't thinking about her at all. At this moment, a melodious sound of a zither filled the air, and the palace dance began. The dancers, naturally, were very beautiful, wearing revealing costumes that showed their shoulders and backs. All the men present quieted down, watching the female dancers intently. Xiao Zhen glanced at Han Ziren and was surprised to see that he was looking at her. His gaze, across the distance, was full of warmth and tenderness, fixed on her. Xiao Zhen's face turned red, and she quickly looked away. Older sister-in-law, is the ninth prince looking at us again? Ren Jinshi eagerly asked, holding her hand. Just take a look and you'll know, Xiao Zhen replied. I'm too shy to look. Older sister-in-law, can you help me check? Xiao Zhen was speechless. As a court lady, it was not better that he kept looking at the ninth prince? Do you think Lady Han can ride a horse? The crown princess smiled at Xiao Zhen. A little bit. Tomorrow's hunting is more free than in previous years. The emperor said yesterday that this year's autumn hunt allows young talented men to hunt freely, and the young women don't need to worry either. Just go and have fun. The crown princess spoke with a smile to Ouyang Sierra and Ren Jinshi. Free hunting. Does that mean you can go anywhere you want? Ren Jinshi's eyes lit up. The crown princess nodded and smiled, covering her mouth. But your ninth prince probably wouldn't play with a little girl like you. Ren Jinshi pouted, showing her displeasure. Madame Han, let's form a team tomorrow, the crown princess said with a smile. Since the crown princess said so, Xiao Zhen had no choice but to agree. Sure enough, after the dancers left, the palace attendant announced the rules for the 4-day hunting event starting tomorrow. It was truly free hunting, even allowing men and women to hunt together. Immediately, some young men cheered, while the noble ladies shyly lowered their heads. Xiao Zhen thought, why are they all acting so obvious? She could only sigh that being young was wonderful. In her previous life, she had been a shadow guard for many years, and the royal hunts were always well organized and planned. There was no such thing as free hunting, let alone men and women hunting together. Women could go hunting, but it was mostly just a formality on horseback. Then, Xiao Zhen's dark eyes slightly narrowed, and a flash of something crossed her mind, but it was too quick to catch. Madame Han, what's on your mind? The crown princess asked when she saw Xiao Zhen seem to be pondering something. At that moment, a music piece was playing, and Xiao Zhen replied, Nothing, I just think this music is really beautiful. This lady is the niece of the Empress Dowager. She's skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting from a young age, especially her piano skills, which are famous, the crown princess said. Hearing this, Ren Jinshi's excitement faded into a cold expression. He snorted and said, She's just the Empress Dowager's niece? So what? The crown princess gently pinched Ren Jinshi's cute nose and said, With that tone of yours, you'd lose a few mountain peaks just because of her piano skills. Ren Jinshi scoffed, his gaze subtly showing hostility toward the pianist. At that moment, the pianist seemed to glance at Ren Jinshi by chance. Xiao Zhen hadn't paid attention to who the pianist was before, but now, after hearing the crown princess, she looked more closely. It was Ning Nianran, the ninth prince's official wife from her previous life. Xiao Zhen had a good impression of Ning Nianran. She had managed the harem very well, saving the ninth prince a lot of trouble, though her children were few. As for why she was few, that wasn't Xiao Zhen's concern, and it didn't matter to her either. After this banquet, Xiao Zhen not only saw the future empress, but also a few important consorts who would later join the ninth prince's harem. Among them was Lu Qingyu, the legitimate daughter of the duke's family. Xiao Zhen noticed that Lu Ginu was also watching her from afar. When their eyes met, she quickly looked away. Why was she watching from so far? Did she recognize her? But it didn't seem like it. Xiao Zhen's gaze shifted between Lady Ning and Lu Ginu. In her previous life, these two were highly influential figures in the palace. However, gossip about the noble consort was quite common among the people, often more than about the future Queen Ning. There were rumors that Lu Ginu was deeply in love with a guard, and even more rumors that she remained out of fear of intimacy. Xiao Zhen didn't believe these stories, but she still enjoyed listening to such gossip at tea houses. At this moment, the crown princess beside her said, "Jinshi, stop showing so much hostility. I can feel it from far away." Seeing Ren Jinshi still glaring with hostility at Lady Ning, Xiao Zhen sighed inwardly. Ren Jinshi's path ahead would be difficult. Suddenly, Xiao Zhen remembered what had flashed through her mind earlier. Among all the future consorts of the ninth prince, Ren Jinshi was not present. In other words, she wouldn't enter the palace later. Since Ren Jinshi was the daughter of a grand scholar, if she wanted to marry the ninth prince, her father's favor and support would make it easy. He had even arranged for Han Ziren to divorce his wife for her. It was unlikely he would refuse her request. In fact, he might even help her become empress. If Ren Jinshi didn't appear in the future, it meant she either married or died. The first was unlikely given her current personality. She also remembered that before becoming a shadow guard, there was a major incident in the palace during the autumn years. Several noble ladies and talented young men had died, but she didn't know the details. She only heard about it casually and didn't think much of it.
Could it be?
When she returned to her tent, Xiao Zhen was still pondering this. No matter how she thought about it, she couldn't figure out what had happened, so she gave up. She wondered if she should tell Ziren about it, but then she heard a guard outside report, "Madam, the master sends a message. He will come back later. Please rest first." Understood. Fate was unpredictable. She decided to go with the flow. If it is still early to sleep, Xiao Zhen picks up a book on the desk to read. Han Ziren's books are usually dull, but Xiao Zhen reads them with great interest. Of course, she is not focused on the content, but on the side notes. This is Han Ziren's habit. He likes to make notes in any book he reads. Xiao Zhen doesn't like reading, but because she likes someone, she has learned a lot. When her interest is piqued, she can't help but pick up a pen and add her own notes. When Han Ziren returns, he sees Xiao Zhen asleep leaning on the desk. He had told her to rest earlier, and she did, but not in bed. She was reading and fell asleep. Han Ziren chuckles as he walks over and takes the book from her hands. When he sees an extra line of note in the book, he pauses. It's not that the note is particularly good, but the handwriting is so similar to his own that, unless he knew he hadn't seen it before, he would think he wrote it himself. Her handwriting is exactly the same as his, so much so that even he cannot tell them apart. A flicker of emotion appears in Han Ziren's eyes. In her previous life, what kind of feelings drove her to imitate his handwriting to learn? The hardship must have been hard for ordinary people to imagine. "Jinjin, in my previous life, I made you suffer a lot. In this life, I will protect you." Han Ziren softly murmurs, then lifts her head and gently presses it against his chest before holding her in his arms. Perhaps used to this man's embrace, Xiao Zhen does not wake up. Instead, she finds a comfortable position and continues to sleep peacefully. Today's hunting is casual, so everyone had already chosen their partners the night before. Some young women, eager for romance, had already clung to their family brothers, hoping to team up with the handsome men they admired. Those who didn't find partners could only find someone at random to join in the fun. Looking at the graceful figures moving around, Xiao Zhen realizes that the gender ratio is seriously unbalanced. Older sister-in-law, why are you dressed like a man? Ren Jinshi, who had seen Xiao Zhen earlier, looked at her curiously. Older sister-in-law, you look so handsome in this outfit. If I had known, I would have changed into men's clothes too, So much easier. Your hunting outfit is very convenient too, said a group of women, all dressed in practical hunting clothes. From afar, they looked spirited and brave, and with their graceful figures, they were quite eye-catching. Han Ziren was called away by the crown prince to join a team, and the ninth prince and Situ Chung were also part of it. Her team consisted of the crown princess, Ren Jinshi, Ouyang Xier, herself, and a few guards. Let's set off. The crown princess took the lead and rode her horse first. She patted her horse, a rare good steed. Xiao Zhen climbed onto her horse, and after a quick ride, she really wanted to gallop freely and enjoy the exhilarating feeling of riding. Over here, a guard initially led the group, but soon, Ren Jinshi took the lead and directed them where to go. Occasionally, their horse team would bump into other hunting groups. Since they were hunting freely, they often showed respect by greeting each other from horseback. After half an hour, they could often hear cheers from nearby, indicating many good catches. But their group mostly caught small prey, very few in number. Jinshi, where are you taking us? I don't recognize this path, Ouyang Xier said worriedly as she rode up to Ren Jinshi. The crown princess was not in a hurry and simply smiled, saying, she just wants to lead us to a chance encounter with the ninth prince. Her words made Ren Jinshi blush. Ouyang Xier suddenly realized and teased, a chance encounter's fine, but don't go the wrong way. If you get lost, it won't be good. Don't worry. This is a royal hunting ground. Getting lost just means a little delay. The emperor will send someone to find us soon, Ren Jinshi said confidently. A certain Kai Wanglin has met the crown princess, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Xiao Zhen turned around and saw Kai Wanglin and a few young men riding out of the woods. Among their group, there were only 3 young men, including Kai Xiaozi, but there were 5 young women. Greetings, crown princess. They all saluted politely from horseback. After the greeting, Ren Jinshi glared at a woman nearby and said, I wonder who this is. Isn't she Ma Bear? The woman called Ma Bear was about the same age as Ren Jinshi and quite attractive, with an air of pride. You're here too? With your hunting skills, you're only holding back the crown princess. Soon, the two started arguing back and forth. Xiao Zhen rolled her eyes but saw Kai Wanglin on horseback looking at her with disdain. Why was he looking at her with contempt? Xiao Zhen was puzzled. At this moment, Ren Jinshi and Ma Bear were arguing fiercely, and the women around Ma Bear also joined in. Ren Jinshi found herself unable to win the fight, and Ouyang Xier was not one to argue, nor would the crown princess lower herself to quarrel. She thought it was just childish fighting and watched amusedly from the side, even smiling without trying to stop them. At this moment, someone suggested a horse racing game. Whoever reaches the other forest first wins. Everyone agreed immediately. Xiao Zhen slightly curled her lips. The horse riding competition should be about riding skills, but now it seemed more like a simple test of a horse's leg strength. She could only watch them mess around. Surprisingly, the two people had split into 2 teams, each sending 3 members, competing in 3 rounds. The Crown Princess hosted the event. Besides the Crown Princess, the only other participants were Ouyang Xier and Ren Jinshi. I'll race you, Kai Wanglin pointed at Xiao Zhen. Under the sunlight, the young man's proud face was sharp and clear, but his teasing eyes made her feel uncomfortable. Okay, Xiao Zhen replied lazily. She wasn't very interested in the strength of racing horses, so she just went along with the game. But Kai Wanglin saw her laziness as a sign of contempt, and his face instantly turned cold. The first round was between Ren Jinshi and Ma Bear. Their riding skills were quite poor. It took them half an hour to reach the finish line, and it was a tie. Xiao Zhen was speechless. In the Heavenly Dynasty, women's horseback riding was allowed. Noble women learned to ride from a young age, and some were just as good as men. These two really. The second round was between Ouyang Xier and another girl. Watching them run, Xiao Zhen thought she could at least roast a perfect rabbit leg in that time. Finally, it was her turn to race Kai Wanglin. Xiao Zhen smiled at him, but he looked at her with a sharper gaze, leaving her puzzled. Although it wasn't a formal riding contest and the distance was short, Xiao Zhen felt happy when she grabbed the reins. She suddenly abandoned her laziness. After the palace guard shouted start, she shouted go. The horse quickly ran, leaving Kai Wanglin far behind. Everyone was silent. When Kai Wanglin finally realized he couldn't catch up, he felt annoyed. He urged his horse harder. Go. This was a well-trained palace horse, and Xiaozhen found it very powerful. She couldn't help but urge her horse forward. But in just a moment, she reached the edge of the forest. Reluctantly, she had to pull back the reins. At the forest's edge, 4 horses were peacefully grazing, but Kai Wanglin and the others were nowhere to be seen. Xiaozhen frowned, sensing something unusual. She looked around carefully before entering the woods. The Mulan Weiqing area has only been established for about 100 years, but some of its forests are hundreds of years old. Several of these forests are very large, and the one Qi is in now is among them. As soon as you enter the woods, the sunlight is blocked, making it quite dark. The deeper you go, the darker it becomes. Given the personalities of Ren Jinshi and the other girls, they definitely wouldn't enter alone. There are no signs of movement on any trees or leaves, not even paths made by people walking. Still, there are familiar traces that suggest at least 4 shadowy figures have been here. This place is so dark. Why did you come in? Kai Wanglin asked, panting as he entered. Where are they? They're gone. What's gone? Xiaozhen looked at him.
People are gone. Kai Wanlin so not gone li.
You're joking. How could a few people just disappear like that? But as he looked around, he saw no one. Where are they? Xiaozhen took off a delicate, engraved lock from his neck and handed it to Kai Wanglin. Take a shortcut to the 9th prince and tell someone named Han Ziren what you find here. The lock was very finely made and quite heavy in the hand. It was strange for a man to wear such an ornament around his neck. Kai Wanglin thought Xiaozhen looked more delicate than him, even though he appeared more heroic. Why bother the 9th prince? Maybe they're just playing somewhere nearby, and will be back soon. I've checked around. There's no suitable place for them to play, unless Xiaozhen pointed inside. They went further in.
Impossible.
Those few are too brave for that. Then how do you explain these people suddenly disappearing? Kai Wanglin paused, realizing the situation was indeed strange. He lowered his prejudice. If there's real danger here, can you handle it alone? You're just a scholar with no fighting skills. Instead of wasting time talking here, I believe you should go quickly and come back soon. That's better for both of us. Xiaozhen said, and then disappeared into the woods. Hey, I care about you too. And how do you know which way to go? Kai Wanglin asked as Xiaozhen headed left into the forest. You don't need to understand, Xiaozhen replied with his back turned and quickly vanished into the trees. Kai Wanglin was left speechless. This guy is really full of himself. Surrounded by dense thorns, the area inside was quite clean. Xiaozhen carefully looked around while thinking about whether she could handle the 4 shadow figures. Last time, she fought 1 against 3 and barely tied. Now, with 4, it might be difficult. It would be great if she had a sword in her hand. There were no signs of dragging or struggle, which meant the 4 girls were knocked out and taken away. 4 shadow figures? Would it take 4 to deal with a few girls? This was clearly a top-secret mission that could not fail. Xiaozhen suddenly felt that Ren Jinshi and the others might be in serious trouble. She stood there for a long time, observing her surroundings and thinking about how to stay safe. Behind her, she heard hurried footsteps. Turning around, she saw Kai Wanglin. When Kai saw Xiaozhen, he let out a sigh of relief. Seeing her grim expression, he quickly said, "The crown princess's people came looking for us, since we didn't return. I told him to give her the token, so she could send it to Han Ziren." He cleared his throat and added, "I was worried about you, so I followed to check on you." He was annoyed with himself for explaining. Why was he doing that? Too much trouble. Your coming only adds to my burden. Xiaozhen sighed inwardly. Go back now. Burden? Kai Wanglin found the man in front of him quite ridiculous. He had come to help him kindly, yet he called him a burden. His expression was full of impatience, which only made Kai more stubborn. I won't go back. What's wrong with that? Under the shade of the trees, Kai Wanglin looked a bit angry, his chin raised, and his handsome face showing a rebellious look. Xiao Zhen didn't bother to care about his spoiled attitude. She simply said, "Then stay here. I'm going back." Kai Wanglin was stunned. "You're leaving? What about them? Aren't you going to look for them? Life and death are up to fate. It's better to protect ourselves," Xiao Zhen replied. "Having more people only puts everyone in more danger." She turned to leave. "That's not right. Since we came out together, we should go back together," Kai Wanglin insisted. "You're quite loyal. If you want to go in, that's fine. I'll scout ahead. You wait here for the others. After all, no one knows which way we went." Kai Wanglin thought about it and realized Xiao Zhen had a point. He nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Xiao Zhen warned, "Be careful," and then she lunged forward, knocking him down in one swift move. At the same time, an arrow was shot toward the spot where Kai Wanglin had just been standing. Xiao Zhen quickly pulled him and ran. Seeing Xiao Zhen running into the woods, Kai Wanglin hurriedly shouted, "Why is someone shooting arrows at us? Who's so careless? Shut up. What's going on? Why aren't you running outward? If we run fast enough, our people will catch up. Do you believe that as soon as we run out, you'll be dead? There are more cover objects in the woods. Going outside would expose us all. She can escape safely, but if this disobedient kid runs away, he won't be considered part of the team. Why is it him? Shouldn't it be them?" Kai Wanglin didn't have time to think about this. He just felt that when Xiao Zhen loosened his grip, another arrow shot past them as they separated. When Xiao Zhen grabbed Kai Wanglin again, they ran even faster. After running several times, Xiao Zhen was sure that only one person was chasing them. If there were 4, the chase wouldn't be like this. So, Xiao Zhen was no longer worried. He hid Kai Wanglin nearby, covering him with all the dry branches, making him completely concealed. "Unless I tell you to come out, don't come out, understand? What will you do then?" Kai Wanglin was now anxious. "I have my own way." Xiao Zhen's purpose in covering him so tightly was to prevent him from seeing what would happen next. Life was at stake, so Kai Wanglin didn't say much. For some reason, he felt he should trust this young man in front of him. He said, "Be careful too." After walking a bit to the right, Xiao Zhen turned around and loudly said, "Stop running and chasing.
Come out now."
As soon as he finished speaking, a man in black appeared about 3 steps away from Xiao Zhen.
"Who are you?"
The man in black asked in a deep voice, surprisingly able to dodge his arrow easily. Xiao Zhen smiled faintly. "Guess how many moves it will take to kill you."
"What are you talking about?"
3 moves.
"How about that?"
"You're talking nonsense." First move. As soon as Xiao Zhen finished speaking, he made his move. When the man in black regained his senses, he felt a sharp pain in his chest and spat out blood. Second move. Third move. As soon as he finished, the man in black looked at Xiao Zhen in horror and slowly fell to the ground. He didn't even have a chance to fight back because Xiao Zhen's speed was just too fast. At this moment, Xiao Zhen staggered and nearly fell. After coughing a few times, she took a few deep breaths, looked at the shadow she had just killed, and secretly felt relieved that the shadow was not skilled in close combat. This shadow was probably one of those who set traps and hidden weapons. He was not her opponent, but if she delayed, 3 more people would be attracted. So she had to fight quickly, which drained her internal energy suddenly. She returned to Kai Wanglin's place, called him out, and faced his series of questions. Xiao Zhen remained silent and quickly walked away. Kai Wanglin tried to stop her. "Why did you tell me to hide here just now? What about the archer who shot at us? Why are you going back? Aren't we going to find them? Why are there so many questions?" "I said I'm going back, so I am," she replied. "I won't leave until you tell me," Kai Wanglin said, feeling confused and determined to find out the truth. "We're no match for those people. Going to find them now would only be risking our lives," Xiao Zhen said impatiently. "Those people? Do you mean those girls were kidnapped?" Kai Wanglin's eyes widened in disbelief. Who dares to do such a thing in the royal hunting ground? Xiao Zhen really wanted to roll her eyes. She thought Kai's family was wasting time. Oh my, if that's true, We must save them. Otherwise, they'll be in great danger, Kai Wanglin said again. If you want to save them, go ahead. I value my life, Xiao Zhen said coldly. If it weren't for her grandfather saving her sister-in-law once, she would have simply walked away. You're afraid of dying, you. Kai Wanglin's words stopped suddenly because a masked person in black appeared in front of them. Xiao Zhen's eyes darkened sharply. She grabbed Kai Wanglin's hand and pulled him backward. Kai Wanglin felt the wind rush past his ears, and his legs felt as if they weren't his own. Besides desperately trying to run with all his might, his mind went blank. Out of instinct, he could sense the murderous intent behind them, relentless and cold. Until Xiao Zhen suddenly stopped, Kai Wanglin felt dizzy. When he looked up, he saw two more black-clad figures in front of them. At their feet, for people were sleeping, those who had gone missing, including Ren Jinshi. Who are you? Kai Wanglin, usually confident and brave, now felt fear. The murderous look in the eyes of these three black-clad men was icy and bloodless. He had never encountered such a situation before. A gust of mountain wind blew past. Xiao Zhen glanced at the nearby cliff, and then looked at the four unconscious people. She understood that these shadow figures intended to make someone accidentally fall off the cliff.
Who are you? Kai Wanlin shouted.
But none of the black-clad people answered. They simply stepped closer, one after another. Suddenly, Xiao Zhen pushed Kai Wanglin away and sternly said, "Stay back." Her push was very forceful. Kai Wanglin retreated 5 or 6 steps before falling to the ground. He was a bit angry and flustered. "What are you doing?" His voice stopped abruptly, and his eyes widened in shock. The person who pushed him had a fierce aura and a killing presence. He lowered his head slightly, with a grim face. His appearance was ordinary, but if you looked closely, his features were very delicate: phoenix eyes, a straight nose, and full lips. At this moment, his lips were tightly pressed, showing a sinister expression. His black and white eyes, usually calm and lazy, were now filled with murderous intent. Despite his face showing signs of deep killing intent and sensing a bloody atmosphere, Kai Wanglin felt that this person before him radiated righteousness. He didn't understand why, but suddenly his fear disappeared. "Who are you?" One of the black-clad men, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. He looked at Xiao Zhen in shock. The murderous aura on her was even stronger than theirs, meaning she had killed many more people than they had. Xiao Zhen didn't say anything. She had no weapons, only stored energy. She planned to gather her strength and kill these three in one go. Otherwise, she would be the one to get killed. "Are you also a shadow?" The three black-clad men exchanged glances. Shadows were only possessed by royalty. Although they had never seen each other before, they knew each other's code names. If such a person really existed, it would be strange if they didn't know about him. Xiao Zhen secretly assessed their strength. One of them was weaker, but the other two probably had comparable skill levels to hers. In an instant, she grasped a branch at her feet. Her black eyes, now filled with bloody murderous intent, shifted into action. Her move was lightning fast, like a thunderbolt or a startled phoenix, flawless and without weakness. The opponent didn't even have time to counterattack or defend. Xiao Zhen's branch pierced through his heart, killing him instantly. Kai Wanglin shouted in alarm, "Be careful," but it was too late. When Xiao Zhen turned around, she was also struck by a blade. She seemed unaware of the pain. Her gaze shifted from the shadow figure she had just killed, and her murderous expression grew even more bloodthirsty. Only 2 left. The remaining 2 men in black exchanged glances, unable to believe that she had killed one of their top fighters so quickly. They dared not underestimate her and simultaneously attacked Xiao Zhen. In the fight between the fighters, there was no other way but to kill or be killed. The wind and clouds surged. Life was cheap in their hands, but it made them cherish their own lives even more. One move could mean life or death. In a flash, one black-clad man's sword suddenly pierced Xiao Zhen's shoulder blade. Was it that easy? The black-clad man felt strange and quickly thought, "This isn't good." But before he could react properly, Xiao had already seized the sword with one hand and forcefully stabbed a branch into his chest with the other. Kai Wanglin was so shocked he couldn't speak. Did this person deliberately let the sword pierce herself to kill him? Xiao face was deathly pale at this moment. The pain from her shoulder was not ordinary. She felt like she might faint from the pain. She glanced at Kai Wanglin, who was just staring at her in horror, seemingly unfazed. She snorted coldly, "You're really useless." If he had a bit of usefulness, she wouldn't be in such a terrible state. Kai Wanglin's face was filled with anger, but he also knew that what he said was true. He was indeed useless and couldn't do anything. "You can't kill me," the only black-clad man said coldly, seeing Xiao condition. "Why not try?" Xiao sneered, slowly pulling the sword from her shoulder. With each inch she pulled, beads of sweat formed on her forehead, until she finally removed the entire sword. Blood slowly dripped from the blade onto the ground. Xiao held the sword firmly, a slight smile on her pale face. Her eyes flashed with a fierce and commanding aura, as if she had just emerged from a battlefield of chaos. Looking at the sword in her hand, Xiao muttered, "It's been a long time since I last touched a sword." Now that she had it again, she felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. The black-clad man's attacks were deadly, each move aimed to kill, with tight defenses and murderous intent, showing how many lives he had taken before. Such a top fighter made Xiao feel uneasy. Coupled with her severe injuries, she knew that any mistake could cost her life. They had exchanged dozens of moves at high speed. Xiao was pushed back step by step until she suddenly spat out another mouthful of blood, knelt down heavily, and supported herself with her sword. The man in black smiled coldly, but in that moment, Xiao's sword had already pierced his chest. His icy eyes widened in surprise as he looked at Xiao, who was still kneeling a few steps away. Then he saw Xiao, who had just killed him, slowly disappear from sight. "I know you're curious about what just happened. Did you notice that my sword was very bright earlier?" Xiao asked, panting. The man in black, barely alive, couldn't speak. He only glared at Xiao with some confusion in his eyes. "That was sunlight. The sunlight made your eyes dizzy. When your eyes are affected by this dizziness, you can't see my position clearly for a moment," Xiao said coldly. "You are a skilled martial artist, but unfortunately, your experience is still too shallow." The man in black slowly fell to the ground, his eyes still open in shock. He didn't understand what Xiao had just said. Suddenly, Xiao started coughing violently. Each cough brought blood to the corner of her mouth. She looked over at Kai Wanglin, who was standing nearby, frozen in shock. "Were you frightened?" Xiao's eyes showed contempt. These young masters from noble families could do nothing but eat, drink, and play. Just as her vision started to blur and her strength was draining, she collapsed into Kai Wanglin's arms. Kai Wanglin hurriedly moved closer and caught Xiao's falling body. His face was no longer full of youthful arrogance, only trembling with confusion. "Are you okay? I'll check on you. Do you know medicine?" Xiao's voice was very weak. "My grandfather is a royal doctor, known as a divine healer. I am the only heir of the Kai family, so I inherited my grandfather's medical skills," Kai Wanglin said, carefully laying Xiao flat on the ground. He took out silver needles and 2 small bottles of medicine, trembling as he said, "I only carry some medicine for injuries and minor bleeding when I go out. Please hold on until help arrives." Kai Wanglin paused, hesitating as he tried to remove Xiao's clothes. He looked at her white shoulders and the slight rise underneath, then gasped, You're a girl? Why make such a fuss? Does a doctor's gender matter?" Xiao's blood-stained hand suddenly grabbed Kai Wanglin's shoulder, her voice sharp. "Don't let me die. I must live. Do you understand? I still want to see the end of my life." After saying this, she fainted. Kai Wanglin was stunned for a moment before he responded, "All right, I won't let you die." He steadied his mind and began to apply the needles. He didn't know how long it had been when Kai Wanglin finished the treatment, applied medicine to Xiao's shoulder wound, tore off his own sleeve to bandage her, and looked up. He was surprised to see a handsome, tall man standing 5 steps away. The man's hands, clenched into fists, rested by his side. His face was grim, but his gaze on Xiao Zhen was surprisingly gentle. Behind the man, dozens of royal guards of the 9th prince stood with their backs turned, not looking this way.
Han, Lord Han.
Kai Wanlin recognized him. They hadn't spoken before, but since he was the 9th prince's attendant, he had seen him before. Han Ziren looked at Xiao Zhen, who was sleeping on the ground with a very pale face. His hands clenched tighter. This was the first time he saw her look so lifeless, as if she might leave him at any moment. His heart grew cold at that moment. Seeing Han Ziren suddenly pick up Xiao Zhen, Kai Wanlin frowned. Lord Han, she is my wife. Kai little lord, I will definitely repay your life-saving kindness, Han Ziren said, his voice cold to the extreme.
What?
She is your wife. Kai Wanlin was stunned. He didn't know what to feel. Just now, he had learned that this man was a woman. It felt strange. Now knowing she was Han's wife, that feeling became even stranger. He couldn't explain it clearly, but didn't have time to think about it. Lord Han, Lady Han is not in life-threatening danger. That sword, she avoided the vital points.
Han sier han nå ded.
His dark, terrifying eyes swept over the several bodies on the ground. He ordered his guards, the 4 young ladies, back safely. Cut those 4 black-clad men into pieces for the dogs. Hearing the last 4 words and seeing Han Ziren's deadly serious expression, Kai Wanlin shivered. He had always thought this gentle, weak-looking man could never be so ruthless.
Yes.
There won't be a next time. There will absolutely be no next time, Han Ziren whispered painfully, holding the person tightly in his arms. After leaving the forest, Sita Chung, the 9th prince, and Master Che Fei were waiting outside. When they saw Han Ziren carrying the injured Xiao Zhen out, their expressions were quite heavy. Situ Chung was surprised that Xiao Zhen, with her skills, could be so badly injured. In his view, only Shang Ying could have hurt her this badly. But why was Shang Ying in the forest? The 9th prince looked at the injured Xiao Zhen with a grim face and said nothing, his expression dark and serious. Fuzi didn't think much about this. He only wondered who had such boldness to dare to rob people in the arena and cause Ziren's wife to get hurt. Ziren treasures his wife very much. It was strange that when they reached this forest, Ziren didn't let them in but went alone instead. Though he didn't understand his purpose, since Ziren mentioned it, he decided to cooperate. He quickly stepped forward and asked, Madame Han, are you alright? Young Master Kai helped treat her, so it's nothing serious. Is young Master Kai also here? Fuzi felt relieved when he saw Kai Wanlin behind him. Kai Wanlin has been obsessed with medicine since he was a child. He has been studying with old Kai, a famous doctor, since birth. By 13, his medical skills were highly praised. Because he's so talented, he became a bit proud and a little reckless, which made people worry. Situ, clean up all the traces in the forest, Han Ziren ordered. Okay. Ziren, what do you plan to do about this? The 9th prince looked at Han Ziren with a serious expression. Han Ziren coldly looked at the 9th prince and said, I asked the 9th prince to seek justice for my wife. Seeing the strange atmosphere, Situchim wondered, why would the 9th prince help his sister-in-law? Could it be related to him? Similarly, Kai Wanlin, who was following behind, also found the situation odd. Fuzi thought carefully, and his face became complicated. Not far from the forest, the current noble consort Mu sat comfortably on a chair, watching palace maids and eunuchs play with some newly caught fox cubs. Suddenly, a palace servant hurried over and whispered something in her ear. Her almond-shaped eyes widened with anger, and she said, This is outrageous. Madam, what's wrong? Ning Niansheng, surrounded by palace people, came over. Seeing her beloved niece, the noble consort suppressed her anger and said, Ever since Nian Nian came, I felt much better. Come here. Ning Niansheng obediently sat down nearby and softly asked, Did your cousin upset you, madam? Child, how did you figure that out? In the palace, even the emperor has to coax you. Besides my cousin, I can't think of anyone else who would make you angry, Ning Yansheng gently massaged the noble consort Mu's legs, helping the palace maid who was doing so. Mu Shi sighed and said, I really don't understand. Many officials support Amoer, so why do they all have to curry favor with Han Ziren? That's good now. I need to be more careful with Han Ziren. Ning Nyansheng smilet kuyetli. Her aunt's words didn't really require comfort. She was just listening. As long as she behaved properly and made her aunt like her, that was enough. The incident of noble ladies being kidnapped in the Mongolian grasslands caused a big stir. The emperor was very shocked when he heard about it and immediately sent the Imperial Forest Army and shadow guards to seal off the area. Unfortunately, they found nothing, no clues or traces. When Xiao woke up, she saw only a faint candle flame. Han Ziren sat by her bed, looking worried.
They were still inside the tent.
Xiao thought she hadn't been unconscious for long. You're awake? Do you want some water? Han Ziren took her hand, eyes slightly red. Xiao shook her head. I'm hungry. I want to eat meat. Her words of wanting meat defeated Han Ziren's worries, and he relaxed a little. Someone come here. I'm here. Roast a rabbit leg for the lady. Yes. Xiao moved her shoulders slightly. It didn't hurt as much as she expected. It seems that kids' medical skills are really good, like a master doctor. Thinking of Kai Wanglin treating his wife, even just her shoulder, Han Ziren felt uncomfortable. When he thought of his wife risking her safety, he felt even more distressed. You should be able to tell that the enemy outnumbers you. Why didn't you run? If I ran, Jeaner and the others might have died. Other people's lives. How much can you really control? I only care about you. She loved hearing that. Xiao smiled slightly. I was planning to run away and bring help, but that Kai kid is full of courage and refused to leave. We were delayed and got caught by some shadow guards. Then don't worry about him. I thought so too, but when I remembered his grandfather saved my sister-in-law and nephew, I couldn't just leave him. Xiao gently moved her shoulders again and found it didn't hurt much. She smiled. I didn't expect that kid's medical skills are quite good. No pain even after moving.
I feel heartache.
She placed Han Ziren's hand under her head and said with a worried look, it won't hurt anymore in the future. I avoided the vital spots. I'm not good enough. I can't protect you, Han Ziren said with a gloomy face, showing his frustration. You're already good enough. I don't like taking risks either. Being alive is a blessing. My only wish in this life is to live well with you and enjoy happiness together. Xiao gently touched Han Ziren's nearly perfect profile and sincerely said, I've wanted to tell you something for a long time, but I wasn't sure myself, so I didn't say anything. Let's talk about it later. You should rest well now. Xiao shook her head and replied, I think it's better to tell you now. In my previous life, there was no daughter from the Ren family in the 9th prince's harem. Before I became the Shadow, Mulan Wei Chong once had several noble ladies die unexpectedly, but I didn't know exactly which incident. Han Ziren's face showed no particular reaction to what he heard, only gentle eyes watching Xiao. There was also Ouyang, who was engaged to Situ Chung. She committed suicide on their wedding day, but the woman Situ Chung married was not from the Ouyang family. Every year afterward, Situ would go to Ouyang's grave and cry and drink. Thinking about Situ Cheng's story from her past life, Xiao felt a bit sad. If she had known she would be reborn, she would have been curious and asked more about these things. But they all happened before she joined the army. Later, she only heard about them in a tea-house story and didn't take them seriously. Plus, Situ was so heartbroken, she couldn't bring herself to ask about his pain. She looked up and saw Han Ziren looking at her with tenderness, worried about her injury. She quickly said, This small wound isn't serious. It doesn't hurt. In my past life, I suffered more serious injuries. I couldn't let others find out I was a girl, so I treated my own wounds. This time, I was spoiled a bit, and just a shallow cut made me faint. As she spoke, Xiao felt a little embarrassed. Unexpectedly, Han Ziren's eyes suddenly turned red, and he softly said, Ajun, your identity this life is only one. You are my wife, Han Ziren's wife. You don't need to protect anyone, nor do you belong to anyone. You are yourself, free to live as you wish, selfishly if you want. You don't have to worry about others' lives or deaths. Do you understand? His voice was no longer cold. It carried tenderness and a slight trembling. Xiao knew he was worried about her. She nodded. She truly didn't want to endure the hardships of her past life again, joining the army, becoming a shadow guard, then the shadow. That kind of suffering she could endure, but it was not the life she longed for. Others' lives and deaths, you can save them once, but not forever. He worried that if she involved herself too much in others' lives, she might end up harming herself. Thinking of this, Han Ziren kept his concern hidden on his face, but felt anxious inside. I understand. Seeing her sadness, he also felt uncomfortable inside. Master, the guard outside reported, young General Situ has arrived. Han Ziren covered Xiao with a blanket and said, I'll be right back, then stepped outside. Outside the tent, because a few noble ladies had been, the guards had become more alert, and the number of guards increased. Has my sister-in-law woken up? Situ Cheng asked with concern when he saw Han Ziren come out. Yes, she has woken up. As for Kai Wang Lin, I have already spoken to him. He will keep it a secret.
Han sier nå det.
I think there is something strange about this. With my sister-in-law's skills, besides the shadow fighters, she shouldn't have been hurt so badly. But I can't find the reason. It was done by the Empress. For shadow fighters, one of whom is good at archery and setting traps. Situ Cheng opened his mouth in surprise, then took a moment to understand. What did you say? It's just palace tactics. Han Ziren's face blended into the darkness under the night sky. What do you mean? These noble ladies and the Empress have no conflicts. Situ Cheng was confused. But it conflicts with the interests of the Mu family, doesn't it? Situ Cheng still couldn't understand. The more you say, the more confusing it gets. The Mu family is related to the Empress, and our court's relatives are not supposed to interfere in politics. Where's the conflict of interest? Han Ziren looked at him coldly. The Empress has already decided on her niece to be the main consort for the 9th prince. The Emperor hasn't issued the decree yet, but I've heard it's been agreed upon. Run Jinshi also wants to marry the 9th prince. With my master's ability, if she wants to act, Jinshi becoming the main consort isn't impossible. The Empress isn't foolish. Having Jinshi as her daughter-in-law would only benefit the 9th prince. Besides, Situ Cheng stopped speaking. I understand now. The relatives of the court aren't allowed to interfere in politics, so the Mu family wants to secure their position by making the main consort position theirs. Even so, they shouldn't resort to such harsh methods. Jinshi married into the family. Do you think my master would let her be bullied? The Empress is confused. Such matters are naturally for the 9th prince's future, Han Ziren said. She is thinking about the 9th prince's future. My master is powerful, but although he favors Jinshi, he is aloof and has little contact with officials in court. He is also quite old, so his help for the 9th prince is limited. Situ Cheng nodded. That makes sense. It seems your sister-in-law just hit the nail on the head. If she hadn't been involved today, Jinshi might have been in danger. If your sister-in-law doesn't know martial arts, the consequences would be unimaginable. Is she truly unable to fight? Han Ziren dared not think about what might happen next. Whether he was selfish or unfeeling, his mentor had shown him kindness and support. Still, in his heart, Xiao Zhen was the most important. At such times, he preferred Xiao Zhen to protect himself rather than save others. Seeing Han Ziren's face turn extremely cold, Situ Cheng had never seen him look so icy. He thought about saying something to ease the tension, but saw Han Ziren bow and say, Greetings, 9th prince. Turning around, he saw Prince CMO standing behind him. He had been there for a while, and with that dark expression, it seemed he had overheard everything. Sure enough, the 9th prince said, Ziren, you are quite clear about this. I believe the 9th prince will give an explanation to me and my wife. An explanation? Justice must be served, killing someone and paying with life is right. My wife was badly hurt, and we need an answer, or it's hard to accept. Situ Cheng looked from one to the other. Both faces were dark and cold, making the situation very difficult. One was the ninth prince's mother, and he probably couldn't do anything about her. The other was his close friend, and he didn't want his friend to suffer such injustice. That's my mother, and I can't do anything about it. Besides, if Xiao Zhen hadn't taken action, could she have been hurt? Hearing this, Situ Cheng thought, what kind of nonsense was that? If she hadn't intervened, she wouldn't have been hurt? He felt troubled. My wife is kind and compassionate. She is also the daughter of my mentor. She wouldn't stand by and do nothing in a life-and-death situation.
You.
Han Ziren, since you serve this prince, how can you speak like that to me? So, the ninth prince also treats his loyal subjects this way? The ninth prince brushed his sleeve and said, that's my mother. I can't do anything about her. I don't mind going to serve the third prince. What? You're willing to betray me for women? The ninth prince's face turned pale with anger. He had always regarded Han Ziren as a teacher and friend, giving him all his power. Yet now, for that woman, talking about Xiao Zhen, the ninth prince felt even more frustrated. He didn't know why, but every time he saw her, he felt uncomfortable but couldn't figure out why. Now, seeing Han Ziren defend her so firmly, he knew it was normal, but his heart still felt uneasy. Han Ziren said nothing more, only looked at him coldly. Situ Chung was about to cry. He had little ink and didn't know how to mediate. Where had the teacher who was always with the ninth prince gone? Tell me, what should I do? After a long silence, the ninth prince finally asked through clenched teeth. The ninth prince is already 15. If I remember correctly, His Highness the Crown Prince first married 2 concubines before taking the main wife, Han Ziren respectfully replied. What? The ninth prince was surprised and widened his eyes in disbelief. Are you saying I should marry a concubine now, that Ren Jinshi? His Highness married Miss Ren from the Ren family, which will only be more beneficial for you, the noble consort said. She was unlikely to try again now. If the ninth prince married Ren Jinshi now, the noble consort wouldn't dare to cause trouble again. After all, if something happened to Ren Jinshi as a concubine, the master would definitely not let it go. That's true, but my mother would never agree, the ninth prince said. That's your decision, not mine, Han Ziren replied. The ninth prince's face darkened, but he couldn't act out. He trusted Han Ziren deeply, but he also believed Han Ziren might betray him for that Xiao Zhen. Ninth prince? Situ Chung wanted to say something about women like clothes. Marrying more women didn't matter. But before he could speak, the ninth prince snapped angrily. Fine. Marry whoever you want. Who's afraid of whom? With that, he stormed off in anger. Situ Chung was left speechless. Sir, the rabbit leg has arrived. A soldier hurried over and handed Han Ziren a freshly roasted rabbit leg. It looks delicious. Who is it for? Hearing the aroma, Situ Chung suddenly felt a bit hungry. Han Ziren looked coldly at Situ Chung and said, Zhenjin said she's hungry.
You can leave now.
After speaking, he entered the tent. Situ Chung sighed. Someone injured still thinking about eating rabbit legs? When Han Ziren entered the tent, Xiao Zhen pretended to be asleep with her eyes closed. When she heard the sound, she opened her eyes and saw Han Ziren holding a rabbit leg. She quickly reached out her hand. I'll feed you. I'll wash my hands first. Did he want to feed her? Xiao Zhen smiled happily and watched Han Ziren wash his hands before coming over. He tore the rabbit meat into pieces and offered them to her mouth. Xiao Zhen's eyes were full of happiness. If you like it, just tell me when you want me to feed you, Han Ziren said. What if I want you to feed me every day? Then I will feed you every day. Normally, hearing Han Ziren say such things, Xiao Zhen might tremble. But now, hearing these somewhat exaggerated words, she found them more and more pleasing. What is Situ coming for? Has there been any progress? Han Ziren recounted everything that had happened earlier, naturally skipping over the part where he forced the ninth prince to accept Jinshi as a side consort. He simply said it was known to be done by his mother. To prevent this from happening again, the ninth prince said he would marry Jinshi sooner to make her his side consort. After all, marrying Jinshi benefits him without harm. Xiao Zhen nodded and said, by the way, you should also encourage the 9th prince to get closer to the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Lu's family. Han Ziren looked at her with curiosity. That girl is supposed to be his future noble consort.
Han Ziren.
If he remembered correctly, the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Lu's family was only about 7 or 8 years old at this time. The next day, Xiao Zhen received many gifts, including rare medicinal herbs, jewelry, and fabrics given by the noble consort. The noble consort also sent her personal maid, Yin Xing, to talk. Yin Xing looked much better than the last time she took Xiao Zhen into the palace, when she had looked down at people with her eyes. Unfortunately, Xiao Zhen didn't have a good impression of her and just responded politely. Feeling bored, Yin Xing left early. Although there was a major incident involving the kidnapping of a noble lady, it was just a scare, and Xiao Zhen was not hurt. As a result, the hunting activities for the inner family members stopped, and they only moved within the palace's restricted areas. The next day, Ren Jinshi and Ouyang Shi came early to see Xiao Zhen. Both had red eyes, especially Ren Jinshi, who burst into tears upon seeing Xiao Zhen's pale face. Ouyang Shi also choked and said, Big Sister Xiao Zhen, thank you for saving us. If it weren't for you, Jinshi, and I wouldn't know what would have happened. Xiao Zhen felt that the two were a bit noisy, but seeing their sincere expressions, she didn't want to say much. She only replied, when you disappeared, I naturally looked for you. If she had told them that she was forced to save them at that time, she wondered what kind of dramatic expressions the two girls would have. Recalling the danger they faced, Ren Jinshi cried again out of fear. Sister-in-law, it's a good thing you came to find us. I feel so scared when I think about it now. It's all over now. Everything has passed, Xiao Zhen comforted her, seeing her tear-streaked face. Sister-in-law, does it still hurt? It's all my fault that you got such serious injuries and have scars, Ren Jinshi sniffed. It doesn't hurt anymore. Sister-in-law, if Brother Ziren doesn't like you in the future, I won't let him divorce you. You can rest assured, Ren Jinshi said firmly, wiping her tears. Ouyang Shi nodded heavily beside her. Xiao Zhen. This way of expressing gratitude is quite special. She cleared her throat and said, Thank you. Big Sister Xiao Zhen, can I use your old clothes? I don't know how to thank you, so I want to make you a new outfit, Ouyang Shi said. I was just thinking of making a new outfit myself, Xiao Zhen replied without hesitation. Seeing the sincerity in Ouyang Xi's eyes, she could tell she was genuinely grateful. Previously, she seemed a bit afraid of him, but now that has changed for the better. Since she is going to marry Situ Cheng, Xiao Zhen hopes their relationship will improve. Thinking this, she pointed to a set of clean clothes placed in the corner of the bed. Just this one. Madam, Dr. Qi the old divine doctor requests to see you, a guard said outside. Dr. Qi the old divine doctor? Why is the old doctor here too? Xiao Zhen thought that Han Ziren's injury had only been looked at by an ordinary imperial doctor, as the wound had already been bandaged earlier. She quickly said, Please, let the old divine doctor come in. Along with Dr. Qi, there was also Kai Wanglin, who was biting his lip. His youthful, rebellious face was now more restrained. When he saw Xiao Zhen, he said, Why are you up? How can I see guests if I don't get up? Xiao Zhen replied calmly, then bowed to the old divine doctor. Thank you for coming to see me. Dr. Qi the old divine doctor didn't really like Xiao Zhen. Last time, he was forcibly taken from his home, which made him angry, especially because Situ Cheng and Che Fei caused trouble, making him feel helpless.
He still held a grudge about that.
But this time, his grandson was safe at home, thanks to Xiao Zhen. Though old, he could tell Xiao Zhen was skilled in martial arts. Seeing her injured so badly, it was clear she had been in a fierce fight. His grandson's reckless bravado was just for show. Besides medical skills, he didn't know much. Give me your hand, Xiao Zhen said. She extended her hand. Dr. Qi closed his eyes and checked her pulse. After a moment, he looked at his grandson and said calmly, You handled it quite well. Then he looked at Xiao Zhen, no serious injuries. I will prepare some medicine for Madam. Thank you, old divine doctor. Dr. Qi was about to leave when he saw his grandson hesitating and glancing at Xiao as if wanting to say something. Curious, he asked, "What are you doing?" "I told you to come see her. You finished, so why aren't you leaving?" Hearing his grandfather's words, Kai Wanglin hesitated for a moment, then said firmly to Xiao, "Don't move the injured hand for the next 3 months." Then he pulled a long face and left the tent. Old Dr. Qi found it quite amazing. After all, he had never seen his grandson care about others since he was young. Just as Dr. Qi looked at Xiao again, he suddenly felt a bit annoyed. A married woman, why should his grandson care about her? He said, "Madam Han, let's settle this." After the older and younger left, Ren Jinshi said curiously, "What do you mean, settle this?" These two grandparents and grandson are so strange. They look like they owe them money. "Who knows?" the old doctor replied. "The meaning is, I saved her sister-in-law, and now she's saved my grandson's life. So, it's settled." Xiao looked at Ouyang Xier and asked, "Miss Ouyang, I heard you have a sister?" "Just call me Xier," Ouyang Xier said gently. "Yes, I have a sister named Dian, who is a year younger than me." "Is she your biological sister?" Xiao remembered the day outside the capital, hearing about the Blue Mirror and Blue Rainbow sisters and about Situ, his good friend. He really couldn't ignore this. Since Miss Ouyang was also here, he decided to ask clearly. "What biological sister?" Ren Jinshi said. "She's just a half-sister, quite petty. But Sister Xier treats her very well." Ouyang Xier smiled kindly. "I have 2 older brothers, but my little sister only has this one. If I don't treat her well, who else should I treat well?" Ren Jinshi pouted. "I don't like your sister." "There aren't many people in this world you like," Xier chuckled softly. "That's true," Ren Jinshi stuck out his tongue. Just then, a maid hurried in and happily shouted to Ren Jinshi, Miss, big news." Ren Jinshi's face darkened. He scolded, "No manners. Don't you see that sister-in-law is sick?" "It's okay," Xiao said calmly, looking at the startled maid. "Tell me, what's the big news?" Seeing Xiao so kind, the maid's lively spirit returned. "Miss, the emperor issued an edict, saying he wants to grant you as a concubine to the 9th prince. The date has even been set." Ren Jinshi was stunned at first, then grabbed the maid's shoulders and shouted excitedly, "Really? Really? The emperor really issued an edict to make me a concubine to the 9th prince?" Xiao was silent. Who just said there were no rules? But the 9th prince was quick. He resolved everything in a day. "Sister-in-law, I won't bother you anymore. I want to go home and see the edict." "Sister Xier, come with me," Ren Jinshi said, pulling Ouyang Xier to leave. Xiao smiled to herself, thinking that if Ren Jinshi truly hadn't died because she saved him yesterday, she might now regret remembering her lively side. She probably would. And if she had risked her life for these noble ladies, would she regret it? She probably would. Closing her eyes to rest, Xiao sighed inwardly. She was still selfish. The autumn hunt was finally over. When Xiao returned home, the Han family members, who had received the news, were anxiously waiting. Seeing that Xiao face was a little pale but she was fine, they all relaxed. Mother Han insisted that Xiao stay in bed for a few days. When she unbuttoned Xiao's clothes and saw the bandage on her shoulder still stained with blood, her eyes turned red. She said, "I will stay here to take care of you until you're better." "Mother, I'm fine." "Sister-in-law needs you more," Xiao hurriedly said. "Your nephew is very obedient and can handle things on his own. Besides, a few aunties from the shop are helping," Mother Han replied, then looked at Xiao's wound again. "Even the royal arena had intruders. This is lawless." "Yes, indeed." At this moment, a servant brought a towel and warm water, and Han Ziren also brought some bandages. "Mother, it's time to change your bandage," he said. "I'll do it," Mother Han took over. But she heard Han Ziren say, "Mother, I'll wait outside. Call me when you're done." Seeing her son leave the room and avoid her, Mother Han couldn't help but think back to what Xiao had told her. "On the day we got engaged, Aunt Han said we had to wait until I was 20 for us to truly become husband and wife. Since I agreed, I will keep my promise." She felt a bit guilty for being too talkative back then. Looking at the two of them, they probably hadn't yet gone to bed together. Seeing Xiao Zhen removing her clothes, Mother Han quickly stepped forward to help. When she took off the bloodied bandage and saw how deep the wound was, she felt heartbroken because Xiao Zhen seemed fine, as if nothing had happened. "Mother, I'm fine," Xiao Zhen said. "You're just a girl, and those thieves actually hurt you this badly. Even after healing, there will be scars," Mother Han said worriedly. "Luckily, it's not on my face. As long as Xiren doesn't mind, I'm happy," Xiao Zhen joked. But Mother Han replied, "At first, I had a lot of prejudice against you. Now that I understand your character, I like you even more. In this life, I will only consider you as Xiren's wife." Xiao Zhen was surprised. Mother Han was not someone who spoke boastfully. Whatever she said came from her heart. Although she knew Mother Han had accepted her, it was still difficult for her to hear these words. "Thank you, Mother." "Ah, Zhen, I take back what I said earlier." "What did you say?" Mother Han looked seriously. If a girl is under 20, she shouldn't share a room with her fiancé. "But if it's possible, I hope to hold my grandchildren from you and Xiren next year." Xiao Zhen was speechless. The topic changed so quickly that she didn't know how to respond. Xiren, who was listening at the door, smiled happily. The next day, the Crown Prince sent many medicinal supplies. Of course, the 9th Prince also received some, even including a sword from Siticheng. When Xiren handed the sword to Xiao Zhen, she couldn't help but laugh and cry. She guessed Siticheng's intention, but if others found out, they might think poorly of her as Madame Han. Besides, she couldn't carry a sword everywhere. How would others see her?
I'm curious.
What kind of weapon did you use in your last life? Xiren asked, noticing Xiao Zhen didn't seem very interested in the sword.
Axe.
An axe? Xiao Zhen nodded. It's the one I always carried after I left home. Later, I just kept using it. I got used to it, so it became my weapon. Xiren thought of Lu Li. That day on the small hill, Xiao Zhen used a small, unique axe. It looked quite special. The 9th Prince's wedding with Ren Jinshi was scheduled for half a month later. During this time, the 9th Prince not only changed his residence, but was also granted the title of Prince of Lin. The character Lin was chosen because it was part of the current emperor's name, showing how much the emperor loved his son. In this dynasty, only those who contributed greatly to the country could be granted a title. The current crown prince was made a prince at 17 for flood control efforts, and the 9th Prince's promotion was largely due to the efforts of Grand Secretary Ren. Having a daughter later in life, Grand Secretary Ren would not let his daughter suffer. Xiao Zhen's injuries had almost healed. During this half-month, her mother had taken care of her. Once she recovered, Xiao Zhen realized she had gained quite a bit of weight. Since expressing her feelings, Xiao Zhen found that Mother Han nagged her even more, rivaling her own mother. Whether eating or dressing, she almost relies on others completely. Whenever she tries to refuse this kind of service, Mother Han would say, "You can't do the fine work, and you don't need to do the rough work. Your only job now is to take good care of yourself and later give me a big, fat grandson." Xiao Zhen. Every day, sister-in-law Lu would also bring her son to visit. Han Xiren named the boy Han Anil, meaning he would be safe and happy. Han Anil is strong and obedient, neither crying nor making trouble. He eats until full, then sleeps, and when he wakes, he eats again. He's easy to raise. Since she saved this child herself, Xiao Zhen loves him very much and often wants to hold him and play. But every time she tries, sister-in-law worries about her hand and insists she wait 3 months until her hand heals before she can hold him firmly. Since Zhang left, Han's second brother became very quiet and reserved. The Han family noticed, but couldn't do much about it. Soon, the day of Ren Jinshi's marriage to the 9th Prince arrived. As the emperor's favored son, and the only son of the current noble consort, who is also the daughter of a grand scholar, the wedding was not easy to keep low profile. In fact, the wedding scale was almost like marrying a princess. Xiao Zhen naturally went with Han Xiren to celebrate at the 9th Prince's residence. Since their homes were nearby, they walked there. Just a few steps in, They saw the street filled with official wedding gifts, and some servants were counting them. "Lord Han, Lady Han, please come in." The steward at the door greeted Han Ziren warmly when he saw him. Unlike his polite smile for others, his smile for Han Ziren was very sincere. "Isn't that the Duchess of Lu?" Someone nearby called out. The steward went over again. Xiao turned around and saw 2 sedan chairs from the Duke of Lu's estate, and the Duchess of Lu, along with her legitimate daughter Lu Qingyu, stepped out. The Duchess of Lu was famous for her beauty. As soon as she stepped out of the sedan, she attracted everyone's attention. Some men with less self-control stared at her with wide eyes. Since Xiao had told him about Lu's legitimate daughter, Han Ziren looked at Lu Qingyu more carefully. She was about 7 or 8 years old, with delicate features similar to her mother but even more refined, hinting at her future elegance. Just then, Lu Qingyu also looked toward Han Ziren, but her gaze quickly shifted to Xiao, and her eyes lit up. "Have you seen her before?" Han Ziren asked curiously. "Just a brief encounter." Xiao smiled slightly at the young girl, thinking she recognized him. He also thought her eyes looked quite bright, which was a good sign for her future as a noble consort. The Prince of Nine's residence was lively with singing and dancing, full of joy. "Sir Han, the 9th prince requests you to go to the backyard." A young servant hurried over to bow and report. "I'll first take the lady to familiarize herself with the surroundings," Xiao said. The servant looked hesitant, but when he saw Han Ziren's cold expression, he quickly agreed and left.
I'm fine.
"I'll find a quiet place to sit later. You can go ahead and busy yourself," she said. Since she was injured, Han Ziren had been mostly by her side, attending court and keeping her company, almost inseparable. Xiao felt very content. "I really should find a personal maid for you," Han Ziren said with a gentle smile when he saw her puzzled look. "That way, if I leave, you won't feel lonely." "How could I be lonely? With so many ladies here, it's easy to find someone to talk to," she replied. "I know you don't like these kinds of gatherings. You don't need to pretend for my sake, and I don't like them either," Han Ziren said. Every time he said these words, his gaze grew softer, which made Xiao feel almost unable to resist. This originally cold man, once he was gentle, seemed capable of melting anyone, and he was always so natural about it. "Then I'll go find a personal maid to bring back," Xiao said, glancing around. She saw many people paying attention to them. "Do you want me to help you find one?" Han Ziren asked. Xiao thought for a moment. "All right, that's fine." At that moment, the young servant hurried back. "Sir Han, the 9th prince wants you to go to the backyard quickly." Under Han Ziren's icy gaze, the servant felt as if a block of ice was pressing down on him, making him shiver. But he dared not disobey the prince's order. "Go quickly," Xiao urged him. "I'll be right there," he replied and hurried off. Watching Han Ziren's tall figure leave, Xiao couldn't help but smile. "Sir Han and the lady are truly in love," a gentle voice came from behind. Xiao turned around and saw Lady Lu, the wife of the Duke of Lu. The title of Duke was not an official position but was given to those who made great contributions to the country or were related to the imperial family, making her very high-ranking. Xiao bowed politely. She noticed Lu Qingyu, the Duke's legitimate daughter, looking at her with curious eyes and a pair of phoenix-like eyes full of doubt. "Lady Han is very beautiful," Lady Lu said, her voice as lovely as her appearance. Xiao couldn't help but smile or laugh at her words. Since she was born, besides Ziren saying she was pretty, Lady Lu was the first to compliment her. "Thank you, Lady Lu, for your kind words," Xiao replied. "I am speaking honestly. At first glance, Lady Han looks ordinary, but her features are very delicate and refined. The more I look at her, the more I like her. No wonder my young lady has been paying attention to her from time to time. Does the lady have any brothers?" Lu Qingyu's bright eyes looked at Xiao with curiosity. "No, I don't know why Miss Lu is asking." Xiao smiled and bent down slightly to look at her. Lu Qingyu blushed quietly. "A few days ago, at Mulan encampment, I was playing and fell from a tree. A brother, who looks very much like Lady Han, saved me. I wanted to thank him." A brother who looks very much like Lady Han? He saved her? When did he save her? She just took a quick look. Xiao didn't understand the meaning behind this story the noble lady of the Duke's house made up. When they met at the door earlier, she thought the young girl recognized her. After Lu Qingyu returned, she kept thinking about that young man, but she never saw him again. Since she went to Chiomi, it's probably either a palace guard or a noble young master. Xiao smiled and said, I also went to Mulan encampment, but I really haven't seen such a young man. Lady Lu nodded and took her daughter away. Before leaving, she turned her head to look at Xiao again. Her beautiful black eyes showed an indescribable sense of disappointment. That look made Xiao feel uncomfortable. The number of guests at the prince's residence is increasing. The front hall is getting crowded, so Xiao decided to go to the back. As expected of a prince's house, the layout is far superior to a dozen Han family mansions. There are many corridors, pavilions, and gardens, countless in number. Xiao saw many people moving among them. Judging by the scene, it seems that all the officials and scholars in the court have come. Xiao continued to walk back until she entered a quiet courtyard. Besides a few maids walking around, there weren't many guests. The courtyard was very peaceful. Xiao went to a large old tree. Its branches and leaves were lush, and the branches stretched far out. It looked at least 100 years old. There was a stone bench underneath for resting. The surrounding branches were a bit messy. If not careful, one wouldn't even notice there was an open space here. It seemed the gardener hadn't tidied it up yet. If it were cleaned up, it would be a very nice place. A few maids walked over nearby, and their voices could be heard. How is the new consort's personality? Grand Master Ren's daughter was born late, and I heard she is quite spoiled. Then we will have to work hard, won't we? Our hard work is nothing special. Yesterday, the noble consort ordered her personal maid, Miss Ginkgo, to move into the palace to serve the 9th prince. I think the one who truly has a hard time is Miss Ginkgo. Miss Ginkgo? I heard she is a very important person next to the noble consort. She was given to the 9th prince a year ago. The maid's voice gradually faded away. Xiao smiled faintly. With more people in the backyard, there naturally are more disputes. In my previous life, when I had nothing to do, I once counted the number of consorts of Emperor Chengwang. There were over 100 women who had been favored and countless others who had not. At that time, Emperor Chengwang was only in his early 20s. Madame Han is really interested, the emperor suddenly said. Instinctively, Xiao wanted to perform the shadow guard salute, but she quickly stopped. Luckily, the phrase greetings, Your Majesty, got stuck in her throat, and she didn't say it. Now, her half-bow looked more like a formal male greeting. Xiao wished she could just disappear. Her appearance also startled the 9th prince, CMO, who was passing by. He stared at Xiao, who had just stood up for a long time without reacting. Whether it was good or bad, as she thought about the 9th prince from her previous life, Xiao pretended to be calm and stood up. She gave a simple small bow and said, Greetings, Prince Lin. Prince Lin, CMO, looked at her with suspicion. Why does it seem like the lady was about to perform a secret guard salute just now? She was dressed as a woman, but her gesture was more imposing than the secret guards. Xiao forced a few laughs. You must have misunderstood, Your Highness. Ridiculous. How could he misunderstand? The 9th prince scrutinized her with a sharp gaze that turned fierce. I now have doubts about what you said last time in the palace. Or rather, I never truly believed you. As long as the prince trusts Xiren, that's enough, Xiao replied calmly. I do trust Xiren, but you have confused him, the 9th prince said, stepping closer and glaring at Xiao. If it weren't for you getting injured because of Ren Jinshi, would Xiren have forced me to marry her? His words sounded strange, as if she had broken up a loving couple. Could it be that the 9th prince? Xiao quickly dismissed such absurd thoughts. The 9th prince wouldn't have such feelings. If the 9th prince really doesn't want to marry, Xiren can't force him. If he didn't say he wanted to seek refuge with the 3rd emperor brother, do you think I would believe him? Is there such a thing? Xiao suddenly chuckled. What are you laughing at? Prince Qi and Xiren really have a good relationship. Xiren only said that, and he wouldn't actually do anything unfaithful to the prince. Yet, the prince married him, which shows how much he values and cares for Xiren. Of course. Seeing this woman smile, the ninth prince felt much better after several days of bad mood. He said, "Elan's color suits you. It seems her clothes are mainly sky blue, fresh, clean, and gentle, showing a woman's softness." Today, she also applied some powder. He couldn't quite describe the feeling of just a light touch of powder, but he liked it very much. "Thank you for your compliment, ninth prince. Don't think I'm praising you to let this go. Now, tell me, who are you really?" The ninth prince moved a step closer, and his dark eyes sharpened again. They were quite close. Xiao quietly took a step back.
"I've said what I need to say."
With a cold snort, the ninth prince was slightly annoyed that Xiao didn't want to get closer. He took a big step forward. "I'm talking to you. Why are you retreating?" "Xiao, don't you understand the difference between men and women? The auspicious time is almost here. The ninth prince should go back and change into his wedding clothes." Seeing that he was still dressed casually, Xiao kindly reminded him, "I'll take my leave first." She turned to leave. Suddenly, her shoulder was pressed down by the ninth prince, who casually pulled her back. "Did I tell you to leave?" Seeing Xiao pale face, he paused. "Did I just touch your injured shoulder?" The grip from earlier was indeed a bit heavy. Her shoulder had only been hurt for a little over 10 days, so it must still hurt. Xiao replied, "It's fine. If the prince has no other orders, I'll take my leave." "You?" The ninth prince was annoyed and blocked her. "Stop. Does the prince still have something to say?" He hesitated for a moment, growing more annoyed, but he didn't know why. "Did I tell you to leave?" If the ninth prince has no other business, staying here might not be appropriate. Although the crown prince usually shows the demeanor of a prince in front of others and is even more commanding as emperor, somehow, in front of her, he seemed like a child who hadn't grown up, even though he was only 15. "Why not?" With that, the ninth prince suddenly pushed Xiao harshly. Suddenly pushed, Xiao took a few steps back until her back pressed against a tree. She felt her shoulder wound hurt even more from the impact. Looking up, she was surprised to see the ninth prince. "What's going on?" He actually laid hands on her. What was she doing? The ninth prince grew angrier. Xiao only looked at him with surprise, not begging or crying like other women might. Feeling very annoyed, he stepped closer, pressing his hands against the tree trunk and trapping her between his arms, glaring at her to show the anger in his eyes. "Ninth prince, you've grown taller," Xiao said calmly, noticing the angry look in his eyes. In that moment, the sudden anger from the ninth prince disappeared as mysteriously as it came. He realized he was only slightly taller than her, just a little. His anger was replaced by a bad mood. After a few seconds of glaring, he shook his sleeve and walked away. Xiao sighed softly. She didn't know what mood the ninth prince was in today, but as long as he didn't target her again, she was fine. She hurried out to find Han Xiren. More guests had arrived than before, and everywhere she could hear greetings. The women sat around chatting about gossip. Xiao entered the main hall but didn't see Han Xiren. Instead, she saw Situ Cheng and two familiar faces. Lan Xing, Lan Hong? Xiao didn't expect to see these two siblings here. Seeing them laughing with Situ Cheng, she remembered they were probably part of the same Shadow Guard training group. She turned around just in time to see Han Xiren walking toward her. "Where have you been?" "I've been looking for you," Han Xiren said, feeling a bit relieved upon seeing his wife. "I went to the back." "Xiren, I was with Situ." Xiao words were interrupted by Situ Cheng's loud voice. "Xiren, Xiao, you're here? Come over, I want to introduce you to my two friends." Han Xiren pulled Xiao to go over, but she said, "These two have met me before. The man is Lan Jing, and the woman is Lan Hong. A few days ago, they went outside the city to visit Sister Zhang and had a fight with Lan Jing. Meeting them now might cause trouble. Knowing Lan Jing's cautious nature, she would probably come to investigate her. If that happened, she wouldn't be able to explain herself." Han Xiren thought for a moment and said, "Since Situ brought them here, Their relationship should be good, and we can trust that. Besides, with Situ here, I'm not worried. Xiaozhen nodded. She wasn't really afraid. After all, in her previous life, Lanjing was also her close friend. But right now, her situation was hard to explain. Sure enough, when the few of them met, Lanjing glared at Xiaozhen and asked, "Is it you? How do you know each other?" Situ looked at the two with curiosity. Xiaozhen forced a smile and recounted what had happened earlier. As she was thinking about how to explain, she saw Situ pat Lanjing on the back and say generously, "She is Madame Han, trained by a master. You naturally can't beat him." Seeing Lanjing suspiciously staring at her, Xiaozhen realized this explanation wouldn't work. After all, in her previous life, Lanjing was known for her strict personality and was the best at interrogations in the upper court. Unexpectedly, Lanjing nodded and said boldly, "I see. I am Lanjing."
Pleased to meet you, madam.
Xiaozhen was silent. It seemed she had overthought it. Although she married a concubine, she was still a noble lady, so all the proper etiquette was observed. Xiaozhen and Han Ziren didn't join the lively ceremony, but watched from a distance in the yard. "What's on your mind?" Seeing Xiaozhen staring intently, Han Ziren was curious about what she was thinking. "I'm thinking about Miss Ren's future life." "Her future life?"
Yes.
"I worry her personality might cause her trouble. As for her safety, it wasn't a concern. After all, people had been married into the family, and the Empress wouldn't be so naive." "Are you worried she can't get along well with the Empress?" She hadn't thought that far ahead. At most, it was about conflicts in the back courtyard. What she meant was that after the 9th prince ascended the throne, women in the harem often caused trouble out of loneliness. Hearing Han Ziren say again, "If the 9th prince truly cares for Jin Shi, he will protect her. Just like you protect me," Xiaozhen said with a faint smile. "I'm curious, if I always had a bad relationship with my mother-in-law, what would you do?" "Then I wouldn't let you live together," Han Ziren replied without hesitation. "Not living together?"
Han sier nog det.
"I would suggest separating the family." But it was the second sister-in-law who first brought it up. Xiaozhen was surprised at first. After all, whether before or after her memory loss, he was a very filial son. But then she thought about it and realized there was nothing to be surprised about. Han Ziren had been very kind to her, even standing up to her parents more than once. Such loyalty was rare among men. In an era ruled by filial piety, where women held a lower status, Han Ziren was truly an exception. Of course, Xiaozhen liked this exception very much. "Your Majesty, the consort has arrived," a high-pitched voice called from nearby. "Welcome her." Xiaozhen and Han Ziren exchanged glances and hurried outside. Although the 9th prince was favored by the emperor, his attendance at such a grand wedding was somewhat surprising. It showed that emperor valued the marriage to Ren Jinshi very much. When the emperor's consort arrived, the 9th prince's residence became even livelier. After the wedding, the bride was taken to her new room, and Han Ziren went to serve her. Xiaozhen, with nothing else to do, wandered around and unexpectedly saw Situ meeting Ouyang Xier. Ouyang Xier was accompanied by a girl of about 14 or 15, who was pretty and resembled Ouyang Xier, but with a sharper chin. She was crying with red eyes, as if scolded by someone. Under the tree, Situ looked impatient. Ouyang Xier, her face flushed, wanted to say something but seemed at a loss for words. "Everyone says Ouyang Xier is rude and unreasonable. I didn't expect to see it today. As the rumors say, she can even speak harshly about her own lovely sister," Situ said with disdain, looking at Ouyang Xier's increasingly red face. "Teach, that's a misunderstanding, young general." I didn't mean it," Ouyang Xier stammered, feeling more confused as she tried to explain. "Don't blame your sister." The girl stepped in front of Ouyang Xier, puffed out her chest, and looked protective. But her face showed she was very upset in front of Situ, though Ouyang Xier couldn't see this. "It's my fault for being too naive. Sister scolding me is only right. She's so sharp-tongued. Yet you still defend her?" Situ thought the girl looked very delicate. It's said that each of the 9 children of the dragon is different. The older sister is rude, but the younger sister is so innocent and fragile. She's doing it for my sake. Although Ouyang felt uncomfortable about the misunderstanding from the engaged Sittacheng, she was comforted by her sister's caring attitude. Xiao Zhan had been quietly listening, but at this moment, he was surprised. This girl, was none other than Sittacheng's wife from the previous life. Thinking of what happened before, Xiao Zhan looked at her sister with a thoughtful expression. At this moment, the younger sister was still acting delicate and fragile, talking to Sittacheng. Although she was only about 14 or 15, she already knew how to use her expressions to gain sympathy from others. Seeing Sittacheng's expression, the girl is so delicate, she needs my protection, Xiao Zhan rolled her eyes. She noticed a few young maids nearby watching and walked over. The maids, seeing Xiao Zhan's outfit, didn't know her identity, but still bowed respectfully. Xiao Zhan pointed to Ouyang and asked, "Did you hear why these 2 sisters are arguing?" The maids explained one by one. Sure enough, after hearing this, Xiao Zhan's gaze on Ouyang grew more serious. After the maids finished speaking and left, Sittacheng seemed to start a conversation with Ouyang while she stood awkwardly to the side. Thinking about the pain Sittacheng experienced in her past life, Xiao Zhan decided to walk over and called out, "Miss Ouyang." "Big sister Xiao Zhan. Do you 2 know each other?" Sittacheng looked at Xiao Zhan with a frown, curious about her friendly attitude toward Ouyang. "Have you forgotten about the mulberry forest incident?" Xiao Zhan replied. Sittacheng looked surprised but nodded. Yes, Xiao Zhan had saved Miss Ouyang and Rinjin's lives during that event. "I watched from the side as these 2 sisters argued just now," Xiao Zhan said with a smile, looking at Ouyang. Suddenly, her face paled. Xiao Zhan continued, "If it weren't for this little sister saying that the 9th prince doesn't like the new consort, and even cruelly saying she might be harmed by the future princess, Miss Ouyang wouldn't have spoken so harshly in a moment of anger." Sittacheng was stunned. These words were from the maids earlier. Now, seeing Ouyang's expression, Xiao Zhan knew that the maids hadn't exaggerated. The truth was as they said. Ouyang's scolding of her sister was just because she didn't want her to cause trouble later because of careless words. "Is that so? You're only about 14 or 15, yet your mouth is so sharp and vicious?" Sittacheng said with a stern face, looking at Ouyang. Having grown up in the military camp, his glare carried some authority. Ouyang shrank her shoulders, tears welling up instantly. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Sittacheng looked at Ouyang and said, "Miss Ouyang, I was wrong earlier. I unfairly accused you without knowing the facts. Please forgive my rashness." Ouyang blushed and quickly bowed, saying, "It's my younger sister's fault for being naive. Please, young general, don't take it to heart. I heard the 2 of you are still engaged. So, there aren't many months left." Xiao Zhan deliberately said this, and immediately, both of them blushed. Then he saw the younger Ouyang sister glaring at him with anger, but he looked at her calmly. "Little sister, I don't know this place well. Why don't you take me around to look?" Without waiting for her to agree or refuse, he pulled her along and walked away. The residence of the 9th prince is indeed beautiful, and the scenery along the way was never the same twice. Ouyang's sister couldn't break free from Xiao Zhan's grip all the way. When she finally did, she raised her hand to slap him, but Xiao Zhan easily blocked it. What a rude girl, Xiao Zhan thought, surprised at how fierce she was. She tried to slap him again, but he caught her hand. She looked at him with a fierce expression, as if she was determined to hit him to feel better. But the slap didn't land. Both her hands were controlled by Xiao Zhan. She glared at him angrily.
"You're so rude," she said.
"I am rude? So what?" Xiao Zhan looked her over, noting that she resembled Ouyang in outline, but her features and temper were very different. "What are you?" "You're just the wife of a 3rd-rank official," she said proudly, looking at Xiao Zhan with disdain. "But you're also a noble daughter of a concubine, not exactly high and mighty." Xiao Zhan released her and looked at her with amusement. Young people can be bold, but sometimes they go too far and make others dislike them. "You? What are you angry about?" Are you upset that I exposed this and made you lose face in front of the young general?
What?
Or are you mad because I took you away, giving your sister and the young general a chance to be alone? You're talking nonsense. Seeing her flickering eyes, Xiaozhen guessed she probably liked Sita-chung. Thinking of her past life, he became more certain of his guess. As a woman, it's not wrong to use means to secure a good future for yourself. But if you harm others to achieve your goals, that's disgusting, Xiaozhen said with a faint smile as she looked at him with suspicion.
I hope Ouyang's sister isn't like that.
Did she know something? The more she looked at Xiaozhen's faint smile, the more annoyed she felt. She clenched her fists tightly. Do you know the future ninth princess? Xiaozhen suddenly asked. Ouyang Xiaomei suddenly widened her eyes and said after a moment, Of course I don't recognize you anymore. Really? Xiaozhen glanced at the lively main hall, where music played happily and guests were cheerful. It wouldn't be easy to leave just yet. Do you want me to take you back to Lord Ouyang? Don't pretend to be kind, Ouyang Xiaomei said, stomping her foot and walking away. Xiaozhen stroked his chin. In her previous life, she was only watching the fun and didn't notice whether these women had colluded from the start. Now, although she knew everyone's fate, she didn't really understand the complicated relationships among them. But there was little she could do. Whether Ouyang Sierra's fate would be like in her past life was up to Situ in the future. Her own women needed her protection after all. She had many other things to do and couldn't stretch herself too thin. As Xiaozhen was walking along the stone path back to the main hall, a few voices came from across the round gate. Smart people know that the Empress consort wants the ninth prince to wait until he is 17 before sharing a room with the side consort. It's for the prince's health, but everyone understands that the Empress doesn't really like this newly appointed side consort. Exactly, her days as a side consort might not be easy. She's quite pitiful. Being a noble daughter of a grand scholar, she could easily be a proper empress. Maybe the empress favors. Don't say that, someone might hear. Their voices faded away as Xiaozhen entered the round gate, only to see two figures entering the main hall. 17, huh? I think it's still a bit early. Xiaozhen thought about the previous life, where many of the ninth prince's early deceased consorts and children had died young. Most of the princes and princesses had problems because their parents were often unwell, and how could their children be healthy? Suddenly, her body was embraced in a warm hug. A cool, knight-like voice sounded in her ear. It's not early anymore. Everything that should be here is here. After smelling the familiar scent, Xiaozhen hugged him back. Have you been drinking? She could smell the alcohol on him, not strong, mixed with his unique scent, which made her a little captivated. Just a little. Xiaozhen turned around and saw Han Ziren staring at her blankly. She couldn't help but twitch her lips. Was he really just a little drunk? Why did you come out alone? I missed you, so I came to find you. He looked at her and smiled foolishly. Xiaozhen. Han Ziren, usually cold and proud like a cool breeze, was smiling foolishly at her. And this look. Why did it seem so charmingly enchanting? Han Ziren stared at her affectionately. Ajun, my Ajun. Xiaozhen blushed. Luckily, the night covered her blush. Let's go back. Ajun, I like you. Han Ziren suddenly cupped Xiaozhen's face, looking love-struck. Ajun. You're drunk, Xiaozhen said with a mix of laughter and frustration. Her face was held so close, her lips pouted involuntarily, making her look a bit funny. I'm not drunk. Ajun, when will we have our wedding chamber? I can't wait anymore. Let go of me first, Xiaozhen said helplessly. Han Ziren's gaze was too flirtatious right now. We are outside. He should behave. But in the next moment, he suddenly covered her mouth. Xiaozhen didn't expect Han Ziren to be so bold as to kiss her in a place where servants often passed by. She looked around nervously and pushed him away. Han Ziren muttered softly, feeling that this woman's hands were a bit unruly. One hand grabbed her waist, and the other pressed against her back of the head, deepening their embrace. Xiaozhen. After a while, both of them caught their breath. Looking up, she saw Han Ziren still smiling foolishly at her. She sighed. Let's go home. Yes, let's go home and have our wedding night, he said happily, taking her hand and skipping towards the gate. Xiao Zhen. Just as Han Ziren was skipping happily, a few guards hurried out from another gate. Seeing Han Ziren, they sighed in relief and reported to Xiao Zhen, "Madam, Lord Han was drunk and said he wanted to find you. The young general was worried, so he sent us to check. Seeing that Lord Han and Madam are together, he's relieved." Xiao Zhen nodded. "Please tell the young general and the 9th prince that we are returning to the estate first."
Yes.
The cool night breeze brushed her face, making her feel a little cold. Xiao Zhen didn't expect that drunk Han Ziren would jump around like a child. She held back her laughter, quietly admiring his rare drunken state.
La la la, la la la. Suddenly, Han Ziren starta singing a few notes.
Xiao Zhen. "We're going to the bridal chamber, la la la, we're going to the bridal chamber. Everyone come and celebrate," he sang happily. Xiao Zhen. She quickly covered his mouth. It was still early evening, and people were passing by. Han Ziren's behavior was definitely the highlight of the street. Unexpectedly, Han Ziren suddenly shook off her hand and ran away, happily calling out, "Come on, chase me." He even made a funny face at her. Xiao Zhen silently turned her face away, thinking to herself. She wondered if Han Ziren, now awake, would remember everything from tonight. If he did, it would probably be a big shock for him. The next day, the sky was clear and blue, with no clouds, an unusually good day. When Han Ziren woke up, he only felt a terrible headache. He looked up and saw Xiao Zhen brushing her hair, looking at him. Her eyes were bright and clear. "What's wrong?" Han Ziren asked. "Last night you got drunk," Xiao Zhen replied. Han Ziren looked a bit embarrassed. Last night, Sita brought out some bottles, claiming they were rare, aged for decades. I didn't expect the alcohol to be so strong. He was usually very restrained. Although he never drank much, he wasn't a lightweight. He was surprised that just one glass could make him so drunk. "Do you remember anything after you got drunk?" Han Ziren thought for a moment. "No, what happened?" "It's nothing," Xiao Zhen said, then focused on combing her hair again. "Did I embarrass myself last night?" No, Xiao Zhen quickly said when she saw Han Ziren looking at her with suspicion. "You're usually very controlled. How could you embarrass yourself after drinking?" Han Ziren recalled last night. After a drink, he was still somewhat sober, but things afterward became blurry. He only remembered going to find Jinjin, but after that, he couldn't remember anything. "How did I get home last night?" "You came to find me, so I brought you back," Xiao Zhen explained.
Han Ziren nodded.
Just then, someone knocked on the door. Han Ziren got up to open it and saw his mother holding a bowl of hangover soup. "Ziren, does your head still hurt?"
"Drink this quickly."
Han Ziren naturally drank it all, in one go. Since Xiao Zhan was injured, her mother had been staying with them and hadn't gone back home. But since they lived close, once her work was done, she would return to Lu's house to help take care of the children. Old Han would come over for meals and then go back to work in the fields. The elderly couple had nothing to do, so they rented 2 acres of land outside the city to grow grains and vegetables. Although they lived in the capital, their days felt as relaxed as in Tongxia Village, Sheng County. "Mother, is breakfast ready?" Xiao Zhen tied her long hair up high and happily asked her mother. Her mother looked coldly at Xiao Zhen's neat and casual appearance. "How many times have I told you? You're now the wife of a third-rank official.
Sit down."
"I'll comb your hair." Xiao Zhan was silent. Her mother was good at cooking and also skilled at styling hair. They had only been in the capital for a short time, but she had already learned many hairstyles. Looking at her reflection in the mirror, Xiao Zhan was increasingly pleased. Her features were delicate, and although they looked ordinary together, they became more charming over time. She wondered why she hadn't noticed this before. You shouldn't only dress up outside. Even at home, you should get used to dressing nicely, you know? Xiao Zhen nodded obediently. Next to her, Han Ziren watched his mother fixing Xiao Zhen's hair and saw the love in her eyes. He smiled, knowing that his mother also had a stubborn and strong side. She was careful with daily expenses, and Xiaozhen didn't mind because she wasn't good at managing such things. She was happier with someone helping her. In personality, his mother and Xiaozhen complemented each other well. Soon, Han's mother styled Xiaozhen's hair simply but elegantly and chose a plain but beautiful traditional dress for her. Xiaozhen looked at herself in the mirror and saw that her good qualities were highlighted by her outfit. Han's mother had good taste. Still, if she always dressed like that for work, it might be inconvenient. But Xiaozhen didn't want to spoil her mother's mood. Now, Han's mother was in charge of all 3 meals at the house. Since her injury, her cooking had become very rich and delicious. Just thinking about eating made Xiaozhen feel happy. Han Ziren watched his mother keep putting food into Xiaozhen's bowl, and Xiaozhen accepted everything without refusal. Although she wasn't fat now, long-term overeating wasn't good. He thought about finding a good time to talk to his mother about it. Manager Zhang Lu entered, followed by a woman around 40 years old. He reported to Xiaozhen, "Madam, I've found a suitable nanny for you." Xiaozhen put down her chopsticks and looked at the woman behind Zhang Lu. The woman, though around 40, looked fresh and kind, with a proper posture, giving a very good first impression. "Have you checked her background?" Xiaozhen asked. "Yes." "What does she do?" Han's mother asked curiously. "She helps take care of the older sister's children, so she doesn't have to work too hard," Xiaozhen explained. Han's mother frowned slightly, showing some displeasure. "I can take care of that. It's just wasting money. Money can be earned again, but a mother only has one." "Don't mention it anymore," Xiaozhen said. Although Han's mother still looked a bit unhappy, she was secretly pleased to hear this and didn't say anything more. "I'll take her there later." Xiaozhen nodded. "Mother, when shall we make the lion head dish?" "In a couple of days, maybe 2 or 3. Mother Han thought she needed to visit a restaurant a few times, order some signature dishes, and see how they are cooked. Then she could learn and make them for her daughter-in-law. The weather was very nice. Xiaozhen's mood was naturally good too. His shoulder injury from yesterday, when the 9th prince unexpectedly pinched it, still caused some discomfort, but he changed the dressing every day, so it wasn't too bad. After seeing Mother Han leave, Xiaozhen was about to go back inside when he noticed a suspicious head peeking around from a distance, looking this way. Kai Wanglin kept pacing back and forth. Should he go or not? If he went, it would be awkward because the lady was a third-rank official's wife. There were boundaries between men and women, which made things inconvenient. If he didn't go, he wanted to, but he couldn't decide. So, he could only quietly watch the gate of the Han residence. When Lord Han left in a carriage, Kai Wanglin's gaze fell on the woman who saw her husband off. That woman looked like she was fine now. Her sword wound was only 15 days old. It shouldn't have healed so quickly. She should rest well. He looked at the medicine in his hand, squatted down, and remembered how she had fought and resisted like a fierce warrior that day. For some reason, he felt a deep sense of longing. He also remembered how he had almost seen half of her upper body when treating her wounds. What was he thinking? Kai Wanglin's face turned red. Just as he was about to take another look at the woman, a faintly amused voice rang above his head. "Kid, what are you doing here?" Kai Wanglin was startled and looked up. He saw Xiaozhen standing nearby, smiling warmly at him. Are you here to deliver medicine to me?" Xiaozhen looked at the medicine bag in Kai Wanglin's hand. "Yes." Kai Wanglin irritably shoved the medicine bag into Xiaozhen's arms. This kid was quite conscientious. Xiaozhen smiled and took the bag in hand. "The medicine has been delivered. Young Master Kai, you can go now. Won't you invite me inside the residence for a visit?" "No, I won't. You're not young anymore. It wouldn't look good if others see you." Kai Wanglin blushed and hesitated. "Well, Xiaozhen raised an eyebrow. "Don't act like a girl. Just say what you mean." "Girl?" Kai Wanglin's eyes flashed with annoyance for a moment. "I want to become your disciple." "Become her disciple?" Xiaozhen didn't expect him to say such a thing, and was quite surprised. "Why are you looking at me like that? If you're unwilling, forget it." Kai Wanglin raised his head proudly, showing disdain. "Oh, this stubborn personality." Xiaozhen took a step back and looked him over from head to toe. Sometimes, she felt that in some ways, this young man resembled Han Ziren before he lost his memory. Not a lot, but enough to make her like him. Why do you want to learn martial arts? Didn't you say I was useless? Did I? Yes, Kai Wanglin said fiercely, the day you fought those 3 people, you said I was useless. Xiaozhen touched her chin and thought for a moment. I don't remember. But it was clear from his hurt expression that her words had hit his confidence. Did you really forget? Who remembers small things like that? Seeing Kai Wanglin almost angry and embarrassed, Xiaozhen found it amusing. This kid had thin skin but a strong pride, not allowing anyone to say a single wrong word. Earlier, Situ had told her that this young man's medical skills might even surpass his grandfather's, which explained his temper. A little doctor? She hadn't expected that. Are you going to accept me as your apprentice? Kai Wanglin asked with a cold, beautiful face. Xiaozhen chuckled. It's not very convenient for me to teach you anything. What do you mean, not very convenient? You're a noble young master, and I'm a third-rank official's wife. If I take you as my apprentice, what will others think?
Who cares what others think?
I don't live for them. That's true. But since we're both living this way, we should adapt to the local customs. Otherwise, you'll either be isolated or beaten down. Both situations make life feel like a failure, Xiaozhen said with a gentle smile. Humph. If you just want to learn a few moves to protect yourself, I can recommend someone to you. Who? Situ Chung. You know him. As the 9th prince's companion, you should also know he's quite skilled. He's good, but not as good as you. Hearing that, Xiaozhen felt pleased. Cough, cough. Well, you can also find General Situ. His skills are better than mine. All her martial arts were taught by the old general. Kai Wanglin pouted, looking dismissive. If you won't teach me, then forget it. Without another glance at Xiaozhen, he turned and walked away. Xiaozhen felt a bit disappointed. She didn't really want to accept just anyone, but for this young doctor, Kai Wanglin, she was somewhat eager to learn his medical skills. In her previous life, whenever they went on missions, a medical-skilled shadow guard always followed, which was very helpful. This lifetime, she is now a wife of an official, so she doesn't need to carry out missions or do much work, and she doesn't really need a healer either. Days pass by slowly. The Xiao family's business in the capital is gradually stabilizing. Their methods are not entirely honorable, but they are not outright despicable either. The level of shamelessness depends on their opponents. If the opponents are shameless, they are even more so. If the opponents are strong, they become even stronger. The weather is getting cooler. Xiaozhen notices that Madame Han learns very quickly. From the time she didn't know much, all the daily expenses of the Han household, including minor matters, were handled by her and managed very well. Xiaozhen hasn't worried much about this. With few people and everyone working in the shop, she feels at ease. Now that her injury is healing, Madame Han should have gone back home, but Xiaozhen hasn't thought about doing that. Her mother-in-law's food, clothing, and daily needs are all taken care of. If she still worries about it, it would seem unreasonable. She also quite likes Madame Han's neatness, even though she feels somewhat constrained. Despite the conflicts, she still enjoys her life. Thanks to Madame Han's outstanding qualities, Xiaozhen decided to call everyone back to the shop and even bought some maids to help Madame Han. This move worried Zhonglu. Madam, I have to say something disrespectful. Although Madame Han is doing everything for you and the young master, if she gains real power in the household, wouldn't that sideline you? Xiaozhen was not worried at all. Where does the household's expenses come from? All from the young master, and no money from Madame. Zhonglu suddenly realized. Madame Han is the head of the family. I was foolish. Besides, the household matters are minor compared to what Madame does. Your vision shouldn't be limited to the household. Xiaozhen smiled faintly. No matter how much money she earns, her priority is always Han Ziren. His position as the head of the family is absolute. She took the account book and flipped through it. These tea houses are well chosen.
Yes.
We've set spies in all of them. Even the 9th prince's people have spies there. How are our people doing? Rest assured, madam. We've selected strong, healthy young men according to your instructions. They will be ready after some training. Xiao Zhen nodded. These people are trained to be guards inside the estate, so they don't need overly strict training. Just then, a servant entered to report, "Madam, the master has returned." "So early today?" Xiao Zhen went out and saw Han Ziren and Situ Qing entering through the main gate. "Xiao Zhen," Situ happily called out, no longer using the term younger sister-in-law but her name. Han Ziren shot a cold glance at Situ, but Situ didn't notice and instead stepped forward to Xiao Zhen, saying, "I used to think that Ouyang's eldest daughter was a spoiled girl, but after getting to know her, I found she's actually quite nice." "That's great." Seeing Situ's proud expression, Xiao Zhen also felt happy for him. "So, does this mean you've decided to marry this bride?" "Of course. The old master has good taste," Situ said with joy in his eyes. "I also didn't know before that someone was so stubborn about refusing the marriage proposal. That was just a misunderstanding. Speaking of which, I don't know who it was that day, but her silhouette looked so much like Sheer that it almost caused a misunderstanding. Luckily you were there." Xiao Zhen smiled, thinking about whether to warn Situ to be careful with Ouyang's younger sister. Suddenly, she saw Han Ziren walking over with a stern face, staring at Situ and asking, "Are you shamelessly following me just to tell my wife these things?" "Yes," Situ replied honestly. "You have nothing to do with my wife, so why are you saying this?" "I consider Xiao Zhen a friend, a good friend," Situ said sincerely. "No need. You should leave now," Han Ziren said, pulling Xiao Zhen into the house. Xiao Zhen looked helpless, with a mixed expression of laughter and frustration. What are you so proud of?" "One day, I'll also have a wife," Situ snorted coldly, thinking of Ouyang Sheer happily as he left. Inside the house, seeing Han Ziren's face still tense, Xiao Zhen gently said, "You know about my relationship with him in the past. Besides, he's also a close friend of yours. This jealousy is quite strange." Han Ziren sat her down and looked at her with cold but faintly smiling eyes. "I don't mind you interacting with him, but I worry." "Worry about what?" Xiao Zhen asked with a smile, supporting her chin with her hands. He was worried she might go back to being a shadow guard, worried she might leave him. That day in the courtyard, when she revealed everything from her past life, that worry was planted in his heart. Her past life was so wonderful that his love seemed small and insignificant in comparison. "What's wrong?" Xiao Zhen asked curiously. "Jinjin, are you happy with your current life?" Without overthinking, Xiao Zhen nodded. Was there any need to ask? Living with Han Ziren, the life she had always dreamed of. Han Ziren felt a little relieved and said, "By the way, in a few days, the imperial decree will come down, and the emperor has asked me to temporarily oversee the secretariat." "Temporarily overseeing the secretariat?" Xiao Zhen was slightly surprised. "You've only been in the capital for a few months, and the emperor already trusts you so much?" The secretariat was directly under the emperor, which was almost like giving Han Ziren the powers of a prime minister. "It's not that the emperor trusts me so much, but because the princes are competing for favor. They all want to place their trusted aides here. Since the emperor hasn't allowed that, I got the opportunity." "I see." Xiao Zhen then asked, "Did you tell the 9th prince not to secretly scheme in the fight for the crown prince position?" The 3rd prince, who became crown prince, was executed after a scandal involving his palace. The other princes fought openly and secretly, and few survived. Those who did lost the emperor's favor, and later, the throne smoothly fell to the 9th prince. "Are you worried about the 9th prince?" Seeing Han Ziren's expression darken again, Xiao Zhen couldn't help but laugh. "Of course, we're all in the same boat with him. In your past life, you protected him for so many years. Did you ever get hurt?" "Hurt is inevitable, but it didn't threaten my life. Whenever the 9th prince was in danger, as a shadow guard, he naturally stepped forward to protect him. It was a habit, and Xiao Zhen found it hard to change this instinct. In this life, I won't allow you to care about him anymore," Han Ziren said firmly, holding Xiao Zhen's hand with concern.
"Can you do that?"
"What's wrong with you today?" Xiao Zhen wondered, sensing a strong feeling of insecurity. "Just promise me first." All right, I promise. In fact, in this life, she didn't need to protect the ninth prince at all. He didn't need her help. Gaining the throne was an easy matter. At that moment, Zhang Lu hurried in. Sir, madam, someone found a suspicious beggar wandering in front of Madame Han's house. When she was caught, it turned out to be Han family's second sister-in-law, who had been divorced. Xiao frowned. Second sister-in-law?
Zhang Xinhua? Yes.
How did she become a beggar? Xiao wondered. I don't know.
Did my family find out? Han Ziren asked.
They probably know now. Xiao Zhan and Han Ziren exchanged glances, then Han Ziren asked, Do you want to go see her? Xiao Zhan sighed inwardly. Although she didn't like Zhang, she was still someone Han's second brother liked. If Han's second brother was soft-hearted, and she didn't go now, it might become awkward later. She nodded. When they arrived at Han's house, it was already lively. As soon as I entered the courtyard, I heard Zhang's crying from inside. Her familiar voice made it clear to Xiao without any doubt that it was Zhang. When I went in, I saw Zhang kneeling in front of Mother Han, crying so hard she was gasping for breath. As Zhang Lu said, she was dressed in ragged clothes, very dirty, with a yellowish face and thin body, clearly having suffered a lot. If it weren't for her voice, I might not recognize her even if she were right in front of me. Lu stood nearby, tears falling, while Mother Han and Father Han sighed. The eldest son of the Han family said nothing, and the second son remained silent. As soon as they saw Xiao come in, they all looked at her. Zhang also stopped crying, her eyes blurry with tears as she looked at Xiao. Third sister-in-law? Third sister-in-law? Someone who has left her marriage. How can she still be called that? Xiao hesitated, wondering if speaking like this would be like kicking someone when they're down. She asked calmly, How did you end up like this? Hearing Xiao only call her you, and not second sister-in-law, Zhang's heart sank even more. Usually, no matter how she mocked her, she would still call her second sister-in-law. Now, she felt even more hurt. Lu wiped her tears and said for Zhang, she knew it went back to her mother's house. She didn't want her father to chase her out. She said that once a daughter is married, she's like water poured out. Her father won't care about her anymore. Really? Did you say something hurtful to your father? Xiao shook her head inwardly. She thought only the eldest sister-in-law would believe such words. Given how Zhang was spoiled since childhood, her father wouldn't have driven her out easily. He must have said something hurtful. Zhang bit her lip tightly and said nothing. Xiao didn't say anything more. This was a matter for the Han family. She couldn't say or do anything about it. The room fell silent for a moment. Lu saw this and gently tugged at her husband's sleeve, giving him a look to indicate the second son of the Han family, suggesting he should say something. The eldest Han brother sighed. Second brother, what do you have to say about this? Everyone looked at Han Zinan, and Zhang looked pitifully at her former beloved husband, choking as she begged, Husband? Please forgive me just this once. Han Zinan remained silent, only looking on in silence. Husband? Zhang knelt at Han Zinan's feet, lifting her head. Husband, for the sake of our past relationship, please forgive me this time. What do you think I am? Someone you can call on and off whenever you like? Han Zinan said coldly, staring at Zhang, who looked confused by his words. For a long time, I wanted to marry a virtuous woman, to face hardships and share wealth. I thought you were that person, but clearly you are not. Zhang Xinhua, you are too selfish. Zhang's face instantly turned pale. Han Zining said, I gave you all my wealth, thinking you would remember my kindness and maybe even look at me kindly if I left. But you didn't. Instead, you looked as if you were afraid I would regret and hurriedly left. Hubby, I was wrong, Zhang cried bitterly. Wrong? You only admit you're wrong because you have no way out now. Leave. We don't welcome you here anymore, Han Zining said, about to leave. Zhang panicked and hugged Han Zining's leg, crying out, Hubby, don't leave me. I know I was wrong. I will never be selfish and stubborn like before. Please forgive me, okay? I beg you. Let go, Han Zining said coldly. Hubby, I've been kicked out of the house. I have nowhere to go. If you don't take me in, I might die. Can you bear to watch me die? Zhang cried. I truly know I was wrong. Truly. Xiao watched quietly from the side. Han Xining's cold expression was somewhat similar to Han Ziran's, but the latter was less obvious. Xiao looked at Han Ziran, who was cold from inside out, from top to bottom. Han Xining clenched his fists tightly by his side. Hubby, I know I was wrong. I really do. Please forgive me just this once, Zhang begged, clutching Han Xining's leg. I will leave you. I'm worried about the family's money being taken by outsiders. I am not heartless to you.
Please believe me.
This act of self-harm, Xiao found tiring to watch. Whether she called her cold-blooded or unfeeling, she truly couldn't see Zhang's misery. Admit you're wrong?
Good.
I have a task. Han Xining looked down coldly at Zhang. As long as you try hard, basic needs won't be a problem. A task? Zhang wiped her tears.
Yes.
Our shop is missing someone to do chores, to manage meals and daily work. Zhang wiped her tears and nodded quickly. I'm willing. No matter how hard it is, I will do it, as long as I can have 3 meals a day. I will do any hard or tiring work. With a sigh, Han's second brother finally couldn't bring himself to be harsh. Xiao knew he still cared for Zhang. Besides calling her a doomed fate, she didn't know how to describe his foolishness. She looked at Han's mother, whose face was extremely displeased, yet she didn't stop her second son. Could it be that Han's mother hoped Zhang would change her mind?
Impossible.
Xiao knows this mother-in-law too well. I fear that Han's mother has already lost respect for Zhang. As for why she said nothing, perhaps she couldn't bear to see her second son worry every day, hoping Zhang might change. After sending Zhang away, Xiao picked up her nephew, Han Anil. He is already 3 months old, with big round eyes that sometimes turn to smile at people. If someone teases him, his smile is endless, making the adults happy too. For a moment, the gloom brought by Zhang was completely gone. Xiao played with little Anil when she heard her sister-in-law Lu whisper softly, "Third sister-in-law, when will you give Anil a little brother?" Xiao. She looked at Han Ziran, who was talking to Han's mother, and also looking at her. She blushed and changed the subject. Sister-in-law, do you need anything? I can buy it next time I come. No need, no need, Lu shook her head quickly. You've given enough. My life now is like a wealthy lady's. It's already very good.
Don't be so polite to me.
Our little Lele is the eldest grandson of the Han family, Xiao said, then kissed little Anil, making him laugh happily. Seeing how much Xiao loved her son, Lu felt nothing but gratitude. She didn't know how to repay her. At this moment, her third sister-in-law didn't need anything from her. Thinking of what she had done for her before, though small, she felt ashamed. Madam, let me hold him. Mama Wan, who had been hired a few days ago to take care of children, came in and took the baby from Xiao. Watching Mama Wan carry the child away, Xiao said, Sister-in-law, is Mama Wan easy to use? Lu nodded. Mama Wan is very good. She is. Han's mother came over and smiled at the eldest daughter-in-law. When Mama Wan first came, she wasn't confident in handling things. Lu blushed, I don't know why, but when someone helps, I feel a bit uneasy. Xiao understood this feeling. Lu was born into a small farming family, and her mindset was different from that of a wealthy family. She was not used to it at first. Eventually, you'll get used to it, Xiao said. Lu nodded. Her third brother's official position would only grow bigger, so she couldn't be as naive as before. She needed to act more mature. At this moment, the eldest brother of the Han family came over and said to Xiao, Third sister-in-law, I want to discuss something with you. Seeing Brother Han's hesitant expression, Xiao was surprised and said, Big brother, please tell me. The Lu family troupe from the capital has invited me. They said my craftsmanship on the Xiao family carriage is delicate and elegant, and they hope I can join their troupe. The Lu family troupe is the best craft team in the capital and even in the entire Tianqiao. Craftsmen all over the world admire them and aspire to join. Xiao also knows that a few years ago, Brother Han was hurt by his master. Although he was chosen by the Lu troupe, he was secretly replaced. Now that they have come to invite him, it's also a way to fulfill his wish. At the same time, Xiao Zhan understands that after she helped brother Han so much, the Han family wouldn't suddenly abandon the Xiao family. She knows brother Han still has more to say. Sure enough, after hesitating for a moment, brother Han said coldly, "But I won't join the Lu troop. When they chose me before, they knew I was replaced but said nothing. I refuse to go to such a dirty place. Third sister-in-law, I want to start my own team and recruit apprentices." Starting his own team and recruiting apprentices? That's a good idea, Xiaozhen thought sincerely. Seeing her younger sister-in-law silent, brother Han hurriedly said, "Don't worry, sister-in-law. Even if I start my own team, we'll still be part of the Xiao carriage team." "No," Xiaozhen smiled. "With your skills, it's only a matter of time before you establish your own. Even if you do, it won't affect our cooperation." Brother Han was stunned. Lady Lu was overjoyed and crying tears of happiness. Third sister-in-law, do you agree?" Brother Han asked excitedly. "I'm happy that my big brother can achieve this. We are all family. There's no question of agreeing or not. As long as you're willing to do it, I will support you."
"Do we need money?"
Xiaozhen said sincerely. "No, we're not short of money. The wages and carriage money you gave me before I haven't used a single coin," brother Han said repeatedly, waving his hands. His sister-in-law had helped his family so much. If he took money again, it wouldn't be right. "Big brother, if there's anything I can help with, just say the word," Xiaozhen said cheerfully. "Third sister-in-law, don't you blame me?" he asked. "Why would I blame you?" Xiaozhen asked curiously. "Big brother, second brother, they are the pillars of our Han family. If they succeed, I'll be happier than anyone." Seeing his wife so supportive, Han Ziren's lips curved slightly. His peripheral vision caught his mother's face, which was very emotional, with tears in her eyes, and her smile grew even wider. Dinner was at the Han family's home. The whole family enjoyed a meal together, except for second brother Han. Everyone noticed the sadness in his eyes, but there was nothing they could do about it. The night was cool and clear. As usual, after leaving the Han family compound, Han Ziren took Xiaozhen's hand and walked home. "You said what second brother Han will do about Mrs. Zhang's matter?" Xiaozhen looked up and asked. The night was like a dark blue curtain, and Han Ziren was the only bright spot beneath it. His sharp features and tall figure made him look even more handsome against the dark background. As boys grow up, they become broader and more steady. Xiaozhen always felt that Han Ziren's change was only on the outside. "Second brother has never truly let go of second sister-in-law," Han Ziren replied. Xiaozhen nodded. "Let's have 8 children in the future," he suddenly said. Xiaozhen was surprised. 8? The letter mentioned it. "It's your wish," Han Ziren said softly. Xiaozhen blinked. "That's quite a lot, isn't it?" Han Ziren stopped walking and looked down at Xiaozhen with deep affection. "If possible, we can have a child every 2 years. Xiaozhen's mouth twitched. "Every 2 years?"
Han Ziren suddenly looked at her seriously.
"What do you think?" "No, that's not good." Xiaozhen hurriedly turned her face away as his lips nearly touched hers. Seeing Xiaozhen so nervous and looking around, Han Ziren's eyes held a hint of a smile. He took her hand gently. Just as they were about to reach home, the butler Zhang Lu hurried out. "Sir, Madam, Dr. Qi has arrived." Xiaozhen and Han Ziren exchanged a glance. Xiaozhen asked, "Why is Dr. Qi here? Is he here to see my injury?" Zhang Lu thought for a moment. "It doesn't seem like it. But little Dr. Qi is here too."
Gai Wan Lin?
Xiaozhen faintly guessed what was going on. Seeing her expression, Han Ziren asked, "What's wrong?" Xiaozhen explained about Kai Wanglin wanting to become her teacher. But Han Ziren immediately said coldly after hearing this, "That kid is sick and needs treatment." Xiaozhen was speechless. When they entered the house, they saw old Dr. Qi and his grandson Kai Wanglin waiting inside. After greeting them, old Dr. Qi clearly stated his purpose. He was here to ask to be her teacher. When he saw Xiaozhen, he glared and then ignored her. Young Kai also pursed his lips, looking uncomfortable. Xiaozhen felt helpless. It was clear that old Qi and young Qi were from the same family, both proud and stubborn. Please go back. I won't see you out, Han Ziren said politely, gesturing for them to leave. Old Dr. Kai's forehead was covered with dark lines. After glancing at his grandson, his expression softened a bit and became more gentle. Lord Han, I have never begged anyone like this before. As long as Madame accepts Lin as her disciple, your family's health, including the old Madame and everyone, will be taken care of by the Qi family, and I won't ask for a single coin. Xiao caught a glimpse of the excited look in young Qi man's eyes as he looked at his grandfather. It seemed he didn't expect his grandfather to say such words. Xiao also felt moved by these words. Everyone faces headaches or fevers in life, and with a divine doctor like this, living a long life is no problem. Old Qi, your grandson is already 15. That's a bit old for a student, Han Ziren said with implied meaning, hinting at differences between boys and girls. I know, old Qi replied calmly, but he's my only grandson. I've never asked him for anything since he was young. Though I might have failed in some teachings, I still understand the principles of human morality. Han Ziren smiled faintly. If he truly understood, he wouldn't be making such demands now, would he? Old Qi was momentarily speechless. He glared at his grandson, who looked very displeased at Han Ziren. Seeing his grandfather's glare, the boy stubbornly turned his head away. Lord Han, are you really unwilling?
The boy asked.
Actually, compared to my wife, there are better teachers for Master Qi. General Situ's reputation in court and his martial skills are well known, Han Ziren said. But the boy Qi cut him off sharply. I don't want that. You unfilial grandson. Old Qi almost raised his hand to hit him. General Situ is good, but I think he doesn't have the same commanding presence as Master Xiao, the boy said, eyes shining with admiration when he thought of Xiaozhen's aura. He looked convinced. Xiaozhen couldn't help but laugh or cry. To her, it wasn't that the boy was eager to learn martial arts. He was just captivated by her invisible aura of killing intent. It was quite rare. She had never been worshipped just for showing her killing aura before. What kind of mindset does this boy have? Isn't it a bit abnormal? Xiaozhen is just my wife, and she doesn't have any aura, Han Ziren said, pulling Xiaozhen by the sleeve. Please, both of you. Then he led Xiaozhen out of the main hall. Unexpectedly, Xiaozhen's sleeve was grabbed. She turned her head and saw the boy Qi looking at her stubbornly. You're so assertive, yet you listen to him like this? Xiaozhen raised an eyebrow. What nonsense was this boy talking about? She caught a glimpse of Han Ziren's face turning cold. Then she heard the boy Qi say something shocking again. Your martial skills are so strong, you don't need to care about his face. Xiaozhen saw that Han Ziren's expression had completely turned cold. Even if my husband doesn't say so, I never plan to take you as a disciple. Xiaozhen glared at the young man. Such arrogance was rare and impressive. If you don't accept me, I'll come every day to bother you, the boy Qi shouted unhappily. Earlier, because Han Ziren had refused, the old divine Dr. Qi felt embarrassed. Now, hearing his grandson's hopeless words, he looked very upset. Someone come here. Han Ziren's voice was as cold as his face. The household servant entered. Kick these two out of the house every time they come, he ordered, pulling Xiaozhen into the backyard. In the study, Xiaozhen thought Han Ziren would say something to her, but he simply sat down, took a piece of paper, and began writing with a brush. What are you writing? Xiaozhen asked curiously. Han Ziren sneered. That boy wants to look impressive, right? I'm just helping him. Helping him? Xiaozhen was surprised. She looked at what Han Ziren was writing and was confused. It was a letter to Situ Chung, asking him to send some capable soldiers to directly take the young Qi away to join the army. The idea was that he wouldn't return unless he had the fierce aura of a battlefield. A battlefield-like presence? Xiaozhen was stunned. That kind of strength wasn't built in a day or two. What if he doesn't want to go?
She asked.
Han Ziren smiled darkly. If they take him, he'll leave a letter saying he's going traveling to heal patients. He won't come back for 10 years. 10 years? Xiaozhen grimaced. realizing Han Ziren was truly angry this time. She felt a bit sad for young Kai's situation. Your expression looks like you care? Han Ziren asked. Xiao Zhen quickly waved her hand. Not at all. I don't even know him.
Han ser nodigt contentedly.
The next day, rumors spread in the capital that the young doctor of the Qi family had run away from home, supposedly to travel and treat illnesses to gain experience. Xiao Zhen sniffed and wondered what kind of presence the young Qi would have in 10 years. Han Ziren's goal was a battlefield-like aura? She could only silently wish young Master Qi well. A month or so passed peacefully. Suddenly, the weather turned gloomy, with occasional rain, making everything outside and inside the house damp and uncomfortable. Xiao Zhen was talking with the managers of her shop and tea house. Since she had connected with the 9th prince's maternal family, the Mu family, her business had expanded quickly and become more complicated. There were occasional conflicts with the Mu family because Xiao Zhen mostly employed commoners as managers, while the Mu family's people were aristocrats or noble heirs. These class conflicts could sometimes become very intense. It is almost impossible to handle things fairly and justly. There have been several incidents, and the people from the Mu family even sent enforcers to teach her side a lesson, injuring a few people. Head of the household, we are being treated unfairly. Well, although we value peace in business, the Mu family is pushing their luck. We are powerless to stop them. Take the 2 estates bought by the current head of the household. A manager handed a ledger to Xiao Zhen. They insist these estates belong to the 9th prince, claiming 80% of the profits, and we can't even pay the workers. What's worse, if we refuse, they come to seize them. Xiao Zhen looked through the ledger and saw that very little had been returned. What does Teacher Che think? Teacher Che is on our side, but he can't get the money back. How much have we lost in total? Xiao Zhen asked calmly. 50,000 taels. Understood. Xiao Zhen closed the ledger and smiled at the managers, who looked about 50 with worried faces. Don't worry, this will be resolved within 2 days. That's really good news. From now on, avoid direct conflicts with them, understand? If conflicts happen, just yield. We must protect ourselves first, so we have the strength to seek justice later. Xiao Zhen deeply understands that when ordinary people clash with the powerful, they are always the ones who suffer. Yes, the injured should be well cared for. Don't hold back because of money. Understood. If there's nothing else, you may leave. The managers bowed to Xiao Zhen and then left one after another. Soon, only Zhang Lu and Xiao Zhen remained in the room. Zhang Lu helped Xiao Zhen with tea and asked, Madam, do we really have to get involved with the Mu family? These 2 estates were mostly paid for by the 9th prince. Using the Mu family's influence to expand our roads is the most effective and direct method, Xiao Zhen said with a smile when she saw Zhang Lu worried. I know what you're worried about. You're afraid the Mu family will swallow us whole, which might affect our wagon and carriage business, right? Zhang Lu nodded. He truly thought so. The 9th prince won't let them do that. He supports us to build a reserve for himself. As for the Mu family, they are too proud and overconfident. If they ever cross the line with the 9th prince, it could be dangerous. However, they haven't realized this yet. In their eyes, the 9th prince is still an easy-to-control child, and Xiao Zhen shook her head. Zhang Lu's eyes lit up. I understand now. So, what does Madame plan to do about the silver stolen by the Mu family? What can be done? The Empress Dowager probably knows about this, but she still turns a blind eye. Neither the 9th prince nor the master can do anything, and I have no way either, Xiao Zhen said as he sipped his tea. Zhang Lu smiled. I understand that when Madame says there's nothing to do, she means it openly. But should I prepare something? One set of night clothes. Since the theft was obvious, she had to secretly retrieve it herself. Yes. Although Zhang Lu didn't know what Madame wanted with this, he wouldn't ask. As long as he did his duty and protected the business, he was also protecting Madame. The Empress Dowager had enjoyed great favor for nearly 20 years. Her family, the Mu family, was very wealthy, so it was no surprise. If Xiao Zhen hadn't visited a few times in her past life, she was afraid she might get lost now. She knew her way around, and entered the inner courtyard. The place was brightly lit, and she saw maids and guards walking about. This was the courtyard of Mu Ergongzi, the second son of the Mu family. From the scene, it looked like there were guests. Xiao was about to think when the door opened. The ninth prince and his cousin Mu Ergongzi came out. Both looked upset, as if they had argued. Your Highness, you are the current Prince of Lin. You shouldn't help the Mu family, but support those from humble backgrounds. Isn't that wrong? Mu Ergongzi, about 23 or 24, handsome and charming, but his face was too made up, giving him a somewhat feminine look. The ninth prince was furious, his chest rising and falling with anger. Seeing his cousin, he was so annoyed he couldn't speak. That is also my estate. You're from the same family as me. I say, the business of the Mu family is yours too. Why are you doing business with outsiders? The Mu family is my maternal family. If I want to do business, I can do it myself. If the Empress Dowager heard this, she'd be furious. Even if you want to do business yourself, you could tell me. Let the Mu family help you. Letting outsiders get involved, isn't that money being earned by others? Even if I cooperate with the Mu family, the money still goes into the Mu family's pocket, right? Come on, we're cousins. Who's who? The ninth prince was very angry. He waved his sleeve and left. But as he passed a flower garden, his eyes widened suddenly. Mu Ergongzi saw this and looked in the same direction, but there was nothing unusual. In the dark, Xiao chuckled to herself. She had just revealed herself to the ninth prince, making him see her. Seeing him stiffen and walk away, Xiao followed into the darkness. Until he saw the ninth prince dismiss everyone and walk alone in the courtyard, Xiao finally stepped out, smiling as she greeted. Xiao greets the ninth prince. The ninth prince was not angry about Xiao not bowing. Instead, he pulled her hurriedly into a corner. You're crazy. What are you doing here? And in this assassin outfit? When he saw Xiao earlier, he couldn't believe his eyes. This woman was incredibly bold. Ninth prince, I overheard what you said earlier. It seems you are aware of the situation, she said softly. The ninth prince nodded grimly. Does the ninth prince have a way to make Lord Mu return the money? He still looked upset and shook his head. This has nothing to do with you. You've been wronged. Xiao smiled gently. Seeing her indifferent attitude, the ninth prince asked, Tell me, what exactly are you here for? To steal money. Lord Mu took so much from me, so I want to take some back. Steal? The ninth prince was shocked. How dare this woman come to his family to steal? Please, ninth prince, tell me, where does your second cousin hide his money? The ninth prince was speechless. He couldn't find words to describe what he was feeling right now. This woman actually wanted him to tell her where his cousin stored his money. She was utterly reckless. What baffled him even more was that he remained surprisingly calm as he said, he has a habit of hiding things in secret compartments. Last time, he even boasted about a hidden compartment under his bed. Xiao smiled brightly. Thank you for the reminder, ninth prince. Hey, you can't take more. After thinking for a moment, Xiao said, I've taken everything I saw. Seeing the ninth prince repeatedly twitch his temple, she smiled sweetly. It seems that Lord Mu's theft isn't a one-time thing. I might as well take more now, less to come back for later. The ninth prince was speechless. Her reasoning was so good, he couldn't argue. Following the ninth prince's instructions, I will go now, Xiao said, and disappeared from sight. What does it mean to follow his instructions? The ninth prince felt something was off. Was he being set up by Xiao? He turned around to chase after her, only to see several palace maids entering. He had to suppress his frustration. The next day, news spread in the capital that the Mu family's estate had been robbed. It was said they suffered great losses, and for 10 days, the sound of mourning could be heard from the Mu residents. It was reported that all the belongings stolen belonged to Lord Mu's second son. Everyone in the capital was discussing who the thief was. How could someone be so ruthless? Some say he is a notorious bandit, while others claim he is stealing from himself. The opinions vary, but overall, there is a hint of schadenfreude in the way people talk. Since the Mu family is one of the 10 great families in the capital, This incident naturally alarmed the court. As a result, the city's defenses and patrols became more strict than ever before, leading to an unprecedented period of peace and order. On that day, Zhang Lu received a hefty sum of 100,000 taels of silver and priceless jade ornaments. This made him very happy for the whole month. As for where these came from, does it really matter? Of course not. The continuous rain persisted, neither too heavy nor too light. Because the dampness had become quite severe lately, Mother Han placed small heaters in the four corners of the inner room to drive away the moisture, and also to dispel the coolness of autumn. Xiao decided to stay inside the room and read books instead of going out. After finishing cleaning, Mother Han saw Xiao reading and looked surprised. Zhen, do you know how to read? Yes, Xiao replied instinctively. After answering, she realized she needed to explain further, so she put down her book and smiled. Ever since I knew I was going to marry Z, I've been secretly learning to read. Now I can read quite well. Really? Mother Han asked happily. Xiao nodded. Although she had already been treated like her own daughter, Mother Han still felt some regret about Xiao not knowing how to read. Now that she heard Xiao could read and even enjoy books, she was overjoyed. Excited, Mother Han asked, "Can you write now?" Yes, Xiao replied, knowing this was a long-standing worry for Mother Han. She took a pen nearby and copied a paragraph from a book to show her. But as soon as Mother Han saw it, she was so surprised she started crying. This. Mother, I've been practicing by copying Z-Rant's writing. You know I don't know how to write properly, so I just copied what I saw. Tears welled up in Mother Han's eyes. I think your writing is so good, it looks even better than Z-Rant's. Xiao quickly took a handkerchief to wipe Mother Han's tears. Child, don't mind your mother's tears. As a mother, I just want to give the best to my most talented son. Realizing she had become a bit emotional today, Mother Han's face showed some embarrassment. But she was also worried Xiao might misunderstand her, so she hurriedly said, Child, you are already very talented. Truly, in all these years, I've never seen anyone work harder than you. These words could not have been spoken with such dedication, perseverance, and effort without enduring more hardships than most people. How long has Xiao been married to Z-Ran? I understand how you feel, Mother, Xiao said with a smile. What would you like for lunch? Mother Han wiped away her tears. Oh my, seeing her daughter-in-law in front of her, she was more and more pleased. Anything delicious is fine. All right then. Xiao was about to sit down and read again when she saw Han Ziren walk in. I saw Mother smiling so brightly, but her eyes were red. What happened? Xiao explained what had just happened. Hearing this, Han Ziren sighed. If you had told her earlier, she wouldn't have suffered so much in the beginning. What should I say? Did I really become like this in such a short time? Xiao casually replied while reading. Suddenly, the room fell silent. She looked up and saw Han Ziren looking at her with a guilty expression. Stop it, Xiao quickly said. It's nothing to do with you. Okay? Hiding her own feelings of sadness, Han Ziren smiled faintly. I mentioned last time that I would find a close maid for you. I finally found one. A close maid? Xiao thought for a moment. It seemed to be true, but she had only thought Han Ziren was joking at the time. She didn't expect him to actually do it now. Come in, Chunhua, Han Ziren called out to the door. Chunhua? Just as Xiao found the name somewhat familiar, a young girl around 13 or 14, with a delicate appearance but quite petite, nervously entered. She immediately knelt in front of Xiao and bowed 3 times. Servant Chunhua greets Madam. You, Xiao thought for a moment. Are you the palace maid Chunhua who guided me into the palace that day? Madam has a good memory. Yes, I am the servant. Xiao looked at Han Ziren and asked with her eyes. After all, Chunhua was a palace maid. How could he bring a palace maid out of the palace to be her close maid? And how did he know she liked this maid so much? Go down first. Come back later to serve the madam, Han Ziren said to Chunhua. Yes. Only I understand you, my dear, Xiao said happily. Seeing Chunhua, she was truly pleased. The girl's character was very much to her liking. Shouldn't you tell me what's going on? Seeing his wife looking at him with a bright smile and appearing very happy, Han Ziren felt quite pleased that Chunhua is just a low-ranking palace maid. Such maids are often expelled from the palace each year for making mistakes. With your husband's current status, it wouldn't be hard to have Chunhua stay. Indeed, Xiao nodded. So how do you know I like that girl? I know everything that happened after you got out of the carriage when you entered the palace. There are officials from Situ in the palace, and they are also my people. She had asked a simple question, but she could guess the answer. Thank you. Why thank me? Han Ziren suddenly moved closer. Seeing the sudden spark of passion in his eyes, Xiaozhen couldn't help but laugh or cry. She didn't know when he started to like this, always trying to use his height to pressure her, making her feel embarrassed. Xiaozhen, with her cat-like body, quickly slipped out of the door. I'm going to the kitchen to see what delicious dishes my mother has prepared today. As Xiaozhen went to the kitchen, Chunhua naturally followed closely behind. From her peripheral vision, Xiaozhen noticed Chunhua walking with her head down and shoulders stiff, looking like a timid young wife. She wondered why, in the palace, this girl, though not very talkative, wasn't usually so shy. Chunhua, stand up straight, Xiaozhen said. Chunhua secretly glanced at Xiaozhen, then quickly straightened her back, though it looked more stiff than natural. Are you afraid of me? Xiaozhen asked curiously. No. Chunhua shook her head quickly. Seeing how timid you look, you say you're not afraid of me? Or are you unwilling to serve me? Hearing this, Chunhua became anxious. She suddenly knelt and kowtowed. Please, madam, don't send me away. Please, don't send me away. Did she say she wanted to send her away? Xiaozhen quickly helped her up. Seeing the girl's eyes red and looking heartbroken, she couldn't help but smile. I only just brought you out of the palace to be my personal maid. Of course, I won't send you away. I just want you to feel more comfortable around me, not so timid. I am afraid I might do something wrong. I worry madam won't like me, she said, finally coming out of the oppressive palace. She was very afraid of being sent back, so she was always cautious. Just fix your mistakes when you make them. Everyone makes mistakes a few times, Xiaozhen said kindly. Chunhua stared at her in surprise. As for you, from now on, you'll be my personal maid. Your madam, am very protective of my people, so you can be a bit bolder. Chunhua nodded foolishly. Why do you look like this? Xiaozhen indeed likes spring flower, but she also likes her honest and simple nature, not this timid appearance. She sighs inwardly, wondering how Spring Flower is living in the palace. Her temperament has become so shy, she should take it slowly. Madam, Zhonglu hurried over from the front. Before he could stand properly, he saw a young girl beside the madam bow to him, almost causing him to stumble. This girl had been introduced to him before by the adults, but he didn't expect her to be so polite. The servants of the Han family had never shown him such courtesy. They never thought of bowing or showing respect. Zhonglu thought to himself that his own appearance was really not suitable. No wonder the people from Wu's family looked down on them. He decided he should find someone to teach the servants proper manners. What's wrong? Madam, Liu Li has arrived. She's waiting at the main hall entrance.
Liu Li,
Xiaozhen said happily. Why did she come? Is her foot better? She spoke quickly and headed toward the main hall entrance. I think she looks quite well. As they spoke, Xiaozhen reached the hall and saw Liu Li holding a chicken in her left hand, a duck in her right, and a large basket of wild vegetables on her back, all with a hopeful look on her face. Liu Li, bringing so many things. What's the occasion? Xiaozhen hurried forward to take the items from her hands and handed them to Zhonglu to put away.
Sen, Liu Li happily who get her.
Then, as if she remembered something, she stepped back a few paces. Look at your clean clothes. Don't get them dirty. She examined Xiaozhen from top to bottom, and the more she looked, the happier she was for her friend. Her friend had changed so much. She no longer looked even a little bit rustic. She looked like a noble lady. Not dirty. What would I dirty? I'm very clean. Xiaozhen sat down with her. Noticing her limp, which made her feel a bit sad. "I've gotten used to this life now. It's much better than before," Luli said with a smile. Seeing her friend smile so brightly, Xiao nodded. "This time I came to the capital, mainly to thank you. Also, my brother Lu Chong has been recruited into the Han family's art troupe by the eldest Han brother. My sister-in-law is pregnant, so I came to the capital to take care of her," Luli said happily, her face full of joy. She took Xiao Zhen's hand and said, "Ah Zhen, I really don't know how to thank you."
"Just don't mention it.
"As long as you're doing well, I'll be at ease. This is the only true friend I have in 2 lifetimes, so I should help her more." "Have you rented a house in the capital?" "Yes, I rented one. It's a bit far, but the road is easy to walk." Xiao Zhen nodded. After they exchanged some personal words, Luli was about to leave. Xiao Zhen asked Zhang Lu to take some cloth and food to give to Luli, and arranged for her to be taken back by carriage. After the carriage disappeared, Zhang Lu said, "Madam, Miss Lu is doing quite well in our team, but she had to give up because of her younger brother. She went through such a thing, and her brother never stood up to speak for her. She still wants to come to the capital to take care of her pregnant sister-in-law. She's too soft-hearted." "Luli isn't too soft-hearted. She just values family too much. Besides breaking bones and severing blood ties, how could it be easy to cut them? The young servant also knows. I'm just worried that if she loses her income and only depends on her brother, her mother is such a person, she will be bullied sooner or later." Xiao Zhen thought for a moment. "You should ask my elder brother to pay more attention to Lu Chang's character. If he's honest, my brother will take care of him." "Yes." In the evening, the sky darkened further. It was dull and gray, not quite rainy, but this sticky feeling made people uncomfortable. "Madam, someone from the palace said that the master will come home late tonight, so you don't need to wait for him to eat."
Manhwa came in and said,
"Xiren, why have you been so busy lately?" Mother Han brought out the dishes. The weather was bad today, so she stayed to eat. Usually, she finished cooking and went home to eat. The emperor values the young master. "Mother, since the weather is bad today, you can stay here and sleep. I'm not used to sleeping outside. My home isn't far, just a few steps away." Xiao Zhen also stayed with her. Mother Han liked to run back and forth. She said it several times, but it was no use, so she stopped. Even at her sister-in-law's and the Han family's second brother's place, she was managing everything herself. It was almost like they hadn't separated yet. Xiao Zhen didn't think it was bad. She just felt Mother Han was too tired. But Mother Han became more energetic the more she was tired. She was thinking of asking Zhang Lu to send a girl over to help. "Manhwa, why are you just standing there?
"Sit down and eat."
Seeing Manhwa standing nearby, Mother Han called. Manhwa was stunned and hurriedly said, "I dare not. You're different from the servants outside. You serve me in the inner courtyard. Besides, you're just a girl." Xiao Zhen also said, "Don't worry about it.
"Sit down."
When we eat, there's no distinction between master and servant." Spring Flower was still secretly observing her expression, as if judging whether she was telling the truth or lying. Xiao Zhen couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time, sighing softly. It seemed that Spring Flower had suffered quite a bit in the palace before. Because a few small fireplaces were lit inside, the room felt very cozy. Spring Flower had already started laying out bedding and preparing some toiletries. Xiao Zhen, feeling bored, was about to pick up a book to read when she frowned slightly, looked at the window, and pushed it open. A woman dressed entirely in black, only revealing a pair of clever eyes, was outside the window, deep in thought. But in the next moment, her eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Xiao Zhen. "Is something the matter?" "Lan Hong." Xiao Zhen smiled and looked at the woman, who in her previous life had always insisted on marrying her. "How do you know I'm outside the window?"
Lan Hong Edgar Lim.
Xiao Zhen raised an eyebrow. She suddenly realized she had asked a silly question. Madame Han's master was a wise person from beyond the world. Lan Hong quickly said, "The third prince has had an incident. Lord Han asked me to find you. What happened?" Why did she seem so calm and indifferent? Lan Hong hurriedly explained, "The third prince accused the ninth prince of having ambitions to seize the throne, saying there are dirty things in the 9th prince's residence. Lord Han, the 9th prince, and General Situ are now being held in the palace. The emperor has already sent the imperial guard to search the 9th prince's house. As she spoke, Lan Hong took something from her body and handed it to Xiao. The lord said, "As long as you give this to the lady, she will understand." Then she secretly looked Xiao over. It was a puppet, or rather, a puppet performing a praying gesture. Xiao immediately understood Han Ziren's meaning. "I'll change into night clothes." She took a set of black clothes from the wardrobe and changed it in front of the stunned Springflower and the curious Lan Hong.
Go now.
Lan Hong was about to nod when she realized Xiao had already disappeared from the room. She looked around in shock, but under the dark sky, she couldn't see any figures. She was surprised. She had heard her brother mention that Madame Han was very skilled, but she had never seen it herself. Judging just by her current skill, she was not just impressive, she might even surpass the shadows. At the same time, she wondered, how did Madame Han know it was her, dressed in black and with her face covered? When Xiao entered the 9th prince's residence, the soldiers had just arrived at the gate. They were currently tying up the rebellious household guards. The women and children inside were probably locked in a small courtyard. Xiao, from 2 courtyards away, could still hear the arrogant shouts of Ren Jinshi. Xiao stayed hidden in the shadows, making no moves. Watching which courtyard the imperial guards were rushing toward, she knew that the so-called dirty thing was actually hidden by the 3rd prince as part of a scheme. Quickly, Xiao moved faster than the guards, flying toward a nearby courtyard. She landed under a large tree, kicked the ground a few times, and found that the soil was quite loose. It seemed that, throughout history, such false accusations were often buried under trees. Perhaps they wouldn't be so easy to hide if they were buried elsewhere. However, for the emperor, whether it was routine or not, once suspicion arose, even his most beloved son could be killed. Fear is human nature. Xiao carefully packed the items she had found, checked the surroundings to ensure safety, then hid at a higher spot. The soldiers quickly rushed in, rummaging through the area under the tree. After finding the item, the leader looked very proud. At that moment, Xiao threw a small stone she had picked up earlier at the back of the imperial guards, deliberately making a noise. Dozens of guards looked back quickly. The leader also turned, but Xiao swiftly slipped behind him. The leader didn't notice her at all. Seeing nothing unusual behind, he said, "Let's return to the palace to report." Xiao watched the soldiers rush away, knowing that the dirty thing was probably only in this one place. She weighed the item in her hand and then quietly followed the guards back to the palace. In the open night sky above the 9th prince's residence, Prince Ren Jin's loud, arrogant shouts continued. On the way back, Xiao paused, then spoke to someone behind her, "Come out." Lan Hong happily stepped out, having taken off her mask, revealing a beautiful face. "Madam, your skills are impressive. It won't be long before you become very skilled too. Without 7 or 8 years, I couldn't be as good as you," Lan Hong said, touching her nose. "Right now, I'm just a small shadow guard." Xiao smiled but said nothing. "I heard that Madam learned from a master. Who is it?" Lan Hong asked. "That's a secret." Lan Hong was silent, then asked, "Madam, are you going to the palace? Are my husband and General Situ kept in the same place?" Lan Hong thought for a moment.
No.
"What's wrong? Besides this matter, has my husband told you anything else?" Lan Hong hesitated, then shook her head. "Madam, what are you thinking?" Since the 3rd prince dared to frame the 9th prince openly, he would naturally be cautious and not act recklessly. If he failed, he might become very ruthless. Blue Rainbow's face suddenly turned pale. Could the 3rd prince be bold enough to try harming the 9th prince? Even if he has such intentions, the 9th prince is protected by the Imperial Guard, so such an incident is unlikely. Bribing a few Imperial Guards is easy. Besides, the 9th prince has shadow guards around him. Doesn't the 3rd prince have any? Blue Rainbow started to panic. "What should we do?" "Enter the palace." "Enter the palace?"
How?
"The palace isn't easy to get into just because someone says so. Not to mention the 5-meter-high walls. The defenses inside are strong. We might get caught right after we go in. Go in openly and honestly. Xiao Zhen raised the badge he had taken from the leader of the Imperial Guards earlier. Since the Shadow Guards often go on missions, each person has a token for entering and leaving. Won't they recognize us? Just cover your face. Is that okay? You're a Shadow Guard, aren't you? But you're not, Blue Rainbow suddenly realized. Madam, are you planning to impersonate a Shadow Guard to get into the palace? Mrs. Han has quite a bold spirit. Xiao Zhen only smiled without speaking. She wasn't pretending. She truly was a Shadow Guard. As night deepened, the sky grew darker, thick and heavy, like it was covered with a black cloth. With the tokens, entering the palace was not difficult. The Imperial Guards didn't even suspect anything. When they saw Xiao Zhen's cold, murderous gaze, they straightened their backs and respectfully watched her and Blue Rainbow go inside. Blue Rainbow thought, this aura is incredible. Once inside the palace, they concealed themselves again. In just a short time, Blue Rainbow realized she had learned a lot from Madame Han about hiding, positioning, gaze, and even that commanding presence. If Xiao Zhen turned around now, she would see Blue Rainbow looking at her with admiration. Soon, they arrived at the side hall where the 9th prince was kept. Several dozen Imperial Guards guarded the entrance, looking very cautious. Xiao Zhen could also sense some shadows nearby, probably protectors sent by Situ to guard the 9th prince. Maybe she had worried for nothing. Madam, what should we do now? Blue Rainbow asked softly. Wait and see. Blue Rainbow nodded. The palace roofs were covered with bright gold glazed tiles. Even on a night with heavy clouds, their shine couldn't be hidden. Xiao Zhen and Blue Rainbow hid among the trees beneath this shining glow. Do you have anything to eat? Xiao Zhen asked. Lan Hong hesitated, feeling very nervous. The lady still asked if she had any food. Are you nervous? No, not really. Xiao Zhen looked down at the hand that was holding hers. Lan Hong's face turned slightly red, and she shyly let go. I haven't gone on a mission before. She was just a small shadow guard, mainly gathering information or running errands. Suddenly, someone outside the side hall shouted, There's a fire. Come quick to put it out. The Imperial Guards inside the hall looked at each other and quickly left. Did they really leave? Lan Hong exclaimed. The people inside were the Emperor's most favored 9th prince. Could a fire in the distance be more important? She looked at Xiao Zhen, who appeared calm, as if this was a normal thing. At that moment, the side hall door opened. The 9th prince, dressed in bright yellow, stood at the entrance. The sky was too dark to see his expression clearly, but he was watching the distant flames. Just then, more than 10 shadowy figures with swords suddenly rushed out from the doorway, attacking the 9th prince. At the same time, the shadow guards protecting him appeared in the scene. The only difference between shadow figures and shadow guards is their clothing. Both are dark-colored, but shadow guards wear deep navy blue, while shadow figures and the upper shadows are black. Brother, Lan Hong softly called out. Xiao Zhen looked over and saw that Lan Jing was among the shadow guards protecting the 9th prince. The hall was filled with sounds of fighting. Xiao Zhen quickly realized that the skills of these shadow guards and shadow figures were not equal, so she sat calmly to the side. Is my brother in danger? Lan Hong asked worriedly. Danger and death are quite normal for shadows, Xiao Zhen replied. Still, I'm scared, Lan Hong said. Being afraid is normal. Just kill a few more people, and it'll be fine. Lan Hong was silent. She wondered what kind of person Lady Han was, talking about killing as if it was just eating. Suddenly, a cold voice said, Everyone step back. 3 upper shadows appeared in the courtyard. Xiao Zhen looked at her hand. Lan Hong suddenly held her hand again, even tighter than before, with a look of terror in her eyes, as if she was afraid of these 3 people. Xiao Zhen glanced coldly at the 3 upper shadows. Their strength was average, much weaker than the ones they encountered at Mulan border. The ones sent by the Empress were the Emperor's personal guards, but the prince's upper shadows were less capable. Madam, those are upper shadows, Lan Hong said in a suppressed voice. If it were truly a display of strength, your words would have already revealed it, and you might not be alive now. Xiao Zhen shrugged, showing that at this moment, Lan Hong still doesn't know what real shadow power looks like. Soon, because of the appearance of these three shadow figures, the scene changed. The shadow guards protecting the ninth prince were quickly defeated and no match for the enemies. Seeing this, Lan Jing, who was guarding the ninth prince, rushed forward directly. Lan Hong wanted to stand up and help Lan Jing, but Xiao Zhen stopped her. She trusted Han Ziren. Since Han Ziren hadn't said anything, he should be protecting the ninth prince well. However, just at this moment of her concern, for shadow guards protecting the ninth prince had already died. As Xiao Zhen frowned, the ninth prince suddenly drew his sword and charged out of the house. When Xiao Zhen saw the ninth prince's face, he raised an eyebrow. Turns out it was Situ Chung in disguise. Lan Hong also didn't expect this situation. Soon, Situ Chung took control of the scene. At the same time, three people entered: Han Ziren, General Situ, and the ninth prince. The controlled shadow figures and shadow guards looked at each other. Each of them bit through poison hidden in their teeth, intending to commit suicide. But General Situ, being a skilled man, had already pressed their pressure points before they could bite through the poison. The ninth prince's face was full of dark, fierce energy. He thought about how his third brother had shamelessly set him up. The hatred in his eyes flickered repeatedly, never settling. "Friends in the shadows, come out now," General Situ called out to the place where Xiao Zhen and the others were hiding. Lan Hong's body stiffened. Xiao Zhen didn't mind much. Her master, General Situ, was a skilled teacher, so her martial skills were unquestionable. But since he was old, she couldn't tell if there was one or two people hiding in the dark. So, Xiao Zhen pushed Lan Hong out directly. "Greetings, General." Lan Hong quickly bowed. "Little sister?" Seeing her, Lan Jing happily came over and helped her up. At this moment, Han Ziren cast a subtle glance toward the place where Lan Hong had come out from, and the ninth prince also looked at her with a strange expression. "I knew someone was hiding behind," General Situ said sternly. "You're so cowardly. How will you carry out future missions?" Lan Hong lowered her head in shame. "Take them all back for strict interrogation." "Lan Jing, you are in charge of questioning these people."
Yes.
"I say, old man," said Situ Chung from the side, "with just these three amateurs, they can be shadow guards? Shouldn't you ask the emperor to reorganize the shadows?" Lord Situ Chung glared at his unfilial son. "Do you think the shadow is something a general can control easily? Those are all the emperor's people." Then he looked at the kneeling shadow with disdain. "Can they even be called shadows? At most, they are just guards." Lord Situ Chung curled his lips.
What kind of attitude is that?
"True shadows serve the heavenly dynasty and the people. The title shadow is an honor and a mark of pride for them. Isn't it about serving the emperor? Of course, but you must understand, water can carry a boat, but it can also sink it. Without the support of the people, there is no heavenly dynasty, no emperor." The old general's words were meant both for his unworthy son and for the ninth prince standing nearby. Situ Chung touched his nose, then turned and saw the ninth prince also touching his nose. When the old general stepped outside, he saw Lan Hong still in the courtyard. He called loudly, "Lan Hong, what are you standing around for?" "I'm coming," Lan Hong replied, not daring to delay. He glanced at Xiao Zhen's hiding spot and quickly left. After everyone had gone, Xiao Zhen slowly stepped out from the shadows. Thinking of what her mentor had just said, she felt nostalgic. She remembered when she was first chosen as a shadow, her mentor told her those same words. She was so inspired that she vowed to serve the heavenly dynasty and the people with her life. Today's chaos probably meant she wouldn't get out easily. The palace gates would be heavily guarded. But she was not worried. She knew Han Ziren, with his clever mind, must already realize she was here. Even if he didn't, Lan Hong would tell him. Sure enough, after only half an incense stick of time, Han Ziren hurried back. When he saw her strolling leisurely in the courtyard, he felt relieved. He took her hand and led her into a side hall. "Why are you here?" "I was worried," and came to check on you? In my previous life, this didn't happen, she explained. She placed a set of palace maid's clothes on the table. Change into this. Later, you can go out of the palace as a maid assigned by the noble consort to the 9th prince. Under the dark night, the grand palace was brightly lit, like a giant dragon coiling in the sky. The carriage left the palace. When the guards saw the noble consort's token, they just peeked inside the carriage and let it pass. Xiao lowered the curtain and withdrew her gaze from the dragon-shaped palace. She sat down and was immediately embraced by Han Ziren. Xiao was already used to Han Ziren's affection, but in the carriage, there were more than just the two of them. There was also the 9th prince. Looking over, she saw the 9th prince sitting across from them with a very bad expression and a stiff body, but he didn't pay much attention to them. Han Ziren still looked completely unconcerned. The 15-year-old 9th prince was much worse at controlling his emotions than Han Ziren. Since they were both officials and friends, their interactions were quite worrying to watch. The horse's hooves clattered as Situ-chung slowed the horse, pulled back the carriage curtain, and said casually, "In about a month, I'll be getting married. Brothers, are you ready with your gifts?"
What do you want?
The 9th prince asked irritably. Seeing that the 9th prince looked unhappy, Situ-chung wondered why he was so cheerful earlier, but now looked upset. He hesitated, thinking whether it was a good time to ask for something, then decided to wait. Let's talk about it next time. Next month was the day Situ-chung and Ouyang Xiao would get married. Time really flies. Thinking about what happened to these two in the previous life, Xiao thought she should warn Situ-chung. When they returned to the Han family, it was already late at night. After getting out of the carriage, Xiao sensed that Han Ziren seemed troubled and was not as relaxed as he had been in the carriage. Zhang Lu came out to greet them. "Master, Madam." "Madam." Spring Blossom just hurried out of the courtyard and fainted. She still hasn't woken up.
Xiao was surprised.
Does this girl need to practice her courage? Inside the courtyard, Xiao poured herself and Han Ziren a cup of hot water. "Ziren, are you troubled by something?" Today's incident was caused by a spy from the 9th prince's residence. "The spy is someone from the 3rd prince's side," Han Ziren said. "You mentioned earlier that this event didn't happen in the previous life." Xiao nodded. "You also said before that there was no Renjinshi among the 9th prince's consorts, and during the last Mulan encampment, some noble ladies died," Han Ziren continued. "Yes, what's wrong?" "Now, the 3rd prince has falsely accused the 9th prince of something that didn't happen, and the noble lady at Mulan encampment didn't die. Renjinshi has become the 9th prince's side consort." Han Ziren looked at Xiao with a rare hint of unease in her cold gaze. "So many changes. Could they affect your fate in this life?" She thought it was something serious. Xiao smiled and said, "I've thought about this before, but everything that happens around me is either related to close friends or something I have to resolve. Since that's the case, I just need to be true to myself and have no regrets." Han Ziren looked at Xiao for a long time, then suddenly fell silent. In the face of fate, they felt small. Besides taking one step at a time, they truly didn't know what else to do. "Do you know how scared I was when I found out you were hiding behind that, and when I realized that the fight between the two sides could also put you in danger? I can protect myself." "Yes, you can protect yourself, but I have limited ability. If something happens to you, I might not be able to save you." This was something he couldn't accept. Even if she could protect herself, what about him? Could he protect her? Xiao was stunned and immediately understood what Han Ziren was thinking. "No, I believe in you. I trust your ability. It's just because in the previous life, this didn't happen, so I wanted to come and see." Han Ziren gently held her tighter. He knew she was stronger than him, and that made him proud. But as a husband, he couldn't feel at ease just because his wife could protect herself. He didn't have to be stronger than her, but at least he wanted to be able to protect her. On the other hand, he didn't believe in fate, but because of her, he started to believe in it. Maybe this was just his foolish hope, just his overthinking. Still, he always felt uneasy. He didn't want her life to be affected because she helped others. So he said, "If you want to change anyone's fate, tell me. Let me do it." Xiao blinked and looked at the worried expression on Han Ziren's face.
She didn't know what to say.
The concept of fate was vague and intangible. She had thought about it before, but gave up when she couldn't understand. She hoped Ziren wouldn't think about it either, just go with the flow. But seeing his expression now, she decided to leave it for later. The next day, the weather remained gloomy. No one knew how many days this weather would last. Sometimes Lu's family would bring the children over to Xiao place to play. After all, the Han residence was large, and the little ones looked around happily. After holding the children for a while, the kids were taken away by Grandma Wan and Lu's family, and Xiao sat in the pavilion talking. Xian, you has really changed a lot. I think second brother still has feelings for her. Zhen, do you think second brother will want Xian you again? Lu's family was soft-hearted. Every time she saw Zhang Xian you looking so miserable, she couldn't bear it. Second brothers matter. Let him decide for himself. Xiao smiled but said nothing. Lu's family nodded, then looked a bit worried. The doctor said my body is unlikely to conceive again. I know it's thanks to you, Zhen, that I survived. But I keep thinking about how to help the Han family grow and expand. Xiao didn't expect her sister-in-law to have such a hard time giving birth and still think about having more children. If your wife has a son, and your older brother already has an heir, why keep pushing yourself? If only we could have a daughter to complete the word good, that would be so wonderful. At this moment, Spring Flower brought over a plate of snacks. Xiao handed some to Lu Shi and said, Elder sister-in-law, try this. Spring Flower just learned how to make these snacks. Lu Shi looked at Spring Flower, saw she was an honest girl, and took a bite. She nodded and said, they're delicious. Thank you for your compliment, madam. Spring Flower blushed. That jade goose, I don't know what she's thinking. Ziren has arranged several marriage proposals for her, but she refuses them all. Lu Shi sighed. Women shouldn't be so greedy. Jade goose? If it weren't for the fact that the eldest sister-in-law mentioned her just now, I might have forgotten about her. Since Han Ziren said last time he wouldn't let Han Yu Goose come again, she hasn't come to kneel at the firewood room. The Han family hasn't mentioned her in front of her, so naturally she forgot. If she kneels again, it would truly change her view of her from her past life. Are those people of low status? Since the eldest sister-in-law brought her up, Xiao casually asked. Lu Shi shook her head. I think the people Ziren introduced are very good. Their family background and appearance are much better than Yu Goose. But I don't know why she just refuses and insists on coming to be your maid. Auntie, I've scolded and even hit her until she bled, but she still refuses to agree. Xiao smiled coldly. In the end, she still looks down on everything, thinking that being around me, she can see and contact only the powerful and noble. She wants to gain some benefit. Lu Shi agreed with Xiao. The heart of this Yu Goose cousin is too big and wild. Mother can't do anything about her. She's my niece, after all. Auntie also thinks Yu Goose is too much, but she can't control her. Xiao smiled faintly. This yellow Yu Goose will turn 17 next year. She's curious whether she can hold on for another year to become an old maid. How is your brother's situation? Talking about her husband, Lu Shi's eyes showed an uncontrollable smile. He's doing very well. He has already taken in about 10 apprentices and teaches them every day. Those apprentices are all smart and their character is excellent. Is there someone named Lu Chang? Yes, do you know him? Xiao nodded. He's a younger brother of a friend of mine. Lu Chang is not very lively, but he's quite sincere. A few days ago, I also heard your eldest brother say he's meticulous in his work. That's good. Xiao no longer has a strong impression of Lu Chang. Later, when the eldest sister-in-law goes back, bring some fruit with her. They were all sent from the shop. Okay. Lu Shi replied politely. At this moment, Zhang Lu hurriedly entered from the round gate and reported, Madam, the palace has sent a. The noble consort invites you to the palace to talk and chat. Noble consort?
Yes.
The palace servant is already waiting at the door. Talking and chatting? Based on the last time the noble consort called her into the palace under the pretense of talking and only gave her a basket of fruit before sending her away, Xiao doesn't think the noble consort, who is truly a noble daughter, would have the patience to chat with her. Then I will go back first. Lu Shi looked envious. She had always hoped her third brother's career would keep rising. Now that her sister-in-law is favored by the current emperor and liked by the noble consort, she feels even happier. When one family prospers, all prosper. When one family falls, all fall. She must be extra careful in her words and actions in the future, so as not to become a burden to her third brother's family. The weather remained cloudy. If it rained, perhaps the clouds would disperse, but heavens simply refused to do so. As Xiao personal maid, Manhwa naturally followed her into the palace. Although she had been taken into the palace as a maid since childhood, she had always stayed on the outskirts. She could only sneak a glance into the inner palace. With her status, she could never truly enter. Now, she was delighted to be able to follow Xiao into the inner palace. Xiao thought Manhwa only showed her innocence today. Since that day she disappeared wearing night clothes, she seemed frightened, acting more cautiously and trembling in her actions. Xiao wondered if she should let Manhwa leave. A maid who is too timid isn't needed. Servant Jiner, a close maid of the lady, greets Madam. A maid dressed more splendidly than usual palace maids came out from the noble consort's palace, bowed, and smiled. The noble consort has been waiting for you for a while. Please, Madam.
Jiner?
Compared to the previous maid Inxing, Jiner's face was full of smiles, making her quite likable. At this moment, seeing Manhwa also wanting to come in, Jiner smiled and said, "This young lady should be your close maid, right? Could she wait outside the hall for a moment?" Xiao looked at Jiner, then said to Manhwa, "Wait here for me. If I haven't come out after an hour, you can go back by yourself." Yes. Compared to her last visit, the flowers in the noble consort's palace seemed to have changed again, making the entire palace look even more splendid. Seeing Xiao gaze fall on the flowers, Jiner said, "These flowers were brought here by people sent by the emperor from various places. Only such rare flowers are worthy of my lady's status." Xiao smiled silently. The emperor's favor for the noble consort was well known, and after the false accusation against the 9th prince last time, the emperor probably felt quite guilty. When they entered the hall, Xiao saw the noble consort. She was dressed in a flowing purple-red silk gown that dragged on the ground, looking very charming. Beside her sat a girl about 15 or 16 years old, who looked somewhat like Lady Mu, with a slightly innocent face, but still carrying a noble air. They bowed politely. The noble consort's smile this time was warm and friendly, quite different from her previous coldness. She even personally helped the girl to stand up. "Miss Ning Xilan greets Lady Han," the girl said politely, bowing to Xiao. "Please rise," Xiao replied. "Ning Xilan." Sharing the same family name as the future 9th princess. Xiao thought. In the capital, the Ning family name isn't very common. Suddenly, the noble consort smiled and said, "Xilan is the younger sister of the future 9th princess. They are 2 years apart. Both grew up under my care. Especially Xilan, who looks very much like me. Your Grace and Miss Xilan are both very beautiful," Xiao said sincerely. The noble consort wasn't a stunning beauty, but with her natural nobility and elegant dressing, she could make people turn their heads. Standing together, they looked very pleasing to the eye. Since even Lady Han speaks so highly, why not take Xilan as your younger sister? The noble consort looked at Xiao with a warm smile, but there was a hidden meaning behind it. Younger sister? Xiao glanced at the blushing Ning Xilan and finally understood the purpose of the noble consort's invitation to chat. Another flower in the garden of Prince Han Ziran. But she could only pretend not to understand. "I came to the capital with my husband, and I have already taken Miss Jean from Master Ren's family and Miss Shi from Ouyang's family as my sisters. Now, I have also taken the noble consort's niece as my sister. It is my honor." The noble consort's smile deepened. "Lady Han," she said, "this sister is not that sister. I believe you understand. Our son values Lady Han greatly. If our two families could form a closer bond, wouldn't that be even better? The Ning and Mu families are among the top 10 families in the capital. The gains and losses involved are clear. Even if you are just a simple girl from the countryside, you should be able to see this.